stage, Evil Geniuses. Welcome on stage, Invictus Gaming.
Look at the focus of these players. What kind of things do you think are running through their mind as they're standing on the stage, getting ready to prepare for their first battle to stay in the upper bracket?
I think a lot of the pressure's off now that you're top 8 at least, because you got DPC points.
Top 6.
Top 6, right? That's true. Upper bracket,
least,
yeah. Yes, that's even it's quite comfortable for them. I don't think I even have an upper bracket favorite. I guess Secret would be the obvious one to make it through grand finals through the upper bracket, but being able to have that comfort zone of like the end game is TI, and being able to lock that down here in the first major would be a huge boon for these teams.
And even just finishing top 6, given there's only going to be 2 majors, you are probably setting yourself up to already be at TI.
Yeah.
Like, we don't know how the math and numbers work just yet, but I think there is that, pressure a little bit off, as you said. And even if you bum out here and drop down, lose again, it's disappointing. These teams want to win the tournament. They want to impress their fans, but it's not the end of the world.
How do you think the teams feel knowing that they didn't really have a lot of matches to watch their opponent in for this tournament as opposed to the season?
Yeah, I think that makes the preparation really difficult. EG, they've got their coach Bulba here. He's, I think kind of a drafting specialist at times. He gets a lot of praise and at times a lot of criticism for his drafts, because EG really stick to their small pool of heroes.
Does he ever get the praise? He only gets the criticism.
That's true.
I feel.
Yeah,
EG
in my head, I feel like he should be getting a lot of
praise. The people who actually know Dota are praising him. The people who are just seeing Evil Geniuses lose are like, well, the only person I can blame is Bulba, clearly.
That's just because every EG player is so beloved and considered like the best in their role. So if they lose it clearly can't be their fault.
It has to be Bulba's fault.
But when it comes to EG, they always find themselves like a really set pool of heroes that they're comfortable with, can excel on, and draft well around. And I think Bulba is really good at kind of drafting and preparing for opposing teams. But that's hard to do. So I'm not sure how easily you can prepare for a team like IG, because you can't take too much away from what they were doing over a month ago in the DPC leagues.
Yeah, at most you can just look at the other Chinese teams and then hope that they're kind of following the same patterns, which is a lot of team fight oriented supports in the first few phases. The go-to carries being like Monkey King, Terrorblade, Juggernaut.
Yeah.
Since both of these teams have not really played too much in the tournament, do you think that the tournament meta that we've seen a lot of, especially like Core IO, will take a part in their drafts?
Possibly. I'm curious to see who bans IO, picks it. It's one of those things, if you don't have that data. We saw teams playing Secret like, we just gotta ban this because we don't. Thunder Predators like, we don't play carry IO, so we're just gonna ban it. And then you had VP saying, they don't play carry IO, so we're gonna leave in the pool. And then turns out Quincy Crew can put Quinn on carry IO, and they can play it. So if you're unsure and if you don't play it, you should just ban it. If something's gonna bite you in the ass, generally Dota teams, they all think about the game pretty similarly and have the same understanding of what heroes can just win the game. If you think it's going to screw you over, it's probably going to screw you over if you don't ban it.
Outside of IO, what heroes are those? The ones that if you don't ban?
I think there's some kind of, maybe not like must-ban heroes, but problem heroes, like JT's Timbersaw sometimes can just win games by itself. I think JT for IG in general is like a really key player, the same way this man here is, Ice. Both teams give their offlaners a lot of priority, a lot of farm generally. So be very curious to see how these two teams set up their offlaners for success.
What team do you think will hold the tempo for this game?
Probably IG, right? IG usually sits back, soaks up the pressure. Arteezy hidden creeps,
That's right.
We meme about it, but it is very much. It really is their playstyle.
It's Arteezy's hero pool that EG has found success with, and also times found their falterings with. And so, I think if IG want to abuse any one aspect, I think higher tempo would be the way to go.
Yep. I think maybe with that in mind, a key for EG is kind of doing what we saw from MNZ a bit, was like you can go those Battle Fury carries, but be involved. Like he was playing these Battle Fury jugs, but he was at every push, every fight in the early to mid game when he didn't even have his Battle Fury. So I would like to see a bit of that from Arteezy against a team like IG who can play very fast-paced Dota.
I'm disappointed we didn't get to do a player comparison. I wanted to compare the 5 position of EG with the 1 position of IG. You know why I would have wanted to do that?
I do.
Why?
Fly. We already have Ice Cube. We want Fly Cubed. There's a lot of interesting matchups. Like the mid lane, I think these are two of like the flashiest superstar mid plays in the tournament.
For sure.
Emo has really been a breakout player in China. He kind of just came out of nowhere and suddenly looking like, I'd say, the best mid in China right now. Abed, poached from SEA, a dominant mid in his own right. And perhaps very interestingly about these two teams is, we talk about this being a China versus NA match. The most represented region in this match is SEA.
That's a good point, actually.
There are more SEA players in this match than any other region. So for SEA Dota fans, a little sad Fnatic got knocked out. They have a lot of players.
Yeah, SEA is still representing.
Yeah, and that's the great thing. SEA has so much talent. It feels like every tournament, even when the teams from their region get knocked out, they always have players on other teams, like with Mid1, who used to play for Secret, now OG. Abed, he's kind of a mercenary for other regions as well. Ice now. So, and a lot of the Chinese teams are finding talent from the Southeast Asian teams as well. So,
tell me about this Oracle pick that just came out. Is that for Oli?
Yep. It's the 3rd time that they've done it, because in both their Vici Gaming series, I think they first picked it as well in 2 of the games, maybe not all 3, but EG surely were aware of this.
And IG, one of the teams that just love Oracle, rate this hero very highly, but they're not looking to combo with it necessarily. They're not going to be doing a Oracle or Death Prophets band, the Leshrac, the Huskers. They're just happy to have Oracle for the sake of Oracle. They like the save, and they like what it has to offer in the laning stage.
EG going with a little bit more of a common thing we've seen in the tournament, picking Puck first. A very high win rate, and also I believe the 2nd most picked hero in the game after Void Spirit.
And of course,
there's Void Spirit.
Yeah, this is the response you see every time. We saw Emo play it in, I think, game 1 yesterday. Puck versus Void Spirit. Every time you give away Puck, you want to make sure you have some kind of lockdown. But we get to see the Abed Puck finally. This is my kind of one of my favorite player hero combos that we have in the tournament. He is just so flashy, so impressive when he's playing Puck.
Beastmaster.
Picking up an Ice hero surprisingly early. I thought that they would save him for 2nd phase, but I guess they've been going for more exotic support picks, like that Wyvern that we saw in the Fnatic series. I think that's one big difference between EG and IG is Crit and Kaka, I feel like, have pretty different playstyles. Kaka is playing more as China is in general, the team fight kind of supports, whereas Crit is more of the roaming supports in the early game. So if there is like one big difference between the two teams, I think that's the thing to look at.
I imagine EG feel if they don't get Beast here, they're probably getting banned. And I think you see the 5 position, so at least you've got a good matchup there. But
that's true. Yeah, I don't think there's any likelihood that you can send this Oracle elsewhere and kind of shove an Enchantress into the draft.
You're not going to get a chance probably to see the enemy carry before picking your offliner, so the best you're going to get is see their 5. So, and EG just plays so well around Beastmaster. The vision he provides, the Necro 3 rush to deward, it's that was the NA DPC meta. Like, pick these Necro 3 offlaners, deward the map, control the vision, and have that playmaking mid laner, in this case, the Puck.
And I will never tire of seeing Ice on heroes with summons and micro capabilities. His prophets, his brood mothers.
There was a game he was playing Nature's Prophet, and he was microing all the treants to block the enemy ancient spawning time and time again. He does all these little things that you don't always notice, but they add up and make a big difference.
It looks like IAG have banned out Tusk and also banned out Earth Spirit. Are those targeted bans for Crit in the 4th position?
Yeah, I think they know what kind of heroes Crit wants to play. He play these active 4 positions that roam, give Abed a good game, secure his runes. EG will fight over every single rune, especially when they have a hero like Puck, so they want to have those kind of 4 positions. Nyx Assassin still in the pool is probably the other one, notable one, I guess.
The Shaman was on the come up yesterday.
Yeah.
Shadow Shaman had a great day yesterday.
It was one of those heroes that EG played at the very start of the DPC, and then they much more preferred those active roaming heroes.
Exactly,
and I think that's where they could Shaman here, but it's going to be a different playstyle when Crit's playing a Shaman compared to a roaming 4.
Kaka also plays Shadow Shaman, is that correct?
Yes. They like... IG, I think, played Lion as well. They like those Hex heroes in their 4 position. More laning heroes, teamfight heroes, rather than the kind of active, let's grab runes, let's fight, let's gank mid kind of 4 positions.
IG themselves ban out Enchantress.
I mean, that's another fly go-to throughout. I mean, Enchantress is just a staple of the NA meta and has kind of come here with Secret showing that, hey, Ench is still ridiculously powerful. You guys kind of forgot about this hero. And VP were also playing it yesterday, so.
Team Secret also played Enchantress. 2 of their games in their first series, and both of those games were won.
Yeah, and those were like the first Enchantresses that we saw throughout the tournament. You and I were like, where's this hero been? And then, VP takes it. No. It's not just a counterpick to a Beastmaster or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of... I mean, these are just support bans. EG showed 2 cores. Obviously Puck can flex to the other roles, but when it's EG, I just feel like there's almost no chance they don't send Abed mid on this Puck. Unless they feel they have like a really good matchup against it. I think the big hero that stands out to me that's still in the pool for both teams is the Monkey King. Monkey King's been like, 70%-ish win rate? At least it was a few days ago. Looked really good, very consistent.
65% win rate right now.
Okay.
Wow.
Is that like really high for a tournament, or is that okay?
That's very high for a hero picked as much as Monkey King and picked early on in drafts.
First,
typically.
second phase, that's a really high win rate. If it's like a third phase pick, 65% would probably be pretty bad, but...
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. So
Support Tide?
Yeah, I wonder. It sure looks like it. I don't think Beastmaster can flex on her support role.
No. So 5 Tide. You don't even know who the off laner of IG is quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is being a kind of Fly thing. He's playing those teamfight supports himself. I think he kind of is similar in that way. While Crit plays the roamers, generally it's Fly on the teamfighting. Why we saw Wyver and we've seen those kind of heroes come out.
I mean, this is surprisingly out of the box from EG. I know for a brief moment OG were running mid Tide Hunter, but that's not a thing, right?
It kind of crossed my mind for like a split second, like, could they be doing Tide mid against Void Spirit? Like,
yeah.
I think, I've never seen the matchup, but I assume
I would
Tide
imagine
has an
Tide
edge.
just destroys that matchup.
I don't think you destroy it though. Like, yeah, you do have an edge and you can mess with the Void Spirit, the Anchor Smash, kind of win the last hit battle, but I don't think it's a matchup you're just going to absolutely obliterate.
What?
Crit Pengo, I want to say. I think this is Crit Pengo, Fly Tide, would be my guess.
Okay.
It's weird. They're picking 2 melee supports, but look at this team fight. Tide, Pengo from your support duo?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What kind of strategy do you think EG is going for? Just team fight, or is there another strategy?
It's the we're going to pick 4 offlaner strategy.
What kind of strategy is that?
In this situation, the offlaners we're really hard to kill. Even if our cooldowns are down, we're just going to stand in front of towers, and despite being all offlaners, we still do a pretty good job at staying around.
What what players are these drafts picking for last? Is EG picking for Arteezy?
Yeah, it looks like.
I hope so.
They don't have a carry, and it's they're not going to be running some safe lane Beastmaster or something. It's got to be an Arteezy here. I think there's some questions around where the other heroes are going and who's playing them, but it's definitely Arteezy's hero.
Yeah, and then for IG, they could run offlane Alchemist, which we... much to your chagrin, we saw some success with yesterday.
Yeah. I like it with the Void Spirit. And as long as I think they get a carry that can benefit from the Ags as well. But
They ban out their Jug.
Yeah,
Monkey King was banned out.
Jug, Monkey are the two obvious ones usually for that.
Yeah.
Slark I've seen do okay, and you're against a lot of melee heroes. Maybe not the easiest lane against Beast, but Slark looks decent.
In IG's last series, they played Weaver and Phantom Lancer, and EG played Juggernaut, which was banned out, and Naga Siren. But that was against techies.
Yeah.
Bristle ban. And Ags Rush Bristle, is that something? Is that
I think
hard
it's
to deal
a
with?
safe lane Alchemist, and IG's looking for a JT hero according to EG.
And EG's probably banning also for what they're most afraid of. Like they played against that carry alch a lot and probably look at their draft and like, yeah, we don't actually have the best answers for a carry alchemist right now.
Yeah.
Some of JT's most used heroes are all banned out. Mars, Tidehunter taken, Alchemist taken, Timbersaw banned, DP banned. Who can JT play now? Who will you pick?
Mars is still available.
Oh, Mars is available? Excuse me.
Which is surprising, because he's usually in all the other Chinese series, Mars is like a first phase ban against a lot of these popular offlaners.
Mars looks decent, gives you team fight, good hero to lane with the Lion, but doesn't like wow me or impress me. But that's Mars in general. It always feels solid to have. I think IG should probably ban the Arteezy Ursa. It's very much a comfort pick, go-to. I think it's a hero that can scale and match up against a potential carry alch if that's what they're worried about. I'm just not seeing many good carry options here. Those kind of illusion carries don't feel as good against the Alchemist.
He's got Morphling.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Morph. That's a hero, like early on in the tournament was like banned all the time and then kind of has gone ignored more recently.
Could Arteezy go for a Medusa, maybe? Is that an option?
It is. I wonder if it's maybe a bit slow-paced against Alchemist, but he does like Medusa a lot.
If they think that Alchemist is going carry, then it wouldn't make sense to play a slower hero that will take a little bit more time to ramp up, right?
IG actually banned Razor. That's, not an Arteezy hero at all, but I think they're just looking at like what's good against our draft and our lanes and feel like EG may be going for a different playstyle, picking a more tempo carry. They've got all this team fight vision that they want to maybe fight around, so.
Yeah, I could go for PA on EG. That's could go pretty fast-paced, and if you have all these frontliners like Beastmaster and Tide and Puck, then you're not too worried.
Yeah, so the big meta carry still in the pool would probably be like the Troll. That's
Troll's banned.
Oh, it's banned. Okay, sorry.
I think it's pretty much just like Morphling, Wraith King, I guess, but I don't really think Wraith King fits into EG's.
I don't think you want Wraith King against Alch. You're just feeding skeletons. Like that Alch is usually picked up to counter the Wraith King. That's what we saw like VP do, for example.
Right. I'm on board with Morph.
Well, time to find out where Alch's going. It is an offlane Alch. Weaver being pulled Ag Scepter, not the greatest.
That's a support thing.
Yeah.
Not a core thing.
Unless it's like a offlane Weaver, but I don't think that's happening.
So if Alchemist is pulling Ags, the priority would be Void Spirit first, Lion second?
I think you just go for Void Spirit
and then
you build,
get Blink and
exactly.
Solar Crest and whatnot.
A Solar Crest would be quite valuable with a Weaver on your team.
Okay.
14 seconds left for EG to pick their last hero.
Yeah.
Is this going to be your Morphling? Terrorblade.
Well, they see Alch is not a carry, so they can go for more of that illusion carry. And TB, Arteezy was saying it, he's probably watching the group stage of wildcard, seeing all these TBs. It was like 100% win rate after like 3 or 4 days. It's lost a few since then. This is one of his signature heroes, perhaps the signature Arteezy hero in some ways.
Anything with an illusion.
Yeah. Very, in some ways, greedy draft from EG. I feel like usually they're picking for stronger lanes, and this time around they have a Tide Pengo support duo, although...
And they have a Tide Terrorblade lane also.
I mean, Gush plus Metamorph, you cannot fight into that.
That's true.
When Metamorph is on cooldown, yeah.
Yeah, and actually, with an offlane Alchemist, Alchemist does not have very high armor.
And I think the nice thing about the TB, one of the things where Alch is actually like really good in lane is just acid spray with the minus armor, and TB is one of those really high armor heroes that can just kind of sit in the acid spray, not care as much. It doesn't pressure you out of the lane as much, push you away from the creep waves. So,
well, gentlemen, we've seen the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you pick? Who is your prediction to win?
I see Abed Puck. I can't go against it. Like, I think EG have gone for some weird things. I think Crit and Ice are going to crash their lane. Even though it's two melee heroes, they just play so well together. And then we've got the Abed Puck, so EG for me.
Yeah, I'll go EG as well. I think that last pick, Terrorblade, for all the reasons you mentioned, is going to do quite well in lane. And it's usually the lane that I'm most worried about for Terrorblade, so I'm leaning EG.
Oh man, I want to contradict you both so badly, but at the same
Don't
time,
do it. Follow your heart.
At the same time, gods, you told me that I need to look out for this Abed Puck. Give me EG.
There you go.
Odie Pixel and Lacoste, what do you think?
Look at you guys. 3 people from NA going for NA team. It's a bit of a wonky draft, greedy, as you guys said, but I'm also still leaning a bit towards EG. I think their team fight is going to be a bit too much for IG to handle.
I've sort of got to lean the way of IG here, though, I think. I do like what we saw the other day being shown potentially with this offlane Alchemist. I think IG is going to be another team that's going to be able to utilize it really, really well. And sure, the Abed's Puck's going to be amazing, but I've got high hopes for the performances from the Void Spirit. I think we're going to see some great movements from IG's side.
Well, let's see how this game 1 plays out of EG versus IG, guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much. And without a doubt, it's going to be a very fun one to see. I mean, in particular, this support duo from EG, this Tide Pango. I mean, is it going to play out well? What are they going to be able to do with this?
All you have to do is survive through the laning stage. Like, just don't lose the lanes, and you will feel the power of these two supports. Because they have no abilities that can stop the Rolling Thunder. They don't have, like, anything good against the Tide. I mean, if it's going to be the first Ags given to Void Spirit, which it should. This is like the timing you're looking for from IG. You can be the one using those silences to control the Tide, control the Puck. Like, it's gonna be scary. I just don't want to see, what we've seen yesterday on the Storm Spirit. Ags given, he feeds 3 kills. Kind of forces you to play a bit more aggressive because you want to give something back. But Emo, I think his performance has been stable throughout the DPC league as well. So, should be good.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this sort of matchup between the two. Abed against Emo, both on incredibly aggressive heroes. See how things go in the lane. See who's able to make those first big moves. So looking at some of the side lane setups that we do have. It's down bottom, Arteezy on the Terrorblade, backed up by Fly. And it's mentioned on the panel, you are this incredibly high armor hero against the Acid Spray of JT. Do you think this is set up to be a pretty good lane for Arteezy to get some farming?
Tide position 5 is not, the strongest. He consumes a lot of mana. I believe it was the first time I've seen like position 5 Tide lately. It was this exact same matchup. Poppy played it into Lion, and you just get mana drain level 2. You drain all of his mana, then like you're pretty much useless as a position 5 Tide. They need to be able to survive through like Terrorblade's meta, and whenever meta is down, they can play more aggressive, that's for sure. Like, Alchemist's damage should not be underestimated. 1 extra point in Unstable Concoction on top of the Acid Spray. Like, yeah, people should die. Like, they should be able to go on a Tide Hunter. And, Terrorblade is not a hero that has high HP. Good standing in the Acid Spray, but still the right clicks and some spell damage, could do it.
Yeah, we'll see how much they are able to brush Arteezy. That metamorphosis is about to come to an end, so again, going to fall back into that riskier moment, having to play the lane as a melee hero. See up top, think we're going to have any difficulties for Fly on the safe lane Weaver, or should this be pretty much free farm against the Pango Beastmaster lane?
I'm playing into 2 melee heroes, should be okay. They can kill the board, they have high burst damage coming on from the Oracle, especially once Oracle hits that level 3. I want to see what the item build is going to be. Falcon Blade, okay, probably Falcon Blade into Maelstrom. Concoction. That doesn't deal too much damage because it's physical. And you can see Tide Hunter sitting at 60 mana, has 2 healing cells. It's just there, he exists in the lane, but that's pretty much it.
Yes. Right. I mean, I guess any sort of way of just taking the attention away from Arteezy. That's going to be Fly's aim as he'll walk in and out and against the 2 of IG on the bottom lane.
Abed doing really good on a mid lane. Like, I've seen this matchup so many times. Usually it's the Void Spirit who has a bit an early advantage early on. And then, you struggle against that coil. The leash mechanic.
Bottom lane Arteezy. He's going to get taken down. They catch him in the Acid Spray. Acid Spray and Concoction. And a little too low Arteezy. Not actually able to walk out in time and Fly wasn't quite by his side. Fly was making the pull. Arteezy just didn't get back far enough.
Tidehunter can't really help you. You can use the gush. That's pretty much it.
Top lane, Ice. He's trying to go for Fly here with the help of Crit. They get the disarm, but the nuke comes out for the Purifying Flames. They'll find the trade though. Crit will manage to bring down Fly in return.
Oh, those slows. 100 move speed. Yeah, problem is Weaver went for 1-1-1 build, which gives them a bit more kill potential, but then your Shikuchi is level 1, 12-second cooldown ability. You use it once aggressively. They have enough slows to just bring you down. Need to be a bit more careful.
At bottom, they're going for the setup again here. Stun into Hex, Acid Spray, maxed out Concoction here with a build-up. Arteezy's going to try and turn towards Kaka. Kaka's got the movement speed, he's into the trees. Again though, that's a lot of damage this combo onto Arteezy. Arteezy has to be cautious, as he once again sits very low. Does have a salve available. There's still got in fact 2 salves between the two of them on the lane. Once there's sort of an extra point in this combo between the two of IG, Kaka and JT, they do pose a serious threat to Arteezy in this lane, despite the high armor the Terrorblade has.
Meta, but the Earth Spike will connect. Fly, no HP, no mana. We'll try to get the pull off. No one's rotating mid. Like, usually we see multiple heroes rotating mid, going for the runes to secure the bottles refills for their mid laners. Not this time around. Everyone's just focusing on the lanes.
Yeah, a lot of action already coming out from both side lanes. As top, Ice, the one to be falling a little further behind than any of the other cores so far. As, we'll see. Another attempt here down bottom. Fly. He's going to step across to get the rune. He will manage to pick it up. JT and with a bit of extra help from Emo, they were able to punish him for that. There's another kill's picked up for IG.
$34 CS on Puck, 28 on Void Spirit. Will refill the bottle on a mid lane. Coil, they need 1 CS, then they're going to make the move.
Yeah, with the 3 of them, if they can get that coil, it depends how carefully Emo's going to play. Is he watching the levels on Arbed? That's the question. 6 has been here. Arbed, he's actually going to be the one to get jumped on. Yeah, Arbed will turn, drop the coil. Kaka's coming in from the side. As Emo falling low, he's still alive, pots the Fairy Fire, but it will finally go down. Hex out from Kaka onto Arbed. They'll get the trade, but EG, they find the 2. Double kill for Fly.
Now, they were so ready for this. Like, they brought in numbers straight away. Void Spirit, he was like, yeah, I'm going in. As soon as I get that level 6, there's also an Observer Ward, which was scouting things out. They saw the rotation. They also got the D Ward, Arcane Rune on the bottom. Puck will be out shortly. I think he's just going to wait there until Puck comes and refills. Like, just heals Fly, and that's going to be it. On the bottom lane, Arteezy, 25 CS, getting some levels. Level 4. Like, they need to get some pressure off Arteezy. Emo
is ready to dive this. It's Arteezy, yes, got to be very careful here. And he is hiding deep in the trees. TP back up, on its way over as Crip will join by the side of Arteezy, ready to try and push IG off the tower, allow Arteezy to continue farming down here. That's bottom, there's the jump. They're getting in, straight in onto Arteezy underneath the tower. He's gone. Nothing that Crit and Fly can do to stop that play as IG just dive in, take down Arteezy as Emo getting aggressive across the map.
Meanwhile, all that's happening, Oracle on the mid lane, collecting some XP. These are like very nice moves from IG. They're getting the most out of the map. Ice, getting closer to level 5. Not too leveled for this type of a game. Weaver, 6.5, almost level 7.
See bottom, Fly, trying to set things up with the gush and the anchor smash.
Minus 13 armor.
That's a lot. That's a lot for the setup of the physical. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, this time the Dream Coil will get them the kill. Arbed does still die. Oli able to step up and nuke him down. So, just like sort of the last time we had the coil being used, they are killing off Emo, but they're losing heroes in return for it. Bottom lane, trying to go onto JT, but he's hit the 6.
Top lane
nearly
also
gets him. But the Chemical Rage will keep him alive. I mean, is he going to want to go for this? No, he's not. He's going to hold back.
He already used the time lapse, so does not want to be too aggressive, get himself in a bad position. Ice picking it out.
It's a little hard to do something about it. Crit is going to head over with the Shikuchi fly. Fly is way out of there. See over towards the mid. Emo, they found the catch. Again, Kaka is in with the Hex Stun into the Remnant. A huge amount of lockdown against Arbed. If they find that opening between the two of them, they'll have the follow-up. Fly already making the moves over towards Crit. Crit, it's got to run. Can't risk being in range of Kaka's catch.
Ice just got level 6. Ollie is level 6.5 on a position 5 Oracle 8 minutes in. Like, he's having a dream game. This is what happens when everyone dies. He's the one taking the kills, getting the solo XP. Pretty much the dream game for Oracle.
That really is. These false promises coming out this early could cause issues for some of EG's moves, especially when you look towards Arbed. He's going to want to play aggressive. He's going to go for the solo smoke as he makes his way up towards the top lane, really wanting to use that Dream Coil to try and catch and kill Fly. See if they can set up on him. We've also got the Raw. So Coil, Raw, if they can get an initiation onto Fly, they should be able to get the job done. There's the jump. They get him, and with the DD, no trouble. Easily taken out, and now they can push onto the tower as well.
Yeah, it's just too much damage, but the rest of the team, they're connecting.
Let's see if Kaka and Emo can get the catch on the backlines. Got to be a little cautious. Ravage is still available for Fly.
Yeah, both supports level 6 pre-10 minute mark, which is insane.
This is a little too hard for IG to jump into. They're going to have to let EG take the tower. They don't want to try and commit into the Rolling Thunder and the Ravage. And especially with RTZ being around as well. Metamorphosis also available for the next fight if IG do try and take it to them. Let's Kaka. Get the bounty rune. We'll manage the TP out in time. Over to the mid. Emo popping the Remnant out to make sure that there won't be any chase from EG.
While all this was happening, Alchemist free farming, working towards that first Aghanim Scepter, which will be given to Void Spirit.
That's going to be a good timing on it. Again, Void Spirit, an early Ags on Emo is going to be highly disruptive, especially when you consider, Arbed is the puck. He wants to go for that Witchblade build. He isn't going to have any sort of items that will allow him to escape the silence. So he'll have to be incredibly cautious in the fights with Emo jumping in, having those 2 charges of Resonant Pulse. Mid lane, Arbed looking for the setup. They've got the follow-up. It's Crit. He's in with the Thunder. TP's coming in. Emo going to drop the Ravage. Just make sure that there's no chance for Emo to escape. They'll kill him out of the lane and give themselves the window to take down another Tier 1 tower here as EG putting on some good early pressure.
This is exactly how EG needs to play. Like, their lineup is super strong. Their team fight is much stronger than IG's, and now they popped the 2 ultis. I don't think Ravage was needed because Rolling Thunder would still connect, but better safe than sorry.
Yeah, maybe if anything, just in case there was going to be Ollie hiding in the trees with a false promise. Fly just making sure that he was able to cover the entirety of the area with the stun. Stop there from being any return fire from IG. IG with a smoke up, Kaka. It's got the finger good to go. See if we can find the setup. Crit in position really for any of these sort of movements, and as soon as he spots it, he's away with the swashbuckle. Kaka won't be able to catch it.
No, it's just unfair.
So EG, they know what's coming. They'll keep themselves out of harm's way. RTZ immediately back down towards the bottom. Start farming. He'll take himself a nice bit of free HP.
Thunder on the bottom lane. Yeah, that really showed him. Forced him out of the lane. I remember back in the days, that's something that you would do, Owen.
What do you mean?
Shadowblade, TB, Dagon Sunder?
No. It's Armlet TB.
Armlet TB?
You Armlet drain your HP right down, and then you walk in with a Shadowblade and boom. Easy MMR.
And what about Dagon? You need Dagon, right?
No, well, I mean, if you get the money for it, for some reason I don't ever seem to get to that point of the build. After the first 2 items, what kind of goes downhill? RTZ, of course. You're going for none of that this game. Yasha on its way out.
Yeah, I can't believe he's not going for that item build.
He just doesn't know. 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 He just doesn't know.
Tide maxing out the Gush.
Yep.
That's -7. You have 9 coming out from the Pangolier. Orb of Corrosion, and once Lucky Shot is maxed out, you can do the math if you want. Like the right click coming up from the Beastmaster. Yeah, almost 20, -20 armor. And also TB on top of that. Like the right clicks are gonna hurt a lot.
Absolutely. And just the fact that, whoa! Ice, ice, ice. He says, see ya. Holds Fly in place, and he's out of there. But at the same time, JT has been found. They're in onto him. TP's coming over, but they won't be able to save JT. Ollie not able to make it in time.
It's just unfair.
Aghanim Scepter done on Void Spirit. He still does not have like a defensive tool for himself, working towards that Yule Scepter, which is going to help quite a lot against the silences or just the duration during the coil if they don't lock him. He also has Ollie. We still have not seen a False Promise, even though Oracle was level 6, 8 minutes in.
There hasn't really been too many sort of full-on team fights after really that point. EG getting away with taking these towers, IG opting not to return the aggression. Fly still wants to really get that Maelstrom done before he gets stuck into any action. At this point, doesn't offer too much sort of incredible damage output, which is going to be needed, especially against heroes like Arteezy and even sort of Arbed, who's going to be in your face, dropping the Dream Coil, and the threat of the ultimates of EG is very much real for IG. They've got to be prepared to deal with these big team fight ults that EG are packing.
EG is ready to take a fight. SNY will be done on TB in the next minute. They will have Roar up, they will have Necro 3, Witchblade done on Puck, so EG will want to take a fight. Like, they have so much stronger team fight. Yeah, this looks so silly, you know. An Alchemist game, 10,000 net worth, Void Spirit, 15 minutes in. The second most farmed hero, 6.5k.
I mean, yeah, you would feel, as much as EG want to get something done, you would feel that with that sort of big boost to Emo's farm, that IG do want to try and utilize the fact that they...
For sure. They still want to contest. They feel,
position.
We have abilities to control, like we have a Hex, we have this Void Spirit with the Aghanim Scepter, the 2 charges on the Silence. They also just finished the Maelstrom, so that's going to be the damage item that they need.
Here we go, IG. And we're going to have a smoke come out from them. Now, Ollie has got one. If they want to try and set up for something around the mid, maybe just trying to bait a little bit with Emo on the front. Arbed is not falling for it, though. He's not committing with the Dream Coil. He's keeping his cool. Does have an Arcane Rune ready for the next fight. Arbed.
This is a type of a game where Alchemist just gets one Aghanim Scepter. Like, Weaver doesn't really benefit that much from the item. Lowering the cooldown. It's still potentially good, but I don't think he will want to get it. Most likely just wants to get some other items, tank up a bit, get some extra armor, because they have a lot of minus armor.
He's going to jump in, he's going to get coiled. The finger comes down to Ice, it's not enough damage. Fly walks in for the side, drops the Ravage down. They've taken down Kaka, they'll be able to find Ollie as well. Roar from Ice, comes down to Emo. The Rolling Thunder from Crit continues to control Fly. He's got to back off now with the Shikuchi. Emo's getting low, jump over to the side.
Arteezy's coming.
Looking towards Crit, but Crit, he is still alive. The concoction being brewed up by JT, throws it down onto Crit. Crit finally falls. Time lapse from Fly. He's got to get out now. With Arteezy turning up, they've got the damage. Fly's got to run. As EG, they'll find 3, and they'll only lose the 2 themselves.
Team fight is just too strong. They don't have the answer for the Ravage. They do not have a single ability that can stop the Rolling Thunder. You can see Crit just rolling, getting multiple hero stunned. It was also a fight with Puck that had Arcane Rune, so it's like if you don't focus him down, JT, they're gonna find him. Blink. Have no abilities to stop the TP with. Like in that fight, Arteezy dealt like couple of right clicks. That was pretty much it. So it was 4 versus 5. Yeah, you can see the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah,
that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 connections of Rolling Thunder. Then the Swashbuckle on 2, plus the Disarm.
Yeah, Crit just getting a beautiful line throughout the center of that team fight.
Even without Ravage, even without their Rolling Thunder's back online. They're still gonna go inside the pit. Minus armor on Roche.
Okay.
Arteezy just trying to buy some space, buy some time with the TB illusion, but seems like IG is aware of that.
He could try and go for a steal. It's falling low. Is he going to try and go in with the jump? He jumps forward, but it's already been taken. As EG, they get the kill. They get the Aegis onto Arteezy. Concoction out onto Crit. JT heading in, but Crit's able to get out of the side with the swashbuckle with the Rolling Thunder. Crit's out. In fact, he's ready to turn back over towards Emo. Ice sets up with the Roar. Yule Scepter buys him up in time, but the silence is there from Arbed. As soon as he comes back down, Emo's taken out, and Dream calls back up. As Arbed, he gets the lockdown onto Fly,
Easy,
onto
still
Kaka.
alive.
Kaka's getting low. Crit and Fly focusing down the line. They beat out Kaka. Fly and JT, they've got to run. The last two left alive as JT's Chemical Rage comes to an end. He's getting slowed down. EG, they'll chase him out, take him down as well. As EG, they take down 4, they get Roche, and they get that Aegis on Arteezy. Of course, does get taken away, but still overall a huge team fight for EG.
That was such a big W for EG there. Once again, Crit, he survives, manages to control the Void Spirit, even with the Yule Scepter, even with all that tankiness coming off from the Aghanim Scepter, he still dies. Abed doing a very good job just controlling him. That's why this matchup, in the laning stage should be Void Spirit favored, but that coil, it comes online, you just want to ruin his lane. Kaka has a Blink Dagger.
EG's lineup just being able to execute and have so much more potency in these team fight situations. It's a lot harder for IG to make the moves, and the gold does stand, less than 1k difference in it. There's definitely much more of a lead that EG really do have. That number sort of messed with by the fact that there's an Alchemist on IG's side. It's 14-9, and with the way that EG's got through the early stages with their sort of the support duo, with this 5 tied, EG, they've absolutely gotten away with it, and the onus really is on IG to try and do something in return, as EG, they're playing with the advantage right now.
They're also ready on the bottom. Crit has a Blink Dagger. Silence.
Oh. They jump in onto Crit. They've got the burst onto Arbed. Can they take him all the way down? They can. So if they can go for Crit as well. It's Crit. And he's going to have to deal with a full 5 of them. And they'll get him. Emo sets up for the 2. IG coming in full force. Diving behind that tier 2 to take down the both of them.
Yeah, they kind of knew where they are. They also have placed Observer Ward behind the tower. So those Blink Daggers when they try to jump out. But there's some damage being dealt to tier 3 tower. Beastmaster did not want to commit with his Necro units.
Let's see where they want to head to next, EG. Arteezy starting to bring in the mid lane with the illusions. Also continue to push at the high ground as well. As IG, keeping their entire squad down on the bottom lane. Now TPs start to come back. As Kaka is ready for the jump. If Arteezy steps up yet again, but Arteezy playing safe, steps back to the safety of Fly and Crit. They'll begin to smoke up, make the movement around towards the mid, and see if they can maybe find a setup. All ultimates ready to go again from EG. IG's got to be careful how they step forward here. As Crit, he's ready to roll things up. Rolling Thunder, blinks in, closing the gap onto Emo. Ice has got the follow-up Roar. It's another quick kill, quick pick-off for EG, as Emo not quite ready for EG to be there, smoked up in position.
Crit is just having an extremely good game on the Pangle here.
Yeah, this Blink Dagger timing and the plays that he's been able to make, the plays that he was making before the Blink. Now that Blink's there, as we're seeing, just another thing that IG have got to be completely prepared for. There's no longer really a game where they can afford to send any of their cores out to push alone. Backup's always got to be there. Ollie's positioning, so important. He has to make sure he's there, standing behind the tower when his cores try and push out like that.
Ollie had a really good early game, got good levels, but doesn't feel like his influence in this game has been high. Blink Dagger on position 5 tied. Philosopher's Stone really helping out.
I mean, the sort of the double blinks, the Arbed puck, is going to make the game rather difficult for IG's backliners to find the perfect position. Both Ollie and Kaka will be jumped upon by one of these 3 heroes. Now, IG, they've got to be the team to get the jump if they want to get away with a solid team fight win, and they're going to attempt for it here as they smoke up themselves, see what they can do. But again, all ultimates are available for EG. EG
Kaka
will take
needs
a
to
team
be careful.
Kaka, he's going to try and initiate onto Fly. See if they can burst him already, though. Crit's coming from the side. They've dropped the Dream Coil down onto Emo. Emo buys a bit of time with the self-fuels Fly, trying to get the Ravage off. Concoction puts it to a stop, but now Fly now gets the Ravage through. The BKB's out on Fly, but he's been roared. ISO speeding into him. Fly turns towards Fly, will take down the Tide. False promise. Keeps Emo healthy as Emo continues to try and move on. Arteezy, he's dealing with JT on the backlines. Arteezy's illusions take down Ollie. Arteezy's going to be able to continue to run down JT as JT can't escape this. Arteezy's going to slowly beat him down, takes the triple kill, back over in the triangle. Emo, he's got to run. It's just down to him and Fly's had to get out of there on incredibly minimal HP. Emo tries to escape. He will get out. Fly, he won't though. Arbed chases him down, finds him on the attempted escape as again, EG, they'll have no trouble taking the team fight win.
Arteezy's so good, he gets a triple kill in a melee form with the Terrorblade. Like, he just runs at them. The slow coming out from Reflection plus the Scotty is just too high. They can't run away. Also, one problem with IG's lineup right now is they don't have the frontliner. Like, they don't have anyone who can stand in the front line and just to soak up some damage. But then again, there's a lot of issues right now for IG as well, because they have nothing to control the Tide with. He pretty much always going to be able to get the Ravage off. They could potentially, you know, lock him down with the Hex, with the Finger, the double silence and everything. It's a 5 Tide, isn't that very tanky. But then again, you have nothing against the Pangolier. Every single time there is a team fight, Rolling Thunder, full duration, and he's getting closer to that level 15, extra 3 seconds. It's one of the best talents in the game for sure.
Well, we'll see this again here at the end of it all. Emo able to TP out on the high ground. They couldn't find him, but they find everybody else. Arbed, of course, instantly the mass tips coming out to Flies. I think he assumed he was rather safe as he'd been able to break quite far away from the rest of the action. And Arbed just persistent with the chase.
I was wondering why they, you know, were tipping Weaver, because there had to be something funny happening, and the Swarm actually killed the Necrobook. So, yeah, that's how you die sometimes.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate way to go. Indeed, I was giving Arbed all the credit. Well, no, it's Ice that you got to thank for that. "25 minutes in, Bounty Runes, IG. He's able to find themselves a couple, and still, the net worth held very close. Team fights are rough, though. As the Deso is done on Emo, but as we're seeing, it's got to be so prepared for getting jumped on. A lot of stuns, and the lack of any sort of BKB on the Void Spirit could continue to make these fights rather difficult for him if Ollie's not able to get him with the saves.
Alchemist still wants to buy a second Aghanim Scepter. Like, I just don't think, like, Weaver is that hero. Like, Scepter cooldown is 20 seconds, Kaka getting caught once again. All right, Owen, what do you think? AoE Finger for Lion?
I mean, I'm hoping for the Lion.
Possibly. Like, Oracle's Aghanim Scepter is also a good upgrade.
It's going to go Weaver, I think, right? Extra stats for Fly, if anything. Yeah. It goes to the Weaver, but we all would have loved to see the Ags Lion come into play. As JT's going to try and start the defense here, but Arteezy, Eagle Song, Skadi, SNY, he's a big boy. And there's not a lot they can do to push him back. Tier 3 gets taken down. The Rax as well falling here to the damage of the illusions. Crit, he's ready to come in. Fly's got to put the BKB. The silence on to Arteezy. That's going to be able to catch him and keep him in position. As the rest of them, they're out of there.
It's one of those decisions, like, we want to kill the barracks, but can we go in? We just use the Rolling Thunder. Arteezy, let's see if he tries to put in some damage on the melee barracks.
So we can
Couple of right clicks, we'll finish it off.
They come in with a jump, but it's not nearly enough burst to take down straight away. Fly is in with the counter.
Sunder
jumps in with the Ravage. Arteezy's able to live. Sunder's Arbed, keeps himself healthy. IG, they can't burst through him.
Yeah, it seems like they were not on the same page. Like, they needed a bit of extra damage to be able to burst down the TB. He's like super tanky with the SNY. The status assistant kicks in, plus Eye of Scotty on top of that. They get the barracks. Arteezy, he's like, I'm just gonna sunder whoever. Like, I'm gonna sunder whoever has any kind of HP. Don't care if you die. I just want to save myself. In the end, it works out. Next Roche will respawn in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Like, EG should be able to take another fight then. Ravage will be online.
Oh, these fights are just... I mean, when did this kind of get easier for IG's lineup? It
just doesn't.
It doesn't. Yeah, at this stage, EG with their execution and their lineup, it's a very, very tough game for IG.
Dire are scanning.
As there it is as well, that lovely little item for Arbed. Gets himself the headband.
It's a good one. You know, the cast range, the ability to break the coil is always going to be good. He also has an Eon disc, which he didn't assemble yet, but in a team fight, I think you always going to have enough time to actually do it, because you have almost 2000 HP. 20 seconds until Roshan. IG, they know something is up. They need to take a fight. Like, they would want to take a fight before the Ravage is up, but not sure they can find any openings. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Barracks gone. TB Illusions will take care of that.
IG. And their best bet may just have to be to wait for the high ground defense. Anytime out on the map, EG with multiple ways to jump them. IG know it. Staying right back emo, indeed queuing up the BKB, he needs it. These fights are impossible for him to show his face in. I've got the Bloodthorn done on Fly, so if they can focus down a target, it will have a serious amount of damage. Will it be enough though? EG's heroes, so incredibly tanky right now.
For a moment, I saw Arteezy queuing up Yule's Scepter. I was like, what's going on?
I saw that. I was like, okay, is that the big brain play against the Bloodthorn? I mean, but no, he's back to queuing up a BKB.
Is under attack.
IG holding the high ground. JT, so much value from the Trusty Shovel. Whenever you have Alchemist in the team, you pick up that Bounty Rune.
Oh, yeah.
Extra value coming from it. They know. EG is pinging it out.
RG, they're going to try for the jump. JT. So not to Arteezy, over to the side though. The Dream Core is down. Chris having to come in with the Rolling Thunder. Ollie's, he's getting taken out low. Fly with a follow Ravage. Ollie's gone. Karka's gone as well. The Rolling Thunder continues to lock down Emo's. Emo's dead out of the game. They're going to call it. It's GG as EG with a fantastic start to the day here. This game one. They come in with some fun stuff. The 5 Tide, the 4 Pango. And it looks brilliant. IG, they just didn't know what to do.
EG managed to survive through the laning stage without too many casualties, and suddenly you have 3 offlaners. Like, you have so much team fight that they don't have the response for the Tidehunter, and every single time I see Pangolier having the free game in terms of, like, he can't be locked down during the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, I feel like he just wins every single time.
Especially when it's someone like Crit, you know, one of the best Pangos in the world. It just feels like you don't stand a chance. You know, IG this game, just there was pretty much nothing they could do after a certain point. It was very hard to sort of see how on earth they would ever really be able to play that game out. EG just fully in the comfort zone.
Yeah, EG looked very solid. Seems like they had a good breakfast. They were really prepared for this one. And Alchemist, once again, you know, losing. Like, this hero has below 30% win rate.
Yeah, might be a good idea to start trying something else, especially if you're playing against an EG looking as well-oiled as they are here in Game 1. Evil Geniuses, a fantastic start to the day here as they'll start this best of 3, a game up against IG.
Thank you very much, Lacoste and OD Pixel. EG did, in fact, have a great breakfast this morning, and their special treat, the win in Game 1. While we were in the green room watching the game, there were a lot of laughs to be had. Tell me about those.
It was a crazy game of team fights. I think there was a very funny moment where poor Weaver sends his little beetles out. You know, little team fights going on.
Yeah.
One little bug latches onto a good old Necro book.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, just no big deal. Fight's unraveling. He's running away. IG loses the fight. Little Necro book.
Still getting nibbled away.
That little beetle's hungry. It's eating that Necro book, and unfortunately, that Necrobook gets its revenge on poor Weaver.
Summons the last will. And then the other moment was when Arteezy was getting kind of low in that top racks fight, and was definitely just pressing R and left clicking on anyone available. Abed happens to be the target, gets sundered. Nothing bad happens from it because at that point EG were already so far ahead.
I feel like I've seen him in that situation just always sundering Fly, and I was like, when he sundered Abed, I was like, whoa, that's the puck.
Unless he feels like, yo, you're gonna combine that Aeon disc, right? I'm gonna sunder you. Life's good. Ultimately, my biggest issue with IG is that it's not so much the offlane Alchemist, because we already saw that kind of be proven to be successful earlier. But it's just that he only had one scepter to give. Yeah. Literally every other scepter was trash. So you couldn't even justify it on a support. He was able to give it to the Void Spirit. Great power spike. And then at that point, you just have an offlaner with a projectile stun.
And late game, he actually pulled Weaver and Axe for that last fight, but it's like, what does that do? You already have an Oracle. You already have that save. It's a carry. It didn't make the Weaver any stronger. And yeah, like you say, it's just some projectile stun kind of offlaner who had all this, ended up just with a, Blinks, didn't even have a Solar Crest, just had the medallion.
Yeah, exactly. This was the Sunder. He's very low. Click someone. Abed's like, oh god, I gotta get out of here now.
This is one of those games where I feel like that's him sundering Abed right there for sure. One of those games which I think the goal difference was very deceptive, because this was a convincing win for EG.
You know what they say about Alchemist games.
Sure. Yeah, you gotta be ahead.
Game.
Yeah, it's an Alchemist game. If you're not like really far ahead, I mean that was more the carry up. I think offline probably similar, but for most of the game, IG kind of had at least a small gold lead until EG won a few fights, and then even then, EG had like a 2k gold lead. I feel EG were just smooth sailing the entire game.
Yeah, and I was kind of a little bit worried in the laning phase, because I was with you. I was just like, oh, Acid Spray's not going to be that big of a deal for a Terrorblade. He's got high armor.
Oh, yeah.
But then I kind of forgot that, like, Tidehunter doesn't really do very much in the lane as a 5 position. And so Terrorblade was taking a fair amount of abuse early on. But then Alchemist was like, all right, time for me to go jungle. Yep. And Terrorblade was like, all right, time for me to go jungle also. And a Void Spirit Aghanim Scepter just was not as big of a deal as you would hope for when you pick an offlane Alchemist.
And even when he gets it, he kind of had to keep farming. He didn't have his Yules. It was still like a good 1,000 gold away from Yules, so it wasn't like this okay, we're going to go make plays happen off of this. So, I don't know. It didn't really come together around that, the Alchemist, as far as the strategy goes.
So, you mentioned earlier that the Alchemist pulled in Aghanims for Weaver. Do you think that would have, because it's such an expensive item, what could he have done with that money?
I think maybe he would have been slightly better off either upgrading his Solar Crest, getting a Lotus Orb maybe.
I mean, the critique that you and I pretty consistently have is like, you don't need to make the Aghanim Scepter the first item that you complete.
Yeah.
Get a useful item. Like you said, the Void Spirit didn't even have his Yules ready. These mids and carries who get the first Ags from Alchemist at like 10 minutes, they're not ready to do anything with it.
I think the problem is that here there is no, you say useful items, I don't know what is the useful item. I think the only option is you go a carry build as an offlaner.
With like a Radiance.
Yeah, but like you go Radiance, Battle Fury, and be like another carry. But
I'm trying to think.
I don't know.
I feel like if he had gotten a dagger, then him and Lion could go around making plays. Because you're against a Puck, you're against a Terrorblade. These are heroes that would be kind of vulnerable with early Blink initiation. But that's just not the dynamic that the Chinese teams want to play the offlane Alcon, it seems.
Yep. On the EG side, there were a lot of fantastic players, but our MVP for this match will be Abed on the puck. So, sorry Arteezy, that Sunder was great, but unfortunately, Abed's puck really was truly a sight to behold.
That just made Abed's puck even a more compelling case.
Yeah, take that Sunder. I think, maybe create another big strong case for him. His Pango was absolutely flawless in those team fights. Yeah. I think both him and Abed really the kind of dynamic duo here. But my MVP, I'm going to disagree with production, Bulba. The draft.
Yeah,
the man who never gets praised. Unfortunately, we can't give coaches MVPs.
Although Heen had a little shout out in the beginning of the intro for Team Secret. Whenever I saw that, I was just like, wait, Zai's still on this team, right?
I don't think any other team had their coach in the
intro. Yeah, so can we get production to get a media day for Bulba, please?
Yes.
They said that they would have put up an MVP card for him, but unfortunately they don't have one prepared.
Yeah.
So
zero kills, 0 1 plays. Yeah, 0 down the stats.
But five amazing drafts.
5 heroes picked.
Well, that was a fantastic game, and we are able to have these fantastic games thanks to our sponsors such as JBL. Gear up your gaming experience with the all-new JBL Quantum Series gaming headsets and PC speakers. You can find out more on jbl.com or follow at JBL_SG on Instagram. We will be back with Game 2 of Evil Geniuses and Invictus Gaming right after this break.
everything. Life is a game, I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Welcome back to the One Esports Singapore Major Game 2 of Evil Geniuses versus Invictus Gaming. EG took that first game quite strongly. What do you think IG will do to adapt to this?
Perhaps addressing that big kind of team fight plus Arteezy carry approach that EG are taking. I don't know. Maybe they need some team fight of their own. They need some way to apply more pressure to EG. We talked about IG need to be the aggressors, the one controlling the tempo. It didn't really feel like they did that by picking an Alchemist.
Probably because they didn't want to for game one, I guess.
Yeah.
I think you can target Pango now higher. It's ice, and crit now that you need to be concerned about. So
they banned a lot of crits heroes.
They banned a lot of crits heroes. I think
But
Earth Spirit is still definitely something that you have to ban. Second phase, what were they targeting primarily?
Crit.
They banned crit
Tusk.
heroes again.
Yeah, you're right.
What was the other? They banned another crit hero. It was Tusk and something.
And
And then they banned the fly hero.
They banned... I don't remember now.
Yeah.
But crit. Okay.
DP. They also banned DP first.
First phase,
DP
yeah.
was first.
Yeah, I'm fine with all those. Man, I don't really know. Just don't do an Alchemist strat. You don't have to. I mean, I'm not discouraged by it. I think team still, you can run it. Even though Alchemist has a low win rate, I think the hero's still strong because even though we're not seeing it flexed, it does have flex potential between the carry and the offlane. I was convinced in that one game with the Juggernaut and who was Storm Spirit, the Juggernaut Storm Spirit, the mid carries who got pulled Aghanim Scepter from their offlane Alchemist.
Yep.
I think if you want to run offlane Alch, you need to have at least 2 cores who can take advantage of it.
I agree. Oh, absolutely. I think their last pick carry had to be something else, or they just need to run that carry out because Carryox looked okay when I've seen it come up. If anything, I mean, Lacoste mentioned 30% win rate. I feel like more often than not it's been losing more as an offlaner, but perhaps it's just been losing a lot in general. Like, we have that one game from yesterday where it did really well, pulling both Ags to the Jug as well as the Storm. Yeah, but overall, Alk has been underwhelming.
On the EG side, though, one of the things that both of you mentioned in the green room is that EG needs to ban out that Oracle. That Oracle was giving them massive problems in the middle lane and the bottom lane.
Yeah, when they were losing the lanes early on, things looked like they could quickly unravel, and I thought the main reason was the Oracle.
Mm-hmm.
The damage output turned around multiple plays in the mid lane where Void Spirit did die, but then Abed died as well. It also gave Weaver an amazing lane where Weaver was level 7 against a level 5 Ice Beastmaster. It prevented Crit's Pengo from properly pulling the weight behind the tower. The creep wave went into... He basically had to go and save himself, and he pulled into the tower rather than behind it. So he put a lot of pressure on them, but at the same time, EG got the win, so maybe they're thinking they can deal with Oracle.
Yeah, and it seems to be consistently first phase picked for IG, and so if you already know half of the support duo, then one of the things that I think EG took advantage of is, there's a lot of burst damage from the Oracle. It's not that much crowd control, though. You don't have a reliable stun or anything, and so you can get away with stuff like Puck. Even though you may take more damage, you'll still be very, very maneuverable.
I like it. We see Bulba in the drafting seat, taking over.
Get that, man.
Arteezy, you and your fluffy hat. Get out of there.
Oh, that's what it is. A fluffy hat, of course.
Yeah. It is now.
Taking a page out of Mind Control's book.
Yeah.
How much preparation do you think the team can do between matches? Because we take a short break and then they just hop right back into it. Yeah,
but they've stayed... between matches, not so much, but before the tournament, I guess you are pretty confident if you're going to stay in upper bracket, you're probably going to have to play either IG eventually or Secret eventually, unless if all these lower group stage teams just dethroned all of the upper bracket teams. But you only have to prepare for like 4 or 5 different opponents, guaranteed. I guess all the ones that are the top of their own DPC region.
And these teams had the day off yesterday too, so they had all yesterday to kind of get ready for this specific series. So we'll see what IG's plan B is. I would be definitely surprised to see another Alchemist return. I think they're the ones who may change some of their bans more than EG. The Puck, of course, being perhaps one of the big ones, either snagging it themselves or just not giving it to Abed. The Game 1 MVP, I mean, when Abed just does things on this hero that you just don't see other Puck players do.
Do you think they would steal the Puck? Is Puck an emo hero?
Yeah, I think he plays. It's not like maybe his signature pick by any means, but he plays a very good Puck. So
yeah, it's just I don't think they would first pick. I don't think they would rate it first pick as highly as EG does.
Yeah.
So if they do want to steal it, it is kind of compromising whatever they would usually do as a first pick, which maybe the Oracle. They keep picking Oracle first every single time they get the opportunity. So
on the IG side, they banned Earth Spirit and Death Prophet.
Yeah, same.
EG sticking with the IO ban.
I think that's EG. You know, Arteezy hasn't been practicing his IO, so probably not going to see.
What a shame.
Again, it's one of those unfortunate things for teams who don't play the carry IO. You just got to ban it every game out of fear that your opponents pull it out. So,
does IG frequently play on Radiant side? Is that like their preferred side of choice? I do believe both of their games in the last series were on Radiant side. EG played on both.
I don't know. I know most teams prefer Radiant. Liquid's kind of like always that exception we bring up, but I imagine most teams are happy to play on both, but prefer Radiant slightly. I know EG's a big favorite, like heavily favorite towards Radiant. So there's a good chance IG took Radiant away from EG here, I would say. And then EG maybe wanted to opt for a second pick, having that last pick of the draft. We saw them use it very effectively last game. So once again, they're the ones who can use that last pick, and looks like they're probably just going to go for Abed's puck again, if anything. But IG immediately have a 4 position with at least a soft answer. They have that Hex hero.
Yeah, this is a good change of pace for IG. And Shaman probably... I'm mainly just seeing China pick it up. Even now that I'm thinking about the rest of the lower bracket, it's mainly just China that's making this hero look really, really good. And yeah, they do end up going for Abed's puck in spite of that.
I mean, this is EG. They often will just... They're very different to Secret. You heard Puppy talk about like how he wants to mix up the drafts from game to game, throw your opponents off. EG is kind of the opposite. They're like, if something's working, we'll just keep doing it until it doesn't work. So we may see another puck Beastmaster opening, unless they decide they need to pick Pengu here, because that's a hero that I feel like if they don't pick, it may get banned. And there's the
IG taking
change.
Mars.
Yeah.
I like that because I think EG could have gone Nature's Prophet once you see the Shaman, and would have been a little bit difficult for a Shaman to deal with, so Mars kind of covers that.
We've seen a lot of Mars bans throughout the tournament. Why is Mars left open? I don't even think Mars was banned last game either.
Yeah, we were mentioning at the end of the draft we were looking for a JT hero, and Mars was still left in. It lost a lot of the luster. I think people kind of got a little bit too one-track minded about the Phoenix Mars duo, and they kept like first phasing it over and over again, and we kept just seeing spell immunity being a great answer to that combination. But then Mars kind of became caught in the crossfire because I think Phoenix was... People were like, oh, then Phoenix is the good part of this combo. It's not Mars that's the good part of this combo. I think Mars is still immensely strong. Also takes a lot of ranged carries off the list for Evil Geniuses, so Terrorblade you probably won't see. Medusa you probably won't see.
Ooh, EG, the curveball they throw, they want to secure crits here before they all get banned. It was the last game. There was like Tusk and one other crit hero that got banned out. We can't remember, but Tusk tag team is just a broken spell. Let's call it what it is.
Agreed.
I think it was Shadow Shaman that was banned last game, right?
No, I don't think it was one of those melee roaming heroes. It wasn't Nyx. I remember saying there was Nyx. Yeah, Neil, get up. I got the case. I believe.
Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit was first phase.
phase.
Who's the other roaming for that we're not remembering?
You are recognizing all of Crit's heroes, though, Sumi. I do appreciate that.
I'm just surprised we're drawing blanks on roaming 4.
IG banning out Terrorblade. Is that something that is...
Yeah, that's actually very weird. I thought that Mars would instantly discourage a Terrorblade pick. Okay, so IG banned out Tiny. Tusk and Enchantress.
Tiny.
And EG, their second phase was Timbersaw ban, Troll ban, and Monkey ban.
Okay.
Evil Geniuses banning out Troll Warlord from IG.
I think just knowing, I mean, again, you've got such little data on IG, but they know coming from the China region, Troll has been the preferred carry. Monkey King's still in the pool. I always have to mention Monkey. Just it's crazy good win rate, very flexible. Can be that you pick it early, flex between mid and safe lane. Doesn't really have many bad matchups.
Nope.
Or at least no terrible matchups, and kind of prevents your opponents from playing certain offlaners. Although one of the heroes we could see again, you mentioned the Pengu. Very good in Crit's hand, but also very good in Ice's hand.
Pengu, I think Beastmaster would also be okay against a Monkey King, a potential Monkey King.
If EG doesn't pick Alchemist, which is one of RTZ's most picked heroes, would that leave Wraith King for Fly, maybe?
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yep. I think EG's Alchemist love was mainly in the North American DPC.
Yeah,
I would be surprised if they go back to it after seeing the failures of Alchemist throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and it was never like a hero, I think, signature pick for Arteezy. I think he would rather play like the TBs, the Jugs.
Bulba doesn't care what you'd rather play. Bulba wants what Bulba wants.
Sure. Yep.
With Monkey King banned out by EG, that doesn't leave a lot of heroes for Fly, right?
Yeah, there's the Wraith King you mentioned, although I think that hero's kind of fallen off. Jug is still in the pool. I was surprised why they didn't Morphling was completely ignored in the previous draft. I think that hero is still really good.
And right now these lanes look pretty flexible still. I mean, if EG gets puck, that's pretty much an Abed mid puck, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
What are the odds they would possibly send it somewhere else, especially with Tusk?
Support puck, no. Offlane puck, 2% chance.
So unlike some of the other drafts we've had throughout the tournament, this is looking pretty straightforward
So far. I know you're very skeptical. You're like, I know where these heroes are going. Something's not right here. I'm used to not knowing what's going on here because in upper bracket, it's usually very confusing. The first phase is like, these heroes could be going anywhere. Death Prophet could be played in all 5 different positions.
Yesterday we had a series where they had picked all 5 of the of their heroes, and we're like, we don't know where they're
all
going.
These like Abaddons, and we're just like, Secret has thrown a wrench in the plans. We're like, I guess it could be Carry Abaddon.
Oh, I like the TA ban. That's just like, it feels like when IG want to win, sometimes like, let's just pick Emo TA. Yeah, you know you're playing into the puck, so you've got a decent matchup mid. But I think that's a very clever ban because that's what IG went to in that Game 3 decider.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
Just force them onto something more standard that you play against more often. The EG aren't playing against probably TA very much.
Mm-hmm.
Without the ban of Timbersaw, do you see IG maybe picking that up for JT?
I don't think they can because of Mars. They'd have to put Mars either mid or in a support role, and I think Mars has always been JT's hero, so probably not. It would definitely catch EG by surprise, and I think playing Timbersaw into this pick, EG just picked Witch Doctor, very good against these tanky strength offlaners with the Maledict.
Mm-hmm.
Fly really loves his Witch Doctor, and this is 2 very high damage output supports with Tusk plus Witch Doctor.
Yeah, but it seems like just pure comfort though, because Witch Doctor, I haven't seen any Witch Doctor this tournament. May have been picked here and there, but like these North American supports, like LOA was picking Warlock.
Witch Doctor has been picked 3 times so far with no wins.
Oof.
Yeah, but have EG picked it yet?
Alliance picked them 2 times though.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And,
Alliance.
the other pick was T1. So Alliance and T1.
Can we rule out wildcard stats at this point of the tournament?
Yeah.
Because I was you were ruining my core or the support IO 0% win rate because Alliance won a support IO game.
That was group stage, It was group stage.
Fine, that's true. Actually,
if you don't include group stage, we haven't got.
We've got no data to work off.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the one other hero I thought Fly might have considered was the Enchantress that was banned last game. If you're looking just for a pure lane secure,
that's true.
I guess EG look at Witch Doctor as just providing a bit more. I think come mid game, just with how powerful Maledict is, and it's actually EG who go Timbersaw here. So Ice special. I mean, they see the IG side. There's not much magic damage right now. Oracle kind of does okay at some of the early levels, but not really.
So is that what IG is going to be looking for now? Now that they see Timbersaw, they have to maybe shift their strategy a little bit more for that magic damage?
Yeah, you want like a heavy magic damage mid laner, and you probably want to carry that can address the Timber. Morphling, there's heavy magic damage if you go for the E-Blade build, and in lane can do decent.
Great with Oracle also.
Yep. And this is the carry you were kind of calling for. You're wondering where it was last game, and just in general, it's been kind of absent from the playoffs.
Now that we have 4 heroes picked on each side, we have 2 bans left for each side as well. Who is the last hero that you're looking for both sides?
EG's looking for an Arteezy hero. I'm trying to think if there's any carry matchups that Morphling really doesn't want to have to deal with.
Well, PL's one, which is immediately banned.
Yeah. Terrorblade is already banned. Naga, I don't think would be too big of a concern for IG.
So you guys are mentioning all of these illusion heroes. Can you explain why that would prove a problem?
So if Morphling does go the E-Blade build, it's very, very single target oriented. The shotgun, which it's more like a sniper rifle kind of, because you're only taking shotguns, spread damage.
You're getting nice and close, though. I think that's why,
true. Yeah. So it's very single target focused, and if you have to kill multiple targets, you can't build a Battle Fury on a Morphling. Yeah. You can't build a Maelstrom on a Morphling. You have no way of clearing multiple targets. You're just laser focused on one.
Does that... So for EG, can they pick up Juggernaut?
They definitely can. I quite like how Jug looked. It's not like a counter to Morphling or anything, but it's just like that solid carry that's you're not going to feel bad having, decent enough in lane.
Get out of the arena easily.
Yeah, I think Jug is like the safe pick if EG want to go for something safe. If they want to go for something a bit more, of their own Arteezy style, their own flair, they might pull out like an Ursa here. I think Ursa does pretty well against the Morph, and Jug actually gets Bansumi, so it was a good call.
Good night, sweet Juggernaut.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, they could go for the Arteezy Ursa. There's not a whole lot of carries left at this point for either team. I guess IG looking for a mid laner now, but they haven't really got that answer to the puck just yet. I wonder if they will just stick to the Void Spirit, perhaps?
Or any of the other spirits. I think
Storm Spirit?
Storm or Ember, I think, would be okay for IG. Or if IG are looking for maybe a potential morph target, if IG want to get an Aghanim Scepter on them morph, but I don't really think there's anything worthwhile.
EG chose to ban Viper, and we've seen a few Vipers. Can you explain to me why they banned it for this particular game?
It's protecting Timbersaw.
Yeah.
Want to make sure that there's no cheap way to break through what should be their tanky frontliner, which Morphling was already one answer. That's why I want the spirits, because it's more magic damage. Viper, ton of magic damage and a break. But I want someone to be able to jump on the Witch Doctor.
Yep. I think where EG leave most of those spirits in the pools, they're not heroes that like burst down Timbersaw very well.
Yeah.
Like they have some catch, some utility, but they don't counter the Timber, and IG go for a Bloodseeker.
Wow.
So they're looking probably at a morph mid.
Or morph mid,
Yeah, they can flex the Bloodseeker morph depending what the matchup's going to be, but I feel like the plan might be just to send Morphling mid here. Play this Safeling Bloodseeker, as far as the lane goes, is until you get Rupture, like you haven't got that great answer to the Timbersaw.
It's not that big of a deal for Timber. He can just chain out of the blood, right?
I wonder if this is maybe an emo call to play some mid Bloodseeker, or I guess you were about to say mid Mars.
Yeah, but the matchup would be against a puck, and I don't really think you would really be able to do that much.
Bit of a curveball, and I think maybe a slightly necessary one just to give them another hero to address this Timbersaw. It does feel like Ice could just get a very free game here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ursa's still looking really good against
Agreed.
Bloodseeker. You get Ruptured or whatever, you just pop your Enrage, you tank up, you kind of just hold your ground. No one really wants to fight you. Otherwise, like we could go for like a more standard jungle farming Wraith King type hero. And
Alchemist, there we go.
Here we go. It
I'll
comes
be
out.
damned. Yeah, Emo's playing the Morphling. Fly on the Bloodseeker.
I'm excited. I'm personally excited for the Alchemist. I said it at during the last game, but we've just seen throughout the DPC, Arteezy has played a lot of Alchemist. Excited to see it on the international stage.
And they know, that's, I think, important here is they have a lot of experience playing this carry Alchemist. It's been the go-to, Arteezy's most played hero during the league. They looked at all the different carry options and said, Alch hasn't done well this tournament, but this is a 10th pick Alchemist, and it's going to play this very fast tempo once you get a couple of items up. Alch comes online faster than most carries, and I think that's where IG may not be prepared for it, because they haven't got the kind of supports that can aggressively pressure the Alch and contest his jungle.
Nor do they have the kind of cores who can easily end the game quickly. They don't really have that much push, and I think Ice, even if he has a bad game, he's going to serve his purpose, which is making room for the Alchemist.
So it sounds like both of you are looking Team EG.
We have Abed Puck. We have Ice Timbersaw. We have Arteezy
We have
Alchemist.
North American Dota.
Yes, we have NA Dota. Exactly.
All right.
Thank you,
Production,
Tsunami.
let's throw up some 3 EG predictions.
3 Gs up.
What about our casters? We have OD Pixel and Lacoste. Gentlemen, we have another NA panel. What's it looking like for you?
I think I'll join you guys.
Come on board.
Come on board.
I will as well.
The only reason, I'm not that smart, but once one of the best analysts out there said when it's an Alchemist game, it's an Alchemist game, and I can't disagree in this one. I think Arteezy should have an easy time in this one.
Yeah, and especially considering how well EG played the first game, I don't think there's any reason to to feel that they're going to be having any more struggles here in game 2. You know, if anything, it feels like it's a bit of an easier draft to play. As Parker was saying, we're seeing these player-hero combinations, which are arguably some of the best.
We have a lot of great heroes picked in this draft. Let's see how game 2 goes of Evil Geniuses versus Invictus Gaming. ODPixel, Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sumi. So EG versus IG, game 2. I mean, we talked about some of the strengths that EG have got going for them yet again here in this second game off their second draft. For IG, though, what's sort of the things that they could look towards to maybe allow them to just play a bit more of the game than they were able to in game 1? As we did see in that second half, IG just unable to do anything at all.
They have good scaling cores. They have like good position 4 and 5. We've seen what Shadow Shaman can do from that position 4. Ollie, he had an extremely good first 10 minutes of the game. Then we didn't see any kind of saves in the previous one, but we can also give credit to EG because they've been managing to shut him down completely. So good scaling lineup coming up from IG. Now you have a Morph on the mid lane. This could be a bit tricky. Playing into Puck, you get closer to Vanning Rift, you get silenced, you get blown up.
Yeah, you got to be really careful, especially against someone like Arbed on the Puck. He's going to be looking out for any window of opportunity if you do sit yourself a little too low on the HP. We'll see how much and how well Emo can play into this matchup.
This is something that you can do whenever you have these self-sustainable offlaners like Enigma, Timbersaw. You can put him on the safe lane and play aggressive tri-lane. Body blocks from Crit on the bottom.
Just going to try and get this wave to meet underneath the tower. Fly trying to hold back that of EG's. And will indeed manage to keep it still out of the tower range. And we'll see if they sort of keep it with these setups then, now that they see what EG's going to be presenting them with. So you would imagine what overall this is going to be EG very happy with these lanes. Timbersaw against the Mars.
They have one of the strongest combination of the heroes together. You have Acid Spray, AoE, Silence. You have Tag Team, which is the best pretty much ability in the tri-lane. Yeah, you can see why. Fly will drop.
I mean, Kaka as well, he's going to take quite a bit of a punch. Ollie will come in with the TP. Kaka still standing in the Acid Spray. He's got to be careful. But, yeah, Acid Spray Tag Team, good luck laning into that, especially as a melee carry like the Bloodseeker.
If they keep this tri-lane, I also want to see Fly getting Voodoo Restoration. You get, an extra value because you have 3 heroes. You still have enough damage. With the shards, keep them inside the Acid Spray. The Tag Team damage is just... It's the best ability in the tri-lane, no doubt about it.
Just an excellent mix of magical and physical this early in the game. Very hard to really itemize against. You're just going to lose so much of your life.
Yeah, just get tanky, lol. A lot of pressure on the Alk.
Crit, it'll turn. I mean, again, just look at this damage onto Kaka. Kaka's trying to run, snowballs up, he can't get away. It's Fly. It's going on to Crit in return, but the Voodoo Restoration from Fly is keeping Crit fine. Ollie will turn with another nuke, it's not enough. Crit he's more than fine, and RTZ's able to step out of the Blood Run. It seems to be already just a tri-lane that EG are very comfortable with.
IG should block the big camp. The side pull should not be available. They push the lane with the Acid Spray, then they pull it back, deny most of the CS. EG's just playing the bottom lane so well.
We'll see if IG can do anything to break it up. In the mid lane, pretty much even CS at the moment. Emo playing low on the HP, but keeping smart around the thresholds of his HP and making sure that Arbed isn't able to find an opportunity to burst him.
Top lane is pretty safe for ISS. He should not die in this matchup. If someone's gonna get the kill, it's gonna be him. He already bought Orb of Venom to start putting some more pressure. Mars also has Orb of Venom, but that's not gonna get any value against the Timbersaw anyway.
No, yeah, ISS is pretty much gonna be sitting consistently at the full HP with 2 points in the reactive. Bottom lane, despite the kills, Flyfly's still been having the best time in the farm. 17 CS. Even with the deaths around him.
Yeah, compared to Ortiz's 7 CS,
yeah.
It's not that much, but they've got the 2 kills. They also
mid.
did.
Emo. He's going for the dive on Arbed, and he's going to get it. Very nicely done there from Emo. As he sees an opportunity to get in, and of course with Arbed's build, no point yet in the phase shift. No way to sort of dodge or turn and punish that with both spells on cooldown and the mana too low.
Yeah, in this matchup, I don't think you even get the phase shift, because like you want to be able to burst him down, you play aggressive, but that also backfired. Rune spawning, let's see if it's going to be top. I kind of expect it to be top. Just kidding, it's 50-50. Crit gets it. A bit of an RNG luck for EG, because it could easily get out of control. Let's see what Emo is bringing. He's bringing just the boots of speed.
Top lane, the even trader farm continues. Getting just as much as one another out of that. JT and Ice. Bottom lane crit. Trying to make moves onto Ollie, but Kaka able to stop him. Wi-Fi coming across as well. As JT taking the creeps for a bit of a walk here. Same to be said with Ice. He's holding a lovely wave of creeps here.
Snowball.
See if they can get the kill this time onto Kaka. Kaka.
Oh, he didn't get the tag team off.
I'll still get the kill though. It's Fly. He's trying to fight back into this, but Crypt, he's able to keep himself alive, and now they're just around Fly. As Fly, he gets himself both of the kills. EG back to just killing this bottom lane time and time again.
Fly. Killing his older brother. He's twice his age. Yeah, once Taz gets to level 3, I want to see if he goes an extra point in the tag team. I'd like that a bit more, even though like Ice Shard's a lot of value to block off like these slow heroes like Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman after dying will TP mid.
And look at this cast! The two of them are standing together perfectly for EG to just step up, get the bounces. Ollie's dead again.
Yeah, EG's playing the bottom lane so well, like being aggressive. Anyone who gets caught out of position is pretty much instantly dead. Also, one good thing going for them is that enemy's mid laner is Morphling. Like, they don't care too much about rotations coming up from the Morphling. If that was like Queen of Pain, any kind of a spirit, you do not want to dive the tower. But since it's a Morphling, you don't really care too much.
Yeah, there's no real way at all for RG to punish the aggro tri lane any more than they're trying their best with their own defensive try.
If someone needs the TP, that's gonna need to be JT. He's very close to level 6, has enough mana for TP and arena combo, has that one extra mango.
We are seeing in the mid lane, Emo's definitely done an excellent job in the matchup. They are going to try and look to maybe make a move on him. Fly. It's leading him with the cask, but of course, it's a little tricky to get the jump done. Sarbed has hit the 6. He's got that point ready to jump into the Dream Coil.
Bottom lane, rotation from Puck. They want to get Fly again.
Now this Invis rune could catch him by surprise. The Dream Coil's down, has to spray onto the ground. He tries to escape. The stun will kill him off. Counterplay to come in from JT. He's got the catch onto Arbed. Phase shift in play, but as soon as he's back out, the arena wall smashes him down.
And now on the top lane, they will put the pressure on the tower. This might be like the tower on the top. I don't think anyone can TP top and just defend it. Bloodseeker, unfortunately, level 5. Kaka hiding in the trees. Ice, level 7, 3 points in reactive armor. It's just too hard. If Kaka shows, he's straight up dead.
I mean, when you sort of look at the overall lineup of IG, you know, how hard is it going to be for them to kill Ice at all points of the game?
They need Rupture on him and the Blood Right to be able to control him. Has mana boots. Yeah, Kaka, he needs to run away.
Ice more than ready to just bully back the two of them. Space to be made for the tower to be taken. Pre 8 minutes. EG keep the pressure on.
Arteezy realizes I can't lane bottom anymore. My team is not backing me up, so I'm just gonna go to jungle, farm that Battle Fury. Because they were fighting constantly, there are no stacks whatsoever, so that's kind of a downside of an aggressive tri lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'll see Emo treads soon to be done. We'll see what way he feels that he needs to go this game, if he can afford to go for sort of an E-Blade rush, or he is going to have to pick up that Manta first on the way.
There's only one silence, so he can afford to get a bit more aggressive, more greedy build. Like E-Blade is completely fine.
And Fly is going to need a fair bit of recovery time after those 3 deaths in the safe lane. EG, they're hunting for him. He's not going to get much room for the recovery time at all. As EG step up into the triangle, it's another death on the Bloodseeker. I mean, EG making this start very, very tough for the Bloodseeker. 0, 4, and 1 now because of EG's consistent moves to hunt him down.
Fly very good at respawning in this game. 4 deaths already, 9 minutes in. Like, he needs some time. Like, they need to... But problem is, like, Morphling, he can potentially buy time, you know, if he plays aggressive with the attribute shift, but they're not playing around him.
CIG able to get the catch onto Fly as they themselves make moves over to the half of EG's map. They're looking towards the mid as well. As Emo keeps the pressure up. Crit and Arteezy though still able to draw the creep wave away from the tower. Emo's only going to want to stick around and tank so much at this. JT does have Arena if EG choose to take this fight around the mid.
JT has 2 items queued up, both Yule Scepter and the Blink. Fine with both, you know. It's a good setup. You have way of dispelling things, buying time with the Yule Scepter. Is he gonna get caught? Good charge block.
Ooh.
Oh, the snowball dodge.
Crit able to dodge the spear. Does mean Fly ends up taking the spear to the face instead. As Fly will go down. Crit and Arbed not quite able to find a way of getting back in on the action. So
I've seen different builds on Tusk. Like, Orb of Corrosion is fine. You can blow up the supports easily. Falcon Blade is extremely good because you have that mana regen, you have damage, a bit of tankiness. I've seen Crit, like, he prioritizes that drum. Like, drum is a good item, a bit more costly, but it gives you that extra attack speed, extra movement speed in the team fights. Like, for some reason, it has 8 charges.
That's a lot of charges. A lot of moves to be made with that buff. And we'll see in terms of sort of variations of builds, you know, pucks, we've come to see a lot of them. We're seeing Arbet this game, went for the Veil of Discord Rush.
Veil is also fine, you know, a bit more burst damage for the backlines. Oracle and Shaman going into Boots of Travel. I'm fine with that. He knows that he wants to be able to split push and just scale as a hero. Like, this is a magic build type of a game where he can blow people up, Dagon, Aghanim Scepter, potentially later on. Battle Fury done on Alchemist, on top of Phase Boots, 11 minutes in. More than fine, you know, he's staying 1k gold ahead of Morphling now with the Battle Fury. It's just gonna skyrocket.
How's... Oh, Ollie! Easy one there for Crit and Fly. For Fly, progress on the Maelstrom. Javelin's done. So he needs a bit of time for that hammer. I'm still having to play the catch-up game mid lane. Emo's got the back of a Kaka. They're going to try and see if they can take down Ice. See if they have the damage. Rupture and Bloodbright are down. TP's coming in. Ice trying to back away up to the high ground. The Arena's down though, trapping the 2 of them. JC will be able to finish off the kill on Ice. Fly also in trouble. The Voodoo Restoration healing him up, but not enough. Emo able to beat him down over towards the river. Crit rolls in, gets on top of Kaka. They'll find one in return. Arbed is being chased. Will be able to dodge the nuke and the Bloodbright, but not able to dodge the burst coming out from JT.
That was nicely done. They need that Bloodseeker ulti on Timbersaw so that he is standing in place, and then they have a lot of, you know, follow-up damage. There still needs to be careful as a Timbersaw. You have a hood, you're tanky, but if they bring the numbers, you can go down.
And EG not quite able to do anything to keep him alive. As Ice is able to make it up to the high ground. Some really nice aggressive moves from JT, as he'll be rewarded with the gold to pick up the Blink Dagger. So now we'll be even more capable with the jumps that he's going to make onto some of the squishier EG heroes.
Fly is actually really farmed. Like, compared to Ollie's Oracle, he's almost double the net worth. Casual Fluffy Hat, Wand, Cloak, which he is going to turn into Glimmer Cape, Raindrop. Like, he's fight ready with this type of a build.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Just got a good boost of gold in the early game thanks to that tri-lane setup from EG. of all those early kills that he was involved in. 4, 3, and 4. The action has definitely paid off. So around the
Still,
mid.
Alchemist being uncontested. Like, he has not joined any fights after he went to the jungle, so he's just farming all these kills or pretty much from the laning stage, going into Blink Dagger next. He's level 11, Emo, level 12. You know, he lacks a bit of experience because he was in the tri-lane, so a lot of shared experience.
Marbed and Crit just checking on what's going on over IG's half of the jungle. Fly staying close to the rest of them. IG with the 4 mids, they have a smoke. They do want Ollie. We'll see if they want to make a move. Try and make a jump happen with JT's Blink. Kaka just got to step up, drop the wards to try and finish off this tier 1 tower. And he'll get it. Wards will do the job. Ice, not quite able to time the deny.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
Morphling.
under attack.
Managed to, you know, stay ahead of everyone else, except, of course, that Alchemist. Casual Yasha now going into Ethereal Blade, which is fine. I just love E-Blade here. Against all of these heroes, he can easily burst one hero down, especially the supports.
No, they've got just sort of good magical burst as a whole. The team. Femo's able to lead him with the E-Blade. ZG ready for a move to be made around the mid by the looks of it, as EG just staying over IG's half of the map. Just keeping themselves in between IG and Arteezy at all times. So Arteezy is completely safe with the farming pattern that he's running up and down the triangle. There's IG. JT's going to look for the jump. He's in with the blink. He's going to look to open up onto Ice. See if they can burst him. This time he's got a bit more of a backup. EG jumping. Arteezy's over on top of Ollie. Snowball follow-up. Ollie's chain stuck. No chance for Ollie to get a single save off as they'll roll in onto JT, take out another. Ice says he's been ruptured, but he's able to hold his ground. It's IG, they've got to run. Another concoction coming up from Arteezy. He's got the blink ready. Jumps straight in, over towards Fly. Gets himself on top of the Bloodseeker as Fly will attempt to run. But EG, they're chasing him down. Snowballs up from Crit as they'll close the gap. He's got the shards. Well, actually, a
Penguin misses.
Little off there.
They went on a Timbersaw, who's the most tanky, pretty much hero on EG's side. But this time around, EG was ready. Like, they were ready for this kind of rotation. And Morphling, they need to have a coil to kill the Morph. Otherwise, he's not dying. They also don't have a Spirit Vessel carrier in this game. Fly will drop.
Looking pretty dead here. That's got taken out as he tries to make the walk over to get a ward down on the high ground.
They have one silence, one leash mechanic. Other than that, these are like stuns that Morphin doesn't really care too much about it. Like, there's no instant stun, so he can always pretty much dodge the things. And whenever he turns into Timbersaw, like this pure damage, something that Timbersaw is afraid of. One of the reasons why Rubik was super popular whenever Timbersaw is picked, because you can just steal his abilities.
Definitely going to see in the next fight. Now, once Arteezy has that next item done, how much of a threat he's going to be already. You know, very much able to play aggressively with these blink stuns. And not too much that IG can do to punish him, especially if the Rupture's already been used on Ice. He's hunting for the action. Arteezy, he's able to find Ollie. Blinking at the last moment of that concoction, able to get it out over to the Oracle.
Roshan is being pinged out, 20 seconds. They have no coil, but coil was used with the Arcane Rune, so we'll be up online in 30 seconds. Tag team, that's just some sick amount of damage. Fly will keep them alive with the Voodoo Restoration. EG's decision-making has been on point so far throughout this series.
Yeah, they've pretty much wrapped both of the series. We've seen them. EG turning up with sort of starting they're showing here at the Major at a level that we've not always seen from them on their first few games on a LAN stage previous tournaments. This tournament, they are coming in at top form.
And the Instant Smoke, they have all their abilities. Like, they don't rely on any cooldowns except like Puck Coil, so they can keep fighting all the time.
Quite able to find him there as JT.
Found himself.
Oh, didn't take that. So, they're over onto Ollie again.
Ollie's
getting found quite a
break.
lot. Ah, he's having a tough series on the Oracle. EG's just got his number completely.
Tower is under attack.
Now on RTZ, well on the way in towards the AC. Fly, how's his progress looking after the Maelstrom? It's a slow game for him. Trying to work his way towards the BKB, but of course even then, you know, a BKB Bloodseeker with a Maelstrom does not sound too scary at all for an Alchemist with as much farm as RTZ's going to have.
He definitely does not want to focus the Bloodseeker. Like, they want to deal with the supports, kill Oracle, kill Shadow Shaman, then deal with the rest.
RTZ, he's ready to go. He's charging in. He's got the blink ready. Over towards Emo. Emo, waveform to the side. The Contra will still connect. JT
Zoning
popping down
arena.
the arena to try and keep Emo safe. And it will work. It will allow the two of them to back off.
Every single time there is a hero showing up, Crit, he just pops the drum. Like, he wants to go in, get that extra movement speed, close the gap, get him closer to the snowball. Now, you said it, Fly, you know, he is still catching up,
That's
working
tough.
towards that BKB. Kind of a tough game.
And we did see the potential, obviously, just then from Emo with the E-Blade. Able to burst through Fly. You know, killing supports at this stage it's not going to be what brings IG back in. They've got to find some sort of way of dealing with RTZ, Ice, and Arbed. Something that they have struggled with massively so far this game. As RTZ still yet to die. 307, 300 gold away from the plate mail. He's going to have that AC done 21 minutes in and ready for the next fight.
It's a big item. It also allows them to siege a bit better, even though they don't have that much right-click damage anyway. Most damage is magical, especially from the Morphling. I want to see Fly buying that Glimmer Cape. A lot of value coming out from the item. He will be able to take care of himself, take care of his teammates. Crit working towards the Blink Dagger. Pretty standard stuff. You know, you want to have that Blink Dagger to be able to have a better initiation and just save people with the snowball. Top lane is also gonna die. Emo with the Shadow Shaman help will bring a tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
RTZ ready to step up with the backup of Arbed and Fly and that Aegis. RTZ's ready to start poking for tier 3s. Poking for the barracks. We'll see what IG can do to push him back.
That's not poking, that's killing tier 3 tower.
That's a bit of it's a vicious poke. This tier 3's going. It's going down. IG, what have they got to stop this? They're going to have to bring back Emo for the defense. The tier 3's gone.
Oh boy.
EG, they'll play it safe. You know, the other lanes are pushing in, so they know that with that pressure, they will have forced back IG. They can move out, just continue to just build this lead. 11k advantage right now for EG. And IG just showing no signs of being able to stop how fast EG's just getting further and further ahead.
With the first stages, you don't necessarily need to close out the game. You just build the advantage. Like, this Alchemist is massive.
Yeah.
Like, he's going for a Basher / Abyssal Blade next item. Like, they're also stacking for him still, so that item's going to come out in the next 2 minutes.
I am bunting for you.
Close to level 18 as well. And I mean, minutes, boy, it feels more like seconds. There, with the way that RTZ's just picking up these items, they're just flying out to him. And Fly still just trying to get that BKB done. He's nearly there.
Trying his best. Sometimes, you know, you're in a tough spot, you need to recover, you're not fighting. Bloodseeker is the type of a hero that, you know, wants to fight early on. Isn't that great at a farming. Maelstrom is fine, but if JT is getting a lot of farm, if Morphling's getting a lot of farm, like, someone needs to not get the farm shards.
Fly.
Oh, what a block.
Not going to quite be able to go on him, but definitely made Fly feel a bit spooked, I would imagine.
He was like, oh no,
oh no.
not again. Well, we're joking, but he didn't die in the last, like, 7 to 10 minutes.
He has. No, he's been able to avoid any move. Bottom lane,
lane.
though, it's easy. He's going to start off some action, jumping in onto Emo. Arbed's able to TP over with the Dream Coil follow-up. Ollie's watching for the side, but Arbed jumps over with the silence. Make sure that Ollie's not able to get in with the save. Emo stunned up by the paralyzing cast. Death Ward down. Emo's off to the side, looking for the TP. RTZ is able to find him.
He's not getting out.
The bash is there. RTZ cancels the TP.
That was such a nice move from EG there. Even though Morph gets the Morph off, Abed ready with the TP. This is why I like Boots of Travel, and I really like it in this game. A lot of value because you have like good jumpers, especially once like Tusk gets also a Blink Dagger, and he's getting very close.
I mean, it just feels like we're in not just a similar position as Game 1, but an even worse one this time around for IG. It's like, what do they do against this? Everything's just gone right for EG. They played the opening so well that now RTZ's just been set up for a perfect game. And IG, they just don't have a core that can stand toe-to-toe with this Alchemist at this stage.
They're still gonna back away, try to poke it, kill the wards. Like once you get that Abyssal Blade, you can get even a better jump, the instant initiation. Maybe Morph won't even be able to get the Morph next time. Next Roche will respawn, may respawn in a minute and 30 seconds.
Full Greaves on Ice for the next fight. It very much is getting to a point of just where does the damage come from IG. They've got the burst with the E-Blade, but at this stage of the game, EG, they just have the items to be able to offset that initial jump that IG do have amongst them. As that in terms of sustained damage over the fights, they just don't have that core that's going to be able to really provide that. Most of the time, Emo's going to have to shift straight into strength as soon as EG turn, and Fly just doesn't have the items quite yet to be able to carry.
Yeah, I feel like we've said that multiple times already, like Fly struggling, going into Shard. That's gonna help, dealing 2% of the max HP. As a pure damage, not too bad of a Shard. Ice, tanking up on his Timbersaw. Full Guardian Greaves, so that's one way of dispelling things, keeping people alive. Casual Sange, I see a lot of Casual Sange builds, because this item is just so good. You don't even have to upgrade it.
Yeah, 24% self HP regen and lifesteal out. 20, in Dota 2, 24, that's a big number.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, 24 is a big number in real life as well. Depends what we're talking about.
Yeah. 24 million.
$24 million, yeah.
That's the payment I'll be receiving for this game.
Oh, it's not just that, it's just 16 strength, 16 damage, it's 16% status resistance.
Yeah. I mean, you add them all together and you've got an even bigger number than 24. 14k lead, 16-9. EG, they're going to have the option to hold and pretty much just wait for the next Roche if they want to. A couple of minutes until that's up. TZ full Abyssal. Might even be getting to territory where some of EG's heroes could look towards RTZ for an Aghanim. He's that farmed this game. It's IG. Stepping over. Can they get a jump off? RTZ is going to be the one to go. He's straight over towards Ollie. Ollie getting low. He's going to get burst out by Ice. Ollie buys back immediately. Fly committing with the BKB. Emo trying to look towards Arbed, but Arbed's able to break away. RTZ turns over towards Fly. Fly goes down. Over he goes towards Emo. Emo's cut down. Double kill for RTZ as IG. They've got
Ollie
to run.
back.
Ollie
They
is
see
trying
him.
to live with the Shadow Amulet, but they have the detection. It's 4 dead. Now Fly's brought back, but he cannot re-enter this fight with 3 of his teammates down.
That was
EG
such
again.
a sick save from Crit there. With the snowball, Alchemist had the ulti running, so like those seconds inside the snowball allows them to reset. Extra regeneration kicks in. Now they can go in to the bottom lane. Roche will respawn in a minute and 20 seconds. They also killed the Oracle. He bought back, died again. Also a buyback from Fly.
Yeah, so that hurts. Already a man that didn't have a lot of money. He's now got even less. Right down there. I mean, RTZ at this stage, he's tripling the net worth of Fly. 28 minutes in, and obviously he is an Alchemist. You expect to lead, but that much of a difference, that definitely doesn't feel good for the Bloodseeker.
He's just not going to be able to scale. Right now, he's 9,000 against 27,000 Alchemist.
It's crazy.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under
Well, it's a tough one for
It's
RG.
like 3 times. It's exactly 3 times. Roche 35 seconds. They're scouting things out with the courier.
I mean, what's the play? You're IG in this position. What are you trying to do? How can you have a chance of taking down EG's team fight? Who can you jump and say, we go for this hero, we'll give ourselves a little bit of a chance in the team fight?
They could potentially burst Puck if he doesn't get any spells off to not like keep them in place. Problem is, Shaman did not have a Blink Dagger in those fights. He's bringing one, so it's going to be much easier for them to initiate. JT with the Blink BKB, like he can be the one. They have, what, one BKB on the side of EG, and that's... they don't even have a BKB, never mind. So yeah, if you're caught inside of the arena, could be a bit problematic. You know, you're putting me in a bad spot. Like, what do they need to do? Then I need to, like, think of an excuse what needs to happen, and it's just like an Alchemist show, pretty much. He's getting closer to Eagle Song.
I mean, he's pretty much 6-slotted RTZ here, 30 minutes in, once that Swift Blink's done, which it will be.
Then I need to start lying, like, what needs to happen, yada, yada, yada. Like, this might be it. They lose one fight inside the pit. EG takes the Roche. They might GG out. Couriers inside the pit. Just looking at each other.
Oh, there we have it. 30 minutes. Yeah, you can definitely consider that 6-slotted. RTZ. Perfect farm this game. Just as he pretty much has been having it all 4 performances. EG just getting to play the exact Dota that they planned for.
There it is. Arteezy, Spider Leg, Swift Blink. Like, he's going to be zooming in those team fights. Let's see the move speed. 600.
He's going to jump straight over towards the Shaman. Kaka's gone. JT will be able to turn Spirit Arteezy over towards the arena.
Another
the snowball. Crit's going to be able to buy some time as they're moving over towards Emo. Emo has been false promised. He's got to back off though. A lot of damage coming out from EG. JT trying to run. He's getting taken out by the cleave of the battlefield of Arteezy. 4 dead. 5 dead. It's a team wipe. No buybacks. It's over. GG is called. As EG, yet again, just a brilliant performance. We've seen it every single game from them so far. They have turned up. Look, as I said, pretty much the best opening from EG I've seen at a tournament. These 2 series have just been, it's just been perfect. There's just been no stopping them so far.
They've been playing amazing, pretty much. The lane setup, the way they're drafting, like having pretty much 3 offlaners in game number 1, in game 2, setting up an aggressive tri-lane, leaving Timbersaw 1 versus 1, where you know he's going to get that free farm, and they dumpster the enemy safe lane, tri-lane, because they have just the better heroes. Tag team plus an acid spray, nothing you can do about it. Yeah. Like, just overall, great decision-making, great drafts coming out from EG.
Yeah, and I think definitely some disappointment for IG. coming into this, you've been following the China region during the league. You see a squad, IG getting destroyed like this. You'd expect more from them.
For sure. Like, this is not the IG that I've seen in the first season. Like, I know they can play better. Now they're dropping to the lower bracket. Like, they need to bounce back.
Yeah, this has been a rough series for them indeed, as EG wake up and bring us another phenomenal 2-0 victories. Both games just looking crisp and clean. EG with a victory, 2-0 against IG.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Lacoste. 2-0 for Evil Geniuses. Too easy for Arteezy with that Alchemist game. Oh my gosh, like, that game just went by so fast. Alchemist was unstoppable.
The series went by so fast.
Yeah.
Like, it was just a clinical performance from EG, reminiscent of what we saw against Fnatic. And I think they were, when Fnatic dropped down and got eliminated, we're like, hey, maybe, Fnatic just didn't show up at this tournament. But this is IG, who went undefeated in the China DPC. They kind of crushed Vici Gaming. EG's the real deal.
Yeah, it's what we saw during the Fnatic series. It's what we saw during the NADPC also. This is Evil Geniuses in their wheelhouse. I don't really think that they had to step too far into the Singapore major meta. This carry Alchemist is, in Arteezy's hands, a force to be reckoned with. And Abed Puck, 2 games in a row. This seems like something that should have been a higher priority for IG.
And I love what you mentioned, where it's like they're playing their style and their picks. They didn't just try and adapt the meta that's being played here.
The Alchemist came out rather late, but do you think it was a mistake to let EG have Puck again?
Well, we said it during the first draft and here during the second draft, they're targeting crit. And that's probably like neither of these games, I don't think I would really give crit MVP. Did a great job in the tri lane, obviously, but if you target crit, then that means that the cores are going to have more resources to work with. And most of the other teams that we've seen throughout this tournament are targeting core heroes more than support heroes. So maybe that was IG's shortcoming in these drafts, but still, I think IG was just like playing far, far better than any of their opponents that they faced so far.
Yeah, it felt like a kind of calculated decision from IG. Like, you know what you're getting when you give Abed puck, like, as well as he actually had a pretty rough game this time around. He got solo killed by Morphling, and they used the fact that they knew exactly what mid was coming to make sure, like, they could pick a comfortable hero for Emo, that they could prioritize those other lanes a bit more. But it's something we had Puppy saying they do. They often want to bait teams into picking certain heroes because if you leave something in the pool and it's one of their heroes, there's a good chance they pick it and you can counter it. But even with the Hexes, the Shaman, and the Morph mid who won his matchup, it still wasn't enough for IG.
Where do you think IG's point of failure was in this last match?
It's not as obvious. In game one, it was pretty easy to pinpoint, like, oh, this offlane Alchemist, it's not going to work if you can only give one Ag Scepter. Here, they just got outplayed. I think the draft wasn't catastrophically bad by any means. I could totally see a Morphling being able to pop off before Alchemist can get online, but I don't know, maybe they just weren't on form today.
You could see they're celebrating. There was a lot of emotion from Ice, a man who often doesn't show much emotion. So, EG, we had Ice, so we had an interview where he's saying, we're focused on TI this event. There's no pressure. We're not too worried about how we do. That reaction says, I think he was, maybe hiding a little bit. EG, they want to do well. They've guaranteed themselves top 3 here. That is already a fantastic performance, and they probably know with just 2 majors, top 3 basically guarantees you're going to TI at this point.
Yeah, and plus, top 1 at the major is the same number of points as top 1 in your DPC league, and so between those two things, right?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure they're both 500 points, but regardless, it's still a pretty clean look for getting into TI just here in April.
NA really showing up at this tournament. I know that one of the big questions coming into this tournament was, NA looks really strong in its own region, but how does it do on the international stage, right? When I guess from this match, or from the way they've been performing so far, they look really strong.
We still need to figure out if they are as top heavy as we suspect, because the same thing can be said for Europe. We thought Europe is good, and really it's just Secret. Quincy Crew made it about as far as Liquid did, and so the second representatives from each of these regions fell out, and I hope that the upper bracket final is going to be EG versus Team Secret, because that would be super hype.
That would be sick.
Yeah.
Well, we know that this was an Alchemist game, so we are giving the MVP to none other than RTZ, the Alchemist. Just
the 1K
really
GPM mark, he hit it. That's always a good mark, to hit.
If you can't hit that, then you're not the MVP.
All his bars looking nice and solid there. I think with RTZ, it was very much just like it was an out game. He did what it was needed. Didn't have the best laning stage at the start, but doesn't really matter when you're an out, when you know how to fall back. And I think we've seen this Alk struggle, but Ortiz knew exactly how to itemize, exactly how to play the game, even against the Morphling. It never really feel like he was under any pressure this game.
Yeah.
Let's get some of the player insight. We have Crit here to talk to us about that last series. What's up, Crit? How are you feeling?
Feeling good. How about you guys?
Doing great.
Yeah.
We got to see some fantastic Dota. Congratulations on your 2-0.
Thank you.
How does it feel to go 2-0 and remain in the upper bracket?
It feels pretty good. We'll take it. It's definitely better than losing. I mean, we honestly we didn't have super high expectations going into this tournament. We literally played 4 scrims in the last month, and that was when we got here. We had 1 day to scrim, so we'll take what we can get. We're just taking it as it comes, basically. And I think we're really happy that we can make it this far with this amount of practice, and it's a good sign for the future.
Yeah, congrats. Despite the limited practice, you're guaranteed top 3. I'm curious, as far as the format goes, a lot of these teams that you're seeing in the playoffs played through a group stage, some even a wild card, a lot of matches. Do you feel like it's been an advantage for you that you've only played now 2 best of 3s, as far as it's harder for other teams to prepare for you? They don't have the drafts to look at?
I'm not sure about that. I think playing a group stage gives you a lot, just in terms of like getting started, like getting the first games out of the way. You know, it's definitely easier to come into the playoffs if you've been in a group stage. If you don't really have like that warm up or like the start of the tournament, then you have to be on your toes from the start. I think we did that really well against Fnatic. I think maybe not super well, but good enough for us to beat them, and that's kind of what mattered. So I think I would prefer to play the group stage. I think just starting in the playoff, it's kind of weird. Like, I know some team just got knocked out of the tournament playing 5 games, you know. I think that's a little bit weird, but I think the wildcard is a good idea, and then playoff would probably be better if everyone was in it, or a group stage, sorry. And yeah.
You've played through a variety of off-lane rosters at this point, between like Ramses and Ice and Sumail and Universe. So have you ever felt that you've needed to adapt your 4-position playstyle, or is it more the captain molding this new off-laner to fit your playstyle?
I think it's more patch related than anything. Like, if there's something that's better for one patch, like some patches range supports are better, sometimes it's melee. It varies a lot. I think it's not too much about the players. Like, every offlaner I've played with has been like top tier player in the world, so it's not like too hard for them to adapt or too hard for me to adapt. I think we've always had like large hero pools in terms of 3 and 4. Obviously with Daryl, he's like the most versatile of anyone of them, I would say, so it helps, but I don't think it was ever really a problem for me to like change my style to adapt or anything. I think it was always kind of easy for us in that regard.
So then, on the topic of patches, I know it's still a week or so away, but anything that you'd like to see changed for your role specifically?
No, actually, the patch is really good for me right now. It's like all my heroes are great. I think it's just great right now. I would prefer no patch.
Yeah. So you don't mind being banned out so hard by IG because you're gonna get your Tusk or something like that anyway.
I mean,
right?
The only thing I really care about is if they nerf or buff Earth Spirit, and I feel like it's kind of unfair if they nerf it, because I feel like it's like mediocre in half the games.
Sure.
So,
sure, you'd say
saying that
that.
because it's the interview.
You do know that was first phase ban.
I'm just putting it out there, you know. Like, other teams, they don't look great with Earth Spirit. Maybe the hero's not that good.
Yeah.
You can nerf Tusk if you want. Like Pango, I don't really care. Just keep Earth Spirit how he is.
Sounds like you need to pick it and maybe, sandbag a few games here and there to make it look bad.
That's why we need a group stage. I can't really do it in the playoff.
You need to lower that win rate a little bit.
Speaking of advancing the tournament, I know a lot of NAU fans are salivating a potential EG Secret, rematch from the last time you team met in a best of 5 grand finals. Are you hoping that you face Secret in the next round? What are your expectations there?
No. I hope we play LGD. I think we have a really good history against Chinese teams. I think if we play LGD, we have a better chance of getting to the grand finals than Secret. And I would prefer to just play 1 series against Secret over 2 in the tournament. So, yeah, I think it makes more sense for us to just play LGD and then hopefully Secret in the grand finals. I think everyone's thinking that they're the team to beat here. Obviously, like, everyone thought Europe was like the best region just because they're the best team. Turns out that's not the case, but
yeah, I mean, as a European who has now been adopted by NA, how do you feel about EU superiority? Did you see the writing on the wall where you're like, of course NA is better?
I mean, I think it's just the fact that you can tell that EU is not like where it's supposed to be is when they compare themselves to NA. Like, I feel like it's completely unrealistic that they're comparing themselves to NA instead of China. Like, if you want to compare NA with the regions, like, you can compare it to anyone else in like China and Europe. And I think it's just it's pretty evident that like China is strong and Secret is strong, and then it's hard to say like with the other regions. I think NA did really well against C and against the European teams in the group stage. So yeah, I mean, I hope NA gets a wildcard slot. I think it deserved. SA probably as well. I don't think any region deserves to get wildcards taken away from them, but we'll see what happens.
Well, Crit, the fans have spoken on the One Esports Fantasy Pick'ems, and they said 82% of all of the fans said that you were going to take it. And do you have anything to say to all of your fans who have been supporting you?
No, just a massive shout out. Honestly, there's a lot of support on Reddit and on Twitter for us. Like, the NA always supports us at LANs, and so sometimes it goes like across and they start flaming the other regions. But I know it's love for us at the end of the day. So it's nice to see. So yeah, there's a lot of support and we appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Crit, for the fantastic interview, and good luck in the upper bracket.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. We got a lot of really good insight from him. He told us a lot about how they prepared and things that they wish they could have done. Or didn't prepare.
Yeah, that's
That's what's
would
really
not
impressive.
have guessed that few scrims.
Yeah, I mean, I think after DPC leagues ended, like they all went back to their kind of home countries.
That's true.
ISS came back to Singapore. I know, Crit went back to Europe. They've been playing pubs, but yeah, coming in with limited scrims and just delivering top tier Dota.
With the first series done for the day, let's take a look at the bracket. So now that EG has taken it 2-0, IG will be going down to the lower bracket to fight the winner of OB Neon and the winner of Thunder Predator and Virtus Pro.
Mm-hmm.
And coming up next, we have Team Secret versus PSG LGD to remain in the upper bracket.
I also appreciate his honesty, where he was just like, I don't want to play Secret twice, man.
And it's funny because that's kind of I think what we've been saying too. It's like I think EG won a matchup against the teams from China. Like their bracket they got with Fnatic and then IG, very favorable for them. And it's not because those teams are necessarily way worse than Secret. It's just they're good matchups for EG. Whereas maybe Secret will falter against LGD. So.
Yeah, I see a lot of these players, I think, in the earlier stages of the tournament, they're like, well, we have to play everyone eventually. So, I mean, might as well just give me the hard opponent now. But now that you're in top 3, you're like, I mean, I'm expecting to fight Secret in the grand finals. I don't want to give them a 3-game series of intel on me first.
I mean, I don't think Thunder Predator will say it, but they wish they had EG's bracket.
Yeah.
They would happily change shoes, you maybe have to play Secret eventually, but much better to avoid them until the grand finals.
Well, the luck of the draw had EG in the place that they are, but we will have more Dota coming up in just a second after we talk a little bit about the hunt for the 8 dragons.
Oh man, we're on number 5 now, I think?
Yeah, we are.
Oh boy.
Netflix and One Esports have brought a special treat to Dota fans. Even though not everyone could be here to celebrate this exciting time, Netflix and One Esports want to show that Dota fandom knows no bounds by introducing the Hunt for the 8 Dragons, an online scavenger hunt open to Dragon Knights from all corners of the world that has started throughout the playoffs and will continue throughout the rest of the week. Let's take a look.
You imagine your enemies are animals. This is a mistake.
Imagine you didn't come all the way out here to hunt wormlings.
Settling in debt. My dragon debt.
Eight dragons are terrorizing Netflix and One Esports social channels across Southeast Asia. We've been dropping some clues pointing to where dragons could be hiding. And once you've found each dragon, all you need to do is tag @One Esports in the comment section of the post. The first 3 Dragon Knights to successfully find each dragon will win a free 12, 9, and 6-month Netflix subscription, respectively. After all 8 dragons have been found, the first prize winners of the hunt will be announced during the Singapore Major Grand Finals halftime show, with a full list of winners to be announced on oneesports.gg as well. And now, without further ado, let's take a look at our 5th clue.
everything. Life is a game, I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
The fight in the upper bracket continues here at the One Esports Singapore Major presented by PGL. EG has taken it 2-0 against Invictus Gaming, and Invictus Gaming has moved down to the lower bracket. But we now have Team Secret versus PSG LGD. And here with me to talk about that today are Lizard and Tsunami. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
It was fine for me. What about you two? NA fanboys here everywhere. I saw.
I'm beaming right now.
What happened, by the way? Full NA panel on an EG game. That's
Were
not
we
a
wrong?
coincidence.
Were we wrong, Lizard?
I mean, you weren't wrong.
Okay,
I'm not saying
then.
anything. Just biased a little bit. That's all.
Biased towards good Dota, not my fault.
We're here to push the storyline. NA pushing forward through the
To
upper
position
bracket.
to the upper bracket.
To the upper bracket. I mean, China has plenty of opportunities left. That was our last NA representative. Here, I'm going to keep advocating for Secret also. That's Europe's last representative. I want the upper bracket final to be EG versus Secret. Even though Crit doesn't want to play all those games, I want to see all those games. I want to see full best of 3 go in the distance and then the best of 5 go in the distance.
Wait a minute. Wasn't it the last major that we actually did see Secret
Correct.
versus EG?
Yeah.
It didn't go that well for EG, but overall, that's a final that everyone wants, in the West at least.
In the West. China, they want LGD to make it through. They want IG probably to, otherwise, I think
it up a little bit.
Yeah. And then overall, the top 3 all Chinese teams, I think that's probably what they're hoping for.
Look, IG that I was watching in that last game wasn't really the IG that I watched throughout the DPC League and in their first series. It was something different. They didn't look on point. Kaka and Oli really disappointed hard. Like, they were not on point. Those rotations, even early on, were a little bit missed.
They were cold today. That's what it felt like. It wasn't the series I was expecting. That's why I'm hoping LGD look at the previous series and they're like, okay, damn, we gotta wake up on the right side of the bed because I want this one to be competitive. I want to know how good LGD is because they crushed VP in their previous series in this upper bracket. Didn't look competitive, and I was like,
Quincy Crew as well, right?
And Quincy Crew,
groups.
yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And I mean, they made it here all the way from wild cards. That's the Cinderella story everyone loves to see.
That's the anime storyline.
Exactly, but Secret is the villain of the story always because they're always the final boss.
Just look at the wildcards in the Chinese region. That region is so ridiculously stacked, and both teams are still here. You have Ichi Gaming and you have PSG LGD from the wildcards coming here and just owning everyone. It's the worst thing is, the scariest thing is, I mean, it's not worst, it's great for them, is that they're slowly adapting and getting better and better. I wouldn't say that IG, they were maybe a little bit cold, didn't play too many games. However, PSG LGD, they have had like,
they're red hot.
They're red hot, exactly. They've had so much experience from the wildcard, from the group stages, and they just keep on improving.
Per the One Esports Fantasy Pick'ems, the fans have spoken.
Wait, let me guess.
75%.
75 for Secret?
For Secret.
It's higher than that. I'm saying like 90% for Secret.
Well, if this is Price is Right rules, you definitely win because Team Secret has a 91% chance as picked by the fans of One Esports Fantasy Pick'ems.
I understand DPC League in the Chinese region is not really watched that much because it's too early in the morning and people are not acquainted that much with the Chinese teams. And after seeing IG...
They will be now.
After seeing IG flop out so hard, I can understand the 91%.
I do, like, I don't agree with the 91%, but again, it's not necessarily odds of winning. It's the it's more of a popularity
impression
contest.
Yeah, the impression that they've made. I agree completely. I don't agree with 91%, but after seeing the top of the Chinese region flop out so hard versus EG, you were thinking, okay, PSG LGD, how much better can they be versus Secret?
Not only that, but Team Secret they've only had a couple of games played. PSG LGD have battled it all the way up here from wildcards, and we saw that, in the last series, EG didn't have a lot of practice. They only scrimmed about 4 times. I wonder how that works out for Team Secret. But the teams are ready to come to the stage, so please give a warm welcome to Team Secret and Team PSG LGD.
Welcome on stage, Team Secret. Welcome on stage, PSG LGD.
Saint-Germain LGD, the team that has battled through a 50-episode arc to make it to make it through the upper bracket, and now fighting final boss Team Secret. Frequently considered the final boss Team Secret. Will the anime storyline continue, or will Team Secret put a stop to that?
If you go, like you said, their Secret hasn't played very many games, and then even the games that they did play, they showed basically nothing. What are you going to do? Ban carry a Batten if you're LGD? What information did you get in the previous
They didn't
series?
give anything away. Maybe you ban that Enchantress out if you're really worried, but they didn't give anything away. That Abaddon, it's been picked only because of the matchups and because they believe that they can take the game. Any other team picks that Abaddon, I'm 99% they lose. So you don't really know. You don't really know what they're going to pick.
Do you think Team Secret has prepared some special picks just for this tournament?
Not necessarily. I mean, of course they did prepare for the tournament, but it's not. They prepared with the meta heroes that they see that are being picked, and they're also preparing in between the group stage matches and whatnot, preparing for each individual team because they have it all laid down in front of them. Why wouldn't you?
Lucky for Secret, their players already have such a weird hero pool to begin with that they can do off-meta stuff, and it won't be that awkward for them. They can throw. I would not be surprised at all to see like a Matumba Man Lone Druid just randomly, just like that, or Broodmother. Have we seen any Broodmother this tournament yet? I wouldn't be surprised because Secret has the player skill to be able to get away with that.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it in DPC EU. It was definitely played by Liquid.
Yeah.
Over here, if they did play it, I did not watch that game, so I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure they didn't.
So what kind of strategies do you think we'll see here? As you mentioned, will they stick to the current meta of that came out through the DPC? Will they adapt to the meta that has kind of been born here?
It's Secret, Sumi. It's a team that makes their own meta. That's what they do. And the biggest issue is they remind me a lot of IG during the DPC CN, in which they aren't afraid of picking off meta heroes and winning with them if the time is right. If some Lycan is picked, they can go for a Swan. They can answer different heroes in multiple different ways because they're top players. Every single position on this squad is a top player on that position, and the versatility that they have is just huge.
I think the only thing that LGD may be able to extract from Secret's series against Thunder Predator is beware of lane movements, beware of tri-lanes, beware of people swapping lanes, because Secret is more than willing to mix things up.
So what you expect is not to counterpick them and be sure that that lane is going to stay that way.
Expect the unexpected. That's
Expect
what
the
I'm
unexpected.
saying.
But PSG LGD, they do adapt a little bit to those two games. Not a lot of info was given to them. However, they do ban out the Enchantress and the Timbersaw. Enchantress kinda expected. Timbersaw as well, Secret played, so interesting. Puck, however, from Team Secret, I wonder if they'll ban Io or Monkey King now afterwards. Which one have they prepared for? Because these are pretty much the heroes. Io, yeah. I mean, Io you have to ban if you don't have first pick.
Yeah, the only thing is I thought Puppy, in classic Puppy fashion, would let it go for game one and be like, let me see if I can beat this.
So the hero is so damn broken, not even Puppy lets it go through.
Exactly.
That pretty much says something here. Osfrog in chat, please.
Or he's just saving it for grand finals. Game one, let the IO go through. Oh god, what do I do? I've never gotten this.
Ancient apparition first pick.
PSG LGD picked up Death Prophet first. Do you think that this is a good pick?
It's a great opener. This is my favorite hero to first pick. I value it over Puck, over Void Spirit, because your laning state should be better versus both of those. But Team Secret, in Team Secret style, they open up with a Mirana.
Yeah, that's not a first phase. I mean, first pick in any other team priority, but I think this Death Prophet is what gave VP their bearings back in their Quincy Cruise series. It's just so flexible. You can put it on any role. Doesn't show anything.
However, when it comes to the Monkey King, right, you know where PSG LGD is rolling.
LGD Ame.
Exactly. And Team Secret, 100% they knew if they banned these two heroes that Death Prophet and Monkey King are going to be picked up. We can ask them later on in the interview. That's like 70%.
Oh, the interview. Oh, you're already assuming that this is going to be a secret win, huh?
No, I'm just, not necessarily a winner's interview. Maybe some other interview. You never know.
All right, production. You heard that when we go to predictions, you can just throw up Team Secret for Blizzard here.
No. Let's see the picks so far, but I do like the troll pick. Not necessarily too sold on Mirana, because I haven't really seen the value of a first pick Mirana.
Yeah, especially when there's not like an Enchantress or a Beastmaster that you're sniping out the creeps from. It seems...
one thing is Phoenix isn't banned, right? So because of that, maybe Mirana as a precautionary pick.
That's true.
But like you said, it's a very interesting first pick. As expected from Secret, though.
Do you think that PSG LGD will adapt their playstyle a little bit? We know that Ame has had a lot of interesting decision-making during the tournament, maybe some things that people might consider a tactical feed. Do you think they'll be a little more careful with that this time? Or do you think that they'll just stick with what's been winning for them?
Let's see. I guess something that would prevent him from tactically feeding would be Oracle. I wouldn't at all mind to see LGD pick up Oracle, especially seeing as how they already have the Death Prophet.
If it's not banned, right?
If it's not banned,
Oracle versus Oracle with Death Prophet and with Monkey King is extremely good. I want to see if Team Secret adapts to Fate Beyond's hero pool and bans out a couple of those ranged offlaners that he usually plays. What comes to my mind is either Xingqiu Tusk, that's extremely popular for PSG LGD, Nature's Prophet, or Viper on the offlane. These three heroes...
Viper, I didn't think about that, but yeah.
They picked it so many times.
Xingqiu has picked a lot of very interesting heroes, including techies, which they lost that game. That's not going to happen this time, right?
It's not going to happen. I'll already guarantee it's not going to happen.
Wait. Isn't it by property of transition? PSG LGD lost versus Thunder Predator. Thunder Predator lost versus Team Secret. Are we getting anywhere here?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. I see. Razor banned out. The reasoning is very simple, right? It's against the troll. Wind Ranger, something that we have seen quite a bit in the last couple of days.
Do you think that ban was based off of the last couple of days?
Most certainly, because it wasn't picked before, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much Thunder Predator kind of showed it off, and then Quincy Crew was also like, "Oh yeah, I like this. I like this Wind Ranger pick." And they were combining it with a Tusk in both those games. So if Xingqiu gets his hands on Tusk, that would be something to worry about. Although LGD ban out AA, which seems like a very obvious, hey guys, I want to pick Oracle.
The Tusk thing,
or Alchemist.
The Tusk thing, exactly my thoughts. Ancient Apparition, however, it's good to ban it versus Monkey and Death Prophet as well. Like if you're playing Death Prophet and Monkey, you don't want to be playing into AA. So that's probably the reasoning, right? But Oracle as well, like you said, pretty open for PSG LGD. Also haste to play against it. Oracle good for both sides, to be honest.
Who would it
for
be
the
better
troll?
for?
I always like it with the Death Prophet. I mean, once upon a time, the classic combo was the Troll Warlord because you get the Battle Trance off, which already gives you like 7 seconds of not dying, and then you put the False Promise on that, and then it's like another 7 seconds of not dying, so you have 14
Invincible
seconds of
forever,
invincibility. Yeah. But I still find
and
they ban
the
it
ban,
out.
yeah.
Okay.
I love that ban. Even though Team Secret has a pick here, they don't want to play it, and Puppy is like, I want to play something more fun, you know? Give me some Tide Hunter, maybe 5. Well, that's not necessarily...
Venge.
Swap versus the Monkey King, get him out of the arena.
Yeah, or maybe they were worried about something like an Enigma coming out from LGD.
Who was the Venge picked for? Is that a 5?
Great
Venge?
question. I don't know,
Is it a
honestly.
2 Venge?
What happened to Core Venge? During the beginning of the DPC, everyone was really hot in this Aghanim Scepter, and they're like, oh, I can always be on the map. I'm a vengeful spirit who, even if I die, it's fine.
Yeah, it did die a little bit. The hero itself died out, I mean, as a core.
And then did not stay around as an illusion.
I have some great stats for you, Tsunami.
Hit
I know
me.
you love to hear these wildcard stats.
Give me the numbers.
Vengeful Spirit was picked twice in the wildcard by Team
A lot? Oh, wonderful.
And they lost twice.
So it's some European bias toward Vengeful Spirit.
Sure, yeah.
For PSG LGD, they go with the Winter Wyvern. This is most likely going to be played by Xinkyu. And he has a very peculiar playstyle with the hero, which played into Orchid. The amount of damage that you deal as a position 4 when you get those items plus level 10 with that plus 50 damage talent, it's like you can solo pick off heroes pretty much.
I'm a big fan of Wyvern against Troll. I don't know why it's not being seen more often, because right now there's the only thing is that if you Cold Embrace, you're kind of setting up for a Mirana Arrow, but you know that's just something that you have to deal with. But Troll Warlord has basically no magic damage. At least like pre-MKB, and so being able to Cold Embrace a target that's getting fervored on is really, really nice.
Yeah, very peculiar that Pangolier wasn't banned out, because if you look at the previous series, Thunder Predator banned that Zai Pango in both games, and he's considered one of the best Pango players in the world, but PSG LGD as a team does not really value Pango that highly. They don't pick it too much. Fadebian isn't old 11 when it comes to performing on the hero, so.
And as we saw in the previous series, Crit also played it on 4. I know Paulson played it a bit on 4, so could be Yapster. That's the beauty of Team Secret, Sumi. You never really know. You never know. Except Troll. Well, actually, no. Even Troll could be Nisha or Matu.
Yeah. They do have some BKB piercing abilities versus the Pango, right? You have Winter's Curse later on as well. That Prophet with the spirits, while you're rolling around, they just eat you. So
even if Xinkyu does go this kind of right-click oriented Wyvern in Arctic Burn, you can hit Pango pretty easily and just kill him in his Rolling Thunder.
PSG LGD has picked Winter Wyvern before to specifically into a Troll game against Obi Neon.
Yeah. It's a very good answer to the Troll, and also Vengeful was picked. So they might have been thinking Team Secret is planning an Enigma, and they answer with a Winter Wyvern. But that's a bit of a stretch. That's like thinking a little bit too deeply into the matter.
You gotta think that deep. Yeah. This is upper bracket, baby.
The Bloodseeker, however, this isn't really thinking too deep. This is, I see Pango, I'm gonna rupture him, he's gonna be useless. That's about it.
Is that because of the rolling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rupture goes through spell immunity. You're just gonna bleed out as
they
you're rolling.
They see him rolling.
Is that a Techies ban? I see.
That is a Techies ban, you see. I don't know. Secret is clearly like I'm wasting a ban right now.
PSG LGD, they don't want to see him play. They don't want to see the team play Techies. They've done it before. Maybe they just don't want to see it.
Oh, Team Secret, you see the Techies played by PSG LGD. You saw them even maybe troll a little bit with it, but Techies, you still don't want to play against that. It's still very annoying.
Then it would have been Wyvern 5, and then like Techies.
It's possible though for Wyvern 5, right?
Yeah,
it's still doable.
That's a pretty bad support duo in air quotes, because Techies is never part of a duo.
Would that just be to make sure the game doesn't go to 70 minutes?
I honestly could not justify the Techies ban. I mean,
Tusk is still in the pool. Like I would.
Yeah, right. Yeah, why would you ban Techies over Xinkyu Tusk?
Xinkyu Tusk is like top notch.
Or they're looking for a Y hero still. Yeah.
I feel like that's his best hero. But if you're looking for Y hero, you're not banning Techies. It's exclusively Xinkyu. So It's interesting, but they need a 4 or a 5 most likely. Even that Prophet is flex, right? Like it can be your 5 and then offlane can be picked.
They played some Clockwork on Y.
On Innocence, yeah.
Yeah. I think anything to kind of help the kiting effort against Troll would be in my best interest for LGD to pick.
What hero would that be?
Yeah, so that's why I like the Clockwork. The Cogs is irritating for Pango to have to deal with, irritating for Troll to have to deal with.
This could also be Dead Prophet Monkey safe lane, Bloodseeker Wyvern off lane, and mid lane last pick. They're so flexible. They can just take a nothing to say hero to here too. No, they go with the Clockwork Innocence. Yeah, that's it rounds the draft up pretty nicely.
What about Team Secret? They have a little bit of time to figure it out.
Okay, Sumi, you give me your guess. Who do
All right, let's see. This is so hard. All right, Troll, carry for sure.
Okay.
Venge.
It's fine. Yeah, I don't know either.
All right, Venge mid.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
It's probably the least likely option.
I don't know. It's just so hard. Oh, man.
Go with the Pango.
Pango off lane.
Yeah,
Mirana support.
Yeah,
Mirana support. Okay.
So
yes.
that leaves mid, right?
Right.
They're most likely.
I just want to go for them pulling out some really weird strat. They banned out techies. Anything is possible, right?
I'm on board, Sumi.
Most likely a Nisha hero here, right? Like you're looking for some mid laner that lanes well into the Dead Prophet. We talked about these heroes before, but Quap banned out. There's maybe a possibility of Alina as well. Not really loving the hero versus Monkey and Clockwork.
Invoker.
Banned as well.
Damn.
Yep.
OD. It's a dead hero, but.
Oh, they go with the Ember.
Surprisingly normal.
What makes it a normal pick?
It's a spirit hero, and spirit heroes are great at jumping backlines. And if you have something to be worried about, like a Xingqiu Winter Wyvern camping out, looking for an opportunity to cold embrace whoever Troll Warlord's going on, then you want to be able to jump on that. And Secret didn't really have that, so I think Storm was banned out also, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so go for the Ember.
The problem that I see with every single spirit that they go for is that they're not that great into Dead Prophets. So nothing to say should have a pretty decent lane. However,
oh, perfect.
I can't blame him.
I'm gonna shut up now.
All right.
Neil.
The drafts are surprisingly even. I think that there were, like you said, they picked the Winter Wyvern into the Troll in a previous series. I think that that's a good answer that we're not seeing often enough. China loves the Troll, so they must know the answer to it. I'm going to go LGD.
Oh, man, tiebreaker again. I'm liking Team Secret. I think Team Secret will show off their expertise. They've had a lot of things hidden, secret things.
Heyo.
And I'm I'm just hoping to see some meta change. Let's bring in the casters, OD Pixel and Lacoste, to see what they think. Gentlemen, Team Secret versus PSG LGD.
You want me to go first, and then you can just hop on the train?
Yeah, I'll wait for you to say
I'll
the smart
say
stuff.
this is a big outdraft from PSG LGD. I think they have all the tools in the world to deal with Team Secret's draft. I've seen this team play for almost 2 months. This is a team that should not be underestimated. Super strong team. They have tools to deal with the Pangolier. You have Winter's Curse. You have Rupture like Bloodseeker. It's just almost impossible to have a good game on a Pango this time around. I'm not a big fan of the Vengeful Spirit as well. The lineup feels very squishy, I would say. Not too much team fight as well on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing some of the heroes that we just don't get to see too much of. Secret with this Venge and PSG LGD obviously with the final pick clock. But I would have to agree. I think it's definitely going to be a bit difficult for Secret, and Zai's going to really have to up his game against all these hard counters that he's going to have to deal with as the Pangolier.
All right, well, let's see how this game goes. Lizard and I are alone, but we'll see how the game plays out in Game 1. Team Secret versus PSG LGD. OD Pixel and Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, hopefully going to be a fun one. We, of course, have just come off the back of a series that was rather one-sided. EG able to walk away with quite a simple 2-0. This one, Secret versus PSG LGD, should be a closer matchup, right, Lacoste?
Should be, yeah. It's hard to say. You never know with Team Secret. Sometimes they just, put themselves in a bad spot with the draft, but, still it's a Team Secret. If someone can make this work, it is them for sure. Also, I would expect it's something else rather than this position 5 Clockwork, because they have swap, they have leaps, you don't really threaten a kill on Mirana. You also have like Pangolier. Sometimes he struggles because of the cogs and everything. Also, Ember Spirit can get out, so Clockwork's not going to get too much value out of this game, I would say.
Yeah, we'll see how much of a disruption Y can cause in the fights. See what sort of lane setups we're going to be having at the moment. It looks like Zai will be backed up by Yapso and Puppey around the room control. Maybe see if they can go for some action onto Y and Arme. As Y stepping in, might have a terror out. Y, he's going to be able to grab the bounty rune, but he will die for this. Secret, or maybe with the Fairy Fires. Yapso surely going to have the right clicks to take him out. And he does. In fact, Zai will be the one to get the first.
Instantly pauses. Is that a BM pause?
Whoa.
Okay. Looked like one, but apparently they have some issues with the audio.
Pausing as you get first blood, that, you know, that's not good behavior for people to do in their pubs. This is how you anger the teammates, anger the enemy. But this is good. We want to see both teams riled up. We want to see PSGLG fuming. We want to see Secret just mad as hell. So we get some excellent Dota.
The angrier you are,
yes,
you know, the more mistakes you make.
Wait, what?
Well, what do you mean?
Well,
like, if you're angry, like, do you play better or like?
Well, it depends. You know, we see. You know, we had the other day, right?
Yeah, GPK.
He was mad.
He was mad, but
then he just destroyed him.
Good type of mad.
Yeah, a good type. You know, there is definitely a good type. Here we go.
To go back to the talk about like the team fight potential, they have so many great setup. Like Winter's Curse, one of the reasons why they decided to put it as a 4, get a bit more farm priority, is it's such a great setup for the Blood Rite, for Wukong's command, cancel the whole fight with the Pangolier. You ulti anyone who's close to Troll, like Troll just kills him.
Something there, another pause. Hopefully they'll be able to sort it out soon.
Not what you expected?
Let's see what... yeah, again, this last pick, Ember Spirit. You a fan of this from Nisha? Not
they needed someone to jump
spirit.
the backlines.
Yeah.
Any of the spirits who were available, go in and try to kill Wyvern. So I guess that's the reason why they decided to go over the spirit, something that's more maneuverable in a team fight. Also, they don't have that much of a lockdown, so he should have an okay time. That Prophet, however, against any of the spirits pretty much does well, so nothing to say, should have an easy time.
Will of course be able to provide that extra bit of setup for the arrows of Yapso. We'll see what sort of build Nisha goes if he does take some early points in the chains, and if Yapso will look to make some early moves over towards mid to try and slow down. Nothing to say. Arme, as we've seen many a game where he's been popping off on the Monkey King. Is this a game where Arme is going to be able to hold off from getting the BKB and can go for his fully aggressive build?
You never know with Arme. Like, this is always the toughest stuff.
50-50 if there's a BKB or not coming into play?
More like, you know, 20-80 when it's Arme. Yeah, I think on the first day or the second day, he built 6th item BKB on a Monkey King, like just refusing to buy one.
I like it.
Arrow, nice block. It looked like he caught the arrow, but actually just blocked it so the range creep does not die. Did it on purpose.
No, smart stuff. Because of that, we'll be able to deny the range. So did Arme and Y. Down the bottom against Zai and Yapso. Over in the mid, nothing to say. DP against the Nisha Ember. Top lane, Puppey supporting Matuma Man's Troll. It's this off-lane Bloodseeker and the 4 Wyvern. Well, yeah, we'll see what Xinku's going to be able to do with the hero in this position. How much he's going to be able to achieve with the step up in priority on the hero.
Like, first couple of levels, level 1, level 2, Wyvern is really weak as a position 4/5, whatever. And once you get the second point in a Splinter Blast, then you can start pumping up some damage. It's also not the greatest setup for the Blood Rite. Only the slow is there. Like, you don't have any, like, real stun.
And we do see Matu on the Troll. This carry, one of the most solid laners in the game. You can deal with pretty much the majority of popular lanes that are thrown at you nowadays. Having that strong capability between the melee and the range form, and the solid chance of being able to trade back if these melee heroes like the Bloodseeker do ever try and go on you.
Bloodseeker is a strong laner. 6 armor, level 2. I love the item build Magic Stick because you know the troll will be pumping out those whirling axes, and same goes from Puppy's Vengeful Spirit. A double career kill.
Ooh.
Like this should reveal the board.
I need imagine so.
So that's 60 gold times 5, 300 gold just by killing 2 couriers for the whole team.
Of course, unfortunately, though, the courier is dead.
You're welcome, Owen.
What do we got? Oh,
because I've been doing the math and it's correct. It's
that's why we get
quick.
you here. You're here for the brains. I'm here for the
memes.
I actually don't know why.
Memes.
The memes.
Nothing to say. Already has enough to buy a bottle. Didn't even bring any other items. Just one set of Tango. Same goes for Ember Spirit. Straight into bottle.
I must say, I mean, as we said, this game, Zai, lots of things he's got to be worrying about. You know, if you're playing the Panga, what would you say is the biggest threat in these sort of team fights? Like, who's looking to mess you up the most?
From PSG LGD?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Wyvern. Like, the only team fight pretty much they have is Panga leader Rolling Thunder, and he has two, like, the best ability pretty much, that's Rupture, so you have to cancel it or roll and die, and you have also Winter's Curse, something that the Panga leaders don't really like to play into. Also, any kind of leash mechanic is a pretty big deal. Top lane, some pressure. Let's see if he has... No, not. It's on cooldown. Unfortunately.
Puppy himself.
We'll still go for it.
Oh, very, very low. And out of regen, Puppy might have to take the walk back to base or at least get something sent out on the courier. And he is not in a good position to help the lane now. There's another Splinter Blast, even connecting as Jinkyu will push him all the way back on his road to base. Oh, the rocket flare! Oh, why?
He snipes him.
He did. Lovely little move there from Y, able to get a kill from across the map. Excellent shot.
He gets the D ward on top of that as well. There's no point for him to get the cogs in this lane. As we've said, like, you're playing against the Pangolier, you're playing against Mirana. They have the leap charges. They have tools to actually get away from that. Puppy, after dying, TP's mid, refills the bottle for Nisha.
Yeah, nothing to say, but a little bit of a lead in this matchup. As you said, we should expect to see.
Rocket on the top lane. Ooh, Bloodright does not connect.
Really putting on the pressure. It's a secret safe lane here. PSG LGD. As Matu very low. Does have a salve. What's he got coming out? Blades of attack and a stick, so at least have some sort of capabilities to keep himself sustained in the lane. So definitely down bottom. Arme receiving a lot less pressure on his half of the map. Having a fine time farming underneath the tower.
Bounty rune spawning. Seems like it's just gonna be 2-for-2 trade. Ahmed, he pretty much always gets Battle Fury on the Monkey King. Yep. That's his standard stuff. Into Aghanim Scepter. He just loves to be super greedy on the hero.
Another attempt there from Yapsor, but Arme, no trouble reading it. Of course, still have that Observer. What is about to expire, but was keeping good vision of any sort of angle that Yapsor could attempt to get from across the trees.
That Prophet is level 6. They're trying to find the angle on the Ember Spirit, who's still 5. They're going to go in.
See, TP's coming in. Yapsor, he's going to try and head over, but Nisha, he's surrounded. Sleight of fist to try and buy some time away from the 3 of them, but he'll get taken out. And the damage of the exorcism, and Puppy and Yapsor, they've got to be careful as well. Why?
Yeah, Puppy's
stepping
dead.
over with the battery assault. Puppy, he is going to get surrounded. There's nothing he can do to keep himself alive.
Oh.
This is a double kill, but nothing to say.
And Yapsor, he misses the arrow. There was a creep blocking the siege creep unit, so they can't stop the push. First usage of the exorcism, they get 2 kills. They might actually get... I don't think they're going to be able to, like, completely kill the tower, because Ember will come back and they're half HP. Why? Still manages to get out. Rune is on the top. That Prophet gets it, so it's like 1,500 damage on the tower.
That's a lot. And those 2 kills for nothing to say. Just Secret, yeah, coming in a bit all over the place with that defense. Not necessarily having the best heroes to push back PSG LGD when they make that sort of move early on. They try nonetheless, and does not end well for them. It's 3-1 now. PSG LGD. Arme treads complete. He can now look to farm away from the lane if he feels he can be a bit more efficient in the jungle. Zai has got the Orb of Corrosion and level 6.
Yeah, that's why Arme is like, I can't really be in the lane. Yeah. Need to go back to the jungle, otherwise they're just gonna kill me. Fate Beyond on the top lane does not have a level 6 yet, going towards the road of Atos, which I really like. Great against Ember Spirit, great against Pangolier, Mirana, all these maneuverable heroes. Like, you just want to be able to lock them down, and of course it's a great setup for Bloodright.
They found him. Why? He's able to walk up, get the trap with the cogs. It'll be an easy setup for the Bloodright. Faith Beyond comes over, claims the kill. He's already in this early game. Puppey struggling a bit to really stay on the map. 3 deaths already on the Vengeful Spirit.
Arrow will hit. Easy. Nicely done. That's the first turn of Shadow Charge on Mirana. Like, ideally, you would want to have Wyvern sitting there and just soaking up the XP. He's very hard to kill because of the Arctic Burn.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, tower does go down, but Puppey was able to TP in. Actually, manages to find the deny. We'll manage to take that away from PSG LGD, but nonetheless, 8 minutes in, losing their mid-tier 1 tower. So it's going to give a lot of room for PSG LGD to make plays on the side lanes, and it just sort of opens up the area of safety that Arme can sort of swing between the mid, the jungle, and the triangle without too much worry of Secret catching him by surprise.
Exorcism popped on the top lane. There should be no response from the Team Secret there. They could potentially just trade a tower on the bottom lane. Zai still did not pop that Rolling Thunder. It's a scary thing to play against unless you bring the Bloodseeker, then you can just rupture him. Why level 4? He should be the one. Well, support's a bit under-leveled. Both supports level 4.5. So either they leave a lane for Jinkyu to get the levels, and then Y buys the Tome. Because Clockwork really, does not get the far priority in this one.
No, it's going to be some slow levels from White. So Nisha, after the phase boost, we'll see what sort of route he wants to go. If he feels the necessity to get some sort of early protective item like the Yules, or if he feels that he can get away with getting aggressive, getting that Maelstrom first. Could be tricky though. So there is that hard silence of nothing to say that he will have to deal with in the fights, and that could be enough to set up for the follow-up Bloodright hookshot once it's there from Y. Obviously for now, 2 more levels that he's not going to have to worry about that catch, Nisha. It's both carries very close to one another. Arme has got a nice little double stack of the Ancients. Will keep himself just ahead of Matsu, but both going for that same build-up there. The Battle Fury is on the horizon for both of them.
Ame has that Primal Spring maxed out, wants to be able to just farm up the Battle Fury. We'll try to stack it one more time. We'll be able to do so.
They're getting quite a lot out of these Ancients. A little more than Matsu's able to from the neutrals that he's working his way around. Down bottom, catch to be found on Jinkyu. So they'll get the jump around the bounties.
Moonlight Shadow is available, so they can make a move. Just need to outpush the lane, so they know something's not up.
Are you a fan of this Lacoste? Sort of classic Yapsor style.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah. I've seen what he's going for. Aghanim Scepter after getting the urn. It's a good Aghanim's upgrade. It's not an S tier, but it's a greedy one. Kind of suits Yapsor's playstyle.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he's going to be pushing out lanes, doing damage, getting those creeps with the Starstorm on the arrow. Finding some action here is White. And he's got 6. We'll be able to hookshot back to safety. It's over towards Faith Beyond, and Secret won't be able to catch him. That's Nisha. Well, indeed, he's going to feel that he can get away with getting the Maelstrom first. Smoke up from PSG LGD. No hookshot, of course, for 40 seconds, but Faith Beyond has the rod complete. So that solid setup into the silence of the Bloodright could do wonders. Nisha, though, with the invis, he's going to dispel that whole movement. I'll drop it down now. Zai, bringing White low here. Maybe thinking about getting in on this, but TPs are coming in from PSG LGD. They turn the rod down into the Bloodright. The follow-up silence as well from Nothing to Say as they lock down Nisha. Nisha, the silence, it's too long. Nisha can't get out of this. As Nisha goes down, Rupture's already onto Zai.
Pango.
They've still got the Winter's Curse if Jinkyu can find the opportunities to lock them down. Zai, the Rupture wears off. He's going to roll his way out. He'll head back to safety and will make it away. Still PSG LGD, they get the big kill. They take down Nisha.
You can feel the power of the Bloodseeker against the Pangolier. Also great setup from Road of Atos into Silence. That's a 6-second duration Silence, followed up by Silence from the Death Prophet, extra 3 seconds. Ember Spirit, he wanted to get that Maelstrom, so like you have the item to scale. Already bought the staff, so he feels... he needs to get something to get rid of that Silence.
No, yeah, it really was always going to be the question this game if he could get away with it. And after that, Nisha says, all right, nope, yours absolutely. Maelstrom would definitely go punished. As mid lane Zai off the mark with a swashbuckle. Well, Wise off the mark as well with a hook shot. Bit of a symphony of fails there between the two of them. There's nobody going to get caught out. Meanwhile, how's the carries looking? Matu, a sword away from his Battle Fury. Arme, pretty much in the same position. It really is going to be very close between these two.
Neck and neck close. Just 400 gold away from the Battle Fury. Still did not see a Winter's Curse. Jin Q going into Glimmer Cape. A lot of damage coming out from them is magical. They will get the ward.
Yep, so still farming away towards the Yags. It's pretty much about halfway done. Secret. I mean, both teams really are going to be happy with the passiveness. No need to force whilst they carries farm away. Nisha at least needs that Yule's done before he tries to make any plays. Nothing to say. It's going to be a very difficult target to go on. Going for the Yule straight into the BKB, making sure that he can be that frontliner that PSG LGD can fight around. PSG LGD, whilst Arme continues to farm, they'll make a move as the board. Them Nisha, he's been caught. Silence into the rod, hook shot and the blood right. They lock him down as Nisha, the swap. Puppey, he will manage to get the save off. So Puppey able to make sure that Nisha lives. That's a good job as well, Nisha. He was just 100 gold away from finishing his Yule Scepter. So it would have been a very painful time to be caught. But Puppey makes the move and Nisha will get to live to see another day.
This is why they picked the Vengeful Spirit. Also, Puppey just loves to play certain heroes like Enchantress, Vengeful Spirit. Even though it's not like the strongest hero right now, they still get to use it really well. I don't think PSG LGD will make a move until that Prophet gets level 2 Exorcism. Spirits go from 8 to 16. They double, so a lot more damage. Smoke, Zai, and Yapsor trying to find a kill on Ame.
I mean, if they could get the Rolling Thunder into the arrow, they could certainly have a shot at getting this. Meanwhile, down bottom, looking towards Y. He's got the backup, the curse is out. Jin Q is able to catch the two of them into the silence. Nisha goes down. And now with the chase, they'll look to run down Matuma Man. Ruptures at the ready. Fabian pops it out. Matsu, he has still got the ult. He's going to pop it, get back in there, try and close the gap. But the Yules is up. Buying time, so Matuma Man will actually still get the kill on Y. But of course, will not manage to escape.
At least they got something out of that. You know, a kill on position 5. Ame, they did not get him. He managed to get out, was watching the bottom lane, what was happening. Teamfight is just too strong. Like, they have ways of resetting. They have these silences to follow up on the curse with either coming out from the Death Prophet or the Blood Right.
So it's always going to be very difficult for Secret to turn up.
A lot of kiting potential against the Troll. The Cogs, Cold Embrace. I'm feeling PSG LGD.
Absolutely. In those moments as well where you're seeing Matu getting taken down and you know that Arme's just free farming elsewhere on the map, you know, that hurts. When you've got two Battle Fury carries and one of them's getting the freedom that Arme is, it's going to be tough to keep up with it, especially when he's going for, as you said, the Ags after the Battle Fury. His farming speed is just going to ramp up at a pace that Matu, he can't afford to get picked off if he wants to keep up with it.
This also allows you to go inside the pit and take it. You can have like 3 heroes. Monkey King can actually solo Roshan. It's going to take a while once he gets the Aghanim Scepter. But with the help of the Exorcism, they could potentially just take it. Ame scouting things out.
Yeah, he's dangerous territory at the moment. Secret are all here. He knows Ame. Keeping it cool. And does have good backup now. White and Xingqiu around, just in case Secret did come in with a...
I want to see Xingqiu get a bit more farm priority as a 4 Wyvern, because he is such a great setup. I want to see like a Blink Dagger, possibly even Ether Lance on top of that, just to have that long-range initiation.
the next fight is, again, just going to be a very tough one for Secret. I mean, the network difference is close, but you just look at heroes like this Death Prophet, nothing to say. BKB just about 500 gold away. When he's got this BKB and Yule's Exorcism out, Secret, they're going to have to back away from him. I don't know if they're going to be able to fight into this Death Prophet.
They just don't have enough burst damage. So, like, there's always going to be Curse to react. Death Prophet can get the Yule Scepter off, possibly. You know, there's so many things. We still did not see the big combo, the Curse into Wukong's command, because Ahmed does not feel comfortable fighting yet. Scan connected. They're planting down the Sentry and the Observer Ward. Nothing to say. He's good.
Yeah, reads the whole movement. A Secret, they'll spend a bit of time here with the four of them searching all over the place.
Oh no. He wants to go back in.
Oh, this might be costly if he reveals himself to burst the next wave. But with Yapso and Matu's shown on the wave, there's no way Nothing to Say shows himself now, surely.
Just stay in the trees. This is a line that has been said during TI1 or TI2. Still up to date.
I mean, he goes for the nuke on the wave. Zai still around, maybe able to start something. As he's thinking about going for this Zai, keeping himself hidden, and Nothing to Say is going to spot him out. Now they'll try and turn with the Yule setup. Arrow coming in. Timing won't quite be there. TP's immediately coming through from PSG LGD. So they know Secret was hunting for something. Secret, of course, won't push any further. Not looking to take any risks that close to the tier 2 of PSG LGD. Now things going elsewhere for the cause. Matu getting close to having the S and Y done. So, of course, Blink after the Yules. And Nisha, Maelstrom, not quite done yet.
Finishes Aghanim Scepter. Just needs one more creep wave.
This Monkey King's going to get very, very farmed. Arme has just had complete freedom in this first 19 minutes.
They're making a move on the bottom so he can TP to the bottom lane and connect with the rest of the team if needed.
There we go. Look at the setting up. Why? Hook shot straight into the back of Faith Beyond. Not the ideal start, but it does the job. Kill is found. Nisha is going to head out with the TP. They won't be able to find him in time.
They got another kill. Like, they could potentially just go inside and force a fight inside the pit. I don't think Team Secret team fight is enough to actually just threaten. There we go.
Nisha. It's walking up to the high ground. Ahmed just drops down the Wukong's command. Nisha does have a remnant prepared down bottom, so he is away. But now he's on the other side of the map. PSG LGD, they're going to look to get into the pit, pop the Exorcism, and they'll look to take this before Secret's able to set themselves in up in a position to contest this.
They don't have Wukong's command. Like, I guess he was relying on Dead Prophet to land a silence, but she was a bit too far away from it. Rest of the team, like, they have 3 people on the bottom. Like this Roshan, Zai, trying to jump in.
Let's see if he can time it. The Curse will hold him back. Radiant gets the kill on Roche. Aegis will still be picked up as well by PSG LGD. Has Nothing to Say, able to take it, as well as taking Zai's life.
Ahmed made a slot. He wanted to pick it up, but
they couldn't
got
risk
stunned.
it.
Yeah, they did not want to risk anything. Nothing to Say is like, you know, I'm just grabbing it.
Yeah. And he will tensor for over on the mid. Puppy tries to set him on a Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say able to dodge the magic missile there with the illusion rune. Arrow's coming in. Faith Beyond just steps to the side, gets back in, takes down Puppy. PSG LGD, they can now start to maybe get a bit of a push on, even without the Exorcism. Their core is very strong right now. And Forever just staying in the faces of Secret. So Secret just aren't really having any chance to get on any sort of mission to hunt down Arme. They just don't have the space to make that move.
It's very hard for them to gank with their heroes, considering the situation they're in right now. Like, it's Mirana 4. They have a setup, you know. They have a setup with the Ember Spirit, but it's a bit tough to execute considering they're playing into Wyvern. Arrow will connect on a mid lane. They might be able to burst him down. That's the first life.
They've got to be careful. Xingqiu, Winter's Curse in 15 seconds. So if they want to go in and try and take him down, Rolling Thunder coming out for Zai. Found the chain straight over towards Xingqiu, and
good roll.
Faith Beyond going to get bounced upon again, but the Wukong's command is down. Matu and Zai, they're caught in the middle of it. The silence is well to Batumaman. He's not going to get the chance to get the ult off, as he's perma-silenced there by the squad of PSG LGD, and now they're over towards Puppy as well. Rod of Ados down from Faith Beyond. PS LGD, they'll be able to find 3.
Rocket
Flare from wide
will finish him off. Yeah, the team fight potential from PSG LGD. You can see Wukong's command with the Aghanim Scepter is just too much. Yule Scepter is available. But the Boundless, oh, he's waiting. Ame.
He's away for Luca. Yeah, Faith Beyond. He was there by the Remnant. He was ready for Nisha. Nisha's still on the run. He's low on the mana. TP's coming over. Jin-Q. Maybe seeing if he could catch him off, but will be speedy enough with the phase boost and the Yules to still get away from it all. So Nisha will live, but 14-5, 6k lead. And Secret, they went all in there on that attempt to try and take down Nothing to Say the 2 times, but PSG LGD, they were ready to turn this.
Oh, they were ready. I love the optimization from Fate Beyond. You know, getting that Rod of Aethas, such a great setup for a lot of the things that they have, and maneuverable heroes, kind of crippling three heroes inside of Team Secret. And now getting into a BKB, has a Basher queued up, like he wants to be able to scale.
We have queued up on Matsumaman, the BKB for him.
He had a Basher for a brief moment, and then realizes, you know, these silences...
They destroy him.
Just relying on swap is not going to be enough, so I need to be able to go in with the BKB and actually deal the damage.
Yeah, pretty much for the most part, that Puppy's just not always able to be able to provide that save. You know, if he wants to have any chance of getting in, utilizing the Wave of Terror and the Magic Missile, chances are he's just going to be in range of Nothing to Say, being able to reach out and catch the Venge in the silence as well.
I've seen Jin-Q also, like, changing his item build quite a lot. You know, first he wanted to get some more damage. I've seen Orchid, I've seen Hex. But in the last fight, you've seen, you know, he needs to be able to get his spells off from a further distance. Like, that's just why I love Aetherlance so much. Like, Aetherlance Blink Dagger should be the build here. Clockwork, he gets him.
Oh my goodness, I mean, he's out, but definitely some style points there for Y. Hits the blind hook shot.
Even the broken clock is right twice a day, right?
Hey.
Like, he used hook shot multiple times on his allies so far. Sometimes defensive, sometimes didn't want to use it, but yeah, this one kind of earned the respect.
Yeah, that was, yes. No, it doesn't matter if you don't get the kill there. It's you hit a pretty good hook shot. It's top lane. Exorcism's out. Tier 2, that'll be taken down. Secret, no position to defend this. They will not be turning up to fights until Matthew's got that BKB.
It's just too much damage. Like, these two heroes can pretty much kill the Roche alone, kill the towers. They can take the outpost. There we go. Gem, bought by Clockwork. He's also going for the shard. Top tier memer right there.
I mean, when you're having a good game, you know, you got to reward yourself with some of the more entertaining abilities. Jetpack is definitely up there. Yeah, you always know you're having a tough game if you start falling behind a team that's had the ability to pick up a shard on clock.
The prize is mine.
Yeah, one of the best. S-tier shard right there. You know, I feel there's always a better choice than the shard. You know, get
but it's,
pretty much anything.
It's the demoralizing factor, you know. You don't want to be that team that loses to the clock that was able to buy a shard and it didn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know why you would have like a limited turn rate.
It's because it's that powerful. The cost.
Yeah,
you know,
it would be OP.
They got to nerf it somehow.
I completely agree.
You don't get much better than jetpacks.
Still not committing for it.
He's not.
He's waiting.
Someone on his team saying, don't do it.
No. They still have a tier 1 tower, so the reason is like he wants to save the buyback because he can easily buy back and the TP to tier 1 tower connect with the rest of the team even if he gets caught. But I don't think he should be the one holding the gem. Like, they should give it to someone else. Because he goes in, dies, he could easily lose that gem.
That's true. I mean, could you even afford for sort of Arme to take it? I mean, he's got a Wraith Ban and a GG branch, and one of those slots could do it. Or is it too risky to put it on Arme?
Arme is just holding a branch, so you can hop on a tree. I don't know. It should be Arme holding it, actually.
He's got slots. Let's see if they pass it over. I mean, what? Why is actually here?
He gave it to someone.
Yeah, he's giving it. Okay, Faith Beyond also had a slot. I mean, that's a perfect one as well. BKB, strong.
Anyone
ball.
who's tanky, like he's quite suicidal on the Clockwork. Like, you go in, most of the time you're gonna die because you don't have that jetpack. If you have a jetpack, then you're good to go.
Oh, here we go. Why? He's onto Puppey. Puppey outside of the base. Quick kill for PSG LGD. As they'll get the pressure on this tier 2.
It's a level 3 exorcism. So quite a lot of damage. Nothing to say. Like, he's having such a good game. Involved in 12 out of 15 kills. Always there to back up the team. Some crucial silences so far. Super farm, boots of travel. Can be anywhere on the map. Like, whenever you have this kind of global presence or anything that can initiate from far away, like, you also want to pair it up with another boots of travel.
Meanwhile, on the side of Secret, their core's having a tough one. Nisha 1-3-1. This was the last pick Ember, and he's just not been able to have much of a game at all so far. And the River will catch White.
That's why I did not want to see him holding the gem, because he dies so easily, doesn't have a way of protecting himself other than the hook shot. Troll has enough money to buy a BKB. Going into Basher next.
Now with that BKB, they...
Oh, another Arcane Rune. Oh. That Prophet will pick it up. Exorcism ready in 40. Roche may respawn in a second. Let's see if it's a almost full 2 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely on the pressure on Secret to make something happen themselves. With each passing moment, Arme just getting so far ahead of anybody else in the competition. Already 3.5k ahead of the farm of Matuma-man. And on the way towards upgrading that Basher into an Abyssal.
I'm understanding. This time around, I'm not fooling around or anything. I'm just getting that BKB. It's a 10-second BKB. Didn't even pop it once, but, you know, it's still good to have it. Why?
Why? He's able to find the catch onto Yapsor. Nisha will be able to run, but Yapsor left behind.
Like, if I was Mirana there, I leap. Like, I see that rupture, I know I'm dead, at least I'm going out with the style.
And so far, have you been really impressed with what's been achieved with the Ags on Yapsor, or do you feel it's not really done a lot?
It's just kind of a farming tool. They've not been fighting, so you don't see the full potential of it. It's good for pushing out the waves much easier. But other than that, you know, it's not that good of an Aghanim. It's a decent one. It's very costly. Like, it decreases his farm 2,000 gold ahead of a Jinkyu's Wyvern, and he's pretty much the same amount of farm as Pangolier. I guess maybe they did not want to give Pangolier that much farm because he has so many counters, so Yapsor's kind of taking over.
Yeah, that probably is the direction that they're trying to go with the draft here in the game. And Basher status, Faith Beyond, he's going to have his done for the next fight. Roshan.
Jetpack is ready.
Oh, he's got it.
He's got it.
He's got it. Here we go. So Y ready to fly all around the place.
Dire's courier has been killed.
There's Roshan. I don't know if Secret can contest this. It's a very tough team fight to play into. PSG LGD, they take this Roche fast. Secret, they're heading over.
There's so many monkeys. They need to be careful.
Let's see what Zai can do. He's going to look to try and get him for on the Thunder. Doesn't actually get the angle straight in, and on the side, Matthew puts the BKB, but a lot of the duration is going to be wasted by the Witch's Curse. Zai will be able to snatch the Aegis. PSG LGD get the kill, but Zai's able to get the steal. Still, though, that's Nisha dead. Zai dead the once. Zai will be able to blink out to the side. He'll live a second time. Matsu silence, but was able to get the battle chance off in time. Faith Beyond being protected, though, by Jinkyu with the cold embrace. As Faith Beyond will survive, they can turn, bring down Matuma-man. The rest of Secret, they've got to run.
At least they got something. You know, they got that Aegis, which is a pretty big deal. You would not want to have that on Ame because he would easily just go in and siege the high ground. That was also a Dead Prophet Exorcism once again with the Arcane Rune. I believe that was like third or fourth one so far. They're still going to go in. Ame picked up the cheese, so this is something that they need to be careful about. I think like Ame should always be able to get the cheese off. He's super tanky. There's no burst damage on Team Secret whatsoever.
Absolutely. One sort of... Ooh, Puppey having to swap Zai out of that. GLGD nearly getting the setup to dive past the racks for the killers. They're taking away the mid-rack. Zai's going to jump in and turn with the Abyssal. We'll be able to slide out with the swashbuckle, but the melee racks are gone. Arme immediately moving up to the top.
Yeah, Zai, that was a 5-man shield crash. 90% damage reduction. They can't kill him.
See what they can do to stop this. They loads of storm. Taking the missile back on a Puppey. Zai coming in with the Rolling Thunder, getting in on top of Arme, but Arme's being protected by the cold embrace. A lot of Continue to bounce
Cheese
back. Arme getting low. Zai
doesn't get it off.
I mean, Zai did that perfectly. He stunned Arme for pretty much the entire time, 100-0. They're actually able to kill him off before he can get the cheese off. And now, looking to see if they can chase for more. White, caught up by the sleight of fist. Another kill now with a slow on to Jingju. Secret, they will defend as Zai, I mean, a fantastic Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, the reason why he managed to do such a great Rolling Thunder is because he had a Lotus Orb. Like, YapzOr used the Lotus Orb on him, and they did not want to use the Curse nor the Rupture on him, because, like, you're kind of in a bad spot there, but pretty much the perfect role from Zai there, controlling his Monkey King, not allowing him to use the cheese there.
Huge
I think, like, we're going to see that fight again, right? But I believe that Vintage Curse was available. Maybe he used it in the back lines.
It wasn't up at the moment.
It wasn't up at the moment, okay.
Zai, just getting in, able to turn, and of course on the stairs, couple of bounces, using that Yules, and he just can't do anything, Arme. Zai handling him completely.
Yeah, and Curse just got ready.
Just a little too low, and a little too long on the cooldown. They couldn't protect Arme. Secret, we're definitely on the verge there of losing a second set of racks.
And they can go in again. 60 seconds until Exorcism. They can just go in. They still have cheese on Arme once he respawns. He's level 24. Like, once he hits that level 25, the extra Wukong's command ring. This is why Dead Prophet and Monkey are such, like, strong combination of the heroes, where you can, like, easily siege when it comes to the late game. Still, like in Dota, sieging the Tier 3 tower, still one of the hardest things to do. Wukong's command, huge amount of damage coming from the Exorcism, you can easily take it.
Let's see what the next play is going to be for Secret, whilst they are still obviously playing on the back foot, down 11k, and a set of racks in the mid lane. PSG LGD still feeling very, very strong though. As long as they can avoid those situations where Arme gets fully locked down by Zai, Arme is still going to have incredible power in these team fights, particularly with the DD rune in the bottle. Secret coming out for the bottom tier 2. So PSG LGD, they won't swing round for this tower, pretty much good as dead.
You could see Jinkyu's way of thinking when he's itemizing, like, okay, they just killed Monkey King, I do not want him to die once again with a good Rolling Thunder coming out from the Pangolier, so I'll push him out. You know, if he uses a Yule Scepter, tries to stun lock him, I'll just push him out. So he gets a 4-staff.
PSG LGD coming in for this angle. Secret might not expect them to be here on the high ground, nothing to say. Be able to find any catch. Secret, they'll be able to stand to the side with a Moonlight Shadow. Hook shot. Not quite able to catch there. Wide ties, but the dodge is in place. Puppey getting chased out by nothing to say. CP puts her in over to the side. Matu is going in onto Arme. Arme will be able to get the BKB and the cheese off. Turns with the missile over towards Matu. He's caught in the Wukong's command. Matu continue to beat his with the boundless strike. Slammed down onto the troll. Arme takes down Matuma Man. Zai will also fall to the damage of the Wukong's command. Nisha and YapzOr, they've got to run. But Arme, he's in. He's chasing over towards Nisha. Nisha trying to run, but Faith Beyond and Arme will close up on him as 3 dead on Secret.
It's just too much damage. Arme uses that cheese, gets the ulti off, locks him down with the Abyssal Blade, like gets extra armor from the Wukong's command. Troll is just not a match against the Monkey King in this type of situations. He also had a double damage on Monkey there.
No, so it's a very hard fight for Secret to take. As soon as that battle chance comes to an end, Matuma Man is getting torn apart by the damage that Arme offers at this point. Back onto the racks, PSG LGD looking to take this second set away from Secret. Secret not wanting to use the buybacks on Zai or Matuma Man. There's still a tier 1 and a tier 2 down on the bottom lane, so Secret know that they'll be able to have the chance to pull together one more defense, but it is not getting any easier. Each and every fight pushing Secret
he has
further
only one
and further
leap
behind.
left. Oh, nicely done by YapzOr.
A full Lincoln Sphere as well for Faith Beyond, so no longer a target they can look to set up on. Even when they have that Abyssal done on Matuma Man, which in itself is still going to take a bit of time. And Arme closing in on a full AC. As 3, 1, and 6 now. And that one death, of course, up top due to Zai. Other than that, Arme has just been having a perfect game. This opener from PSG LGD, the Death Prophet and the Monkey King that we've seen so many times for them, yet again, just having a beautiful game.
Ahmed is just a monster in this one. Hit level 25. Additional Wukong's ring, bigger Wukong's command. He's still thinking about like whether I keep Orb of Destruction, Flicker, Penta-Edge Sword drop. This is an item that like Monkey King would definitely want to have. For now, just keep an Orb of Destruction.
Starting to get the push down the bottom lane. Secret unlikely to try and defend outside of the base. Not let these towers fall as PSG LGD gearing up for the third and potential final push.
Team Secret just cannot match the team fight from PSG LGD, and like these heroes scale so much. Wyvern, Curse, like the stronger your hero gets, like the stronger his ulti is.
Radiant are scanning.
They're trying to buy some Lincoln Spheres to cancel, like just to mitigate to the Curse, the Ruptures, Abyssal Blades, Pango getting closer to one, same goes for Mirana, but they still don't have it.
We got Puppy. No
Would
chance
you look
there.
at
Even
that?
dropping everything coming out.
Well, he has nothing to say because he just picked up like 5 Arcane Runes in a row on Death Prophet.
He's
I would also be
he's
silent.
had a lot of them this game. And utilizing them to full potential. Not holding back on these ultimates and having a great time with the Ghost. He wants to get that uptime going even more. Queuing up the Refresher Orb next.
Roshan will be up in 30 seconds. They will not have Exorcism, but once again, because of that Arcane Rune, they will have it in a minute.
Yeah, should at least have it in time for any sort of fight. If Secret do try once again to come out and contest PSG LGD around the Rosary spawn. That's Nisha. Want to get a Shiva's Guard done. No big items coming out for Secret yet. Zai. Then you having the Lincolns and Matu. To go for the Blink first before upgrading the Basher. So still a fair bit of time until they have the House of the Abyssal on. PSG LGD, they'll go for the Roche and Secret. They won't have a chance to take a look at this.
Yeah, they cannot contest this. It's gonna be a refresher. I guess you give that to Monkey King. Like, if he can set a second Wukong's command. Like, first Wukong's command could be just to want to take the tier 3 tower and then have another one refresh the BKB. Smoke.
Oh, this he's going straight in. Jumps over the Abyssal on towards Nisha. They'll try and hold back Arme. Yeah, held back by the magic missile. Secret, they've got to run though wide. Comes in with a hook shot, Puppy in with the save. Zai will be taken out towards the side. Matu getting in on top of Jinkyu. He's trying to bring down the Wyvern, but the Cold Embrace is up in time. Jinkyu able to keep himself alive. The Wukong is down, the Bashes are out. Matu, he's surrounded by
Instant
PSG
buyback.
as Matu goes down. Dead for 90. No buyback on the drop.
They're gonna get Puppy. He manages to save Bangler for a brief period of time, but they still get him. Like, this is the target that Troll needs to go on. Like, he needs to kill the Wyvern. There was no curse in the fight. Roll.
Zai, can he do anything to save against the push this time? Zai is having to hold back Arme. He's charging in. He's ready to dive in on anybody. Now Secret, they've got to try and defend 4v5. PSG LGD, they're pushing onto the tier 4s. Fortification comes out. It looks like there's going to be very little that Secret can do to stop this power of
Wukong
PSG LGD.
is available.
Disarm still has that Aegis. He is not worried whatsoever. On the backline, Jinkyu is just going to be able to hold the back with the curse. The second tier 4 goes down. Arme, he's just looking to end the game. Pops the BKB, the Wukong's command as the Ancient. It will fall. GG is called as PSG LGD. Game 1 is theirs.
Great decision making by PSG LGD in the end. Like, they instantly buy on Wyvern and not hesitating to use the Refresher Orb because he's running out of slots. Refreshes the BKB and the Wukong's command. They just go in, get those tier 4 towers, and just end the game. Like, great showing. Team Secret, not enough team fight. Like, they could not match team fight coming out from PSG LGD.
No, not at all. It was always going to be a hard game for some of these heroes. You know, Zai's Pango very much dealt with because of the lineup that PSG LGD was able to get through. And the opening, it just wasn't punished. This Death Prophet, the Monkey King, Arme's Monkey King, just so much space was had. Secret were never really able to get a move together to slow him down.
They didn't find him. Yeah. He was just completely free farming. Him and Troll kind of had the same amount of farm. Then once he got that Aghanim Scepter, once they got to the Roche, Ame's net worth kind of skyrocketed.
He was just so far ahead of anyone else in the game, right up until the closing moments, just getting further and further ahead. That Monkey King might have to be taken away if teams want to stand a chance against PSG LGD, as this game one looking very hot indeed, as PSG LGD will claim first game of the series against Secret.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Lacoste. I'd like to start off our panel with I think it's the second second public apology I've had to give to Lizard, because I definitely bullied production into forcing him onto Team Secret predictions.
I don't think so.
Don't
make excuses for him.
Yeah, don't make excuses for me, because I liked PSG LGD's draft, but I would still go with Secret, because I expected them to do well. However, that Europe in shambles.
This was a proof of concept. I think, like I said, the VP LGD series taught me that at least LGD is much better than Eastern Europe. Now this series is teaching me that they not only can hold a candle to Secret, but they can manhandle Secret. This was an outdraft, outplay, out-team fight. Everything that LGD did was just incredibly impressive.
Okay, it's not also bleak for Secret fans. Zai God on a couple of these team fights. Still engages. Then on top lane, it's pretty much solo handling the Monkey King, preventing them from taking two sides. Didn't really matter, because it was such a difficult troll game, first and foremost, because of the Wyvern that we talked about. But also Ember. Nisha just couldn't find a foothold in this game. It's so hard for him to start doing anything when the first item from the Bloodseeker is an Atos, and then he's playing into Bloodright. Atos silenced from the Dead Prophet. He's just silenced for like 10 minutes. Eventually you're gonna die.
Like Lacoste said, it was a really difficult draft for Team Secret. Do you think that they could have drafted differently?
It's felt like an uphill battle, and usually Secret can get away with these wonky drafts because they'll throw the enemy off balance. So Avenge. Well, that's a great counter against Monkey King. Take me out of Wukong's command. But LGD came correct, and we're very, very prepared for these off-meta picks from Secret, it seems.
It looks like they couldn't play their own game on Team Secret. They were always the ones receiving the aggression of PSG LGD, and they couldn't really find a way to start fights. A couple of times, like on the mid lane, they had a very good fight in which they eliminated Winter Wyvern first. It still didn't matter whatsoever, because that Prophet on Nothing to Say is a scary thing too. Secret, one thing that I really think is they need to reevaluate their first picks and maybe the first two bans, because they gave away that Prophet and Monkey King.
Still have to ban the IO though.
You have to ban the IO, but leaving Monkey King and that Prophet versus Nothing to Say and Ame is pretty much as puppy as it can get. Testing stuff out.
Which maybe we were theorizing that they're giving the IO away for game one. Maybe they will give away the IO for game two. You gave away the Death Prophet and Monkey King. You wanted to test them on it. LGD proved that they have absolutely nothing to be scared of. And nothing to say.
Yep. Definitely.
Oh
Great
my
one.
God. Oh no.
1-5-3 on the Troll just really couldn't accomplish much in this game. Every time he would join a fight, the target that he goes on gets cold embraced, or they just Winter's Curse someone next to him, and that's all she wrote.
It was, so the creative item build from the Bloodseeker with the Rod, the Clockwork with the Cogs, the Wyvern with Cold Embrace and Curse. This Troll was destined for failure from the draft, it felt.
Pango was also sad that game.
Yes,
it was
very
a very
sad.
Difficult game for Pangolier.
And usually whenever I see these teams kind of go hard on countering the Pango, it's a little too tunnel visiony, because I have the Rupture, I have the Winter's Curse, and then some teams will also toss in like a Grimstroke, Soulbind, and then usually the offlaner's like, fine, I'm cool tanking all of this focus, but all these spells were serving a dual purpose on LGD. Not only was it countering the Pango, but it was also making life hell for the Troll Warlord.
Zai still had a phenomenal game though, we have to say that. Obviously he couldn't do as much as in some other games, but considering what he's playing against, that was great.
So what do you think is going to happen going into Game 2? Do you think Secret will go back to following the meta with their draft, or do you think maybe they'll try something even weirder?
I say that they let the IO go through. I think Puppy has a strategy that he was hoping to not have to deal with until Grand Finals, and may still not deal with. Maybe he's okay going to lower bracket, who knows?
I'm thinking if your first pick, you ban out IO and Monkey King, and you snatch that profit away. Maybe that's an option.
Okay.
Well, you let the puck go through. I still value. The only question is, will Secret play that profit? Like, do they want to play it? That's also because we haven't seen too many games at the major from them, so it's hard to make assumptions on which heroes they value highly.
Well, let's take a look at this game's MVP, Xingqiu.
Wow. Okay.
That doesn't really come as a surprise in some ways because of how hard they countered two of Team Secret's heroes with.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's more of a product of the hero that he was playing as opposed to his in-game play. Because I was also surprised, Lizard, you had mentioned that Xingqiu has a tendency to go for more of a carry Wyvern.
I've seen it a couple of times.
At least in China, he can get away with it.
Yeah, exactly. But in a game such as this one, you're also playing on a major. You're not risking things way too much. The build that he went for is very standard run-of-the-mill Winter Wyvern build.
The one fight that we had that looked really good was because Winter's Curse was on cooldown. And so that top barracks fight on Dire where Pango rolled in, was killed the Monkey King, causing a bunch of chaos, is because Wyvern was out of commission for a few more seconds.
Literally, his ulti came off cooldown as Monkey King died, so you can't really blame him for that.
Well, it looks like Team Secret might need to discuss some team strategies, and our friend Tsunami here has the perfect solution for finding some friends to discuss team strategies with. Tsunami?
This is true. Are you tired of solo queuing? Looking for someone to lane with? Hell, maybe even tri-lane. I don't judge. Let me introduce you to a thing called Tinder. Have you tried Tinder? It's a great platform to find new teammates, people to exchange gaming strategies with. Be sure to scan that QR code. Scan it and enter the sweepstakes. Win some Tinder Gold. Win some cool merch from our partners at Tinder and One Esports merch. Thank you so much for sponsoring this tournament.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We will be back with Game 2 of Team Secret versus Paris Saint-Germain LGD right after this quick break.
the same qualities it takes to be a world champion. It's the same qualities it requires to be a champion in esports. The belt for us signifies and pays homage to where we come from. One Esports is part of the One family, and we got our start in martial arts. And so we think having the teams go after a belt and raising that belt when they win, we think is massively appropriate.
When I start designing this belt, I start to think about what it represents, possibility that it provides to experience something out of this world.
这种感觉就是特别的另类，好吧？做出来那种非常令人眼前一亮啊，感觉就像那种搏击比赛那种冠军腰带，非常的鼓舞人心吧。那种拿着冠军哈。
When champions lifted the belt that I designed, I always feel that I'm part of the celebration and in some degree part of their success.
Welcome back, everybody, to the One Esports Singapore Major. I am Sumi, your host, and we have the panel Lizard and Tsunami today to talk about Game 2 of Team Secret versus PSG LGD.
To exchange gaming strategies, Sumi. That's what we're here to do.
We are exchanging game. Well, I don't think there's an exchange going on here. I feel like you guys are just giving me the gaming strategies. I'm here to ask about them, so I'm just...
Your words, not mine.
Oh my gosh. Tsunami.
Yes, Sumi.
I can't even with you anymore.
You can't even. Literally can't
even. Team Secret versus PSG LGD, gentlemen. But it's been, we're over halfway through the tournament. And how have you guys been? How's the stay been?
I've been impressed with LGD. I was kind of disappointed with IG. So hot and cold on China, and I wish there was a way that I could hold something that could be hot and cold.
You mean like the mug that's on the table?
That's
right
exactly
there?
right.
Boom. On the table here, we have some gifts that we actually received as talent from One Esports. It is a fantastic mug that has the artwork for the Singapore Major, and as well as a lid to keep the drink warm or keep it cold, and a spoon.
And if you look at this mouse pad, that's on the table, if you're cold, like you said, you can actually cover it. You can use it as a blanket. It goes like 2 meters long. So.
Yeah, that thing is gigantic. I've been using it in my room, and it already
I
has...
actually covered myself once with it. I'm not even joking.
I have the desk in my hotel room. It's a glass top table, and I laid down the playing mat because
that's what I did.
It's like fantastic for when I want to play games. So when I'm done with my shift, I go to my computer and I boot up some Dota, and I have like the perfect mouse pad.
I heard they're like I've been already spilling food on it. I made it my own.
Oh no!
I know.
No.
I couldn't help it.
But luckily,
so what's the time usually that it takes for you to spoil something?
So I usually don't snack at home, but like we've been given like a tons of the Singaporean chips and snacks and stuff like that also, and so now I've been munching on those while I'm watching the VODs.
I
couldn't resist. They're really good. I'm gonna have to figure out how to take some in my luggage. I don't remember what the names of them were, but there was like that caramelly popcorny kind of thing.
Yeah,
that one was my favorite.
They have like so many different chips too, and I do believe that was provided by the Singapore Tourism Board, who helped us put this tournament on in the first place. They just gave us like a little sample of some of the unique tastes of Singapore. So definitely been a really good time. This is my first time in Singapore. Definitely enjoying it a lot. But yes, we have Team Secret and PSG LGD in the game, getting set up. What do you think about Team Secret? What are they going to do to take this back? Frequently considered the strongest team in Dota, going 0-1 against PSG LGD, who had to qualify through wildcard.
You know what, Sumi, if you even look at the game closely, you would see that Zai was pretty much the only one that was having somewhat of a game for Secret that resembled the Secret's game. Meanwhile, everyone else struggled or got outplayed from the laning stage through the mid game through the late game. Vengeful getting Splinter Blast into Rocket picked off like very early on in the game. Later on as well, Nisha just constantly being controlled. Their team fight also did not look like normal secret team fights. But every team that plays versus the Giants steps it up a little bit, and we can definitely see that from PSG LGD as well.
All right, Tsunami, exchange some gaming strategies with
I
us.
would love to.
What will Team Secret do? What can they do? Will they let that IO go through?
I think they're going to let the IO go through. I think that this is
scary though.
It has been very scary, and the other reason I don't necessarily think that Secret wants to hide their own strategy, but they don't want to tell everyone else what the strategy is to beat Core IO. I think this is something that Puppy was hoping to keep in his pocket. It could go all out the window in the next minute whenever we see it be first phase banned, but I think if there's something that I want to see Secret, which I know they're capable of figuring it out, I think I want to find the solution to Core IO.
Yeah. I'm sure that we would love... I mean, they're in the upper bracket, so they could experiment. However, the series is on the line. Do you really want to let the Core IO go through? I would love to see it. I would love to see them manage to counter it. However, Tsunami, what's the win rate?
It's not 100%. We confirmed
it.
Aster botched the record. It was flawless originally, but now not anymore.
It's very close.
It's very close.
But Support IO has also had one win. So there's that one game of this tournament that has ruined the 100% loss rate and the 100% win rate for Core IO.
Puppy's a 99.9% kind of guy. He likes those odds. He thinks that he can be that 0.1%.
But PSG LGD, per the One Esports Fantasy, all of the fans who voted on this matchup, 91% of them voted for Team Secret. You can't change your vote anymore.
I told you.
How would this swing?
Yeah, but look at PSG LGD.
No, they don't have first pick.
When they don't have the first pick, they ban it out. What's interesting for me is that they ban out the Death Prophet. I expected maybe that they are going to let that go through. Yeah. Now, what do you have? You have Void Spirit. That's highly contested. Puck, exactly.
But this is Secret. They could first pick Mirana again for all we know.
I saw a 100% loss rate by Team Secret's Twitter account. They wrote that. So Mirana first pick. They go with the Puck.
That's a pretty safe pick considering how strongly Puck has been during this entire tournament.
And Team Secret is very specific because they love to play it on 5 as well. Meanwhile, PSG LGD, they don't shy away from Void Spirit into Puck. They can... I would be surprised. Like, nothing to say. He loves that hero.
Or if they think Secret may steal Monkey King in the second pick, then they might just pick it now because you can't really shove. I guess you could also Puck 5 and then Void Spirit mid for Secret.
That's also a very good idea.
Or their E2.
Yeah. This is one of their most played 5s as well on the side of PSG LGD. So.
Also has a very, very, very high win rate, if my memory recalls.
Yeah, Vici Gaming has been doing a lot of work with Elder Titan.
Remember, this hero is paired up with IO quite a lot. That's also a thing. Core IO plus position 5 EP.
Yeah, but much as how I was like asking you, does IG ever need a setup for their Oracle to justify it? Same thing with LGD. Like, they don't need to justify an ET. They think it's a strong hero just in the lane, the team fight. It doesn't need setup.
And it is. It
for
really
sure,
is.
yeah.
As long as you aren't playing versus heroes that can jump the backlines very easily and get on top of you, which is something that Puck does fairly well. So
also in the lane, to make sure that you're not getting dispelled, they already banned out the Enchantress. I don't think Secret would pick an Oracle just for an Elder Titan to purge off the buff.
Yeah, we had some updates from the production team. Elder Titan has been picked in 19 games with an over 80% win rate.
Very, very high.
Very high. Picked mainly by Chinese teams.
And they've been winning quite a bit, so yeah, understandably high win rate. Elder Titan overall will be... They do flex it sometimes on position 4 as well, the Chinese teams that is. So maybe it will be a 4, but most likely a 5. And because of that, maybe you don't care too much about banning out that Oracle.
Yeah.
How about the Monkey King? That was to be expected, right? Ame on Monkey King once again. He did fantastic last time.
Yep, Monkey King definitely expected.
I'm surprised that Secret opted for an Earth Spirit. I don't think Earth Spirit is a very targeted ban against Secret as opposed to other European teams. I feel like they could have gotten away with...
You think they could have picked Earth Spirit a bit later?
I think they could have taken the Monkey King away from Ame, and then they could have picked the Earth Spirit a bit later.
Yeah, that's also very interesting because Matumbaman definitely does like playing that Monkey King. He's a very strong player on the hero.
I'm sorry I interrupted you earlier, but you mentioned the Lone Druid ban. You kind of pointed it out and chuckled a little bit.
No one plays that. It's literally Liquid and Secret. that you have to ban Lone Druid against.
Yeah.
It's
who on Secret is the Lone Druid master?
I would say still Matu, right?
For sure.
It's possibility. There's a possibility that Nisha plays it, but it's a Matu hero, historically at least.
Yeah. And for Monkey King specifically, the fear from Savage Roar taking you out of Wukong's command can be a bit irritating.
Yeah. And in this game, they already have some pretty sick combinations on Team Secret. You can kick that monkey, well, not necessarily out of the Wukong's command, but out of Dream Coil, which can come in handy. So you have this 1-2 setup with your mid laner, most likely, and position 4, so they can be active throughout the game.
I wonder if that would encourage a Terror Blade pickup from Secret, because we've been seeing Terror Wave as like one of the core pickups for Terror Blades these days. That Fear is another great combo with the Dream Coil.
That matchup on its own isn't...
it's not great for TB.
You can't say that one or the other has like some great advantage. Like Monkey King later on, level 30 with plus billion armor in the Wukong's command definitely takes over, but Terror Blade definitely hits... when he hits his power spikes can be very difficult for Monkey. PSG LGD with the Xingqiu Mirana.
Would you consider that one of Xingqiu's best heroes?
One of the heroes that he has played quite a bit. For me, what's very peculiar is that they didn't touch the Tusk. And Xingqiu, for me...
It's too obvious.
Yeah, for me, he is the Tusk player at the moment.
Secret already are wise to it. They gotta mix things up.
Yeah, I can definitely see this draft working out now for Secret. Veno a bit scary, but the Monkey King lane?
Yeah, but every single time the Veno is a response, it's always the last pick of the draft.
Right.
And now it's being shown in second phase. Pretty sure that it has to be Zai. I don't even know what a 4-position Veno really does, and then that would throw Earth Spirit and Wax.
Usually nothing.
Yeah,
just feeds.
It has to be a Zai Veno, because you're picking it specifically to deal with the Monkey King. All these damage over time spells make it very difficult for Monkey King to jump around and get out of fights.
I've even seen some 4 Venos recently go to the triangle like minute 8, and they're like, "Yeah, I'll come. Very soon. I'm gonna join the game."
Let me just soak up like 3 levels in the lane and get my Plague Wards level 2, and I'll help you.
But the hero is really decent versus the ET and the Monkey on the safe lane. It's one of the best answers to the Monkey King. However, Team Secret, they had a little bit of a circus game versus Thunder Predator. Maybe PSG LGD can hit them with their own medicine and switch things up, put Monkey somewhere else.
Yeah, if Secret ended up not sending this puck mid and they have like a melee mid, I could totally see Monkey King going mid.
No, nothing to say. Void Spirit expected it even in the first stage, but picked a little bit later on versus the puck on that mid lane. We've seen, actually, was it this morning? Yeah, Abed won puck versus Void Spirit, right? Like in the laning stage.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is okay, and then Alchemist pick up.
Alchemist. So what are Team Secret and PSG LGD's lanes looking like right now?
LGD is looking for an offlaner. I would love to see Underlord. I think Underlord would be sick for LGD. Anything that's a pipe builder, I'm seeing to be a lot of success against Venomancer. And what do you think for Secret?
For Secret, it's a position 5, most likely. Puck can be flexed. Like you could put Puppy on Puck, but I really think this should be mid lane Puck, off lane Venomancer plus Third Spirit, position 4 Yabzor. Matu the Alchemist, and you finish off with a Puppy hero. Now, Timbersaw is banned out by Team Secret. That's really good because they have this Alchemist on safe lane.
I mean, couldn't they do like an aggressive try and send the Monkey King against the Alchemist lane, and then just do like...
It's doable, but you just send one hero back bottom and Monkey King isn't going to have a good time. But look at that, the Queen of Pain ban.
ET in a tri-lane though? I would be scared of LGD if they decide to tri-lane against this Alchemist.
Yeah, like they could pull it off. Mirana, ET, Monkey could work.
That's why I think Secret's banning out these like very, very self-sufficient offlaners. The Tidehunter. I still think Underlord would be really good for LGD. What else is Faith Beyond?
They have they would have some catch with it as well, with some roots. But Fate Beyond heroes throughout the DPC in the Chinese region have been either the Mars Timber and then sometimes Tide, definitely, but these ranged ones, which most likely won't be picked because he has Mirana on a 4, but your Nature's Prophet Vipers...
Yeah, Nature's Prophet, that would be pretty good.
Beastmaster as well would have been great. You want these early aggression heroes. You don't really have a lot of objective taking capabilities on PSG LGD, and you're playing versus an Alchemist. It's a recipe for failure, so you do need something that's going to press the tempo a little bit.
Could do Bristleback for Faith Beyond.
Yeah. The Venomancer is an Endered Spirit natural vessel builders, but overall Bristle could work.
So what PSG LGD is looking for right now is a hero or a composition that will take those early fights and put pressure on Team Secret so that Alchemist can't farm up as the carry, right?
Yeah, normally a lot of times in this situation for an offlaner, I'm like, oh, I want initiating, but LGD don't really need to force team fights. They can, if they take someone who can frontline and stand in front of towers, then they can just outpace Secret. Before the Alchemist comes online, they just push all these towers.
Pango isn't banned out as well, right? So
yeah,
that's you would be picking it into a pack, which eventually becomes problematic.
With Queen of Pain and OD banned from PSG LGD's side, what does that mean for it?
The last 3 bans, they think that Puck is a support actually.
So they're looking to ban out a Nisha hero, and if Secret oblige, Invoker is still available.
We have seen Nisha play Zeus, Tiny, Invoker.
Ember maybe again if they go... Nah, it's a 5. We were right. They go with...
So
LGD, you fools, let me captain for you.
It's easier for us as well. We don't have the pressure. We're just observing.
We are very far removed from the situation.
Completely removed, looking at both drafts and whatnot. So Oracle makes a lot of sense here. Surprised it didn't get banned a little bit earlier. Gives you that security with the Alchemist. He'll always be able to use his spells.
Who is PSG LGD's best hero to pick as their last
Now
pick?
I do want someone who can kind of initiate. I want someone who can jump on the Oracle, but to get that from the offlane is kind of difficult.
You have it a little bit in the Void Spirit, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And they go with
now
the Pango.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like I said, Fate Beyond Pango and is definitely up there. He's a very skilled player, obviously, but it's not like your old 11 style in which you have to first 2 ban it.
The next god.
It's still very good, and it still fits their draft quite well. Once again, I really like what PSG LGD has brought to this game.
Yo, Nisha with the supervillain smirk. I like it. They've fallen right into my trap. They picked the Pango into my fuck.
So with the draft set and this being potentially Team Secret last game in the upper bracket, who do you think will take this series? Well, this game, sorry.
Should I let production decide for me again, or should I say
There
something? There we go. Nothing to say.
Nothing to say. Yep. Although you didn't predict him, and I'm going to predict him. I'm predicting nothing to say. I'm predicting LGD again. I think it's going to be a 2-0.
2-0. PSG LGD from the wild card. I will predict Team Secret. I like their draft a lot better. I like Oracle, Puck, pick a top tier. Pick a top tier. Let's see what Odie Pixel and Lacoste have to say. Gentlemen?
I'm looking at Team Secret draft. I like more what they have in game number 2, because they have a way of breaking the coil. They have the team fight. Alchemist should have an okay time against Mirana and Pango, especially with the Oracle behind him. Much better draft for sure. A bit worried for the Pangler. He's playing into only 1 counter. That's pretty much Puck. But I'd say this is 55-45 for Team Secret.
Oh, I'd sort of lean further the way of PSG LGD on this one.
You.
That's what I'm talking about.
That final pick Pango is incredibly strong, and Secret, they're sort of classic puppy style. He's let that Monkey King get through for a second game after it had an incredible showing in game 1. I don't think Arme's going to have too much more trouble here. I think Arme's going to have just as good of a time.
There's so much momentum swinging in PSG LGD's favor. It's up to Team Secret to make sure that doesn't happen and prevent a 2-0. Let's go into the game. Team Secret versus PSG LGD game 2.
Looking forward to this one to see if Secret can step it up and shake PSG LGD off sort of the tracks that they've set themselves after that game 1, because after that first game, it really did seem that PSG LGD, they just got Secret in a position where Secret just could never really make any sort of move. It was too late by the time they started playing.
It was tough for Team Secret. They had no real team fight to contest what PSG LGD had. This time around, this Alchemist could easily pop off. They have Earth Spirit, who is much more active early on than Mirana is.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can sort of play a little more aggressive, stop Arme from getting what was a fantastic Battle Fury Ags timing that he managed to pick up in game 1.
If someone can stop Monkey King from popping off, that's Venomancer. Like, as a Monkey King, you don't have any way of dispelling things in terms of like your position 4 and 5. They don't provide you with any, like even after your BKB is down, you're just always gonna be afraid of that Venomancer. So this time around, probably expecting the same item build coming up from the Ame's Monkey King. Might even be forced to get a second item, a BKB, to be able to fight. Like, considering how this game is developing, it's definitely going to be a Battle Fury into either Ags or a BKB. They have a ton of magical damage. If he needs to fight with the team, might be forced to get a BKB as a second item.
And as for Matumbaman, how do you sort of see his road of farming this game? You know, is there much that he's going to have to be concerned with when it comes to what PSG LGD can do to try and shut down the Alk early on?
They have a good one thing that PSG LGD's got is heroes that can go into the jungle and pressure Alchemists. You're always going to be afraid of the Cimarana rotation, Void Spirit, one of the most maneuverable heroes in the game. ET scouting things out, like even Pangolier. Like, these are one of the best ones to just go inside the jungle and try to contest Alchemist farm.
I'll see how things go in the mid lane this game. As last time round, Nisha had a very tough time on the Ember Spirit. Did alright in the lane, of course, but when it comes to actually being able to make aggressive plays, wasn't able to achieve too much at all. This time round, on the puck, arguably a much better hero in the meta. We can definitely expect Nisha to have a much better potential for making those mid-move works.
Yeah, I feel like I've said this so many times throughout this tournament. Void Spirit always pretty much has an upper hand until puck gets level 6. Then you can see the rotations, especially with the Earth Spirit, something that Team Liquid really loves to do. Have anything that can break the coil. So this time around there is a kick. So you can expect Earth Spirit coming in on the mid lane once puck hits level 6. Top lane, Y taking a lot of damage already.
Just trying to draw attention away from Arme. Arme does have the wave in a pretty good position. We'll see if any pulls, side pulls, are being able to be put in place to try and disrupt that. Once again, White is of course rather tanky as the ET, so Zai and Yapsol never quite able to really threaten his life, but just trading with him back and forth. As long as he can keep their focus there, it does mean that Zai and Yapsol won't be able to step back to try and manipulate the wave control.
They want to pull the lane back so that they have a longer lane to work with. A lot of kill potential coming out from the Earth Spirit when it hits level 2. Y needs to be careful. He's just contesting the pull. Yapsol wants to pull the lane back. Drags the creep wave to the side.
And with that good bit of bonus damage from the Spirit early on. Can afford to step up and get some good solid punches into Zai. Down on the bottom lane, how's the farm looking from the Timberman? No struggles so far. Faith behind getting aggressive onto Puppey. How's that Orb of Venom? Soon to have the gold for the full Corrosion on the way out.
A lot of kill potential once you get that Orb of Corrosion, the minus armor plus the lucky shot, the slows. You get caught outside of the position. The good thing they have is Fortune's End to dispel those kind of things, but still need to be very careful. You misuse it top lane, why? Like, he's not going to have a good time. In this lane, Elder Titan is not that kind of a bully that can just zone people out, trade well. You're playing against the Venomancer, you're playing against the Earth Spirit. They could easily threaten to kill you. Like, one stun into Gale, you're pretty much done.
Even Arme himself, of course, now Zai's hit the 2 points in the Gale. Arme taking a lot of damage in this trade. Might be able to threaten his life with Yapsol swinging round. Arme getting low. White is able to block off the roll from Yapsol. That will keep Arme safe enough to get back underneath the tower.
They're running low on regen.
Yeah.
There is Gale available, plus a roll in 4 seconds. This should be the first blood.
Arme, he could be in
trouble.
trouble.
They might get both of them, actually.
I mean, Zai's taking hits from the tower, though. We'll see who's going to be first to go down. White, he'll be the first to fall, but Zai does still go down. So Arme able to get a nice dose of XP from that. And if anything, with the ET dead, does mean that Y's going to be able to bring some regeneration back to the lane.
That's what's important, you know. Buy a healing salve for Arme. He's also very low on mana, needs to bring something with the courier, or he's gonna drop. Yeah, he's just gonna drop things. It's a full power treads on Ame.
That's all in all, that dive not really working out for Secret. I guess the benefits there from the first blood, but obviously losing the offlaner and Ame being able to live, especially for the XP of that kill, and getting that lane reset because of why dying, Ame himself's going to be very happy with that.
It's a good trade for PSG LGD, for sure. Like, no doubt about it, he's going straight into that. Battle Fury just feels so good to have, and every single time it's pretty much the same item, skill build, sorry. Maxing out the Tree Dance, picks up the Void Stone to have some extra mana reach. Maybe this time around, if he wants to stay in the lane a bit longer, might be need to force to get a Ring of Health instead. Nisha needs 1 CS for level 6. Wanted to get both bounties. Couldn't get it. Nisha having an upper hand. Like, Earth Spirit can try to come to the mid lane because they will have a coil ready, and there's also Puck is a bit low on mana, has a clarity running.
Got some really nice targets to go on with the coil on pretty much all of the lanes. And she's going to have quite the options to choose from when it comes to trying to make that first move. That's bottom lane. Matu continuing to not have too much trouble at all against Faith Beyond. Continued free farm for him down on the safe lane out.
Zhenkyu took a lot of XP from Fate Beyond. Like, Fate Beyond will just hit level 5, while Morana's also level 4. Like, usually you want to give a bit more experience to your offlaner so that he gets that level 6, especially if it's like something like a really big ulti. Bango, they're making a move. I don't think they can kill him, but yeah, he has way too much stuff. Bottle, Magic Wand charges, and a healing salve.
See, looking for the setup on Tanisha, but the Remnant, got nothing to say, not quite able to catch him. Tanisha will be fine despite 3 members of PSG LGD coming in on this. So we see top again, Yapsor and Zai. They keep trying to look for some sort of way to get onto Ame, but Ame's been playing it very, very smart. Just keeping himself right on the edge of the range that Zai would need to be able to get that setup onto him with the Gale.
First catapult, they will deal a lot of damage. Arrow does not connect.
Oh, and we're going to see the jump here. Has nothing to say. He gets him Remnant down, and no chance for Nisha to jump over to the orb.
Nisha tips him. Tip back. I wish they allow casters to tip.
It would get pretty toxic there.
No, but only for the good plays. Like, we can't do BM tips.
Only if we could be able to tip the viewers as well, Maybe if the viewers could tip, but actually that's a terrible idea. No.
I hope no one from Valve is listening.
We do not need that sort of integration.
Coil on Pango. Yeah, this looks like he might drop. Does not have a raindrop. Oh! Root can't get out.
These moves from Nisha are going to be very deadly. Not too many answers at all, of course, to the Dream Coil early on. Nisha trapped, very likely to go down unless PSG LGD reacts with mass TPs. And Yapsol picking some levels up in the mid whilst that happens. But definitely the worry is going to be there now for Secret. Ame, he's at that point of the game, like game 1, where you're going to see him farm in very safe defensive positions. The question is, are Secret going to be able to get together, make some sort of move that will allow them to infiltrate PSG LGD's half of the map and slow Ame down?
They need to secure Matumba Man's farm. He's forced out of the lane. Can't really lane there. There's just too much pressure. There's no coil, so Fate Beyond could potentially threaten a kill on him. Puck has a coil ready in 15, so I expect a move with an Earth Spirit, try to get a kill on higher priority targets, either Ame or Nothing to Say. Ame just hiding in the trees, knows what the Monkey can do and know what he's vulnerable against, so probably gonna be Nothing to Say.
Of course, a lovely little item pickup for Ame. It's gonna keep him very safe in the jungle. Possessed Mask. Always a favourite of the carries. Top lane, Nothing to Say. Makes the move. Setups there. In with the step and the Remnant. No chance for Zai to get anything out as PSG LGD catch him off guard with the move.
Nicely done. I see Void Spirit going for the Aghanim Scepter straight away. Might backfire. Like it could be good. It depends, you know. If you get caught by a puck multiple times, there are 2 silences. There's a root mechanic, so you need to be very careful about that. But also, like, if you can farm the Aghanim Scepter, you're the one who's initiating. You get a jump on puck. You get a jump on Oracle. It could pay off.
Zai just going to head back onto the map around mid. Everything is available if Nisha finds the setup, but PSG LGD, they're playing split up, bottom lane. Faith Beyond, 1300 towards the Blink Dagger. I see the commitment of the coil onto White, as Nisha will just settle for an easy support kill. Same time up top, nothing to say, getting jumped. He's got the 2 steps to make it out, still with the Dissimulate at the ready. He should not quite be able to chase it further, unless Nisha can get him with the silence. It's a little too close for the towers. Nisha will just have a look towards Jinkyu instead. Jinkyu able to keep himself topped up though, as the urn is popped.
Yeah, he's fine. Had a Fairy Fire as well on top of that. So, Moonlight Shadow ready in 60 seconds. We have not seen anything from Fate Beyond yet. He's not involved in any of the kills. Monkey King, his Battle Fury will come a bit later than Alchemist, because, you know, he has that extra gold coming in. Actually 10:45. That's the timing for the Battle Fury on top of Phase Boots and the Soul Ring.
That's the solid stuff from Matu. This is the sort of start that you hope for. They're able to get him that lane setup where he wasn't slowed down at all by the duo lane of PSG LGD. Secret pressure will finally take down the tower top. Now starting to lose the tier 1 on the bottom. Sort of falling into the same flow that we were early on in the first game of this series, where Matu and Ame farming to their heart's content. This time round, though, as you said, being the Alchemist, Matu will have that lead against Ame. We'll be able to get those items on a little faster.
Yeah, they will be ready a bit earlier than PSG LGD, even though they have a Blink Dagger on a Pangolier, so I feel they should try to take one fight. The only thing you need to care about is Dream Coil pretty much as a Pango, but with the Blink Dagger you can stay further away and be the one who's initiating first. Moonlight Shadow. They saw that. Ame was showing on the top lane.
I think if anything, PSG LGD, they did have the ward on the high ground mid. They saw Secret together as 3. Maybe just using that to stop Secret from, well, dissuade them from actually making a move as they did begin to group up. Still Secret, they're trying to get into the jungle, see if they can find Ame. Ame's got a lot of backup by his side. Zai scanning things out. Faith Biani's going to look to lead in on this with the Rolling Thunder. Straight over towards the 2 of them. Finds the connection onto both. Zai and Puppey caught out by the stuns. The sleep follow-up onto Puppey as well. They drop the splitter. Yapsaw rolling straight in. PSG LGD begin to back off. They don't get the initiation they wanted. Jinkyu will be get caught behind by Nisha. Coil down. Sets up for the kill onto the Mirana.
Fabian thought everyone was there, you know, needs to be able to react fast. Playing into puck, understandable why he did that. They had no vision on the high ground whatsoever, but they were ready to protect the monkey.
Yeah, and it's working for Ame. Battle Fury done, and of course doesn't want to be shaken off the route of his favoured build-up. We'll still be going for that Aghanims next after the Battle Fury.
PSG LGD, they're still respecting the fight coming out from Team Secret. They're swapping things around in terms of like item build. Venomancer not going for Spirit Vessel, even though he gets more farm than the Earth Spirit, but Veil plus anything from the Venomancer on top of Earth Spirit is just going to be a ton of damage, so Earth Spirit, like, you need to have the Spirit Vessel. Overtime damage is just going to be great against the monkey to reduce the healing. A lot of value coming up from this item for sure.
Just going to be a bit of a question if Secret can bring some action to Ame before he has the Ags and the BKB, right? That's the time, you know. Ame with the Ags on the way that he's working on, he's going to have no interest in turning up to team fights until he's got these next 2 items done.
Exactly. Like, maybe if they use a couple of their abilities, the kick will not break the coil, but they'll still get the kill.
Really got to push as much as they can here, Secret. Whilst they're in this stage of the game where Monkey King does not want to be involved. Tier 1 taken down in the mid lane. Matu is going to be getting himself the BKB straight up after the Battle Fury and the Sange. So
they have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so he's going to be the king of the game when he gets that BKB. He also has the Oracle sitting behind him to be able to protect him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pango just not having a good time.
Yeah,
0-1-0.
He's playing the full-on farm game, Faith Beyond. I mean, honestly, there's definitely going to be a bit of PSG. I feel that they're saying to themselves, well, if we don't need to fight, we don't need to fight. You know, the army's farming.
Wow.
We're happy. You know, there's the big brain stuff that's going on here.
Okay, I can get behind that. Puppy. They don't still have the setup.
I
guess they're just waiting for Aghanim Scepter on Monkey and most importantly Void Spirit. They're getting very close.
I think they do just feel that the pressure, it's on Secret to make moves before these items are out in Arme.
Oh, what a patch, man. Matumba Man, casual Sange, casual Hyperstone. Does not want to finish any of that going into BKB.
Yeah, the casual Hyperstone, definitely a bit of a different one. We're not seeing the Alks really doing that one. But hey, you know, obviously speeds up the farming. Clear up those creep camps a lot quicker with extra attack speed. The Cleave's benefiting from. Smoke up for Nisha and the rest of Secret as they hunt around the mid lane. Again, PSG LGD doing a good job of keeping the distance and never letting Arme getting caught out on the front. Always at least 1 or 2 heroes between Secret and the Monkey King.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's up top, Faith Beyond. He will get Got Pop. Nisha leads in with the coil. This 4-man sort of killing squad of Secret are finding these pickoffs.
Just a farming game. Everyone does not feel safe to still take a fight. Team Secret feels comfortable taking this a bit more to the late game, I would say. You know, having the Alchemist, not like super necessarily late game, but they will hit their peak timing with the Alchemist being 5-6 slotted and then transition that into like towers. They could also potentially get to Roche easily if they take one good fight. The minus armor coming up from the Acid Spray should be enough to bring it down.
They'll almost certainly look to go for the tier 2 top. And Aghanim's on Nothing to Say now done. The team fight, potentially PSG LGD has stepped up. Faith Beyond, he's ready to roll in if anyone does continue to show their faces, but Secret, they're backing up to the high ground.
Again, they're using Moonlight Shadow. This is the second time where Team Secret can't see them underneath the tower. Monkey, Axe done. Has a TP ready. If he needs to connect with the rest of the team, also has a level 15 talent, the 3 dance cast range.
Here we go, they're ready to roll. Faith Beyond. Straight with the blink in, sets him onto Zai. Coming down the middle. It's not going to connect onto any of them though. Zai still alive for now. Wukong's command down. Puppy having a false promise himself to stay alive. Nisha gets it onto Faith Beyond and Wai with the silence. Takes down Faith Beyond. Over to the side, Matsuma Man cooking up the concoction. Throws it in onto Nothing to Say. The Wukong's command still down. Zaro. It's not going to connect here. Nothing to Say. Still being focused by Matu. Nisha. Nisha's in with a burst. They take down a second. Now moving over towards Xingqiu. Xingqiu underneath the tower. It doesn't matter. A Secret run him down. Concoction over towards Y. Secret, they're going to be able to find 4 by the looks of it as Y. He'll tick down to the urn and the acid spray. Secret find the fight. The PSG LGD, they do choose to bring to them. Arme trying to get involved. It doesn't matter. Secret proving to have the better power at this moment.
They were not able to take down Oracle straight away. Puppy managed to get the false promise in that team fight. I felt like they had enough to do it. They just thought someone else is going to clean up.
Yeah, we pretty much see that. I think that Arme goes for the balance choke onto Matsuma Man. Doesn't quite catch Puppy, so Puppy able to get that false promise off and survive and provide that extra bit of potential for the team to turn.
And yeah, once like they start to slow you down. Zai was saving that ulti, didn't even need to pop it. In the end, it was pretty much just on Mirana, I believe. And yeah, they cleaned them up. The overtime damage with the Veil of Discord, the chase potential coming up from the Earth Spirit is just too high. Alchemist had a 10-second BKB in that fight, didn't even pop it. Dire using a scan, they think Team Secret is inside the pit.
And interesting decisions to be made from Arme, as he's not queuing up the BKB next.
He had it queued up.
He did have it queued up, but then he was like, "All right, team, if you're gonna die like that, I'm going for the aggression. We need more damage." We'll see if he does start to pick up bits of the Daedalus. It's what he's got queued up at the moment. He loves to get away with this build. Secret into the pit. Roshan likely to be there. It's very hard for PSG LGD to make any sort of steal happen. Faith Bian and Nothing to Say would be the ones to jump in. I say they're Secret a little hesitant on committing fully for the Roshan.
Yeah, it seems like they're bailing.
Yeah, they're going to look towards some kills as Jinkyu been found up top. Force break the call. The coil will turn him down as over towards the mid. Zai. A poison onto Y. Y's going to have to take a long walk back to base here. He may even just tick out, and he does. It's too much with the Gale still on him.
Now they can go inside a pit and finish off the Roche. Acid Spray still not there, but with the AC, there's some minus armor.
Yeah, they'll be able to do this reliably. Secret. No opportunities for PSG LGD to interrupt this whatsoever. Secret off the back of that last fight and picking up this Aegis. They are now hitting those timings that they're going to want to do their best to abuse, whilst PSG LGD isn't quite ready for Arme to turn up to the fights.
Matumbaman just feels a bit too strong right now to fight into with the AC, with the 10-second BKB. It's really hard to bring him down. They have no abilities that go through magic immunity, and like he doesn't even need to pop a BKB early on. Has Aegis, has False Promise coming out from the Oracle. Puppy with the Philosopher's Stone, like that's gonna allow him to get an item. Oracle, if you don't get like involved in the early kills, the hero doesn't really flash farm. You need to be fighting, getting the last hits because of those nuke damage that you got. Man. Crystallis for now.
See if you can get away with finishing off the full Daedalus before feeling the pressure to pick up the BKB. And in this sort of game, do you like the decision from him to hold off on the BKB purchase after, especially the way that last fight went, where they weren't able to get the kills? Or is it risky?
It's super risky. They take one fight against the Alchemist, you just have so much damage on the towers. Like, it could be tricky, but if he can get away with that, nothing to say.
In the river, he's going to try and turn and tries to play aggressive into Yapso. Not going to have quite enough damage. He's now going to be able to get out of it. Yapso actually lands the silence, and that'll be enough to set up for Puppy to nuke him out. They get the kill. Jinkyu also ticking down to the poison. And he's going to get taken out as well. Zai finding another. 2 dead on PSG LGD. Secret, they can continue to come in with this push down the mid lane.
Also, one big issue that they have with the team fight this time around, they don't have abilities to just keep them inside Wukong's command. Because Pangolier, he's having a rough one. You know, he's not been involved in a single kill, 0-4 and 0 so far. Didn't go for Maelstrom, so you're not going to be able to scale. He's probably dead once again.
They've got the stun. I mean, Lacoste, I think you're looking to the future, because now he's 0-4 and 0, 0-3 and 0 before. You're calling KDA before it even happened. So,
it showed on my screen, I swear.
Don't let the public know about your time-traveling capabilities.
That's Caster. This is going to be, seems like, 3 set of barracks. I don't think they can contest this. Still, Aegis up and running for 2.5 minutes.
They just can't get in on this. Arme, it's too risky. Arme's just going to get Dream Coil. Nisha, he's just going to be able to take the jump, start the fight underneath the tier 4s. As they've got the follow concoction, Matsy's just moving in. Arme is in so much trouble, there's no way they can help him as Arme's dead.
That's it.
And they call it. Yeah, it's over. They actually just call it. They see no way of getting themselves back into this game. As Secret, they'll take this game too.
Yeah, they're like, wow, well, they called GG.
Yeah.
Kind of surprising. They could have maybe
surprising.
tried to take possibly one more fight.
I think
but
so.
I can also respect the earlier GG. They understand, you know, we don't have anything against this Alchemist. They still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis. It's just too much. Like, they secured Alchemist free farm. He gets more definitely. Then the Monkey King, you hit this timing. You have 2 more items than him. You secure the Roshan. Pretty simple and nicely executed stuff from Team Secret.
Well, yeah, forcing a rather abrupt end. I mean, they still have buybacks on the course, but yeah, they said, nah, we've had enough. We can't do this. I mean, it is a best of 3, of course. I mean, maybe for them as a team, they feel that the benefit is to sort of just, just sort of move on from that game and just start to focus on the next.
Don't get completely crushed in the next 1, possibly 2 team fights. Keep the morale high and just treat this as a best of 1.
Yeah, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2, Secret, they let Arme have his Monkey King, but they come in with a plan to roll it over before he's able to really do anything in the team fights, and it works perfectly. Matuma Man just taking over the game as Alchemist. With the BKB-AC, they run down mid around him, and they force the GG, as it's 1-1 now between Secret and PSG LGD. We'll be going to a deciding match.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Lacoste. We are now at 1-1 between frequently regarded as the best team in the world, Team Secret, and PSG LGD, who came from the wild card. It was an Alchemist game, but they did let Ame have Monkey King, just as Owen mentioned. What happened there? It was a very fast game.
As production predicted for me, Secret
of course
took a much. I had Seb just in the year, like a nice prediction, bro.
Yeah, that is the fastest game of the main event. I looked it up. I think the second closest one was in the Fnatic Neon series. But yeah, 23-minute GG. Here you are thinking that Alchemist could typically just be the late game carry, but they don't need the late game. They were ready to put a cork in this game.
For him, it's already late game.
It's already late game.
It doesn't
I have finished farming.
It doesn't need to go much further than that. They're already diving the throne, killing the monkey. But yeah, very well performed by Team Secret, and you can see what happens when they have a little bit more of an even draft, when they pick. Tsunami, you said one thing, however, in the green room that I agree with. Are they revealing a bit too much? Are they showing something that they weren't planning on showing versus PSG LGD?
Now my question is, okay, what was the answer to the Monkey King? Was it the Alchemist? Was it the Venomancer in the second phase? Okay.
The Veno plus Earth Spirit is a combination that forces you to get an early BKB. Also, it's extremely difficult to play against that in the laning stage. Early enough, they did well enough for the Monkey King, like in those first couple of minutes.
Yeah.
But that's a very volatile lane that can go like completely bad for a Monkey King. So
right, but after seeing that, I was just like, okay, maybe Faith Beyond with this early blink on the Pango, he'll be able to pick up the slack a little bit. But I guess the Void Spirit kind of had also less of an influence than I was hoping. I was thinking that maybe Faith Beyond and Nothing to Say could go invade the jungle and
that's
cause
why
pressure.
That's why you have a 10-1 puck.
That's why you have a 10-1 puck, exactly.
This matchup as well is very volatile. Void Spirit versus Puck, in which Puck, if he does well early on in the lane and gets that level 6 before, a first rotation can just easily crush you on the Void Spirit. But same goes for Void Spirit. Later on in the game, if you get an Aghanims, perhaps Orchid early enough, Puck is in problems. But this time around, the score tells the story pretty much.
Do you think that Team Secret managed to take control of the tempo of the game? It seemed that last time they didn't really have that control. They were playing a little bit more passive. Do you think that also contributed?
I think they wanted 23 minutes for other reasons, actually. So, this was a 100% tempo driven, and I wasn't expecting that given the draft. I see these 5 heroes, I'm like, okay, maybe rely on team fight superiority. You've got a Venomancer, Alchemist. You don't really need to push the game early, but Secret, they didn't care. They wanted to finish it quick.
Well, I know that both of you were talking about how fantastic the Venomancer did, and Venomancer Zai is the MVP of the last match. Wait, was that an impression?
One of his various Plague Ward placing voice lines, I believe.
No, that was me getting the creeps from seeing Venomancer being an MVP.
I see. That's what it was.
I thought you were doing an impression of Venomancer.
Also, Eric? I had no idea that Zai had Eric in his name. I've only known him as Ludwig. I'm intrigued.
We learn new things.
Learn new things.
Every time he wins a major, he gets one more name added.
Yeah, his Veno. I'm now being able to decipher why Liquid enjoyed the Veno so much against these Monkey Kings and Wraith Kings. They would always pick it last, and they weren't able to execute it quite as well. Probably because they were giving it to Koifa as opposed to Boxy, and so offlane versus the mid or your higher farm priority player.
It's a hero that can really fall flat easily. Like if you don't dominate the lane, you just feel like you aren't really contributing as much as, let's say, a Pango offlane. But in a game versus Monkey King, throughout the game you have influences. He hates dots. When he can't jump around and make stuff happen, it feels like not a Monkey King game.
Well, the momentum for Monkey King has been stopped. We will have a Game 3 as a result of that. And we can also thank Toomey, one of our sponsors, for helping us put this event on. Toomey, take performance to the next level. We have a Tahoe Finch backpack designed for freedom of movement and maximum utility for gamers on the go, like Monkey King. Gamer on the go. Follow Toomey at Toomey Travel to explore more about elevating life on the move. Don't go anywhere because we have a Game 3 Team Secret versus PSG LGD coming up right after this break.
everything. Life is a game, I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Team Secret and PSG LGD. PSG LGD took the first game, but Team Secret had an answer, and now the score is 1-1, with both teams fighting to stay in the upper bracket. The other team will go down to the lower bracket and potentially face elimination.
Terrifying.
Very terrifying.
But at least it's top 6 elimination.
I'm feeling pretty good coming from wildcard for PSG LGD.
I know, right?
For Team Secret, maybe not as much, but I need to say I'm proud of you guys. We had an Alchemist game, and we didn't call Cinderin out. We didn't call it an Alchemist game. We just went with it. I haven't seen that in a really long time.
We try our best.
Our goal was to educate the viewers. At this point, I believe we have beaten it in their head as much as Black has beaten the kind of shoes that ninjas wear into their head.
What kind is that?
Oh, you haven't heard this joke yet?
Is it maybe sneakers?
He's got it. It's sneakers.
Oh my goodness. We have a lot of jokes. We have a lot of memes. I've learned a lot.
We've been giving you a meme education as well.
I've definitely gotten education on heroes, on comps, on a lot of teams, especially on the international in the international arena, because you are all specialists. You've done a lot of the commentary for the DPC, and there's a whole nother season for me to learn from you guys. So very excited.
After the major, we still have a couple of series left.
Yep.
Before that DPC starts,
we're still learning each of these games. I think the carries have been solved now. You know, Troll Warlord, Winter Wyvern. That's the answer. Monkey King. I guess with these two teams, Venomancer might be the answer.
But what's the answer to Core IO? Has that been found yet?
That's what Game 3. No, that's what Game 3 is for.
Yeah, like this is very interesting and peculiar. Secret isn't a team that plays IO. Necessarily.
Yeah, I don't think they played it on Puppy in the DPC season 1, but never in the core. And
so far in all of their games in the major, they have played
all four of them.
games.
Do you think that maybe they have that Core IO in their pocket, especially after watching the other matches going on in group stage, especially? Do you think they're like, all right, let's take this Core IO and put it in the pocket and see maybe there's a chance for us to bring it out? Given
the player skill of Nisha and Matumbaman, I would be shocked if neither of them had it. Yeah. Or I would be probably both of them have it. But if you're
haven't seen them practice it recently, at least.
Yeah, but given their weird hero pools, it seems right up their alley, though.
Yeah.
But what about like the hidden scrims?
Yeah, the hidden scrims, definitely. It's possible that they have played it, but in those hidden scrims, you also don't want to reveal way too much, especially when you're here and your scrim options aren't really that great. You don't have too many teams that you can play against.
That's true, and the teams that lose have to go home, and so they can't even
you can't
even use the scrim. You have to scrim your opponents that are coming up, pretty much.
So the teams now have an even score of 1-1. Is it worth it for a team to go in to accept being in the lower bracket and making a run through there, or do you think that you wouldn't want to lose?
You never want to lose, right? But we've seen so many teams have good success after the lower bracket run.
Yeah, for sure.
Even on TIs.
Even at TIs.
Anything is possible.
And LGD, I think, like you said, they're coming from wildcards. The expectations would be probably lower. I'm sure everyone wants to get the grand final berth through upper bracket, but for Secret it's expected, especially way before this tournament started. You could have asked people 3 months ago and they would have said, yeah, Secret grand finals for the first major, no questions asked.
And when you think about the first two teams in the Chinese region that came into the major, one is out already, Aster, and the other one already dropped out of the upper bracket. So PSG LGD, even though they were in the wild card, they're the only one remaining in the upper division.
What do you think these teams are thinking about going into this last game?
IO.
Who will we pick it or will we ban it?
It all comes down to really, we don't get those stats very often, but it all comes down to which team gets to first pick, which team takes the side. If you have that first pick on your side, I think you don't have to ban it.
I wonder if LGD's confidence in Monkey King has been shaken. I wonder if they think, okay, if we ban the Veno, then it's fine. We can still first phase this.
Yeah, I think that's probably the idea, because I've seen them even win versus Venomancer with a Monkey King. It all comes down to the lane and how they perform there. So
I wonder what they're talking about right now. Seems like a very lively conversation.
Yeah, it's Heen, coach for Team Secret, and on the other side, Zhao Wei, the coach for LGD. So
what is the last thing you think they're discussing, Tsunami?
I don't know, actually. I'm surprised that there's this much conversation going on.
Yeah.
And it seems very spirited discussion. I would say that Secret was probably not expecting to win that fast. That was a much quicker game than anyone was anticipating.
So sometimes you win a game and then the last 5 minutes you're kind of contemplating what you're going to play next time.
Or even sometimes you're like, what did we do right? Why did that game go so well? Things were happening so fast.
They had some really old school combinations, plus they countered half of their heroes. So it probably didn't expect it to end that fast, because remember, PSG LGD, they tapped out with buybacks. They still had buybacks. They could have given it another go. They had at least one more team fight in them, but they decided this is it. That Alchemist will never be stopped.
It's not the elimination game.
Yep.
You know, you want to if you're losing momentum, you're losing morale, then you just want to end it as long as
that's a good point.
Your tournament life isn't on the line. But whenever elimination's on the line, then you're like, well, whatever, man. I'll fight until you take down the Ancient.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened yesterday as well, right? Like we saw Quincy Crew fight until the throne hit 0. They were relentless. But when you're here, upper bracket, you have some luxury. You can you can be a king a little bit.
So, like Tsunami said, you think that they just decided, hey, we're not coming back from this. Before we get more depressed that they're going to dive us in the fountain, how about we just call GG and take a break and regroup for the next match?
And Team Secret's Twitter, I don't know if it's still mid or Meepo, I think it is right. Mirana, still in this series, 100% lose rate.
Oh, we have Death Prophet appear.
I think that was a
Death
ban.
Prophet got banned.
Okay. Now let's get cracking.
Yeah, that's most likely a ban right there. Yep, Team Secret with the first ban. Death Prophet, PSG LGD meanwhile just eliminating Death Enchanters. And I'm just wondering how valuable is actually Death Enchanters on Team Secret? Because teams are not willing to play against it because of what? 2 series? 1 series?
Well, what else is first phase ban worthy, would you say, against Secret?
Puck, Io, Void Spirit, Pango.
Yeah, the Io
even.
definitely.
Yep.
Pango, I don't know. It was a great performance by Zai. I don't really know if it bumps up to first phase ban status though. Puck.
I would even ban out Third Spirit after seeing Yapzor.
Really?
Rather than the Enchantress, yeah. But Enchantress and Chen historically have been heroes that are, when played in right hands, very difficult to maneuver around. It's difficult to play against them. They changed the laning stage completely.
Exactly, it's the laning stage specifically. Like Earth Spirit, you know how the laning phase is going to go against an Earth Spirit. With Enchantress, things can go very unpredictable very quickly.
Okay, back to the Chinese region basics. If you pick Puck, we'll hit you with the Shadow Shaman instantly afterwards. We've seen that Mirana last game. Mirana is... Actually, both Mirana and Elder Titan are pretty bad versus Puck as supports.
What makes them bad choices?
They just don't offer you the cash that you need versus the hero, and Puck has fun against them. Mirana needs those leap charges to get out because she's very squishy. You just Dream Call her, silence her. It's free food for Puck, let's put it that way.
And Shadow Shaman Shadow Shaman was chosen as a better choice to help catch that Puck.
Real quick disable, Hex, instant cast. Even if you're the fastest Puck in the world, you still can't beat that.
Fastest
Puck in the world. It looks like Team Secret is going with like the same draft that they had last time.
Yeah.
Is that because it worked? And they don't want to reveal any more strats?
It's a bit different now, right? With the Shadow Shaman opener for PSG, at least.
Yeah, but she was saying that Secret opened up the exact same way. And I guess because they banned out... did they ban out Timbersaw as first phase in the previous game?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so...
No, their opening is very versatile, very flexible, very good. You kind of know that Yapzor is the 4, but Venomancer from PSG LGD, and now the last 2 bans. I'm expecting an Abaddon or perhaps an Oracle. These 2 heroes that you have to think about banning out because you have Shadow Shaman on your side.
Yeah.
But Team Secret, they're the kind of a team that maybe they have devised some different strategies on how to deal with the Rasta.
I'm not worried about the Rasta. How are you going to deal with the Monkey King now? Venomancer got banned. Zai, look at Zai. He's like, oh man, I have to play a fun hero now? Oh shucks, puppy.
In the first series that Team Secret had against Thunder Predator, Matumba Man picked Abaddon carry. Is that a possibility here?
Not necessarily. It's not great as a core here versus Monkey.
That was situational because it was against a Tidehunter.
And against a Bat Rider as well.
And a Bat Rider as well, yeah. So there was a lot of stuff that was worth being able to dispel off with, which Abaddon excels at. For this one, you can't dispel off a Hex because it's also a silence.
Man, having a Matumba Man in your team is such a treat because you have to think about all these heroes that
Lone Druid.
Can
Who
play,
the hell's going to be second phase Lone Druid ban against most teams?
If Meepo was in the hero pool, you would also have to think about that. But interesting, Team Secret are the ones that ban out the Oracle. Okay, because PSG LGD do have the first pick in the second stage.
Pretty straightforward bans from PSG LGD. They're like, okay, these were your answers to our Monkey King. Show us 2 new things. Alchemist and Venomancer are both gone. and they will pick up the Elder Titan.
What is the answer to Monkey King now?
Troll is still in the pool.
It's an option, not a bad one.
Because Wyvern, really, you can't fit Wyvern into LGD's draft anymore because they already have their support duo.
Is it Abba? Nope, it's Windranger instead.
Oh, you gotta worry about Tusk now.
Yeah, but where would you put that Tusk? Position 5? And where is this Puck and where is this Windranger? This looks like some offlane Windranger for Zai or something a little bit different than before.
It could be.
Because we've exclusively seen Windranger on the mid lane so far.
Correct.
At least in all the games that I watched, teams tried comboing the Windranger and the Tusk mid lane. But this time around you also have Puck, and Team Secret is a team that plays it on 5.
Yeah.
So maybe this is 5-4-2 as well.
So for PSG LGD, let me try to guess. Okay, Tsunami.
Okay, yeah, this one.
Ember mid.
Okay.
Elder Titan 4.
5.
5.
Yeah.
Then Shadow Shaman 4.
Yep.
Monkey 1.
Yep.
So that means they're looking for a 3.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah,
Very
generally between the Elder Titan and the Shaman does more with farm, so you would rather give him a slightly higher farm priority. But at the same time, it also depends on what the lane is. ET is generally picked to be a bit of a lane bully. And so if they find him to be more effective against whoever Secret's offlaner is, then I could also see the...
usually when you say these numbers, you're referring to farm priority.
Right.
You're not referring to which lane they're gonna go to. So Elder Titan, even if he goes offlane, like Tsunami said, he's still going to be the one that buys all the small items, and wards. Meanwhile, Shadow Shaman will go for let's say his shard and Aether Lance and whatnot, Blink Dagger. But this PSG LGD's lineup is much easier to read, and it will be your offlane last pick. Meanwhile, Team Secret, okay.
How is this Phantom Assassin pick?
Ooh.
What is the benefits of picking PA?
PA in a Monkey King seems kind of difficult. You are purely physical damage and
a lot of armor in Wukong's.
A lot of armor in Wukong's command, and Monkey King has a stun. He can get you off of pretty quick. I'm trying to think if there's any way to justify the Fan of Knives break from Phantom Assassin, and that's why you would pick her, but
it feels like a stretch.
Yeah. Why Phantom Assassin though?
So I'm not the biggest fan of the hero overall, but Team Secret is, and in Europe it has been picked quite a bit on position 1. So we'll see how actually they make it work, because usually if I see PA, I want to see a Vengeful, a Slardar, hell, even something like a Shadow Fiend, Beastmaster, anything that buffs you up. Right now in this lineup, she has nothing. Matu is on his own. Yeah.
And for LGD, man, I think Pango again would be great. Disarms against Phantom Assassin and Windranger.
I wouldn't mind it at all. Still, you're playing into the puck, same like in the last game, and that's a bit problematic. But it's not something that you can deal with. One defensive item and you're fine.
Yeah, and I mean they showed confidence picking it into puck last time.
Yep. It was even a harder Pango game last time. So.
Well, who was the other hero besides puck that was?
No, overall, I mean, it was.
It
was just a bit more difficult.
They banned out the Beastmaster, one of the steroids that you mentioned. Well, the other ones you said were Slardar would be.
Yep. Slardar is like D1. It's the perfect one with the PA, but he's really not in the meta. And versus the Monkey King in the lane, 2 melees, Slardar and Dirt Spirit might not be the perfect combination, especially versus ET.
Okay, so maybe a ranged hero steroid.
But remember, we don't know which lane Puck and Windranger are going to.
So we're operating under the assumption for this theory crafting that it's going to be a 5-position Puck. It's going to be a puppy Puck and a mid-lane Windranger. So we're looking for an offlaner.
Even though we've seen Nisha play Puck quite a bit, I would still say that's correct. Because Windranger position 5, that's... even for puppy, that's a little bit weird.
Yeah, you were mentioning Save was playing a lot of 4 Windranger, but that's about as low as it goes.
Yeah, position 4 Windranger can work. It's fine, but...
Wouldn't be the best choice?
Yeah, with the Earth Spirit you can't really. Absor is the one. Unless they hit us with... Who is the one? Neon, Yopaj, mid Earth Spirit, unless that happens, but I sincerely doubt that.
Do you think that with how long it's taking Team Secret to draft their last hero that they're not sure? Or do you think they're just...
Sometimes you leave it a bit too flexible. Yeah. You can't decide.
I mean, I think they're probably figuring out what to do with this puck, because they could even do like Zai puck, and then now they're looking for like a puppy hero.
Yeah. Windranger or puck 2 and 3 also very, very possible. Let's see. Yeah, it's a puppy hero.
Bane. So tell me about Bane. I don't think I've seen Bane picked during this tournament.
This is way out of left field. Okay, so I thought Bane was going to be on the come up because now Enfeeble has health restoration mitigation. Yep. It's like a spirit vessel. But there's no Morphling or anything.
There's Monkey. That's something,
it's
right?
A little bit.
It gives you some catch versus the Ember Spirit. If you want to pick Pango now, you might be a bit discouraged on the side of PSG LGD. But it looks like it will be Zai Windranger. And it does make quite a bit of sense to pick a ranged hero. Like this is the first thing that we talked about when it was picked up.
Correct.
This was our first assumption, because you're playing into what's it called, Monkey and Elder Titan. So,
do you think this Bane is the secret tech, the team secret tech?
It's another thing that could theoretically deal with Pango. It would be another way to deal with Rolling Thunder. It's another spell immune piercing disable with a Fiend's Grip. And I still think that Pango would have been good. Now I don't know. This secret tech might be shutting down a lot of the offlaners that LGD was hoping to get.
Some Legion commander on the offlane for PSG LGD.
Oh, yeah.
Just clean everything up. No grip, no sleep, nothing.
Dude, Legion with like a blade mill would be...
Versus PA as well.
Yeah.
Feels all right.
I like that.
Versus sleep, sometimes it's a bit difficult to get that dual damage, and let's say not the favorite hero of Chinese offlaners, but let's see what they go for.
Lycan.
Alright, a different approach. We're gonna see some Wolf army coming from PSG LGD with that Aghanim's Bite on Fate Beyond. Okay. Heroes such as Bane don't have like a good game usually.
Bane will get eaten alive by those wolves.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have good escape or anything, and the wolves will just kill him even if he tries to disable Lycan.
Yeah, and even in the team fight, like all of Lycan's summons are just going to converge on Bane while he's doing his little Fiend's Grip channel. So, and even in the lane, Bane is he's got Brain Sap, but Feral Impulse can out-regen most of that, and Bane has no way of dealing with the wolves. But at the same time...
Production, you know what to do. This time around, I think PSG LGD has a better job, but I think Secret will win, so you're on point again.
You were on point. You called it at the very beginning. Damn, this is... I don't like the Lycan pick.
I don't have a choice, man. Like, I'm
not liking Lycan. Give me Secret.
All right, I will also go with Team Secret. I'm very interested in seeing if the Bane is the secret tech that will take the series. OD Pixel, Lacoste, what do you think? What's going on here?
I like Lycan. I think they adjusted their draft accordingly. They still wanted to have like Shaman against the puck. I'm leaning towards LGD this time.
Yeah, I feel as well. You know, Secret, again, they've gone for that sort of classic Secret finish of the draft where Puppy's just said, you know, I want to play Bane. And, bring in a hero that nobody else is really touching. Yep. We saw them try and do that in Game 1 with like the Vengeful Spirit. I think LGD might be able to punish that.
So does that mean that that casters are going PSG LGD versus the analyst panel going Team Secret?
Yeah, I don't think I've been wrong so far. And Owen, he can just jump on my train. I got his back.
Nice and easy.
Yeah. Listen, we're all voting for good Dota here.
That's true.
We're all going to be winners, right?
True. Mm-hmm. Whenever I hear Lacoste come out with his prediction, I'm either cheering inside or I'm like, oh, I messed up. But we will see who will take this final game of PSG LGD versus Team Secret. The loser will go down to the lower bracket. OD Pixel and Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sumi. It's the deciding game between these two, and we're getting some fun, some exciting stuff. The Puppy Bane to finish things off, and PSG LGD bringing in that Lycan offlane, which we've of course seen before. And there's a period where it had good
success. It's super popular in China. Like most of the time, even in Southeast Asia region, they just love to play it from time to time. I don't think Lycan's going to be contested on the bottom lane. Like, Bane, he is, a strong laner, but Phantom Assassin doesn't really put that much of a pressure. A lot of region, of course, coming out from that Lycan. I have to actually check what Bane does in the game.
Just,
I'm not
see
even
it,
kidding. I'm not seeing this hero in like 3 months and not played against him.
Let's see. Let's see if...
it's I just checked in Feeble because they changed it.
Jinq.
Yeah, he's super dead.
Yep. Shackles out. And they try and get the first split over towards Nisha, but Zai will take it just to be safe. Zai, he's going to get gone on. Tries to step in very aggressively, and of course with the first point of the shackle shot, he's not going to have any way to escape. So PSG LGD will get him in return. Arme to take the kill off him.
Could be worse. Oh, wait, no, it couldn't.
Puppy will pick up a bounty. I have a 100% win rate against Bane. Every single time I lane against him, like Brain Sap does nothing. I have no brain, can't lifesteal off of me. I'm just too strong, that's too strong of a counter.
Let's see if there's going to be any brains here in this game for Puppy to sap on. I would imagine so. PSG LGD seem like a pretty smart bunch of players. Some nice juicy brains for Puppy. Ready, 3 versus 3 down on the bottom lane. As they'll turn towards Yapso. Yapso is going to get beaten down here. Now Matuma Man, he's got to be careful. He's falling low. PSG LGD, they'll be able to run him down and finish him off. Another kill. As White does go down, but 2 kills for PSG LGD. I mean, before the 1 minute mark, Arme, 2-0-1. That's pretty much as good as it gets for a carry start to their game.
Yeah, it's pretty much the perfect start. He's involved in 3 kills, got 2 last hits. Now they're keeping this tri-lane. Seems like they're swapping things around. Phantom Assassin TPing top. Zai will need to go back to the bottom lane then.
Yep. And this is just because as a PA, you don't want to be dealing with the tri-lane.
Yeah, because you don't get too much out of it, and you also not want to play. You have nothing to dispel the spirit with. Usually we see like teams not wanting to go for a tri-lane ET because there's an Oracle or Enchantress. This time around there's nothing, so a lot of kill potential coming up from the ET.
And if the lanes do settle like this, what would you imagine? We'll see top lane, PA versus the Lycan. Is this just a free farm lane for both of them?
They might keep it this way. I don't mind if PSG LGD actually keeps it, because Lycan kind of becomes the carry for the first 15-ish minutes. He doesn't care too much about Phantom Assassin, like at all. Like you can't kill him. He's gonna keep harassing Phantom Assassin. He will get the free farm.
Looking down towards bottom. Puppy, it's gonna go for the setup onto Jinq. They've got the damage in control. Yapso on the lead in. Jinq does have the boots, of course. Also a few stick charges, and Zai, he's getting taken down by Y.
Yeah, just KS this. Nice.
Easy, the classic Shaman move there from Jinq. That's another kill for PSG LGD down on this bottom half. The setup with the lanes definitely causing issues for Secret down here on the bottom lane.
They should just keep it this way. I like it. Fate Beyond. No. 2 points in Wolves. Phantom Assassin's level 2. Like, she does not have a blur, so all the right clicks are coming through. Also, they're gonna manage to pull the lane back a bit with the side camp.
Really hard for Zai to get in on this. Struggling to contest CS against Arme as Arme. Starting with full free farm. Shackle out onto Y. Puppy trying to step over. Very, very hard for the tri-lane of Secret to fight into that of PSG LGDs. Just a little bit stronger on the Dire side there, tri-lane.
They kill the camp right on time. The camp spawned so they can push out the wave, pull it back once again. It's gonna be a bit problematic when they keep the tri-lane and the enemy puck is level 6. Then like it's very close. You can get multiple kills just by rotating because you are closer to the tower.
And in the mid lane matchup, pretty even farm here between the two of them. 15 for 5, 13 for 3. Complete trade. And top lane, as you say, Faith Bian getting that little bit of a lead against Batumba. Just having the better time when it comes to being able to deny against the PA.
You have extra units. I've been really impressed by any micro heroes when Fate Beyond plays them, whether it's a Beastmaster, whether it's a Nature's Prophet. Like, these are his most played heroes, I believe, in the Chinese Season 1. Rune, gonna spawn on bottom. It's regeneration, a big one. Let's see if Earth Spirit... Earth Spirit? Yeah, they might get a kill here.
He's got the Flame Guard. They've got the right clicks. take him down. Xinkyu tries to grab Nisha. But Nisha able to jump away. Xinkyu will, of course, be able to step down, stop Nisha from getting that regen route. A kill for Nisha in the mid. It's going to help him on his road to getting that 6 online as soon as possible and having the potential to shake up some of these side lanes that PSG LGD are having the favorable time in right now.
They will have to swap or just take a couple of losses because Puck will rotate. Either it's a kill on a mid lane. Unfortunately, like Puck forced out of the lane, did not get the rune, so he can just TP to the bottom with the 6 and get at least 1 kill with the coil. It's going to be such a good timing on the Necro book.
Yeah, not missing a single creep here, Faith Beyond. This is going to be pretty much as fast as it gets.
Did you do the math or did you pull that out of your ass?
I did the maths, let's say.
You did the math?
We'll go
okay.
with that. As bottom lane, again, Puppey just found by the movements of the support, Xinkyu and Y. Got the catch each and every time.
That's what I do with the stats, you know. That's where I get them from.
If you say it confidently enough, people will believe it.
Like, this has been the most played hero with 72.4% win rate in this tournament with over 20 games. Like, it sounds like I know what I'm talking about.
Exactly. I've got 8.5k MMR. You know, it's believable.
You didn't convince me. Try it again.
Mid lane.
Hex.
Here we go. They've got the catch onto Puppey. This time backups in. Yapzor and Nisha trying to turn things around. The stomp comes down. Xinkyu, he's got the stick charges. Into the trees he goes. Bane holding back, nothing to say for now. With the Nightmare, but nothing to say. Still able to jump in. Over towards Nisha. Nisha cut down by the Slider Fish. As they bring down the Puck. Wide taking some tower hits. That will cause him to go down. Secret will find the 2 of them, but they lose Nisha for it.
Still level 5. Like, Nisha can't catch a break in this game. Ember Spirit is level 6.5, has a double damage rune in the bottle. So they need to be careful. A ton of damage coming out from him. Xinkyu rotating to the top lane. Shapeshift is available. Plus a book coming to him. They could potentially get a kill.
Yeah, Matu, he sort of knows here, not looking to farm out far away from his tower. He's heading back. Knows that this sort of play is going to be coming in around this book timing.
Nice read there from Matu.
Yeah.
Understands something's happening. A lot of heroes missing. He'll join once the wave meets the tower.
It's also got Yapzor moving in as well. Just in case Faith Beyond does try and dive with the shapeshift in the book. Holding off from that sort of play for now. And we're getting to that stage once again. Ame, as soon as he has the dreads done, he turns his attention towards the jungle. And just as was done in the last 2 games, just AFKing whilst he gets the Battle Fury and the Ags before he gets involved. I mean, obviously last game we saw Secret being able to run over the game before he was really able to have any sort of strength in the fight. Are we going to see the same here, or do you think Secret with this PA, they're just looking to take this to the later stages and deal with the Monkey King then, rather than actually being able to close the game up in a similar fashion as the second?
They just don't have enough tower damage to close out the game early on. Like, it's not there. Phantom Assassin needs to get the Battle Fury, Desolator, Aegis. Like, you can't just go for the high ground. So we're going to be here for a bit longer period of time if Team Secret is going to be the one in the advantage. If not, like, there is... I like the Lycan because whenever you have Ember Spirit, you need some kind of tower damage. Monkey King doesn't deal tower damage until he gets that Aghanim Scepter, but this is a bit earlier push, I would say, coming out from the PSG LGD with Shadow Shaman wards, with the Necro units and the Lycan. They should have enough. Like, they're wrapping around. They're in the triangle right now. Xinkyu showing on the top lane. Like, they should know something is up. He does not play this comfortable as a level 4 Shaman.
And what do you think it was sort of overall in the draft this time around that's made Secret take rather a different approach to defeating the Ame Monkey King after they were able to run it down as fast as they did in game 2? You know, why do you think they wanted to take this route where they do say get Matu on a big late game farmer and we'll battle him in the later minutes of the match?
It was a bit of a same but different opener where they open up with Shaman. They still have like the second pick. They went for Monkey and then they could protect their Monkey King. They banned the Venomancer this time around. Maybe Team Secret felt, Team Secret is a very stubborn team where they feel like something can work. If they feel they can beat a certain hero, they will just leave it in the pool.
Yeah. Well, it certainly proved to be able to do that last game. So far, 9 minutes in, 5-6, 1k lead for PSG LGD. It's Fabian ready to come in with some aggression up top with the shapeshift popped. There's nothing to say. He's in with the wraparound, sets up with the chains onto Yapso, but TP's coming in. Return Shackles and Nightmare, hold back, nothing to say. Dream Cold dropped down by Nisha. They got actually any damage to kill the leashed heroes though. They don't. Fabian's able to wait out the Dream Coil and get back to safety.
It's Necrobook 2 already done. Like, they get nothing out of this shapeshift, but oh, good shackle.
And turn though, the chains around to Zai, stomp as well. Locks down the Wind Ranger. Jinkyu coming in from the side. He's going to have that extra burst to bring down Zai. Puppy as well. Getting beaten down by Y. Jackal's onto Nisha, but Yaps was able to throw out the silence, stop the channeling as Nisha can jump away with the orb. 2 dead though on Secret, as this attempt to fight PSG LGD does not end great for them. And around these rune spawns as well. So PSG LGD should be able to get the majority of these.
And meanwhile, all this is happening, like Ame just completely free farming in the jungle, jumping from the trees to the lane. Like, this is insane amount of farm that he has right now. Matu, he scouts him out. Shaman is close by.
Jinkyu, he could catch onto this with the slow. See if he can close the gap before Matu could jump over to the creeps. Matu with the blur, trying to get away, but the Hex is out. Jinkyu gets the setup, but Matu, he's still able to make the jump to safety. Yapso and Puppy there with the backup. A good attempt from PSG LGD, but Matu just able to make it away, and very close. I think Jinkyu only just hit the level 6 actually off the small creep in the neutral camp.
Exactly. So he also buys the book, is level 7. Ame having a free time. This time around, he's not playing against the Alchemist, even though he had a serious amount of farm in the previous game. Like, he just could not match Alchemist farm.
And this game, with the way Secret want to play, you know, looking to take it later down the line. Do you like this from Zai, just getting the bots first on the Wind Ranger this game as the offlaner? Is it a little too greedy for your liking?
For me, it's too greedy. I can understand why he's going for it. You know, just being able to get the most out of the map and still participate in the team fights. But it could also potentially backfire. Like, Lycan with the Necrobook 3 has a Dispel mechanic. He goes on you, you're just straight up dead.
See it here. Set up for nothing to say. Now going to be very, very squishy on this Wind Ranger. Zai, he's got to be rather cautious as he pushes out. Unless they feel, you know, that these deaths on Zai are creating enough space for the rest of the team. Obviously, Matu getting the ability
These
to
are
farm
costly
freely.
deaths. You know, this is not a position 4 or 5 Wind Ranger. This is a core Wind Ranger that is supposed to scale. You know, you need to get the Maelstrom, you need to get a BKB to be able to stand your ground. Coil on 2.
See if they can finish off the kills. Actually, they're turning. Nothing to say. Jinkyu just going to hold their ground. Turn with the lockdown onto Yapso. Yapso is going to get the backup. Matsuma Man jumping in. The Stomp's out. The Sleep's going to catch the 2 of them. Yapso goes down. They will lose Jinkyu. Fiend Script for Puppy. Locks down the Amber Spirit. The follow Shackle Shot will connect as they bring down Nothing to Say. But why he's just beating them all up. It's 4 dead on Secret.
Yeah, once Fate Beyond joins, like, pretty much the fight is over. They already used the coil. Lycan doesn't need to care about too many stuff in this game. Like, even if you like get slapped by a Nightmare, you can still wake people up with one of the wolves. Bane as a hero, or like Oracle, they don't like to play into Lycan. You can just summon the units, send it on them. They have no way of dealing with things. I like this. I've seen this in Southeast Asia. Them going for Orchid. Like, if you're having such a good time on the offlane Lycan, like, just get this item. You're gonna cripple so many things in this game. Like, it's such a high caliber item that it's almost a must pick up, must have item for sure.
On top of that,
Jinkyu again.
He's just able to get the catch on Tanisha. A Shackle will stop the shackle of the Shaman, so backup will allow Nisha to live. This will give Secret some room to pressure onto the tower top. They need to start finding these objectives. The difference between the farm of Matu and Ame this game
you can feel
massive already. Already about 2.5k difference between Ame and Matu.
The biggest problem with, like, when you have 2 Battle Fury carries against each other, like, you kill one of those, the other one just skyrockets. He has like half an item, almost a full item, especially if there's a big discrepancy like this where he's staying 3,000 gold ahead already.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, he's going to pretty much have that axe done by the time Matu finishes his Battle Fury. Matu only halfway through the Battle Fury. Still a sword and a bit of a Void Stone away. It's going to take some time, some catching up to be done. When 14 minutes in, PSG LGD with a 5k lead. Faith Beyond, already that first Oblivion staff done. It's going to be such a quick Orchid. You look at some of the heroes, as you say, they'll be incredibly vulnerable to this. Nisha, nothing to remove the silence. Same to be said for Zai. Two cores that are going to really struggle to deal with that jump and initiation and chase from Faith Beyond.
Secret will also have problems maintaining vision against Necro 3 bottom. Snap the coil, 4 people, pretty dead.
The rest of PSG LGD are smoked up. I know that the coil was used for that kill onto Nothing to Say. A little tricky to get up to the high ground. They're getting the vision with the Wolves, and it's going to set up for them to find the catch onto Puppey. Good moves here from Faith Beyond and the summons across the map.
They can go and take the bottom tower, just like with the units. Is more than enough. Let's see if they can make any kind of trade. Matumbaman really struggling this game. Still needs a Void Stone 15 minutes in. Ame has half of the Aghanim sector done.
He's so far ahead. This is back on to sort of the game one incredible speed of farm that Ame was able to pick up.
Puppey's relatively farmed, you know, for a position 5, for a hero that does not have any farming capabilities. He has a full mech.
He's going to have at least some sort of burst heal to help those getting gone upon by the cores of PSG LGD. I think we're seeing Faith Beyond. Is that the Orchid done? It is. So a completed Orchid.
This is like having a mid laner that has a decent amount of farm, goes for Orchid, but still has an extra item, extra 3 items, whatever you want to call it, like Necro 3.
I mean, you know, Arme's been free farming with the Battle Fury, and Faith Beyond's only just behind him. That's how farmed Faith Beyond is right now on this Lycan. I mean, you said it, you know, that the lane setups, you know, even though Secret did choose to, you know, move Matu up there, so Matu could have a bit of a better time.
Yeah, he still doesn't get as much farm as Lycan, that's for sure.
It gave Faith Beyond just a completely, you know, perfect opening to the game. So over in the mid, the catch on Tanisha. They've got him. Well, the catch between the two. If Nothing to Say or Xinku's able to close the gap, nothing at all that Nisha can do to break his way out of that combo. And at this stage of the game, they'll never struggle to have the damage to kill him.
Shaman has been amazing this tournament. Like, we've seen like Shaman Lion, because all the spirits are popular, Puck is extremely popular. Shaman has 70% win rate in this tournament. They drop the wards, they have the Necro book. Puppey very close, monitoring the situation, but does not want to go in.
Yeah, I think that's all he's going to be able to do. They don't want to get involved in this. As this tier 2 will be taken down, and with that tier 2 going down, yeah, that's it. The money,
20-minute mark.
Look at the money for
Outpost.
Arme. He has literally got Battle Fury Ags complete at the same time that Matu's only just finished his Battle Fury.
Yeah, this is like having an Alchemist in the team where he just gives you an Ags.
I think someone should tell Arme he's not playing the Alch. He's playing the Monkey King. I mean, he's farming like he is. This is some insane timing. 17-minute Battle Fury Ags.
Like, they can force a fight. They can force a fight inside the Roche pit. Could be a bit careful. Maybe they need to wait for Shaman wards just to be a bit safer, and the Necro units. Another double damage spawned on the bottom lane.
Nothing to say. Just looking for the catch on Matumbaman. Matu having to make it over to the creeps in time. Zame has also found himself a double damage rune for the next move. Roshan is up. The summons of Lycan, they can look to tackle this with as big as Ame is right now.
Ame, DD, Ags.
Yeah, Secret can't come anywhere close to
You can
this.
see Ame also just putting in Possessed Mask in case, you know, he needs to tank a bit of damage to have a bit of a lifesteal. He will swap in a Quicksilver Amulet. After that, pick up that Aegis, going in for a BKB, not going in for a BKB, going for his own KB. That's Monkey King Bar.
Now down bottom, Nisha is trying to get aggressive onto Nothing to Say, but Faith Beyond, he's coming across with a shapeshift. Secret's got to run. As Faith Beyond turns over towards Zai. Zai is able to get the wind run off in time. It's going to come to an end. The Boundless Strike comes crashing down from Arme. Zai get taken out. Another kill for Faith Beyond, as the rest of Secret have to scatter themselves across the map and get away from the chase of this Lycan.
Also, Puppy getting caught, so that's another kill. It's just getting out of control. Like, Ame's Monkey King is too strong. I can understand why he's going for MKB against the Wind Ranger, against the Phantom Assassin. He still has Aegis, so no need to get a BKB here.
And sort of no doubt about it. Between Game 2 and Game 3, you can see why strategically for PSG LGD there was a lot of value in just calling that game over when it was. You know, they didn't waste time playing it out. They come into Game 3 with sort of fresh minds, and they're just dominating Secret right now in the first 19 minutes.
And Secret just does not have a response. Phantom Assassin going into a BKB. That's still not going to help against the Monkey King. Like, you need to defend yourself against the Shaman, but Shaman most of the time just wants to be able to control the Puck. Puck has Deso queued up. Okay, he wants to be able to deal the damage, went for the damage talent as well.
Xingqiu, he's on the hunt for Yapzor, and he's going to find him. The setup's there. And bring in Y over, see if I can get in position for the stomp. He can. They've got enough damage between the two of them. They're bringing nothing to say over as well.
Another Hex is available.
Closing the gap with the Remnants.
Yeah, just Shaman things.
the amount of lockdown between, you know, Shaman +1 basically, any other hero with any sort of disable, you're going to have 2 rounds of the spells.
This Lycan is massive. Like, he has 2k gold more lead than
Faith Beyond.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Almost double as the Team Secret's offlaner.
Yeah, it's been a rough one for Zai. You know, coming into this game as the Wind Ranger, obviously he had to deal with the sort of the crazy lane that PSG LGD had against him and the way things have started, but 2, 6, and 3. Went for that bots first. He wanted to get the Maelstrom, but feels pressured to get the BKB done before he upgrades the Javelin to the Maelstrom. And it's all caused just a very slow progression with his items.
Yeah, just doesn't deal enough damage right now. They're going to go on him. Chain will get the Wind Ranger.
That just disappears. Disappears to the army of Faith Beyond.
Still has a Yule Scepter. Oh, what a juke by Nisha, but is it?
He could still be dead here. He's got to drop the Dream Colin and attempt to run. The silence is on him. The Necro Books continue to beat him down. Will manage to jump away.
But Monkey, is he chasing? No, he's gonna stop. I like creeps more than, you know, getting the kills on the heroes.
And no messing around for Mame this game. Battle Fury, Ags, BKB's on the way out. Good luck trying to bring this man
So
down.
much at stake here. You know, BKB is a BKB.
Yeah, it's a beat. You're not wrong. Level-wise, what's the difference? Ame about to hit 20. Matu, he's still level 15. About a 5-level difference nearly between the 2 carries. Well, I guess 4 if you're being precise. But it, you know,
yeah,
it's a lot. Still, 4 is a lot at this stage. Just 22 minutes.
It's actually 3, but whatever.
Right, now your master's just, well, okay, he's just hit 6. Okay, you want to be pedantic.
Sleep on the bottom lane. Puppy manages to TP out. Y is extremely farmed as a position 5. He has full Glimmer Cape. He has a medallion. Like, his spells are maxed out.
I mean, how on earth do you turn this if you're Secret? It feels like they're in even a rougher position than they were in Game 1. And Game 1 was tough. There's nothing to say. Finding the setup. On to Zai. Zai's going to go for the TP out, but Xingqiu, he's ready with the Hex. As another death on Zai.
Shaman just completely popping off. They're going in.
Puppy, he's got to run. Him and Matu have got to get out of this as Ame.
Still 20 seconds on Aegis.
We'll be out back long enough for them to escape. Top lane, he was trying to push it out, but Xingqiu was ready. As the risk of trying to play these lanes out against a Shaman, they're always going to have the chance of getting that catch. And Xingqiu, you know, he's doing it at the moment pre-blink. Now
these Chinese players, position 4, man, they love their Shaman. Yeah. And it's showing why. Because this hero was so contested in the Chinese region. Like, if you want to play position 4, it's not so much anymore about, you know, you need to know how to play the Earth Spirit. It's about, how do I use a Hex from 1,000 range away? And, you know, I'm just kidding, but you need to be at the correct time, at a certain place. It's just like, Xingqiu has been definitely one of my favorite players that I've seen in the Chinese region Season 1.
21-9, 24 minutes in. 17k lead. Secret, what are they working towards? Matu, still quite a way to go before he has the Deso. Zai, still dreaming of the BKB. Things looking any better for Nisha. I mean, he has the blink, but still just blinking a Witchblade at this point compared to the items. You know, we're seeing, you know, PSG LGD, they've got like the full AC on Faith Beyond, some huge items just already complete at such an early time.
Amit just has too much gold. He's level 20, the Boundless Strike crit as well on top of that, the cast range. I guess Team Secret will need to try to stall this game, potentially get the Divine Rapier on Phantom Assassin, because this is how they make a comeback into this game.
Yeah. It's going to take some time. Maybe they do get it. Maybe they can hold off PSG LGD's push, but it doesn't feel like that's going to be easy. You know, this is quite a serious amount of push that PSG LGD are going to be running at you with off the back of a lost team fight. This Lycan, Monkey King, they're going to tear down the base in seconds.
Yeah, this game might just end, you know. PSG LGD, they do not want to go in and try to end the game. Probably going to wait for the next Roche. They do not want to commit. There's always a chance that you like lose a game, Boundless. Yeah, lose the game before next Roshan spawns. You lose a fight, they take the Roche from you, then you're kind of even.
Secret just understandably very scared about stepping anywhere away from their tier 2 in the mid.
And I like what I see from Matu. I just said, you know, he needs to finish off that Deso, get the Rapier. It's pretty much their only way to come back into this game.
I mean, it really is. That's a lot of money, though.
It
That's
is.
a lot of money that he needs to get those items done.
Almost 8,000 gold that you need to farm right now.
And you can imagine in sort of that, if he gets the time to farm up 8,000 gold, Arme's probably going to get the time to farm out 16,000 gold, you know, with how much Arme's able to clean up across the map. Basher done. It's got enough for the Vanguard, so just about 1,500 away from a full Abyssal Blade.
They don't have to deal with the Phantom Assassin yet. Like, Phantom Assassin isn't really that much of a threat, even before the Deso. Next Roche will respawn in 13 seconds. It should be an easy one for PSG LGD. I don't think Team Secret wants to contest, because there's a chance that they lose a set of barracks if they lose.
Absolutely not. It seems like far too much of a risk to try and take a fight around the pit. They don't even have too great of a heroes to do it with. They've got a bit of team fight, of course, between the Puck and the Earth Spirit. But at this stage, with BKBs and Faith Beyond himself also getting a BKB round the corner, and that's just, it's not going to scare PSG LGD at all. So this will be a free Roshan, Aegis and Cheese, and that might just be the two tools that PSG LGD feel will allow them to just force down the mid lane and look to start taking away the base of Secret.
Like an ulti. He wants Spain.
And he'll get it. Puppy dead and gone. Roshan taken. Cheese on nothing to say. Aegis onto Arme. Matu quickly resetting himself back to base.
So much minus armor coming out from the Lycan. Like, these AC on top of that has 3,000 gold in the bank. Like, they should try to go in and possibly just end the game. Like, there's nothing they need to wait for. All their items are pretty much online. Abyssal Blade will be done for Ame in the next 100 gold. Clears this ancient creep camp, and he's good to go.
Matu, he's trying to go for Jinkyu. He's going in with the BKB. Does manage to land the crit, as he will bring down the Shaman. Turns over towards Y as well.
It's a good fight for Team Secret. You know, they're just delaying things, which is kind of a must-have. Also, Matumba Man getting a kill. Top wave. He can farm that. He just finished the Desolator.
They're going to try and make a move for more. You know, 2 dead on PSG LGD, but they're 3 cores that are alive from PSG LGD. You know, they have got a good chance of taking a fight 3 versus 5 because of how big they are. And in the mid, the jump's been made onto Matumba Man. Matumba Man just gets taken out before he can do anything at all. And now Secret, they've got to back off. They've got to run. Remnant down for nothing to say as he chases over towards Puppy. Puppy will also fall. That's it. They may have had the number advantage, and obviously Secret feel they do have to go for those desperate plays, but it's always going to be so hard because of
It was a risky move, you know. You're also risking that potentially their 4s and 5s have buyback. Matumbaman dies straight away. They don't have enough damage. Like, this is their damage. Nisha also does not have a defensive item. He's just straight up dead.
I mean, they're just rolling over them here, PSG LGD. Down the mid lane they go. PSG LGD hitting back with such ferocity after, you know, Secret were able to beat out a 23-minute GG from them in Game 2. This Game 3, it may be a little longer, but I think this one's feeling even more painful for Secret. They are just not standing a chance to get anything
just
done
too much
here.
damage. They cannot get close. The Necro units, the Wolves, Shadow Shaman wards, Monkey with that Aghanim Scepter starts stacking those monkeys. Still has that Aegis, Orb of Destruction. It's so much damage on the buildings.
Yeah. And nothing you can do to stop those.
What a play from Ame.
From being away.
Y actually gives him Essence Ring. He drops his Orb, and he has increased, you know, life essence coming out from that neutral item. It's all about the efficiency.
What's the progress on Matu's rapier? He's just he's a divine rapier away from a divine rapier.
Yeah, just farm that 6,000 gold somewhere.
See if he can find any money as he's looking for a kill. He's in onto Y. Y, he's going to have the backup. JinQ just turns with a Hex. Yapso will roll and get the silence down on the two of them. Matu's able to put the BKB. They will once again be able to take down the two supports as they immediately TP out of there. Matu will manage to get back to base. And the rest of Secret, Zai, able to turn, cuts the tree with a power shot, stops Armate from being able to chase. So again, Secret, despite being down 28k, they do get in, they get 2 kills, and they only lose 1 support themselves.
Still a good trade, you know, considering the situation they're in for Team Secret. They get 2 kills. Matu, he can't afford to die.
It's a bit spooky. Armate. Boundless Strike, he's closing the gap. Remnant's in. BKB is still on cooldown for 30 seconds. Matu needs help, and he needs it now. He has got the evasion, and the evasion proving to be enough. As he gets out of there, of course, Monkey King Bar not quite finished on Arme. So that blur is enough to save Matu against those two.
Yeah, once he gets that Monkey King bar, it's just going to be so much easier dealing with the Wind Ranger. And, of course, Phantom Assassin, Boundless misses.
Well, Zai's got to run. As they're hunting, JinQ is going to be able to reach in, set up with a Hex. As they've got the catch, they've got the kill. Another one for Arme.
JinQ even has that shard, coil, whiffs, does not connect on anything.
Well, now they've got to be careful, Secret, because PSG LGD are going to come straight running at the puppy. Turns, puts a sleep over onto the Elder Titan. Has nothing to stop Arme, though, as Arme takes down the Bane. Nothing to say in Faithian, chasing Matu back towards the base. He's got to put the BKB at a standard chance of surviving. Will turn, able to farm up a bit of the Necro books, at least with the BKB. Now with the BKB on cooldown, he's got to be careful. PSG LGD with a whole squad ready to push up and try for another set of racks. Secret down 2 players.
Ame will connect with the team. He picked up a double damage.
Serpent wards down. Secret not really any way of taking those out, as PSG LGD will get away with this. Boundless Strike to open up onto Nisha. Ame just steps in with the Abyssal Blade. Nisha is cut down by the Sleight of Fist, out for 70. No buyback available on the puck, as there'll be no defense to be had down here. Another set taken by PSG LGD, now 32,000 gold ahead.
Full MKB done now, 2 set of barracks down. How's Divine Rapier doing? Needs the farm Sacred Relic somehow. Problem is, the only farm he can get is the farm that gets close to their base. Or a riskier play would be if he can like smoke / use blur and try to invade possibly enemy triangle, but it's risky. You get caught, you're kind of done. And if they see that no one is farming, like the creeps coming into the base, they will know something is up.
Yep, they're going to know he's out there. And with the catch that they have, JinQ already has received so many times with the blink and Ether Lens, that sort of reach, and obviously nothing to say. Having the Aghanims, he can just cover such insane distances across the map that you're never really safe anywhere you step outside of your base if you're Matu at this stage.
Solar Crest down on ET plus AC. That's just going to nullify most of the damage coming on from the Phantom Assassin. JinQ also getting very close to his item, getting the Eon Disc. They have no way of dispelling it, so he will be able to get his spells off in a team fight.
PSG LGD preparing to go again here. Waiting outside the base of Secret until they see an opportunity to strike.
Next Roche may respawn in a minute. Still feel they should try to take one more fight. Ame has cheese.
Oh! They remember the catch. They've got the setup on a puppy. Straight away they commit on. Also they'll be able to find the lockdown onto Matuma-man. Matuma-man, he's got to run. Will manage to jump up.
Puppy's going to die again.
Boundless strike down on the two of them. They catches both Nisha and Puppy. An immediate dieback from Puppy on the Bane. And now the chase continues inside of the base. They get the Hex onto Matu. Shackle shot will hold back. Nothing to say in Faith Beyond. But Ame's jumping in, looking for Zai. Zai keeps his distance. Oh, the Absol just rolls straight in. We'll set up the power shot to get the kill. But they're calling it. It is absolutely done and over. A Secret called GG. PSG LGD take game 3. And with that, the series is theirs. 2-1 against Secret with both of their victories. This one in particular just being complete stomps.
Complete domination coming on from PSG LGD. Pretty much everyone on the team had a really good time. The way they set up the lanes, they put the Lycan on the top lane alone, aggressive tri-lane, the force Matuma-man to TP out. He doesn't get as much farm as Ame does on the bottom lane. Like Ame was saying, the 2-3k gold ahead, that timing on the Battle Fury, 17-minute Battle Fury plus Aghanim Scepter. Yeah. Pretty much 2 free Roshans for PSG LGD. Team Secret could just not contest that. The way they played, it was like too quick. This Lycan was causing a lot of issues in the back lines. He was just way too farmed.
Yeah, it really did feel like Secret sort of fell into the same trap that they did in game 1. You know, some of their picks very much trying to throw out new things. The Bane just didn't get much done at all. It did not feel like a fifth pick that was at the level that you need to be bringing out against a team like PSG LGD.
Yeah, especially the last pick coming out from the PSG LGD, the Lycan, he just did so much in that game. Like, Bane does not like to play into, you're gonna have that Dispel against the Wind Ranger, just some great stuff.
Yeah, the fantastic plays in both of the wins from PSG LGD, as Secret may have been able to run them over the once, but PSG LGD definitely showing that they've got a stronger grasp on the game right now. As the series, it'll be theirs. They'll take it 2-1 against Team Secret.
Thank you very much, OD Pixel and Lacoste. Team Secret going down to the lower bracket. Gentlemen, PSG LGD, who rose up from the wild card,
Gamers rise up,
knocked what is considered the best team in the world in Dota down to the lower bracket.
Europe in shambles.
It was a shocker. I don't think any pre-event prediction could have seen this coming. At least, sure, maybe a Chinese team, but it would have been IG that would have dethroned Secret, not a wildcard Chinese team.
I have to say, PSG LGD looked stronger and stronger every single time. They were winning at the beginning of the CN season, but also at the end. However, they just looked more efficient towards the end.
Even this event, Ame has grown on me immensely. At the beginning, I saw him and I was like, oh, he's not the LGD Ame that most people are fans of. But then now, these days, he's consistent, he's reliable. He's, without fear, picking this Monkey King into whatever Secret thinks that they may be able to counter it with.
I have to say, though, these 2 wins from PSG LGD, they played really well. They executed faster, but you can't not say that they did have a much better draft in both of these games. Like in the first one that they won and in this last one.
All 3 of them may have been draft kind of victories, because the Alchemist and that Venomancer in game 2 and Secret's victory, freaking 23-minute GG.
Second one was also an outdraft by Secret, if that's your point, right?
Yeah, so like I'm saying, this entire series seemed very, very draft dependent. Stompy for sure. Also, yeah, the game 1, the Wyvern just made it feel like this troll never had a chance in the game. Game 2, the Venomancer and Alchemist made it feel like the Monkey King never had a chance in this game. And this game, the Lycan and Wolf biting the Monkey King just made it feel like Secret had never had a chance to get their Bane or Wind Ranger into the game.
And before I talked about some interview, I hope we'll get an interview with Secret to ask them about that Bane pick. Were they predicting something like a Pango? That's the only thing that makes sense, because then Bane kind of looks fine, but PSG LGD, as we talked about, hit them with that circus that Secret did to Thunder Predator.
Yeah, and Secret were happy to attend the circus, apparently.
They didn't switch up the lanes. They remained in the same way, PA on offlane, struggling versus the Lycan.
That was the initial switch up, I guess, is because they went into the tri-lane down bot, ET briefcased them, and PA was like, okay, I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Look at these scores, 7-0-7 on Ember, on Monkey, sorry, and 12-0-11 on the Lycan. And it's not something new. I also have to say I love the itemization from the Lycan, not going for that early Aghanim's, instead buying the Orchid.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I was surprised, but you're saying that this is a very, very common second pickup against these pucks.
Yeah,
and
versus pucks, versus spirits, versus all these elusive heroes. You buy that Orchid and you get some extra lockdown. Also, one extra thing, once I saw the Lycan pickup, it's so good versus Wind Ranger too, because you can't Wind Run away anymore. You have those Necros, plus the Wolf is just too fast.
Do you think that Team Secret was a little too passive in the way that they played these games? PSG LGD was pretty much always on the offensive during the series, and perhaps that's something that they're not used to in their region.
Something like having a support Bane means that you're not going to really be able to see much movement out of your support. I think that what LGD did to Secret here is what Secret did to Thunder Predator in the previous series, where
for sure,
just in the first 5 minutes, at least this game specifically, in the first 5 minutes, they're like, the lanes are not going how you think that they're going to go. They're going to go how we think they're going to go. And so even once the Phantom Assassin went up top versus the Lycan, they could have continued playing musical lanes, but instead they were like, whatever, it's Lycan. He's going to do just fine versus Phantom Assassin.
He had like 20 last hits, 10 denies. Meanwhile, Matu was struggling. It wasn't really a great game for him. And you could see at one point, Secret, all their cores queued up Rapier. All of them.
It's the only way back into the game.
It was the only way that they come back. And when you see that, it's very grim. Also, Secret not looking so crisp with PA baiting out the mid lane teamfight. He didn't have a BKB.
That's a rare mistake from Secret.
Because they smoked, they were close enough. They just didn't expect them to go on the PA so quickly. But PSG LGD was like, okay, Matu wants to die, let's kill him.
Well, let's take a look at this match's MVP.
Yeah, 100%.
No surprise there.
Yeah.
He basically chewed through a lot of heroes while also supporting the Monkey King to victory.
I would say that his MVP might be shared with the Shadow Shaman as well. Zincu was 1 point catching Nisha multiple times.
Yeah, I had my reservations about the Lycan because I thought it was going to struggle more in lane, but Faith Beyond, I mean, Matu has on multiple occasions shown great respect to Faith Beyond and not to mess with him, and so I think the LGD have pretty resoundingly defeated what was theoretically the champion of this tournament.
Let's take a look at the current standings. Right now, a lot of people's fantasy brackets are kind of potentially
more in
messed up
shambles than European
with
Dota.
Team Secret going down to the lower bracket to fight the winner of OB Esports and Vici Gaming. And that also means that Evil Geniuses, like Crit said in his interview, he doesn't have to worry about fighting Team Secret until potentially the grand finals if they both make it there. Crit will get his wish granted.
Yeah, EG, he said, has historically had good performances versus Chinese teams, and we saw that earlier today. And against LGD, I would be surprised if there's anything else, but LGD seem to be a cut above all these other Chinese teams.
Yeah, they definitely are. You could say that throughout the season, they were all very neck and neck, but here, Aster obviously with the stand-in, IG not performing to their standard, meanwhile PSG LGD just improving and improving, and for some reason or another, they're getting all their heroes every single time, especially in this game versus Secret. Monkey King, every game.
Yeah. And you have to ban out the IO, and Ame is content first phase picking the Monkey King, so really, what are you going to do about it? It's just the power of LGD, and Vici Gaming might make a lower bracket run as well. China has a lot to be proud of right now at this tournament.
After this, we will have the lower bracket matches with Shiver, but first, we still have more clues in the hunt for the dragons.
Number 6?
Yes, each day clues pointing to where 2 dragons could be hiding will be announced during the first 2 halftime shows respectively. Once you've found each dragon, all you have to do is tag @1esports in the comment section of the post. The first 3 Dragon Knights to successfully find each dragon will win a free 12, 9, and 6-month Netflix subscription respectively. And after all 8 have been found, the first prize winners of the hunt will be announced during the Grand Finals halftime show of the 1esports Singapore Major, with a full list of winners to be listed on 1esports.gg as well. We will be back with Shiver and the lower bracket, which will be spicy because people will be getting eliminated. But let's take a look at our 6th clue.
everything. Life is a game, I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Good afternoon and welcome to the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major. We have 8 teams remaining. We just had some upper bracket series. Nobody eliminated, but that is about to change. We're going to have 2 series in the lower bracket coming your way. I'm here with Lizard, I'm here with Gods, and we are here to talk about the first of those 2 series. Vici Gaming and OB Neon will go head to head. And Gods, OB Neon, the team that has gone the furthest of all the teams that had to play with the stand in this tournament.
And the only team who started in the lower bracket who's still alive. They've defied all expectations.
Yeah.
They had the lowest expectations, I think, of anyone here because of the situation around the team. And they're top 8. I don't know.
Yeah,
These guys are crazy.
I just have to say, Yopaj is my idol. I'm going to open up with that. It has some deeper connotations in the SCA scene as well. Maybe chats, if we have some people from around there, will like it. But Neon, obviously, they're the only ones remaining from the SCA, right? And because of that, I have to say I'm a little bit biased, but biased towards good Dotes. I think we'll see 2 regions, 2 different styles of gameplay completely.
Yeah, because the top 8, we have still got 1 team of every region in, apart from China. There's 3 teams still left in the pool, left in the top 8 from China, and 1 of them is in the lower bracket. Well, 2 of them are in the lower bracket now, but 1 of them is playing today in the lower bracket. We, of course, saw IG getting knocked down by EG at the start of this day. And the winner of this particular series, the winner of Vici versus OB Neon, will get the honor and the pleasure of facing Team Secret in the lower bracket. A lot of exciting things to come. But one step at a time, I wanna first gauge you guys' impression of this series. We know Vici Gaming very strong. Does your preference for the series Gods automatically go to them?
I don't think it's like instant or obvious for me, because Vici Gaming, I think, have been the maybe most disappointing team coming from the Chinese DPC for me, at least. I think I had very high expectations with just the performance they put on in the DPC, the expectations with some of the players on their team, and their gameplay has just been kind of uninspiring at times. They haven't delivered, and even the wins they're getting, they've struggled to get those wins.
You hit the nail on the head, exactly like that, uninspiring. They haven't changed a lot throughout the season as well. And when I talk about PSG LGD, I talk about this team that brings out new ideas every time you see them. There's well, perhaps not on the carry role, but you see that they have different gameplay, different strategical movement across the map. Vici Gaming, they're very straightforward. You pretty much know what to expect from them.
We have a Fantasy League running at the same time. 72% favors Vici Gaming for this one, for the One Esports Fantasy. You can still get your predictions in if you're quick enough. It's running the whole tournament, so don't worry, you still got time to get some of those prizes. Make sure to check it out. But it makes sense, right? Vici Gaming is coming in with their full squad. And as much as everyone has loved seeing OB Neon play, because they are all over the place and they are so fun to watch, they are coming in with a stand-in, and it still feels like it gives me a little bit, Lizard, at Finham vibes.
Definitely.
Boston Major.
Yeah, just to touch upon the numbers a little bit.
Yeah.
Secret 91%. So these 73 numbers, you know, like we don't deal with that here. Throw it out. Anything can happen. But they're definitely making those vibes. They have their own style, which you have to respect. And their own style is chaos. Like you can't really predict how they're playing. Reminding me a little bit of Liquid as well in the group stage. If Liquid could actually, like every other EU team, but Secret find their own foothold and start playing properly. They don't have a carry, right? Same like Mickey sometimes.
Scam's like trying to, figure out how this thing works again. He's playing like Nature's Prophet and stuff. Like we're seeing
it's really owning.
We're seeing some very creative hero pools and drafts coming up for them because of the fact they're switching player roles and having all these stand-ins.
And extra credit to Scam as well, captaining from that role. Don't know how he does it, but he's made it to the top 8 here at this major, and I'm very curious to see the win rates comparison between these two teams in terms of game length, because so far OB Neon, they've done really well really early on in the game, and if the game goes a little later, Vici Gaming, I guess they're one of the few teams in China that is still systematically playing the calculated style of Dota. Is that fair to say that late game will come out to play?
Oh, 100%. The team fight Dota, right? That's
Yeah.
team fight with one super hard carry that they play around. Like even in the season, you could see something like a Medusa, not necessarily only from Vici Gaming, from Chinese teams, but popular in SEA as well. We'll see what OB Neon has in store for those early game finishes, at least if they're planning to do that.
Yeah, very rarely will you go into a game and see Vici Gaming's be the one trying to set the tempo and really control the game. They're looking to sit back, let their opponents do whatever they want to do, and then fight around big ulti cooldowns usually. And that's going to give Neon complete freedom to do whatever they want, really.
So let's talk about the road they have done so far. OB Neon, they almost were eliminated in the groups. Day 1 was abysmal for them. Day 2, they had to change their stand-in for a different stand-in, Lizard, but they still made it out.
Yep, for a different stand-in, you don't even know where every single one of these players is going to be on the map, like what position they're taking. That's right now looking very comfortable on the offlane, playing that Prophet. Like it suits his nickname, but overall, yeah, they look much stronger with the second stand-in than they did with the first one.
Yeah, they only had one win on day 1. I think some of the matchups on day 2 were a little bit easier for them too. Just matchup-wise, they playstyle matched up better, and it was what ended up being some of the weaker teams of the tournament. So.
Do you think it helped? Natsumi, the player that's not here, the player that unfortunately had to stay at home, he was the carry for OB Neon, and he only got added like in November last year or something, so only a couple of months. The rest of the squad had been together for quite a while before then. Do you think it helps that they already just integrated a new carry and now they had to do it again, or like not a carry role but still a core role? Do you think maybe some advantages there?
Yeah, often I think teams are very successful when they have that like core group of like 3, sometimes 4, but sometimes it's just 3, even 2 players who stick together, and then you tweak 1 or 2 things.
Especially if you consider that Scam used to be a carry,
yeah,
and then he transitioned into this captaining position 4 role. So when Natsumi came in, I'm certain that Scam had a lot of input. He had to talk to him, maybe refreshing his own carry potential there, which is definitely showing here.
And if we're talking about Vici Gaming, they opened up in the upper bracket. They did okay in the group stages. Went to the upper bracket, had the unfortunate circumstance to face their fellow countrymen IG. They got knocked down, but yesterday we saw them on Stage Gods. They were able to make it look very easy against Team Liquid.
Yeah, that was a series where I thought, Liquid, as bad as they'd been in the wildcards and group stages, I mean, they made it through, they scraped their way through. I thought Liquid came in as slight favorites because, they're just this team that performs well on the big stage, but Vici showed much more solid Dota, and it didn't seem like Liquid had a clear game plan for them. And I think Vici Gaming's style of having that team fight plus carry we mentioned, Liquid didn't match up against it. I think Neon are not going to fall into the same trap, though, so...
Neon doesn't need a carry, apparently.
Yeah. Easy.
Yeah, but Vici played a lot better, like you're saying.
Yeah. A lot better than what they did against IG as well, maybe a bit thrown off guard. I'm curious also to see if there's any influence from the games we've seen today. Very often, especially teams in the upper bracket, everybody will look towards those teams and like, okay, what are they playing? How are they winning these games? And we saw from EG, we saw some Alchemists coming out, worked out as well for Team Secret one of the games. Are we going to see that?
I can predict that Bane will not be picked.
Wow, wild prediction from Lizard coming out.
I'll put my money on that. It didn't look that great, played by Secret. Yeah, we might see the Alchemist. Not necessarily the most popular pick in SEA. Overall, in the SEA region, Alchemist was such a flop during the DPC league because teams tried to copy it, but it looked like they didn't really go through games. They would pick Alchemist offlane and still build it like Battle Fury, Radiance, and the hero would be just completely useless.
Out of all these heroes that we see in our screen, the middle pack, there are very few carries. There's no carries in there in terms of overlap. We talked about OB Neon, basically don't really play carry. Is that the reason, or are there just different styles at play here?
A little bit of different style, but also can't have a carry in the middle if you don't have a carry at all, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only carry even on Neon's side I think was a Wraith King. I didn't see a single other carry in there, whereas VG Gaming had the Monkey King, they had the Troll Warlord, so...
The Juggernaut as well.
Exactly. They play all the traditional carries you'd kind of expect them to play.
Speaking of expectations, you can research a lot of OB Neon and of Vici Game. Both have played a lot of games. What is the main lesson that Vici can learn from OB Neon's games? I think those are a little bit the more crazy ones, and you really kind of have to realize how are they winning these games? How did they win the series against Fnatic? Was Fnatic just bad, or what is the secret sauce of OB Neon?
Yeah, you have to dig deep, really. And one thing that I could see similar between SCA teams and Chinese teams, between Neon, let's say, and PSG LGD, is the fact that they both tried this Nature's Prophet on the safe lane. So maybe that's something that Vici Gaming might look to ban out, maybe pick for themselves. Yeah. Some of these things. Death Prophet as well, highly contested.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see if Death Prophet even makes it through in the banning phase. But before we get to the draft and all that, we first have to get the players on stage. So let's get ready for some OB Neon and Vici Gaming on stage.
Welcome on stage, Vici Gaming. Welcome on stage, OB Neon.
Top 8 at the first major of the season is nothing to scoff at, but wouldn't it be nice if you're able to double your prize money earned at the major and get 50% extra DPC points? That's what they're playing for, because a winner of this series will be a top 6 at the major, and a loser, no second chances. This is the second chance. It's lower bracket time, and it's an elimination on the Lion Gods. A lot to play for.
A lot to play for. I feel like in some ways Neon, it's like they're playing with house money. There's a lot less pressure on them to go far in this tournament, but they've looked best when they had no pressure on them, when they had that extra stand-in. And I think for Vici Gaming, it's important to do as well as you can, get as many points, because when you're playing in those regions with a lot of depth, there's no guarantees Vici is at the next major.
100%. No guarantees they're even top 4.
Yeah. So they need to do as well as they can while they're at a major, try to get those points to get them to TI, because if they have to go through qualifiers for TI, that's also going to be brutal.
Yeah, there's most likely only going to be one team from each region making it through via qualifiers, and the region is pretty stacked. Let's just say that. The Chinese region, pretty darn stacked. Vici Gaming used to be at top of the list. Now the second one playing for elimination. I kind of don't want to count Aster too much with that, considering they also were playing with a stand-in. So for Vici Gaming, definitely this is not where they expected to see themselves. And as Scott said, OB Neon playing with house money, but at the same time, I think that just makes them play better.
It really has.
Carefree, let's go.
If you're relaxed, especially when you're at the major and you don't have that pressure on you, it definitely helps.
And I think last time these teams met, Vici Gaming won that series 2-0, but the games, Neon were looking really good and threw away some big leads, and I think that's where they were feeling the pressure. You could see some of those nerves in the group stage. That was on day 1.
Yeah, so without death.
The higher you climb, it's looking, the pressure gets to you. Before in the group stage and whatnot, everything was just sweet for Neon. Maybe now, at the moment, it's sweet and sour, perhaps a little bit. And you're playing versus Vici Gaming that you already lost to 2 games, right? So I'm very interested in how will Neon adapt to those losses. What will they change up? Usually what team does is they completely switch up the opening 2 bans. Will we see Mars plus Pango again or something different? I don't necessarily think that the drafts were the biggest issue for Neon. It's mostly the execution and the way they played.
Yeah, I'm very curious about heroes as well. We are moments away from jumping into that draft. One of the heroes that stands out to me for Vici Gaming is the Shadow Shaman. We've seen it do pretty well here, but specifically for Vici Gaming, they've not lost a single game with it. They've been able to play it 5 times. We see mostly PYW play it, and he is rushing on it.
Yep. It's really something. Lacoste this year as well. He's gonna back me up. He was watching Black as well. I think he's casting this one. He'll confirm it. That guy with the Shadow Shaman throughout the season was so on point. You can't pick. You could see it in the last game as well. Nisha picking Puck and Shadow Shaman was the perfect answer.
Yep.
We might see it here from PYW. It all depends on Neon and what they want to pick on mid lane too, because usually that Shadow Shaman would come as a response to all of these spirits. Or Puck, let's say.
Yeah. And we're really seeing how I feel like the importance of some of those, maybe older draft changes where you used to have more first phase bans. You only get 2 now.
Yeah.
And it makes it so hard. You can't ban all the top tier meta heroes or your opponent's signature heroes, so you have to let some things through, and that's where being able to let through a hero like Puck because you play such a good Shadow Shaman is a really big strength, I think, of Vici Gaming.
What would you do? You have the chance to either ban out PYW, Shadow Shaman, or wait. Wow, we're already seeing what's happening. Shadow Shaman is not banned, still in the pool. Vici Gaming has not yet picked it up. We do have a Pango Void Spirit for OB Neon. Those are their two of their most picked heroes. They're doing very well with them.
They block pick the Pango, so whenever you talk about Vici Gaming, it's like, are you going to ban Pango against Vici Gaming? Because Old 11, it's by far his best hero. When he's on this hero, he just takes over the game. And Neon snag it for themselves.
I 100% agree with you. It is very scary to have a Pango on Old 11, but the answer from Vici Gaming with this Puck is also phenomenal. You're picking Puck into Pango and Void Spirit. You just like this matchup versus both of these heroes. You have Dreamcoil versus Void Spirit. The lane can be rough, but we've seen Abed Puck even win it. And then you have Pango later on, who just can't use his Rolling Thunder. And then you follow up with the Shadow Shaman.
Yep, they still get their preferred 4. Having the lockdown against both Void Spirit and Pango very helpful as well. So, you may not be playing against the Puck, but you're playing against 2 elusive heroes with escape, so you still want to have that disable.
Versus any spirit. Lion or if Shadow Shaman is banned, that is, you pick Lion. If not, you get the Rasta. Pretty good.
I think both teams are pretty happy with their opening. They both fit in their own wheelhouses. It's just a matter of which style is gonna prevail at this point, and obviously how is the rest the draft going to look, but this both looks very comfortable.
And I have to agree completely with what you just said, Shiver, because unless a team has their own complete style, like a different approach to the game, we see openers that kinda are fine for both teams, right? Unless you're Secret and you're first picking Mirana and then you lose. But most teams, they open up with something that's already tried and tested and looks very strong.
Yeah, I feel like in the wildcards and groups, we're seeing some teams go for openers that you could just tell like the IO Weaver openers with the support IO. Like, we were not a fan of that and it kept losing. But now, I think now that we're further in the tournament, every team has their openers that they know they're not going to get outdrafted.
If you don't have that first pick, you're banning out the IO. If you have the first pick, you can let it go through, maybe snatch it for yours. Because OB Neon, I believe they had a first pick this time around.
Yes.
And looking at them, IO plus that Prophet, that was their best stuff. Like, out of all of their drafts, IO plus Prophet looked the scariest.
Now they're going to target a lot of those carries, Monkey King, Alchemist.
Yeah,
I mean, Alchemist is kind of more of an offlaner, actually. That was one of the Vici Gaming kind of pocket picks we saw against Team Liquid when they ran that with a Jug Storm Spirit.
Yep, it looked a little bit scary with the Storm Spirits, right? Like, you give him that Aghanims and you don't perform that well, that much. Yeah.
It was like a level 9 Storm who had level 1 Vortex.
Yep.
But once they got late game, Storm and Jug with free ags, it's like an extra item slot.
This morning
plus a
as
big
well,
power spike.
with what was it, Void Spirit as well. Getting it versus EG didn't look that great.
Honestly, I've not been a big fan of the offlane Alchemist overall. I think it's been very situational, and you have to have the good axe heroes.
It's the most brainless strategy for an offlaner ever. You're just farming and giving items around, and okay, guys, if you play well, we win.
I think also VG Gaming winning with it yesterday gives a little bit of a colored image of the hero, because Old 11 did great, but Juggernaut would have been a lot more farm if Old 11 didn't take up all the jungle creeps, and also they were playing against Liquid, which left them a little bit more space to farm, I felt, compared to some of the other opponents they will see.
Look at the bans from VG Gaming. Okay, Nature's Prophet because they play it on carry on Neon, right?
Yeah.
But TA even, because you're playing Puck mid lane, you don't want to be facing up against TA and some position 4 or 3 Void Spirit.
And they know OB Neon's a team that's going to potentially throw those kind of curveballs. They want to maybe play around the star power of Yopaj. He is, I was talking about the SA mid laners, but yesterday about Abed, who left the region playing against Moon, who's kind of considered the best mid in SEA for a while. Yopaj is saying, I've got a claim for that title too.
Yeah, we saw him play. Ooh, a new hero. Saw him play TA against Thunder Predator earlier in the groups, and it was looking very good. Ogre Magi.
A big boy.
Yeah.
On the side of OB Neon.
Wow.
Interesting. Haven't seen it
at all.
Quite a lot at all.
This is the
recently.
first of the tournament.
Will Witchy Gaming just go all out with a Bloodseeker and then just make the everything to ban?
You don't need to. That's overkill.
I know.
You could pick it, but
we've seen it in that first game, something with an Atos. You also have double rupture. It actually wouldn't be that bad. The only question is, I mean, it wouldn't be that bad. Let's put it that way.
I'd rather see them get something to synergize with the Inkswell initiation.
Yeah.
Or even the Grimstroke Ultimate.
Sand King that we've seen from them in all the 11s sometimes, right? Possible. They go with the Jug straight up.
Okay. They want to secure their carry. And I guess leave the puck a little bit open. It could go into that off lane, although not that likely, I would say. Ori is just such a classic puck player.
Yeah. And you talked about synergy with the Inkswell. You do have Jug, right? It's very, very strong in that laning stage, because you can't really lane against that very well. They do have a Pango, who's very mobile. With Swashbuckle, you can always escape, but...
The Lesh coming out for OB Neon has been a scam hero most recently.
Yeah, they've been picking quite a bit of Lesh this tournament. I know at least day one on group stage, I saw them picking it a few times, running it in different lanes, different roles, but I do like it a lot on Schem. Interesting they pick it after the Jug, a hero that, usually with the built-in magic community, you're not too afraid of a Lesh. And Omni Slash as well. If Lesh runs at you, well, you're going to turn an Omni Slash in.
Swift Slash, Omni Slash, Spin, you just have so many ways of getting away from all that damage. And it's not a hero that benefits from Augur, really, right?
Yeah.
You want something...
Who's the Bloodlust
yeah,
hero?
exactly.
That's what I was expecting.
Later on, you want a hero that benefits from Bloodlust. Here, they truly don't have anything like that. You do have setup in the lane, I guess, for the Split Earth, with the stun into Split Earth, but even that stun isn't that great.
Yeah. Sounds like you're not a big fan of the Lesh pick either.
No, I mean, not necessarily with the Ogre. I've seen Lesh work for OB Neon, but right here, it's meh.
It's kind of like the semi-carries they like to run, and it means if they don't have that hard carry, they have a hero that can take towers. You've got the Edict. I think that's why they played really well around Death Prophet as well, because if they're not going to pick that hard carry, you still need a way to push the tempo, take towers, take map control.
And this is pretty much the hero because of who they have all these 30-minute mark victories, right? The graph, those early wins, it's Lesh and Death Prophet.
Yeah.
They like to run this very active kind of a lineup. It could also be the offlane Lesh, right? Like you could mix things up, put offlane Lesh with Pango, mid lane Void Spirit and Ogre plus some carry on the safe lane.
Even Lycan gets banned. They are really worried about that kind of fast tempo pushing coming out.
Is there still something in the pool? I mean, Prophet, Beastmaster all removed. I guess Enigma of all heroes with a Necro 3 build is the only one left.
Yeah, and I think that kind of limits their ability to scale a bit. Like the Slardar and Lycan give you just a bit more just damage output, physical damage output. Enigma's that... I don't think they want that big, long cooldown ultimate, per se.
they'll end up going with the Medusa. Some late game insurance policy coming out there.
There's a bloodlust target.
Yep, definitely a bloodlust target. And now it's all about that triangle. How good is this team at defending the Medusa and her farm? Some cool stats from the SCA region are that Medusa, in hands of any team, even the ones that got relegated to Division 2, to the lower division, would win against top tier teams.
Okay.
One of the reasons why TNC wasn't even in the wild card is because they lost to Execration, who was relegated 0-2 to a Medusa pick, two Medusa games. But usually when you see a Medusa, you also expect some sort of a stable team fight. Phoenix, Mars, something like that. They don't really have it.
Yeah, so far, OB Neon has played Medusa once this tournament against Aster and did not go the way they wanted it to, unfortunately for them.
They still believe in it, so they grab it.
Yeah. And the Bristleback coming out for Vici Gaming. Going to be a tough one to take down.
They just want one of these heroes. Timbersaw, I believe, was out as well. They want one of these heroes that's able to just make a mess on the map. Old 11 will be that Bristol that buys a couple of those early game items and just goes all in, runs on the uphill on the high ground first in that triangle, and then everyone follows up, which is a solid thing to have.
OB Neon look like they've got this very scrappy draft that's going to want... Yeah, they've got the Medusa, but those other 4 heroes, they're going to want to fight. They're going to want to constantly brawl, run a Vici Gaming, and make space for that Medusa to farm.
And I like that. I think that fits their style. But is it going to work against Vici Gaming is the main question. And for me, I like the Bristle pick a lot, and I will go first. I don't think that OB Neon has what it takes to take it down. Would love to be proven wrong, though, because that means we got a hell of a fun game ahead of us. But Lizard and Gods, my experts, I trust your opinion more than mine regarding
I'm just waiting for production to see if they're going to put anything under my name.
No. I want you to be your own man.
Nothing
make
happening.
your own decisions.
This time around, nothing's happening. Okay, I like SCA's draft. I like Neon's draft quite a bit. It's chaotic. It's the epitome of the region, but Bristleback is going to be a wall that they won't be able to break. Vici Gaming.
Okay.
You don't believe them. You're just saying how well Medusa's done. You don't believe.
They have to prove me wrong.
Okay.
They lost versus Vici Gaming already. If they prove me wrong, we'll think about the second draft.
I will agree with my very smart panelists, and also go Vici Gaming.
Okay, well then let's give some hope to all the OB Neon fans out there, because there are a lot. They got a whole region riding on them at this point. What needs to go well? Like, what hero should they look out for? Certain item timing coming out for any of them?
It's a Medusa game.
I think they need the chaos to go well. The constant fighting. Yopaj in the mid lane needs to, I think, just get like 10 plus kills this game. Just roll over them, get lots of runes.
So when the game starts slowing down, it's bad news for OB Neon.
Potentially. I mean, they have Medusa, but I think they do want a fast-paced early game with the other heroes.
Okay, well, let's find out if they can get that. It is time to head to our commentary team for the first game of this series. Is B-Cup and Black.
Thank you very much. Coming into this game, Vici, Neon, Black. It's like watching your kids grow up. We were covering both these regions, and now they get to show us everything.
Yeah.
In an
And
elimination series.
One kid left, my friend. Natsumi could not make it. He went to another school. He left all his friends behind. Feels bad, man. But now they have a stand-in, and they still got to top 8. So they're doing wonderfully here for themselves. I'm pretty excited to see what they have to show against VG, who, of course, are the favorites. But Neon, they are looking pretty damn good themselves.
Yeah, they look good during the DPC season, and now, of course, going through the hardships of stand-in city. They have to really pick it up here. And it's going to be a tough one, but they've shown some promise. So I'm really excited. Like, I want to see what they bring to the table on this one. But you're up against some comfort picks of Vici. The Shaman, the Puck, the Jug. Like, that just feels like Vici's got everything that they're comfortable with.
I mean, what can we say? Everyone gangster until Naya, Taya, Nada. There's nothing you can do. PYW on that hero? I don't know if he's lost the game yet. On this, on the playoffs with him. I don't believe he did.
And during the season, it felt like he was never losing with this hero because Shadow Shaman was very popular in the Chinese region, and that hero was cleaning up. It was quite disgusting.
Yeah, he's super popular in the Chinese region, especially in SEA, not so much. And we really just see a lot of Chinese teams pick it up. Even in the playoffs here, a lot of other regions don't really care too much about it. But whenever they pick it or another Chinese team picks it, they're doing very well with it.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of priority in the Shadow Shaman in the Chinese region. One guy that I know loved this hero, he's not in the DPC right now, is James. Used to play for CDC, and that was like one of those guys who put on clinics every time he played Shadow Shaman. And it just really kind of extended from there. Like, I was watching him play it, and then now you've got guys on every single team in the Chinese region just picking up this hero, and really the four is using Shadow Shaman basically to its full potential every single time.
Yeah, it's definitely a very strong hero, but Neon has good tools to deal with it. They have the Void Spirit to get on top of him, the Pangolier as well. Even the Stone Gaze is not very easy to handle for the Shadow Shaman because you can't really shackle anyone. DY here in a little bit of trouble. One Spirit Earth could spill his death here.
Yeah, DY getting stunned up and now trying to TP after the stuns. Ooh, just skirting out of there. Close enough. Good Aether Remnant. First blood there for Yopaj. Solo kill onto Ori. That's a big one to get in a matchup that, to me, feels 50-50, but how does it feel to you?
It's definitely a little bit Void Spirit favored in the lane, but you should never be able to kill a Puck solo, especially when you're like on relatively high health yourself still. It wasn't like it was a close scenario or anything. So Yopaj showing here again why he's, you know, he's a very interesting player. Sometimes he just goes super ham, other times, you know, he's a little bit cold, but this game he's off to a great start.
Yeah, Yopaj really interested me back a little while ago when I got to catch him play Earth Spirit mid, and he really destroyed. Ever since then, I've just been keeping an eye on him, and he impressed me in the league. He's impressed me here. It's really just been exciting to watch him throughout the event and the season.
Yeah, he has his own like little play style as well as hero pool. And, you know, sometimes it works out really well, as we said. Other times, he's struggling quite a bit. We'll have to see what he can make happen here once he reaches level 6. I've got high hopes for him as well, especially with that first blood coming in.
Yeah, that first blood could prove to be massive, especially in that matchup, and what comes afterwards. Get to that 6 quickly, rotate, maybe top, maybe bottom, find your, your shots, and really start to potentially snowball with this hero.
The side lane should also be going pretty well for Neon here. Dusa against Bristleback is pretty simple for Dusa. You're gonna have this magic wand and mana shield, you can't really ever die. And then Leshrock is pressuring Juggernaut quite a bit here.
How do you feel about this Lesh pick? It's not a hero that's been all too popular, but showing its face in this matchup in an off-lane situation. Is it something that you're excited to see what could come, or do you feel like this is a good matchup for it, that you know what's coming from this Leshrac?
I mean, I personally love Leshrac. I always did. Like, the Diabolic Edict just gives you too much pushing potential. Like, they don't really have any way to pressure towers, but this Leshrac alone makes it so they will have a very easy time taking tier 1 and even tier 2 towers in the mid game.
It definitely seems like this could be 4 heroes that put some pressure on your towers, put some pressure on the map, open it up for Medusa. So it'd be interesting to see how this goes for Vici and how they can work with that as they lose ult 11. And that is a kill for the Medusa that we were talking about. Needs some time to get some farm, but already getting kills here on Bristle. And that's uncharacteristic of ult 11 to really be dropping in his lane. He's proven to be pretty consistent inside his laning phase.
Yeah, but of course, playing a melee hero against Medusa is always a little bit tricky. Sometimes if you take that last bounce of the Mystic Snake, suddenly it's like 300 burst damage in your face. Something you don't necessarily expect, because Medusa hasn't picked that much anymore, So I don't think they're like super comfortable playing against it or laning against it. Have to be a bit careful here. Ult 11 might be in trouble again.
Already taking a lot of damage. Hex comes out onto the Medusa. They're chasing ult 11, who gets hit by that Mystic Snake once again. But they're chasing. They're trying to catch up to this Bristle and get a kill. And it looks like Johnny might make that a possibility. Just getting away here, as it's just a lot of harassment onto ult 11. I don't think he feels too comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, Bristleback though, it's always easily possible to catch back up in neutral camps, maybe even ancient stacks. Like cool sprays are just a perfect catch-up tool. So he isn't gonna be too worried about the laning phase, even though he's still doing very well for himself. Still sitting ahead of the Medusa, simply in terms of CS. So it's not all bad for him.
We'll have to see how he does going forward. He's got that bottle. That was a popular thing in the Chinese region during the TPC League, was picking up that off-lane bottle. Yeah, there's the Aether Remnant, but the Dream Coil comes out onto the Void Spirit. Yopaj might have bitten off more than he can chew, as they've got 3 heroes here for Vici. There's the Shackles. There's the kill for Ori. And yeah, he bit off too much, and he's going to fall over mid. Gives it back what he got earlier.
Yeah, huge rotation here. Under the Ink Swirl as well as the Shadow Shaman Shackle. There's just too much disable coming out. And they do take him down. Punishes over aggression. Very well done here by VG, because the puck is really the guy that will make all the plays happen for your team. So you need to make sure you enable him, and they're doing a very good job at doing so.
Now that's the aggression that we expect from Yopaj, but when you've got instant rotations coming out from PYW as well as DY, it's tough. 3v1, that's not a matchup you want to be in, no matter who you are. And now Yopaj, he gives it right back to Ori. This is definitely one of Ori's better heroes. And again, he's jumping forward, looking to make some aggressive moves here onto Ori. Is it a bit too early for this? Because he could get caught out again. I know they don't have Dream Coil at the moment, but time that wrong one more time, or Shadow Shaman's there, and you might just die back to back.
Yeah, you have to be really careful here. As soon as that coil is off cooldown again, the hardest counter to Void Spirit in the game, pretty much. Die very easily there, as you said. So I'll be looking for some rotations from him instead. Maybe to the top lane, maybe to the bot lane. Lots of good targets for him all around.
You see PYW staying over here.
3 middle, coil up.
They're going to bring 3 middle once again. Inkswell coming through. They've got the silence, and they should be able to lock down Yopaj. Another silence onto this Void Spirit, getting away with a little bit of health. No, they've got the Shackle, and they'll get the kill again. Yopaj getting taken out, and Vici, you can just see the communication coming in. We're going mid. We've got Dream Coil right as it comes up. Boom. TP's in. Let's go.
Yeah, they're doing 2 things with that also. They're denying the Space Maker, or rather the pace setter of Neon, having a good game, and they're enabling their own. So they're basically just... It's just a perfect play for them. Like, there's nothing better they can possibly do. Every time that coil is off cooldown, he has to be so careful in his Void Spirit.
A lot of damage on a Playhard who's just trying to contest there on that rune. But the rune ends up top. Yopaj picks it up. And he refills that bottom.
Yep, and he's on his way top now. He's had enough of getting coiled and getting killed, so instead he wants to put the pain onto the Grimstoke, which he's going to be seeing here.
Yeah, DY getting caught out, and they've got the Aether Remnant Swashbuckle in, and another kill there for Yopaj. Resident Pulse is what does it, and DY just getting caught out a little bit. Rotation comes from picking up that rune. Maybe to be expected, but if you're losing your 5 in a rotation like that, I think you're not too upset about it.
You're not too upset, but... Oh, and then we see this Edict here, killing the tower at minute 8. Like, it's so uncommon to see that the safe lane tower dies so fast to a single offline hero, but we spoke about the potential of the Leshrac.
Yeah.
With that high-level Edict, towers just melt. Like, one Edict literally just takes the tower from 100% to 0, if it takes the 100% of the damage.
So that really puts Vici now in a little bit of a bad spot, because you've got Medusa who's comfortable just farming around. You've got Jug who's lost his tower, his lane, and he's got to figure something else out. There's a plan B that's got to be made for Vici, and where does that stem? Do these 4 heroes have to make just a bunch of space now for Poyoyo?
It will all come down to the rotations of Ori here. Like, he will have to be the one making plays happen, and he is also rotating bottom just to be able to get the tower down as well, open up the map a little bit for their Juggernaut. Just making sure that they pressure the enemy. They don't give him complete free farm here.
Yeah, they're going to take the tier 1 themselves, fortified by the Radiant, but once that goes down, that's gone, and Death just trying to put on as much pressure as he can over top. This is just the power of the Leshrac, and they really need to find a way to stop this.
Shaman just taking his level 6. Now the pushing power increased tremendously as well for the VG side. Whenever you drop those Shaman wards down to the tower, there's a lot of damage coming out from there.
Now we'll see if they can move around with those Serpent Wards. They do have a lot to work with right now. They've got the Dream Coil available, Omni Slash if Jug does choose to get involved, which I'm not too sure Poyoyo will look to get involved too early on. as he's just trying to figure out his farm. As he's not even with the Medusa, but not terribly far back. You just got to make sure that you just don't drop too far behind. And honestly, I'd like to see Vici try and stop this Medusa from just having all this open space. But Neon are doing a perfect job of making sure that Medusa does have this space.
Yeah, you can just see the movement of the other 4 heroes. They are perfectly protecting the triangle and the opposite side of where Medusa really wants to farm. So Medusa doesn't really feel scared at all, but he's a little bit isolated there, so he has to be careful when all of his teammates are in mid lane. He could get caught out quite easily there. There's a lot of stack coming out from VG here.
Is that the best feeling
just
in your
smoking up to the Medusa right away. He has to be careful. 1 coil could kill him. There's still T1 tower for some quick responses, but okay, just retreating back to his triangle, staying safe. Good call by the Medusa.
Yeah, very aware of just the sense of where Vici are. That's perfectly played, and yeah, Pollo is going to take these stacks, going for that Battle Fury first. We've seen it time and time again with him on this Jug, certainly throughout the season and throughout this event. You know, we've seen Pollo and his strengths with this Juggernaut.
Yeah, so the thing is, people might think, you know, Medusa, wow, it's the hardest carry in this game. But no, once Juggernaut reaches 5 or 6 items, Medusa will die in a single Omni Slash. Like, Juggernaut is an anti-core hero, and he just deals way too much damage to handle, even for a hero like Medusa.
And if you find yourself potentially Silence unable to get that ult off, you can get shackled from such a distance away. They look over at 11. Can they get the kill to the Bristleback? They're starting to chase. They've got a 2-man Dreamcoil coming in, as well as the Silence on both of those track, as well as the Ogre Magi. They've got the Shackle coming out for PYW. They get a kill on Jean Yuel, but they end up losing ult 11. This is not looking too great for Vici, though. They'll lose a second. PYW ends up going down to play hard. Ori doesn't jump back on that illusory orb. However, that is not the fight Vici we're looking for.
Yeah, getting 1 support, trading it for a core and a support. Not the best for VG, unfortunately. And there was a fight without Medusa. But also Juggernaut didn't join it either. So at least he is getting closer and closer to the Battle Fury, which will then enable him to farm on par with the Medusa.
Yeah, he's really hoping that he can find this at a decent mark. And so far, I think it's a good timing where he's estimated to pick up the finishing touches to this Battle Fury.
Yeah, the problem is just, will he get the space? Because right now, VG Gaming, they're lacking quite a bit of damage, I'd say. Like, Leshrac has a hood, Pangolier is a pretty tanky hero once he's in his role, Ogre is tanky, and so is Void Spirit. It's going to be very tough for the heroes of VG to really kill anybody in the team fight until they get some damage items up on the Puck, on the Bristol, as well as the Juggernaut.
We'll have to see what Ori can do with this. Ooh, Rolling Thunder coming in, and that's going to hit onto DY, looking like he's dead to rights and will fall to play hard. This Pango is just a thorn in the side of Vici, and it's only 13 minutes in. You can see just the disruptions it's caused. It's such a struggle to play up against this Pango, especially once he gets that Blink Dagger, and he's not too far off of it. Let's see how this goes. As we take a look, and Medusa's still just trying to farm up as much as possible. Has that Sanjin Yasha going into the Skadi. We've seen nothing really stopping this Medusa at the moment. 1-0-1. It really is just the space made here for Neon. And Vici really need to find some sort of answer to slowing down this Medusa, and of course they're waiting on this Jug at the moment. Double damage pop. They're going to go after Erica, who will go immediately into the Blade Fury TP out. And there he is, getting away. Formerly known as Erica.
They have no way of until they get some bashes out on the Pangolier, potentially on the Void Spirit, but it's not a really common item on him until like 4th item. He's going to be having a pretty free game. Also, and push very aggressively. Oh, you're now level 3. Right, right here. White is good to take. Not the most fun here on the map right now.
Poyoyo has that Battle Fury now. Should be able to catch up to the Medusa, right?
It's hard. Like, Medusa has this inbuilt split shot. He's always going to be flash farming. You can see it here. He's using it very well. It's going to be tough to catch up to the Medusa. I would just love for VG to try and somewhat contest the Medusa's farm at least, because once it's got, it comes up coil.
Yeah, Dreamcoil coming through on a play hard. They're going to look over and try and take out this Pangolier. They get the kill on a play hard easily. Nobody coming over to try and help out on the side of Neon.
As I said, like, once the Skadi comes out, not very strong.
How much are we looking for for this Medusa?
How much in terms of
like time? I would say probably the most. Is Death is getting chased here by Old 11. Got the Ink Swell, should be able to stun him up. They've got the Silence as well from the Phantom.
Damage from the Bristle.
And this is a lot of damage from the Bristle, but it's taken a long time to even kill this Leshrac. Finally get a kill onto Death, but they got the stun onto the puck. They'll look over to at least trade Old 11. Need a couple more shots. He's quite tanky. Duels up into the air, and Old 11 does finally fall to Yopaj. However, while that's happening, bottom, they're trying to take a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, lost the push coming in, but they're responding swiftly. UW in trouble here.
Yeah, gets caught by that Aether Remnant, gets the Hex out onto Yopaj. They're still trying to take the tower.
Falling, though.
Focusing onto the tower, and will take it.
I mean, he knows they have no way to cancel the spin TP. Very well played by VG here. They traded top lane, off lane for off lane, and they got a tier 2 tower very early into the game. And to answer your question, how much time does Medusa need? Really just that Skadi plus 1 damage item. You get a Skadi plus a Butterfly, you take this Roshan, there's a potential for just finishing the game right there. You can go high ground with those items, and potentially the Juggernaut won't be able to fight back the Medusa at that time.
Yes, we'll have to see if they can get to that timing, right? Because this game is still dead even in terms of net worth.
Dead even, indeed. I mean, VG is not doing a bad job. Even though Medusa is free farming, they're keeping the other core here is quite low on net worth. And Juggernaut himself, as we have seen, is farming quite well as well.
So 18 minutes into the game, you hit that 10k mark on the Medusa. So they'll just try and open up space here is Neon, as they have been trying to push this tier 2 top a couple times. They haven't gotten it still, and I think I'm a little bit surprised, maybe because they've got the Leshrac. I was expecting a little bit more pushing from them, but we haven't quite seen it, and they've been pushed away a couple times.
Yeah, because VG is doing a really good job at split pushing. You can see it, they're pressuring top, but they're already hitting mid tower. Potentially team fight. Setting up here, Leshrac.
Ooh,
be very careful.
They've got the Dreamcoil coming in on a 2. They've got the Leshrac as well, so Void Spirit Yules up into the air as they'll use that Hex. Do they have the control to get this kill? Here comes the Medusa, and there's the old Fuse turning it around on the PY. Don't think they get the kill on the Shadow Shaman. Immediately into the Blade Fury is Poyoyo to get away. And set up to be something nice for VG. Can they get back in here and maybe turn this around? They get the kill on a Death. They'll take it to Leshrac. Phase shift into the Aether Remnant, just setting it up so easy as they'll take out Ori, and it ends up being a 2-for-1. Neon coming out on top and doesn't have the full Skadi, but that's a perfect spot for Medusa to get involved and push back VG as well as get 2 kills.
Yeah, this team fight started off with a perfect coil and 2 very valuable cores, but they just don't have the damage on VG, as I said previously. They're still lacking quite a bit of items. You can see the coil here again. This is exactly what you're looking for with the coil, but the damage is just not there. And they're focusing the Leshrac rather than the Void Spirit, so he survives barely, and Medusa comes in to save the day. Ori, though, he makes a very good play. He kills the Leshrac, he just kind of doesn't jaw into his orb. I'm not sure why, but you know, sometimes there's a little bit too many buttons to press.
Especially with that puck and Blade Fury right on top of the Ogre. With the Ink Swell, you've got the Phantom's Embrace, so there's the silence and they get the kill.
Chopping him like the onions that I had for breakfast. Very finely diced.
Ooh. Did you roll the dice?
I did not roll the dice, unfortunately.
You gotta dice
I roll the dice,
and then
I get the lowest possible.
Snake eyes every time.
You know, I was rolling for my mid lane, right? The guy rolled a 5, and I actually managed to roll a 1. How is it possible?
It's just the luck of the draw, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Did you do roll just 1?
Unlucky in gambling, lucky with the women. But they're setting up for a Roche here. Will they be able to get it in time? I mean, VG should definitely be able to sniff that out and potentially contest it.
This isn't exactly the fastest Roche. Old 11 starting to step forward, but I don't know if that's the spot he wants to be in. They're already starting to chase the Crystal. He's got his back to the rest of the Radiant team and really not taking much damage overall. They've got the Shackle onto the Medusa for a second. We'll use that Stone Gaze, turn around on a PYW, get the kill there onto the Shadow Shaman. They've turned this Bristle back to Stone. That's a big problem here for Old 11. The Rolling Thunder comes in. They've got themselves the Dream Core that's going to snap out of the Ogre Magi as well as the Soul Mine. They've got themselves the Omni Source. They get the Cone to play hard as well as Januel. Now they're going to turn this around. They've only got 3 heroes available on the side of Neon, and they've caught themselves the Opage. Down goes the Void Spirit. It's a triple kill here for Poyoyo, and Old 11 is still not dead. I mean, this guy is showing him their back, showing him their front. Doesn't die.
Super well played here by VG. Showing exactly why Puck and Shadow Shaman are such impactful heroes. The Ward Trap on the Medusa was very well placed as well. And VG just outplaying Neon here a little bit. Now getting the Roshan. They were down 4k gold, now they're up 2k. Well played by them. And they're not on the timer at all, as I said. Like, this Bristleback will scale very well into the late game. So will the Juggernaut. And it's really on Neon here to try to bring it back into their favor. Sooner rather than later.
They commit so much onto the Bristleback, and then at the end of the day, they don't even kill him, and they don't really have much to show for it. This Medusa, Sanjinyash Scotty still doesn't feel like enough.
It's tough. Like, they don't have great lockdown for this Puck, for this Juggernaut. You know, like, they have a hard time cutting into the backlines and killing these heroes. Like Puck and Juggernaut are pretty much invincible in this game if they play their cards right, and the teamfight just showed that perfectly. They're having a hard time locking down anyone and killing anyone. I think Shaman the only casualty on the Dire side.
He shackled, and then he realized they all looked his way, and he was dead pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to kill Shadow Shaman. Nobody likes to be shackled. That spell is the personification of obnoxious. Like, there's nothing more annoying than Dota, I think. Like, the way it sounds, you just stand and you do nothing. It's so annoying.
God, especially when you've got the cast range and you picked up a Psychic Headband. Of course, every time there's a Shadow Shaman, Psychic Headband gets dropped. Knock on wood, I don't jinx it this time. But it feels like he can always get it from just a map's length away.
Yeah, I mean, he has definitely put some training into his arms, you know? Swing them real hard and real far. Shadow Shaman is a master of that. The only one that can outclass him is really Rubik.
With the extra length on the shackles, or does he outclass him in different ways by just stealing all his spells and throwing them back?
Now we're just talking about the arm training range of the shackles.
Okay.
Because it's pretty much a full screen once you have Rubik with shackles, which is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, he doesn't miss arm day.
Definitely not. Leg day, however, let's not go there.
So Old 11 just trying to get that Solar Crest. They've got MKB being built here for the Medusa, so a lot of items getting close here around the map. Medusa, is the MKB the answer?
It's an item. Not the biggest fan of it, but you know, it gives you damage, at least. I would have much rather liked to see a Butterfly. I feel like it would make more sense against these physical damage heroes. But the real problem Neon has here is that the other core heroes are not really having a great game other than the Medusa. Like, Medusa is not a hero that can carry this sort of game alone. Shadow Shaman is really good against you, so is Juggernaut, and so is Puck. It's gonna be a tough game for Dusa to carry. And we'll definitely need some backline support here.
Yeah, looking at the net worth list, it's never a good sign when, yeah, Medusa's at the top. That's a good look. But the 3 cores come afterwards, and the margins between their counterparts is starting to extend pretty hard.
Yeah, they had a very strong mid game, but not much to show here for Neon in the past 4 or 5 minutes, really. It's all been VG, and they're dominating the map right now. So that net worth lead will just steadily be growing.
Yeah, only 2k right now, but look at also just the support farm. Like, DY has found himself a lot of farm. He is 1 component away from finishing off that Ags. Like, that's scary prospects.
Scary. Yeah, like, if Medusa gets Dark Portrait, let's just create some English words here. There's gonna be a lot of damage potential. If you're coiled and the Dark Portrait Medusa hits you, you are gone. There's way too much damage. Big smoke up here, invading the triangle. Neon though, farmed it already, so they will not be caught here.
Would it be Dark Portraited, or would it be drawn into the Dark Portrait? I have no idea.
Like, how does it even happen? Like, he draws a Dark Portrait of that hero, right? So, I think getting Dark Portraited sounds more suitable, maybe? More correct-ish? Possibly?
Maybe.
Who knows? I'm not American. I don't speak English.
I feel like there should be a channeled spell. Because, when I walk around the city and I see all these guys making drawings, like, it doesn't just happen, but all he does is press a button and all of a sudden, Dark Portrait's been drawn.
He is the next, who is this really famous drawer? Van Gogh?
I don't know if he drew. I don't want to anger artists.
Yeah, I don't want to anger anyone either, but there's a really famous guy who did the Mona Lisa, and Grimstroke is definitely that tier of artist.
Right. Top tier, S tier. His
Top
work
tier,
should
S
be put
tier,
in museums.
double S, possibly even triple S.
So the game kind of quieting down a little bit. It's only 10-10. Like, the game's felt very tense. We're 27 minutes in, and it's only 10-10. Like, there's been some fights 5-on-5 that only end with 1 or 2 casualties.
Yeah, a lot of split pushing coming in here because whoever gets the better initiation can just take the fight very easily, and both teams are aware of that, so they don't want to give away anything for free here. Because they both have like some of the best hard carries in the game. Dusa, Juggernaut, whoever takes it late game, they have a shot of winning. So no team is really on the clock here.
Going after Death and trying to catch up with him. Aether Remnant avoiding it. Still continuing to slow down this Leshrac, though. The question is, how far do they want to commit? They know that Neon's got to be waiting for them. The Lotus Orb.
A lot of damage to Bristol.
The turnaround. A lot of damage coming through onto the Bristleback. They've got themselves the Rolling Thunder coming in, but now Serpent Ward's placed in a good
Healing
spot
Ward
to lock up this Medusa, and they've got the Healing Ward that's healing up Old 11 and letting them potentially turn this around. Omnislash coming in. Is it going to be enough damage? It bounces over the player. Are they going to kill here onto the Pangolier? They'll look over at the Leshrac. They'll drop the Dream Cloak, and it's locked onto Death, and he will find his death because he is dead and gone. Januel also dies. Look at that shackle. Yeah, exactly what we were talking about, Black. And they are going to lock down Yopaj, but can they lock him down long enough to get the kill?
One more
Astro
step
away. Aether Remnant placed down. Looking, searching into the trees. They've got him. Man, perfect from Vici. Not losing anybody.
And Neon keeps getting baited into focusing Bristleback. Perfect healing ward control here by Poyoyo to keep that Bristleback alive. And once more, he was on like 5% health, but they just can't finish him. And the teamfight turns around in a dramatic fashion here. 4-0 trade for VG once more. And Medusa lives, sure, but we said it before, Medusa can't win this game alone.
Yeah, they've itemized really well for this Medusa. They've played around this Medusa pretty well on Vici. And look at the damage come out quick onto this Bristle. But Dark Portrait was placed on the Medusa. They had the Serpent Words for control. Like, Vici did everything right.
I don't think, actually, I haven't seen the new Medusa Dark Portrait yet. I don't think you get the split shot unless he activated it. So, like, he can kind of play around with it, you know? Don't activate split shot until you get Dark Portraited, and then there should be no split shot, which will mitigate the damage by a ton.
Yeah, that's the real cherry on top for the Dark Portrait is when you've got that split shot, eh?
Yeah, you absolutely need that. Otherwise, it's just 100% damage with that split shot. It's a total of 400% damage, so... I'm not very good at math, but that number is definitely bigger.
Yeah, we all know how good my math is.
Oh, he missed the Yules!
No, the Yules, but it's still enough to get the kill there. That's a little bit of a surprise as they start to maybe get Old 11. However, they're going to lose Januel as Rolling Thunder comes through. PYW still alive for the moment, but the Aether Remnant lands as well as the Rolling Thunder coming through on the PYW. They get the cut of the Shadow Shaman. It's Old 11 still looking to move forward. They've got the Omnislide, Lotus Orb used as well as the Ghost Scepter. Blade Fury right on top of Death. They will kill off the Leshrac. Damage done to Old 11, but every time I talk about him, it feels like he's not dying. And as I say that, I jinx it.
Triple coil
on a 3, and now Vici, it's back and forth, it's in and out. They're trying to find an answer here. Omnislash ends up getting used. Poyoyo trying to get the kill here onto the Medusa, and he's got the Swift Slash. They'll get the kill onto Nabil. They'll take out Play Hard. Triple kill for Poyoyo. Can they make it one more?
Astro step away from Yopaj. He gets out of the fight for now and will escape with his life. Man, Vici, it looks like they're out of it. It looks like they're back in it. Then they're out of it again. Then they're back in it. I mean, these fights are back and forth. It feels like Neon had a hold on it, but Dream Coil comes in from Ori, who died earlier in that fight, and turns it around again.
The buyback from Ori really was super important for VG here. They get the big prize, the Medusa, but they have to be really careful here. Ori, if he dies once more, that's a really big window for Neon. He's itemizing into an Aeon Disc now. Once that Aeon Disc is up on the puck, he should not be able to die anymore. At least not easily.
Yeah, even without that Yule's landing on him, he was still able to get killed off pretty quickly. And, you know, at the beginning of that fight, I thought Neon did a really good job. But it was Vici, I would say, doing a better job. I don't think Neon did a bad job, but Vici did a better job to turn that fight around.
Definitely. I mean, that buyback was definitely not expected by Neon because they were diving quite deep. And that Aghanim's coil on 3, keeping them in place for 8 seconds is just far too long. Juggernaut's Omni Slash came off cooldown as well. Just absolutely massacring the Medusa, which we said, you know, Medusa is very tanky, but you are not tanky enough to tank an Omni Slash all by yourself. There's just no way.
Yeah, especially now he's got that Axe, he's using that Swift Slash, which we saw multiple times throughout that fight. It's just really, you could see how strong not only the Axe is for Jug, but the Shard too.
Yeah, it's one of the best combos in the game. Like, you always want to get both on Juggernaut. You get that 100 additional movement speed on the spin, and you also apply the Skadi slow on everybody. Potentially even a bash once you get that basher. A big smoke up here. Ori ready with his Aeon Disc. They want to take the fight to them.
Yeah, having that sense of confidence now on Ori, and that's confidence without a buyback, which is rare. But usually it takes an Aegis to feel that confident. But you could see that Ori is going to position himself and look to make something happen because Vici can feel it. They're stepping on the throat. They're looking to finish off this game, and whether that comes before or after this Roche is really
dies fast. They need to react. They're still kind of just chilling. They probably want to go in as Roche is already dead. They're not going in.
Oh, Aegis picked up by Poyoyo. Ilpash was trying to make a play here. They've got the Hex, and now can they get the kill here onto the Void Spirit? They've got the Shackle. They should be able to get the kill here onto Ilpash, and they'll finish him off. Now the Junko comes out onto both the Shark as well as the Ogre Magi. His Old 11 is going to be on the higher ground once again. They've got the Stone Gates, but do they have the damage to get a kill onto Old 11? It's not looking likely, but as I say that, he's bounced into the air twice by Playhard, and finally they finish off Old 11. They fall back on Ilpash. Here comes the Omni Slash. It's coming all the way through. They got the kill onto Januel. They end up losing DY as well as Old 11. 2-0 stand on the side of Vici, and now down goes the Peel. Blade Fury right on top of Death, and Death, I've said it before, I'll say it again, he has found his Death. Triple kill, that's like the 5th time he's got a triple kill.
Yeah, and again, same scenario. Bristleback is standing there, they keep hitting him for like 10 seconds, he just doesn't care. Ultimately he dies, sure, but they take the team fight very convincingly here again on VG Gaming. This Juggernaut is just getting stronger and stronger, and Medusa keeps dying. You can see this fantastic initiation by PYW on the Void Spirit. And then look at the Bristleback. He's just sitting there, tanking.
He soaks up so much damage.
Yep.
Oh, look at the focus on him. You've got 4 heroes focusing him while the rest of the team can figure out where they want to go.
And then look at that Omni Slash. Really just cutting through Medusa like butter. It's like so easy for him to just kill her.
It really just seems so easy for Poyoyo now. And I don't know if there's any more answers from Neon. As Poyoyo has just gotten too far out of control.
Yeah, where's the damage going to come from? They still have no spell, no item against Spin. They just can't take him down. Poyoyo, an absolute monster here. Level 26 already, sitting at 3.5k health. That healing water is going to heal him by like 200 health per second.
Hex coming through onto Leshrac. Death in trouble. Starting to retreat on Vici. Not sure how much they want to commit on the side of Neon, though.
Low on mana on Puck, low on mana on Shaman, so that retreat is very well warranted. Just, you know, you don't want to go into a team fight even though you have Aegis and Cheese with low resources. Like, there's no point to. You're not in any sort of rush. Your Juggernaut is an absolute beast. He's gonna finish his Abyssal Blade soon, and then it's lights out for Neon, I think.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this in the past, especially during the season, was like, if you're in a spot where you can get eliminated, you're
going to play a little bit extra safe. And I know this isn't an elimination game, but it's an elimination series, and you don't want to overstep where maybe, especially against the Medusa, give second chances.
Because if you lose that first game, then you suddenly are in danger of elimination, and nobody wants that pressure on them.
No, not at all.
Although some people thrive under pressure, you know? It's just not a very comfortable scenario to be in, knowing that any single mistake could just eliminate you and your team from the tournament. Half a level, then he will have Dreamcoil. He's itemizing into a Daedalus, so he's going full right-click here on Puck now. And another source of damage. Like this Medusa, you will see. Won't feel very tanky at all.
It's not just the Jug that's doing a lot of damage. It is Ori, who's had quite a game, and that's coming off a backstep of giving up first blood.
Yeah. Ori is, and always has been, one of the... Oh! Hex initiation.
Ogre caught. Shackle, Swoop Slash coming through. There's the kill, and now the Rolling Thunder as well as the Blink Target. They're going to go forward on the PYW. They use the Invincible coming out on a death. They've got the Soulbind that's going to lock him up over on the Playhard, so he's not going to be spinning anywhere. They've got the Serpent Ward dropped down as well as the Dream Coil coming down on 3 of his heroes. They're trying to get the kills on the side of Neon. They've already taken out PYW with BKBB pop out.
No man, Medusa.
Look at Old 11. He's just moving forward. They've got the kill on a death. They'll take out Yopaj. They'll look over at Playhard. They fall back on the death, but Death, I'm not sure he's got enough here to really turn this around for Neon. They're going to chase past the tier 4s. They'll get the kill on a Playhard. That's going to be 3 dead. They do have buyback available on this Pangolier, but it is not looking likely that Neon are going to get out of this one.
Healing 130, no buyback on 2 of the heroes.
A pistol used on the Medusa, in trouble. Lotus Orb, is it going to be enough to save? It's not looking likely. He's already out of mana, he's already out of life, and he's not got much more to throw. He's dead for 90. GG is right, Black. Vici take game 1 over Neon, and that is just a kick in the door and a kick in the teeth there from Vici to Neon in this first one.
It looked very even for the longest time, but that first Roshan fight just going in favor of VG, and since then it was all VG Gaming. I think they didn't lose more than 2 heroes in a single fight since then. VG Gaming very disciplined. They know exactly when they need to use their timings, their strong timings, and they just outplay Neon quite a bit here. Looking like the favorites and playing like living up to that as well.
For sure. I mean, that looks so good from VG. Can I get it one more time, Black? Just the GG real quick.
GG!
Yeah, game 1 going the way of VG over Neon. And to break it down a little bit further for you is the panel. Take it away, guys. Break it down.
Thank you, B-Cup and Black. And indeed, first game goes the way of Vici Gaming. We said this game, if it were to go the way of OB Neon, should be a little more action-packed, or at least should be a little bit ahead in favor of the Medusa. And that just never was the case, Gods.
They were on the back foot. They fell into the we're not making plays. We're going to just sit back and hope this Medusa can somehow turn this game around and carry us. It's not the Neon way. It's not going to work.
They had some problems. Old 11 was probably the biggest one. PYW as well on the Shadow Shaman, but really the Bristleback caused so many issues with just the way he was playing. You don't necessarily feel it in every single team fight, but he shows up on a lane, pushes it so far out, baits out 2 or 3 rotations, trades 1 for 1, let's say, because he's too difficult to kill. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Shadow Shaman and Jug are taking your tier 2, and they take it and they get out. And it happened multiple times in this game, but some combinations were really sick from Vici Gaming too, like the Dream Stroke plus Puck just jumping in, Dream Coiling.
We were a little bit taken aback, perhaps, by DY's item choice of going for the axe as early as he did. It obviously worked out, so there's that. But a Dark Portrait of a Medusa
doesn't feel good.
Without mana shield.
Yeah. How do you like it, Parker? Rate it.
3 out of 10.
3 out of 10? Yeah, that's fair enough. I agree.
But
I would give it at least a 4.5 out of 10.
Okay.
That's very generous.
I don't know what, but the thing is, it's like that's just how I rate it compared to like Dark Portraits of other carries. I don't think there's like an obvious way better item to get. Maybe like a hex or something if you got that much for him. I don't know.
If you're gonna go big, you gotta think big. I would love to see the hex come out, but to be fair, they didn't really need it. This was a slow siege. Once OB Neon was not able to get a lead early on, I think Vici was feeling pretty comfortable this game.
And you had Shadow Shaman for all the catching, plus the puck. Perhaps he felt like, okay, we just need an extra open damage. We don't necessarily need more catch. However, a couple of times he makes that Dark Portrait, it just dies in the same second. Like Medusa split shots it or something. So, yeah.
How do we rate the Ogre? That was the first Ogre of the tournament.
3 out of 10 as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
2 out of 10.
We're very generous today. Wow.
2 heads.
2 heads. 1 point for each head.
Yep. You can see the general idea behind it. Some strong laner that can also help out the Medusa later on in the game with the Bloodlust. One of the reasons perhaps why she doesn't go for the attack speed talent as well. But overall, yeah, fell a little bit flat. Didn't feel nearly as potent as the Grimstroke, who's also countering your Pangolier. You don't necessarily counter anything with the Ogre, you just buff up your carry a bit.
Yeah. No, I think Neon, they're kind of at their best when they're creating chaos and doing unexpected things with the draft, but this was just a little bit too wonky.
Perhaps they got a little in their own heads?
Not wonky enough?
Not wonky enough, man. Come on, they had the carry.
Right.
It was too normal.
One or the other. Yeah, they needed to go more wonky or less. This was like the weird middle ground where it's like, not so sure.
Maybe, yeah, because going up against Vici Gaming is a tough ask, right? This is one of the stronger teams that they have faced in the playoffs for sure. And going for Medusa, it will make them feel a little bit more secure that they do have the chance to go up against them late game. But yeah, that perhaps crippled them too much in the early game. Surely we won't see Medusa again, though, right?
Yeah, I hope not. If they do pick it, I want to see some Puck Mars Phoenix Medusa. If possible, if they can steal all of those. That sounds like a good SCA kind of a draft, but a Medusa on Scam as well, I want to see more active.
Yeah.
If he's the captain and he's playing Nature's Prophet, yeah, he's microing everything, but he's also controlling the map. He's controlling where the movements are made. If you're a Medusa, you can't do anything. You're literally letting your 4 players play their own game while you're farming up, getting at least that SNY.
Well, for OB Neon, back to the drawing board. Of course, Vici Gaming performing here very well. They take the first game, and we get to choose an MVP of the game. There's a lot of, like, I felt like this game we kind of should give it to the coach. The drafting was just really well done. This was a solid game from them. Lizard is looking like he's not fully.
No, I agree. I agree. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't say you're not very convincing.
You're not very convinced with that, and we can't because we don't have to play. So it has to be one of the players. It was maybe an easy hero for him to play because the pick was as good. Bristleback all the level.
I'm down. I was waiting for that. Yeah,
okay.
That's my boy. He's pretty much the MVP of every single Vici Gaming game so far for me, no matter what he's playing. We're used to be seeing him on that Pangolier, was stolen away from him. He takes something.
This was like his revenge. Like, you're gonna steal my Pango, well, I'm gonna style on you with something different.
There was one very fun fight on the top lane in which he's running away with 50 HP. He buys like 20, 30 extra seconds just running away and not being killed. And all these mini little things, they do matter quite a bit. Plus, every single fight he just runs straight in with the Inkswell. Does what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, indeed he does. Will he do that again next game? We're going to find out. While we are taking a short break, I have homework for you. Get out your phone right now. This time I'll actually give you a little bit of a heads up. Put out your camera. At least for most phones, I think it works this way, that you put the camera on the QR code and it goes automatically, right? For me, that works that way. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you should have a certain app or something. But hopefully by now I've chatted long enough for you to actually get the QR code and therefore go to a website of Logitech, because if you buy Logitech G gaming gear, you get a pin. And it's a Dota pin. And it's really cute. You can put it everywhere that is cloth. Don't think it goes through anything that's not cloth, but think backpacks, t-shirts, hoodies, all that jazz. Make sure to get yours now. You can, because you have some time to get your orders in, because we're taking a quick break, and when we're back, it is more Vici Gaming versus OB Neon.
the same qualities it takes to be a world champion is the same qualities it requires to be a champion in esports. The belt for us signifies and pays homage to where we come from. One Esports is part of the One family, and we got our start in martial arts, and so we think having the teams go after a belt and raising that belt when they win, we think is massively appropriate.
When I start designing this belt, I start to think about what it represents, possibility that it provides to experience something out of this world.
这种感觉就是特别的另类，好吧？做出来那种非常惹人眼前一亮啊，感觉就像那种搏击比赛那种冠军腰带，非常的鼓舞人心吧。拿到冠军。
When champions lifted the belt that I designed, I always feel that I'm part of the celebration and in some degree part of their success.
Vici Gaming, with only a little bit of a different roster than last time around, of course, lifted that One Esports belt. If they want to do that again, they got a tough ask ahead of them, because they got to go all the way. They got to go all the way through the lower bracket, but they have made a great start here by taking the first game against OB Neon. I'm here with Lizard, I'm here with Gods, and yeah, Vici Gaming, they only changed 2 players since that time, since, yeah, it was December 2019. Only 2. We're gonna count the coach change there too, because the drafter now Fenrir, then RTK. Yep. It's a big change.
Yeah, RTK has a lot of experience as a kind of coach/captain. Fenrir, while a very experienced Dota player, has had less time in that kind of coach role.
Yeah.
Something I believe Black said that Fenrir for him was one of the best coaches ever. So one of those that he respects the most in the Chinese league. So. Yeah, interesting. ROTK, by the way, that you mentioned, you heard the story that he's on Elephant now as well. So Elephant that was filled with stars and now has a coach. Vici Gaming, they really need to win here, because you don't. You don't know if you're gonna get to the next major.
Yeah, I think for Neon, they're a little bit more comfortable in terms of points, because so far, from what we've seen here, the Southeast Asian region, they can deal with that. They are looking good with the stand-in. Can only imagine that they're going to look better without a stand-in, and they already look good in the first season, and I would imagine they make the top 3 again next season round, so get some extra points there too. Vici Gaming, though, playfield is a little bit more stacked in their region, so they need these points, they need these wins, and as I said, they already are on the right track. They looked like the better team here in the first game. What should they focus on? What's the weak link for Vici Game? And that's what OB Neon is trying to figure out at this point as well. Where can you put that linchpin in Vici Gaming? Is there a weak link?
Player-wise, I don't think so. I think it's more trying to take advantage of their style of play, where they're going to, at least in the early mid-game, maybe going to sit back and let you make plays. I think that's where Neon need to kind of capitalize and strike.
Like you mentioned when we were opening this panel, Vici Gaming, they're not really drawing inspiration. They're not amazing us, but they're very stable.
Yeah.
You can't really find one single weak link. They're just all very stable.
Model of kind of consistency.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that is what counts in a tournament like this, especially going on as long, playing as many games that they have already done. Vici Gaming coming all the way from the wildcards, played more games than most teams still in the competition. The only other team left in the wildcards that is still in is PSG LGD, which is now sitting comfortably at top 3.
Looking even better than Vici Gaming.
Yeah, way better, obviously. They're top 3. And Vici Gaming at the moment is a quote-unquote only top 8. Still pretty good, though, don't get me wrong. And they are definitely, as I said, on the way to perhaps becoming top 6. Let's see what they have in store for each other here for Game 2, though. OB Neon is going to open up with a puck. Not letting it get into the hands of Vici Gaming this time around. And they ban out PYW's Shadow Shaman.
I love their 2 bans. I think Vici Gaming, they look the strongest when they have heavy teamfight compositions. Phoenix is usually the center point together with the Mars. And Shadow Shaman, just completely comfort zone for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I think this is a better position for Neon to be in the draft, because they have the first pick, so they get their hands on the puck.
And they also get the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, we talked about it. This is where they've looked good. Scam not playing those hard carries, playing these tempo carries, and they know they're not going to get in the second phase. So if they want to get his Nature's Prophet, they got to get it now.
And it's also very flexible. You can't really say for sure. I would bet my money that Puck is on the mid lane versus the Void Spirit, right? But the Nature's Prophet, you can't be sure if it's Instant Alchemist.
Does mean that the Alch makes it through. We saw it second phase ban, so Vici Gaming knew that they had to take it now, otherwise they would not be able to get their hands on it. Vici Gaming is a team that had all 11 play it earlier in the tournament, like yesterday.
And it's with this combination with Void Spirit, right?
Yeah, and very good, I feel like, in lane, if it is going to be that safe lane Nature's Prophet. You don't want to be feeding an Alchemist Treants. You can't really send them at him because he just drops down the Acid Spray. He's going to easily kill them off, so...
And you can see OB Neon, they're expecting exactly that because they've banned out the Monkey King. Now you probably want that Juggernaut as well out if you're OB Neon. All these, there we go.
Axe carries.
All these heroes that are good with Aghanims, really. We've seen today one Alchemist offlane with the Weaver. I don't like that much. Weaver is probably one of the worst carries that you can buy that Aghanims for. You give him stats, sure, but the active is so bad on a carry Weaver. You want to usually save that for yourself. Time-lapse, that is.
It's more like if Weaver buys an axe, generally that would be the later stages of the game where you have the luxury to do that, or perhaps you're playing a more position 3 to 4 type of Weaver where you have to let someone else take most of the farm and you can still, save your main carry, because all of a sudden you're saving someone else rather than focusing on your own game and your own damage output.
If someone else is there's focal point, if someone else on your team is the first target that they always jump, then sure. But if you're the win condition, there's no way you can save anyone else but yourself.
But I don't think we have to worry about a Weaver coming out from either of these teams. It's not really their favorite. We have a Lion ban coming out from OB Neon. Want to avoid getting some of that catch on the Puck. Any more catch anyway.
Shadow Shaman banned out. The only other left remaining is the Lion. We've seen it played by Kaka, the other teams as well, Aster, so they just banned out.
Why is PYW going to play? So many heroes of him banned out already. Mirana still in.
And Vici themselves banning a lot of 4 positions, not the ones that PYW plays as much, but...
They played Earth Spirit as well. They banned it out.
Luna is great with the Ags.
Position 5 Luna?
Position 4 or 5 Luna. Give the Ags to Luna.
I mean, I wouldn't mind
Maybe
it.
I don't mind that
at all.
I actually think that that magic build Luna is extremely strong if you can squeeze it in the draft sometimes. I think the last time I saw it was Matu playing it, but they go with an ET. This should be your DY hero, but as well, another one of these heroes that just loves having Aghanims. If you even up on position 4.
PYW has played ET one of the games, but yes, it's mostly been DY. The time where he played it, by the way, it was a Luna 5. I just want to point that out.
There you go. Just get.
It's wishful thinking. They go for the gyrocopter. Another one of the if you can't get the monkey. Gyrocopter is a hero that has been tried with.
Keep in mind, this could be 5 as well.
It could be 5, sure.
Yeah, they have played it before. This is DY, Innocence, all these players in the Chinese region on position 5. They've played Luna and Gyro.
But looking like it's going to be an ET Gyro lane. I think it's
for sure.
It's a great axe carry. I like against the Pengo because it's just a hero that at least early mid game doesn't care about the disarm as much. You can kind of zone him away with the homing missile. You've got the magic damage.
Getting that Aghanims early on allows you to perhaps get a BKB or SNY, so you're a little bit tankier as well. You don't necessarily have to worry about just being blown up by one Nature's Fury plus Pango Swashbuckle.
It really accelerates your farm too. I feel like we saw the other out game where they succeeded with Jug and Storm. The early Ags they weren't that strong when they got them because they're 2 heroes that really benefit late game from the Ags. Gyro, as soon as you get it, you farm faster.
Let's see from OB Neon. They did get the Pango on their hands once again.
I think they really want to get heroes that can play fast tempo, invade that jungle of the Alchemist, like the tiny Nyx Assassin type 4 position stand out to me.
I'm thinking, could you flex the Furion and get Morphling for yourself? Because versus ET, actually, not really. It's good versus Alchemist, good versus Void Spirit and Gyro, but ET makes your life very hard.
And do we want them to get like a harder carry?
Normal carry. Yeah, you're right.
Go all in. This could potentially be their final game of the tournament. So you kind of want to go all out on the playstyle that you've made it this far with.
It just feels really rough playing a safe lane Nature's Prophet into Alchemist. I think I don't think I've seen that specific lane here at the major, but on paper that shouldn't work very well.
And the Timber Saw for them is the last pick. They could put this versus Alchemist too. They could switch things up, put the Timber versus the Alchemist.
Put Skem maybe in that offlane on the Nature's Prophet, even though he's going to be playing more of that carry style.
Yeah, it doesn't sound that bad.
Yeah, it's just swapping up lanes. A lot of teams, like we saw EG doing that with Artesia, they're putting him in the offlane.
And the thing about this Timber Saw isn't necessarily only the laning stage, it's the fact that you can disrupt the Alchemist while he's farming the Aghanims. You're like Bristleback in that last game. You can go deep in the enemy lines, and Nature's Prophet, he's going to find it very, very easy to follow up because of the teleportation.
This will be their second Timber Saw played at this tournament. The first time was with Death against Alliance, and they did not manage to win that game. So maybe a little bit outside of their comfort zone for this one, perhaps.
Yep. You can see that they're banning out now the Pango counters and also another hero that PYW played. They just ban out that Rubik. I like the Grimstroke ban a little bit more. Rubik is like, okay, we've seen them play it, let's ban it out. But is it... It can be good versus Timber, don't get me wrong, but it's not like the counter to go for.
Well, we have both cat ladies still in the pool. Also, this would actually... Against Timbersaw, perhaps, good H Deprivation game. We know that they like it a lot. And the region as a whole likes it. But we have not really seen it that much after the first couple of days.
Yeah, if they choose to put ET on position 4, they can definitely go for something like that. I'm waiting for the last ban. So far, Vici Gaming expected support last pick. And we agree with that, right? That's at least what it looks like. For OB Neon, play hard playing that for Pango, and they need a 5.
Neon. Here we go.
I like it. I like it a lot. This is, all of a sudden, you're going to be surrounded by so many heroes when you're Vici Gaming because everybody has a way to get across the map fast. It's going to be, if they play this right, it's going to be a very fast, high tempo, high kill game.
I just like it because it's their style. Like you said, it's a game in which you might be eliminated, so just go all out in your own comfort zone, in your own style.
Yeah,
I like it.
Is there anything that Vici Gaming can pick that can kind of put a stop to that potential aggression coming out from OB Neon?
I think it'd be nice to have something to stop the charge. Maybe right now they don't really have any reliable thing. I guess the Yule Scepter later on from Void Spirit, but
if you have to worry about that, right? Position 5 Spirit Breaker. I think Vici Gaming probably should just focus on rounding up their draft properly with position 4 or 5, depending on where they want to put the Elder Titan.
Yeah. Well, they don't need that extra minute to think about it. They will go for the Nyx Assassin.
Okay, we've seen this hero banned out quite a few times, recently picked up as well. And it's going to be PYW on ET, so Nyx 5.
Yeah, gives them away, I guess, like they always seem to really value having at least some way to try and catch the puck a bit. Gives them from the supports. Like usually it's one of the hexes. Here we're looking at the Carapace Impale.
It's not the greatest one.
It's not, I agree. Yeah.
Overall, I actually think that OB Neon, playing in their own style, have got Vici Gaming outdrafted a little bit. Considering what we've seen from Neon so far and what they've drafted.
This is their comfort zone.
Yeah, I don't think that Nyx is like the perfect pick for Vici Gaming, but it's pretty nice. Later on, the mana burn as well messes with Timbersaw, and that can come in handy.
Does that mean you favor OB Neon for this one?
I went with Vici Gaming last time. I'm gonna go with OB Neon this time around.
Okay.
I'm hoping for Game 3.
It's a really good Timber pick. I think the Timber is not really addressed. There was no opportunity to address with what was left there. But I still have to go Vici Gaming. I think we just saw much more consistent Dota from them last game.
True.
I think overall they just look more solid. So, yeah, Vici.
It is so hard to go against Vici Gaming in this matchup because Vici Gaming is playing with their full roster. We saw them in the first game. They look very solid. For me... I'm still torn. I want to hear one more argument for each of you for your teams. Obi Neon, why should I pick them, Lizard?
JIESCA is an idol coming from that.
Oh yeah,
lane.
so I've heard, so I've read as well. That's your argument, though.
They already put you for Richie Gaming.
What? Mistakes were made. I still want to hear your argument. I mean, I was very impressed with JIESCA getting that solo kill on Ori in the previous game.
I'm just, I'm thinking that they will be able to pressure this Alchemist. He's an AFK hero, and if you can go deep with the Puck, with the Spirit Breaker, with the Timber, and Ace to Prophet, which on paper you should be able to do, if you prevent him from getting that axe, suddenly their offlane pretty much falls apart, and you have a plus hero on your side. So I like it because of that, but Vici Gaming obviously looking stronger on paper.
One argument for Vici?
I mean, Chinese Dotas kind of look like #1 here, you know. They've come prepared. They've been playing the best teams in the world based on what we're seeing here. At least their region as a whole has looked incredibly strong, and I think they've drafted to their comfort zone.
Okay.
So.
You're thinking SEA is gonna go out?
At least this SEA team.
This SEA.
There's still
the
other SEA
one.
players, you know.
Yeah, they still have. Okay, they can adopt some other teams. I'm all down for that. Let's find out how this game 2 is going to play itself out together with B-Cup and Black.
Welcome back to the One Esports Major. Here with B-Cup and Black.
Neon is the team that I want to play on. They rejected my application, so I called my mom.
And that's how his pro career ended, guys.
Oh, it was so quick. Such a quick end.
Feels bad, man.
Oh my god. We've been saving that up since the first week of DPC regionals, basically. Oh
yeah.
God, we already know you guys are cringing over there. It's okay. We know that that's how we sell albums.
Look, they might be cringing, but right now out there's an album producer. He's hitting up my number right now. Like, in fact, I can hear my phone ring. That's not him though. I'm gonna ignore that call. Sorry.
All right. From the rap careers and the albums into the game, Neon against Vici. Vici with a 1-0 lead. I need the inside info on these lanes, Black. Which one's standing out at you?
Mid lane, we have the same matchup as last game, but this Timbersaw last pick is a little bit scary. Like, Timbersaw against Alchemist is always a really good matchup, but they actually managed to dodge it here. And yeah, Timbersaw to ping top now to get that preferred matchup, and if you can be in Alchemist lane and really pressure him out of it, the game is going to be very tough for VG here.
I really need a lot to go right for Neon. Obviously, they want to get to this third game if they can push it 1-1. Like, I'm just worried. I'm worried that the mentality might not be there after the first game, because first game for Vici seemed really good. Like, is that enough, like, mentality-wise, a game like that to shut you down coming into this second one?
It shouldn't be. Like, you're top 8 with a stand-in. I think they're in a very good space mentally. And the last game, Neon, that we saw, that was not the strongest Neon possible. Like,
yeah,
we know they can be so much better, and I hope this game we get to see it, because I would really love to see a third game between those two different regions, because the playstyle is vastly different. It's very fun to see, like SEA and China clash.
It definitely felt like the Chinese teams have adapted pretty quickly as Yopaj getting low.
Oh, this time the other way around.
High ground. Yeah, it's almost first blood for Ori over Yopaj with a swap in heroes. I'm very interested to see how Death does here, because we've seen Timbers destroy games. Absolutely destroy games. They get to that point, they've got that shard, 1 or 2 items backing it up, and all of a sudden it feels like Timber just doesn't die and really can just stand in your face. Similar to what we were seeing Old 11 do in the last game with the Bristleback.
Yeah, they have some decent tools this game to deal with him. They have the Nyx Assassin, who is one of the best heroes against Timber. They have Gyrocopter, who just deals a ton of single-target magic damage. And of course, you have the Elder Titan with its aura that can potentially just amplify all that magic damage as well. So they can kill him. It's just they need to make sure he doesn't get out of control really early. Like, once that hood comes up, he's going to be an incredibly tough kill.
Yeah, so we'll see how quickly he gets to that. How this Alchemist is going to play around this. Usually we see like Alch Void Spirit, that first axe is going to the Void Spirit
at what, that like 12, 13 minute mark, right?
Yeah, today I've seen it even earlier. He was only level 8 at like minute 10 and he got an Aghanim Scepter. So we'll have to see how the Alchemist does here. The lane is very good for him. They definitely got the better out of the lanes here. Getting the Alchemist versus Prophet matchup. And we'll have to see. Like, Prophet can still deny a lot of creeps with his base damage.
Yeah.
The Treants as well as the
they
Blightstone.
really need to make sure that they can secure the farm here for Old 11. Genuel, he charges in. He's not going to pay for that, though. So I believe the stun was still on cooldown from the Nyx Assassin.
And it will be pretty much like last game. Like, once the mid laners reach level 6, we'll have to see where the rotations go. Like, Void Spirit can gank a Timbersaw and kill him really efficiently. Mid lane should be just fine.
Yeah, it's nothing more than that. A little charge over, a little disruption.
Yeah, 3 heroes here from Neon to secure
again.
that rune. Yep. Good movements by the supports. Because Timbersaw, like, if you're playing with a Timbersaw, you can really just leave him alone, and the pos 4 is very free.
Right. So we'll see how that affects the mid lane, really, is what I want to know. If we're going to see more rotations, more aggression like that from Neon, because it certainly can be available for them.
Yeah, it's just Pangoli is not the strongest roamer pre-level 6. He's not a Shadow Shaman. He's not a Tusk, you know.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of utility coming out from him. General here, trying to set up for Rune Steal, but Void Spirit is moving in. And Wise doing the same thing.
A lot of damage. Trying to get that sweep, not going to get it. Waning Rift coming out from Yopaj. They've got the Silence TP out. And it is a couple of bounty runes there for Neon.
It's 3 for 2 actually in favor of Neon. They're now leading 1k gold. The landing phase is going very well. Just looking at the CS board, mid lane doing very well, and the Silence as well.
So the only reason I could see maybe Pango being able to rotate where he's maybe not as strong pre-level 6 is because you've got like a charge that can go into a swashbuckle. You put the two together if they can meet at the right times, which we were seeing from Vici with 2 other supports, obviously, with the TPs and the timings. Then I could see it happen. But right now they're going to just go with the Puck as well as this Spirit Breaker. And all of a sudden, he's just gone. Like, they use that Dream Coil, they charge in, and it's under the tier 1 tower. The immediate rotations from Vici are there to stop this from really being a problem. And Pango, he's finding himself low, not dead, but this is all of a sudden thin ice for Neon in this mid lane. They're really trying to make something happen over mid. They finally get it done with the Wrath of Nature.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with the Spirit Breaker there. It was just, you know, I don't know, it was pretty pretty damn bad, honestly, but it turns out okay because they do get the Void Spirit after his aggression. Like, they thought they had way more damage than they actually did. He wasn't even below half, I think, after the Dream Coil. Like, Spirit Breaker is not a hero that deals a lot of damage.
And it was an odd position to want to charge into. A little too far. You're right there, ready for a rotation, a gank to come in, but all that being said, it's a 2k lead right now for Neon. They're rolling.
Oh yeah, they're doing fantastically on these side lanes. Like, and still, Void Spirit died, even though the initial gank was a little bit of a fail. But he still died to the Prophet ult, so now the side lane tower is gone. Neon is looking in a very good position here. Since when did they add an OB, by the way? They did not have that initially.
Right in time for this event.
Oh, I always confuse it with OG now.
It's going to be probably something that messes me up along the lines now that you've said OG. Now it's in my head.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to curse you.
It's cursed. It's over.
Yeah, it's done. You're done.
I've heard that. So, and this is another game where Neon have taken out a tier 1 tower pretty early on. Last game it was the Leshrac. This time it's the Timbersaw. And this time it's even earlier. Which is,
let me just put it this way.
Bit surprising.
When Neon plays these weird-ish lineups with weird carries, that's really when they're at their best.
Right.
Like, they play way better this way than they do with like a traditional hard carry. Like, Skem is just so good on his Nature's Prophet. And last time I casted him, he was so damn rich. He was like 10k net worth ahead of the enemy carry at the end of the game. He definitely knows what he's doing on that hero.
Yeah, that was against Fnatic, right?
It was, yeah. They took that serious pretty easily.
That's going to be something that they really need to look out for, is how well he's been playing this hero. It's honestly crazy being able to watch him go from that ultra kill we saw him get with Coddle early in the season to now he's playing it at the major, playing in a 1 position spot after all the hardships that Nia have gone through, and he's still performing at such a high peak.
Yeah,
I'm really impressed with how he's played.
Previously.
Yeah.
He knows pretty much every role. He has been a 5-player, 4-player. Oh, good to be in Wrath of Nature. Basically, Finger of Death. That was the last bounce, I believe. So much damage from that. Easy kill.
Yeah, taking out PYW.
At Alchemist, though, we saw him farm a massive stack there. There was like 3-4 stacks. And now he's up towards the top of the net worth as well. However, the Gyrocopter is really struggling here. And he's the guy that you're looking for to deal all the damage. Come mid, come late game. And he's not really finding a good foothold in this game right now.
No, not nearly where he wants to be at the moment. You've, of course, got top of the net worth for the Dire side is old 11 on this Alchemist, but that's to be expected as he's trying to get that Ags and trying to get that big timing in for the Void Spirit, which I'm not sure it's going to be as early as we would have thought, but it's not going to be too far off if this stays the way it is so far. Neon, if they put some pressure on, though, they can find an Alch 1 or 2 times, slow it down even more.
So the real question is he going to give it to the Void Spirit or the Gyrocopter? They're both fantastic Axe carriers. DY getting caught out here.
Blocks. Just the treants as Deville just puts it on and almost gets the kill onto the Nyx Assassin and finally finished off by Jean-Noel. The treant blocking there was really well done.
And he did not get the bounty rune on Nyx Assassin either. So all good for Neon here, now leading 3k gold against an Alchemist lineup, mind you.
Yeah. And that's due to the fact that what we're seeing right now is Alex the only one who's really securing a good amount of farm.
Yeah, this Gyrocopter is, I mean, he's a decent catch-up hero. He's even maxing Flag Cannon to just make sure that he can farm as well as possible. Ori actually getting picked off here on the bottom lane.
Yopaj getting the kill over bottom, and now they're looking for more. They're trying to get this Alchemist. This is exactly what I was talking about. Slow down this Axe, and that could become a problem for the side of Vici. They've gotten on top of this Nature's Prophet. They hit the sleep on it, too. They do take out old 11, but they're going to lose Deville here. That is not someone you want to be losing at the moment. And again, trying to get into the Rolling Thunder, but the stun comes out from the Nyx Assassin. They'll use that charge. They've got a bash out on a Poyoyo, and with the help of Yopaj, they'll get another kill. They'll take out this Gyro. Neon, yeah, they lose the Nature's Prophet, but they still continue to roll. It is winter, and the snowball is going down the hill.
Yeah, I mean, they killed the Void Spirit before the fight even started, and then they killed the Alchemist as well as the Gyrocopter. They're getting all 3 cores in a single fight, now up 4k gold. And they're going to be in trouble here. Like, he will have to choose between either the Void Spirit or the Gyrocopter. They both need the Axe badly. He can only give it to one of them. They have Rolling Thunder.
He's going to try and Rolling Thunder in. They've got the Timber Saw to try and help. Death moving
no more
forward.
stabs.
Can they land a sleep? Oh, all right. 2-man sleep. But I still think they're right on top of this Void Spirit. They need to be careful how much they're going to commit for this. Or, well, Death doesn't. It's only the Pango who really needed to, as they'll get the kill onto Ori. Look for PYW. They use the Dream Coil. They're behind the Tier 2. It's 12 minutes in. PYW, he goes down. I mean, they're aggressing all over the Dire side of the map, and they have no fear in their eyes. There's nothing going for Vici.
Yeah, Vici just can't really find a foothold here. They have Alchemist farming. Nyx Assassin doesn't really deal a whole lot of damage. And they just have severe damage problems right now against this Timber Saw. We said he's going to have a pretty free game, and he's putting that to the test here. Like, he is absolutely owning on this Timber Saw. 5k net worth ahead now. And the map is just getting smaller and smaller, harder and harder to play for VG here. They're even stealing the Ancient stack. Everything is going wrong for them. The Wido?
This is just not what you want to be seeing for VG. Ether Remnant? They got him.
Nice. But they lost Poyoyo in return.
That's not a trade you want to be making. That is certainly not a trade you want to be making.
Yeah, that feels real bad for the VG side. Poyo is just trying to farm away from the Alchemist because he knows the Alchemist is higher priority, but he's just putting himself into really dangerous scenarios here. The first Agon's finished. It's probably going to go to Void Spirit. They really need to make sure it pays off.
So 5 PYW once again, and this is a big problem for the Elder Titan. Outcomes over. I'm not sure what he's going to do here. They've got the Timbersaw joining in. Spike Carapace doesn't turn into anything. Ooh, good two-man stun. Poyoyo comes back into the fight, gets a kill on Januel, but the Timbersaw, do they have the damage to kill him? Astral Step across the bow as well to assimilate right on top of him. Rolling Thunder coming in. They had the Whirling Death. Hit on a couple of these heroes.
Poyoyo dead again?
Poyoyo once again, and they will take out Old 11. This is really falling apart of the seams here for Vici as they're going to lose DY. Triple kill for Dabil. And, I mean, Ori can only play Ring Around the Rosie. It seems like eventually he's going to get caught. He will get a kill on Yopaj, but does he end up surviving getting back to the base? They want to charge on him
in 10 seconds here. They need to be a bit careful. And Neon is really taking it to them. Damn. They're not letting VG breathe at all. Gyrocopter died back to back. He was the one who received the Agon Scepter, so he's still on top of the net worth, but it's very deceiving.
This is not looking good for Vici. I've said it 100 times already, and we're only... I've said the time a couple times, too. 14 minutes into the game. This is not looking good. Neon, they look so pristine right now. Every lane going right. Their aggression going well. Something's got to give if Vici want to win this game.
And I think that answers your question regarding their mentality also. Like, they can easily shrug off a bad loss.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Death just trying to take a tier 2 up towards top. Has some help from the Treants. And charge again, in. Dream Coil used. Can they snap the coil? Of course, a charge, 17%. That equals 100%. They'll get the kill on the Old 11. Death has got another one.
Yeah, 17% of the time, 100% of the time it hits. Or whatever the saying was. I wouldn't know. I don't play luck-based heroes. I'm a pure skill player.
I'm not skill at all. I don't know what that would be. Just a guy who plays the game.
Oh, the charge is coming through here. He does have ultimate as well. Good impale.
Good stun. That's going to save Poyoyo for a little bit longer, but I don't know if it's going to save his life completely. The Thunder coming in as well as Yopaj trying to come through. Aether Remnant lands on a Dabil. He's in a little bit deep, but it's not going to matter. They get the gun to the Gyrocopter. They look over at the Nature Prophet. They get the kill. They'll end up making a trade. Earth Splitter hits, but it's not doing enough. Charge in all the way through onto Ori as well as the ult. Good stun coming out from DY once again. They're trying to push back the Neon side, who is continuing to jump further and further down the throats of Vici. The question is, can Vici spit him out? They get the kill to play hard, and now PYW ends up falling. Januel, can he get out of this? I think he can. I don't know if Vici really want to chase. They don't feel comfortable in these fights at all.
Yeah, that being said though, the fight was quite good for them. Prophet TP'd in way too aggressively, gets taken out immediately. He doesn't have... Oh, another Dream Call, the only Alchemist.
Oh no, Old 11 once again. He's caught out. Aether Remnant lands out of the Timbersaw. That's not who you want. You want to play hard, but you're not going to get him. DY tries to help out this Void Spirit, and look at the damage still coming in from both Yopaj and Dabil. They're going to get another one. Now they look over PYW. Yopaj is behind the tier 2 tower again. Johnny will end up surviving. They've got the Chakram thrown out. Death now pushing even further onto the Dire side. Come up empty-handed.
This is the Neon we love. Really just throwing their aggression into the face of VG. And for now, VG is somewhat defending. They're still only 6k down. And you know, if you stabilize at like a deficit, it's usually a pretty good sign for you that you're doing a decent job at just defending your own heroes.
Can Neon keep this up? Because these fights aren't clean. They are getting kills, but they'll lose Dabil a couple times. Like, the fights aren't exactly looking immaculate for them.
It's risky business, because every time they dive there, like, the heroes are still very squishy. Nature's Prophet really needs that BKB in order to play very aggressively into their face. The only real tanky hero here is the Timbersaw. Puck can still easily die, and so can the rest of the lineup. So, as you said, they need to be careful. Things can still go wrong here.
Up top. and that's going to leave him vulnerable. Januel needs to get into the trees, try and find himself out of vision, but it's not happening. They'll get the kill here, and it will be for Old 11.
They're all rotating in. There's a lot of potential for a really big coil here.
They're looking to charge up that stun. They've got the Astro Step moving forward. Leopage setting up. He's got a 2-man Dream Coil coming through on Old 11 as well as Poyoyo. Looking over as Timber Chain across the bow of this Gyro. Once again, they might have the damage to finally kill off this Timber Saw, and they do! It's PYW who gets the kill, but Poyoyo falls once again. Leopage cleaning him up. The Rolling Thunder coming in as well as the Swashbuckle, but Play Hard.
There's the Prophet.
Really hit with that Swashbuckle. They've got the Aether Remnant. They'll lock down Play Hard, getting that kill into the Pangolier. And again, it's fight after fight from Neon, but every single time Vici are kind of chipping away at maybe a turnaround. Three heroes dying that full exchange.
Yeah, it was 6k, now it's 4k. The Nature's Prophet did not feel confident joining that fight. Like, he's still very brittle. He's on his way to finish his BKB though. Needs 1,000 gold to do that. Then after that, they don't really have the best ways of dealing with him. So I expect a lot more aggression out of them once that BKB is finished. But until then, I think they need to slow down a little bit here. They're throwing away a little bit too many bodies. Because these exchanges, sure, you kill the Gyrocopter, but it's still a good trade for VG here.
This is trades that I think are deceiving. You see Neon get a couple of kills, and then you think it's going all right for them, but, well, Vici, they're the ones who make it end up working out. DY ends up dead to death. That's Dream Coil used, though, just for the Nyx Assassin.
It's okay to use a Dream Coil on a hero like that, because the cooldown is very short. And as I said, they want to wait for their BKB, so it makes perfect sense that they used it there. As I say that though, Death, very aggressive posture here. They want to take all the bounty runes. And they get 3 of them.
Yeah, they want to make sure that this Alchemist is not getting, the min-maxing that he would like. They'll find Ori. The question is, can they kill him off? Astro Step to try and get some distance, but look at the ult coming in for Januel. It's not going to be used just yet. Yule's up into the air. Dissimulate to get some distance. Not looking likely. Ult hits here from Januel. They've got the charge. They'll have the damage. They'll get the kill on Ori, and they will take out the Void Spirit once again.
Yeah, make it look easy. And BKB flying out to the Nature's Prophet. Now he's ready to fight. He's going to be super strong in this next fight. You see the Nature's Prophet, net worth on par with the Gyrocopter, even though he was gifted an Aghanim Scepter. Oh, DY potentially in trouble here. He's fine. Just TP out. Sometimes the best option available. Another Ag Scepter finished. Giving it to the Void Spirit here, but it leaves Alchemist with literally 0. Like, he's gonna be just a glorified support from this point on.
And that was gonna be my next question. Like, yeah, you're getting these 2 cores bumped up, but having 3 supports now, like, Alk can get some things that might help as time goes on. Like, he's not someone who's gonna be lacking gold to maybe get some support items, but is it gonna be enough?
I will have to see. Like, they need to start winning some team fights on the back of those 2 axe upgrades, and they're smoking up right away.
They want to go for this. They've got the smoke. They're going to stun up, or charge up the stun on the Alchemist. They've got the Aether in as well.
It's a lot of damage.
The Impale and the Earth Splitter. Look at the damage coming into the death, but it's not going to beat up. They've got the charge coming into the Alchemist. Old 11, he just melts. Dream Coil lands onto 2. It's onto both the Nyx Assassin as well as the Elder Titan. They're going to get the kill here onto DY. They'll finish off PYW. 3 heroes dead. That almost felt like a last-ditch effort from Vici. And they don't even kill the Timbersaw.
Yeah, they went all in on the Timbersaw. Kind of reminds me of last game when Neon always went all in onto the Bristleback. Very similar scenario here. He lives on like a sliver of health, gets his Magic Stick, Lotus Orb off, and they lose 3 heroes for nothing. Now into the Roche Pit for Neon. His Aegis should be going to the Prophet, and they're just snowballing out of control here. 8k gold ahead against an Alchemist. Looking in a really good position to take this game here.
Yeah, this is already Neon with 1 foot over the finish line, looking to cross the ribbon and clean it up.
And I'm just really happy that we see this kind of Neon here. I told you guys before the game started, Neon can be so much better than they were in Game 1, and they're really showing it here. They're up to the task of beating one of China's best teams.
Yeah, which, again, if you guys are just joining in the middle of the tournament, like Vici was a wildcard team. That's how much depth is in the Chinese region. Like you think of Vici as one of the top teams in China, and they're coming in from a wildcard position, which shows a lot about the region and really shows a lot here about Neon, that they're really holding their own and just destroying the second game so far.
Yes, BKB on Gyrocopter.
On a Poyoyo. Questioning whether or not he needs to use it. The stun is thrown on a death. Ori over to the side, maybe thinking about jumping in with an Astro Step as well. The Aether Remnant. Waning Rift on a 2. Hold their ground for now. Nobody's just in on either side just yet.
Just whacking away at the tower. Slowly but surely getting it. And Puck is just playing with them.
Yeah.
Making them feel a little bit uncomfortable, you know. Stay on your toes, guys. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble.
Well, this was the combo that we saw against Fnatic do really well. It was Deville on the Nature's Prophet and Yopaj on the Puck, where Yopaj ended up saving that game when Deville kind of found his positioning to not be ideal and, you know, fell in that Divine Rapier and everything that was going on in that first game of that series.
Yeah, they
So
definitely
they really
complement
feel
each other
comfortable.
very well. But this time, Prophet once more is just... I can't believe he's ahead of net worth, even though they were gifted Aghanim Scepters. Like, that's how rich he is. Another game of just being filthy rich for Scam, the BL 2000 here. Maybe, you know, just time to ban a hero from him. Coil missed. Small mistake here. But, of course, low cooldown, so they can reset quite easily.
Yes, they don't need to wait too long to get that reset coming in, but it is given time here for Vici. The question is it enough time? Because they're really not doing a lot with the map, but it is something.
What map? They have no map.
Yeah. Aether Remnant, look at the damage come out onto Play Hard. Charge over, though. They're going to try and get a trade here onto Ori. Gets low. He's not dead just yet. Waning Rift as well as Yopaj just trying to get a kill here. He is in and out. He is very hard to catch and making Vici's lives a living hell dealing with this Puck.
Yeah, I mean, they have a good hero against Puck, the Nyx Assassin, but he's just playing very well around the Nyx right now. Like, he's never getting caught by a Carapace, pushing out waves perfectly here. And Yopaj, another, you know, really good performance. He has really been getting better and better as the tournament progressed. Very impressed by him. And just Neon as a whole, really. Like, all of them are just playing so well right now.
Well, I think this goes back to your point about players playing better with pressure. Because if you're playing with the stand-in, you had to change your stand-in. The pressure is certainly on your top guys to make something happen. And that's Yopaj. That's, you know, that's the deal. These are two guys that really need to not only play well, but step it up. And they've done so.
Charging PYW here. Yeah, I completely agree with you. But perhaps there could be another reasoning, you know, like sometimes when you have no expectations, there's no pressure on you. So perhaps that's why Neon is playing so well, because, you know, you don't expect like too much of yourself when you play with a stand and when you're forced into a bad position. You just want to play the best Dota that you can. And it might be even helping them to alleviate some of the pressure.
Dream Coil coming
here,
through
Prophet TP in.
Ori. They've got the Prophet TPing in. Did he get it perfect? Yeah, with the Yules, but I don't know if that's even going to be enough. It's impressive from Ori, but still lacking what he needs to escape from that situation.
Yeah, the demo mode practice coming in handy there, but Spirit Breaker still too much. Getting a perfectly timed charge. And he just gets killed pretty easily here on the Void Spirit still. Too much damage coming off from Prophet.
Yeah. And I mean, he's got 17k net worth. He's really hitting hard. He's going into the Daedalus. He's really going to be tough to deal with. They need to find a way to get on top of this Nature's Prophet, and it's hard as it is with a Puck in your face.
Gyrocopter again
They're
here.
immediately on to Poyoyo. They're going to pop this BKB.
Getting
Charges
bashed.
and clips himself, and it's only a cosplay for a second of Cliff Teasy. They will get the kill on to Poyoyo. The Rolling Thunder comes out, and that's going to land on to DY. They've got the Timber Chain as well as the damage to follow it up of all 5 heroes to kill off DY and get 2.
And his Nature's Prophet damage is absolutely insane. So much magic damage and physical damage coming out from this item build. And it's not an item build that we see too often. Like, he's going into Witchblade, into Maelstrom. That is just 2 different sources of magic damage. Death getting slapped up, but he's really tanky. Guardian Greaves, Lotus Orb Hood. Nigh unkillable here. And you know, even if they get on top of this Prophet, I'm not sure they can kill him. He has BKB, he has AC. Where's the damage going to come from?
They have to catch him on a down moment, but 10-second BKB, he's willing to hold it pretty late. They're going to try and go on to death. Do they have the damage again with a sliver? And it's just not enough. They'll get the kill on a BYW. These heroes have to retreat on Vici. They'll give up the tier 3.
Now the stun on Death.
Comes out.
They have no damage to kill him right now. They need to wait for the gyrocopter. Probably have to give up on Rex here. See if Neon plays it safe.
Impale missing.
They will. 15k gold ahead now. Man, Neon is playing. Wow, he actually finished Aghanim Step Down Spirit Breaker. He's so rich on the +5. 7.5k net worth.
Yeah, well, and that's with an AUK. I understand. I really do. That he's given away 2 Ags, but he has found nothing really more. Like,
he found a Blink Dagger, but
nothing to supply himself.
He's just not tanky anymore. Like, you give away so much gold, and they didn't really win teamfights on the back of that gold that he gave away, and now he's just finding himself in a position where he can't really teamfight anymore, which we have seen quite a bit of times in the league when Alchemist was picked. That's the risk of running that hero as offlane. Now, when your factory shuts down because you violated in terms of service, that's him right now.
Can't produce anything more.
Exactly.
Look at the charge coming in with the Ags to go after Poyoyo. Astral Step to try and cut down the distance and maybe catch this Spirit Breaker, but it is not finding a home here for Ori. It's such a contrast to last game where we saw Vici do everything right, and now you're watching Neon. On the flip side, they're doing everything right so far. Things looked a little bit shaky when they were diving, 10 minutes ago, but they've solidified their lead. They've really stabled it up. They're good to go.
DY stealing the bounty runes here. And I really like what you said there. Like, they were feeling themselves a little bit too much, and they also realized that. Stealing both bounty runes here in front of Scam. A small victory there. And killing his courier too. Oh, yes.
Oh, my God.
Let's go. The ultimate taunt, man. Wait, you want this bounty rune? Nah. This one, maybe? Nope. And the courier too. Let's go. But nothing on it, fortunately for them. So he's not going to be too frustrated with this. And he's a prophet anyway. He can just fly globally. Cause why not?
It's the glimmer. Glimmer of hope right there from DY. Still getting couriers, still swiping bounty runes, doing everything he can to make sure that his team is still in it by a slim margin if they can with these bounties. Anything he can do to help. That's the proper mentality here from the 5 position to DY.
Yeah, 5-man smoke coming out here, but it's a very obvious smoke. They're not pushing out any lanes. And of course now it's already given away. They're taking the outpost under the smoke. But they're taking quite a bit of damage here on the bot tower. It's catapult. And now counter smoke.
Oh no, they might catch him coming over the mid. Close. Not caught though. Ooh, I say that. But now they've got the Rogue Thunder coming in as well as the charge. The Impel's going to land into the Spirit Breaker, but look at the stuns coming through. That hits on both the Nyx Assassin as well as the Alchemist. They get the kill to hold 11 as well as
Coil.
Coil landing on both the Void Spirit as well as the Gyrocopter Poyoyo as well as Ori. Need to be careful, but Neon are the ones retreating. DUI did buy back. Neon will not chase too far. This is an elimination game for them, and we talked about the mentality going into an elimination series. Now you're on your last life.
Yep.
You'll want to sit back a little bit.
Game over if you lose this one.
Maybe dove in. Hold off.
Yes. You gotta play it. I love the discipline coming out here from Neon. Like, they're a team who used to be very, in over the head, maybe a little emotional even. Sometimes they feel themselves a little too much, going a little too deep, and throw away their advantage. But this time, very disciplined. Just an overall, almost perfect game here coming from Neon.
Yeah, they've really stepped up to the plate here. Down to their last strike, and they're not letting the ball get past them. So they back off a little bit, giving Vici maybe an opening to go for something. They're going to ask for stuff as well as the Aether and onto the Spirit Breaker, but not landing everything. However, they'll still get the kill.
got Dream Coil available, and that just comes through on a 3. That's going to land. They've got the kill on
Yopaj, no phase shift.
The previous fight. Yopaj, he's got himself silenced, but he ends up phase shifting. Is he gone? He'll blink away. He'll illusory orb as well. And while that's happening, Poyoyo and Old 11, they're both killed off, and they found themselves Ori. It looks like it's going to be a 4th. He'll try to dissimulate. He'll try to Astral Step the illusory orb over with the dag, and the shield crash right on top of him. And he will die. 4 heroes dead on the side of Vici. Potentially just the 2 letters ready to come.
We are just waiting for it at this point, really. Nature's Prophet with this item build pushes buildings insanely fast. We'll see if they go for mega creeps. I want to start to poke tier 4s a little bit. But like just from the posture of Neon and the way they've played this game so far, probably going for the megas. Yep.
He takes the buildings at a decent chunk when he's got the treants to work with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's Daedalus too. There's just so much damage coming out from this Prophet. They're glyphing. Void Spirit is up at 10, but they cannot defend it out there. Can they? They're actually backing off here on the Radiant, playing very conservatively because Roshan is up. Just want to make absolutely sure they don't make a single mistake from this point on.
Yeah, it might be frustrating to some, but this is the right move.
Definitely. You take the Roche, Aegis Cheese, suddenly your advantage is almost like unlosable. Perfect move. Good on Neon.
I really like to see the patience with them, and they understand their scenario right now, and it's something that some teams struggle with, pulling off the gas, and they've done it right. I really, especially the situation they're in, I think that's a really good move there as Courier goes down, and that's going to be a Courier dead for 3 minutes 15 for Poyoyo. Nothing can really put itself together for him. He does have Yags, Satanic, and you know, the BKB as well as that Maelstrom, but I don't know if that's enough.
He can sustain himself quite well. It's just he doesn't really deal a lot of damage yet. He needs like another 2 items. Probably the Divine Rapier, and then they have a realistic chance of winning this game. It's just, do they have enough time for that? Probably not. Neon knocking on the doors here with 30k net worth lead now. Just waiting for the Prophet to pick up all the bounty runes, and then he's going to be joining the fight momentarily. So what are we looking for here? We need a really big ET ult. Like a really good ET ult, maybe a Stomp setup into a good Impale. Like we need something, like we need a miracle at this point basically.
Yeah. This isn't a team that's going to be standing still for you to hit a 5-man Stomp. That is just not a team that's in that kind of positioning.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but they'll have to put something out of their head. Maybe if Neon is too defensive also, there's the chance that Gyrocopter will eventually get enough money for that Rapier, and then perhaps they have a chance with that. But knowing Neon, they should be trying to end this game soonish.
Yeah, up 32,000.
Take a lot of damage on.
Throw that stun out, and again, Death not dead. Gets the Guardian Greaves off. How many times are we going to watch this story? Because it feels like it's been on repeat for the last couple of weeks. They will not kill off Death, but they will finish off Poyoyo. They'll look towards the rest. They bought back here on the Gyrocopter. They go over to the Void Spirit. Ori up into the air with the Yules, but Death is right on top of him, using that Timber Chain to get the kill. They'll end up taking out Ori. They'll buy back on this Void Spirit. Death low once again, and now we'll finally lose that Aegis, but it's just the Aegis. They're up 40k. They're looking to reinitiate once they've got their Timbersaw back up. Look at the damage coming in from Death, or coming in on the Death once again. He's low once more, but still not dying. I've said it 4, I've said it 5, maybe 6 times about this Timbersaw. He will not go down again, and they will call GG. We're even at 1.
Again. So well played by Neon. Damn. 40k gold lead, over 1k GPM advantage per minute against an Alchemist. That is pretty damn rare. And Neon just taking the fight right into their own house here. They're crushing VG in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was really impressive from Neon. I know I talk about Yopaj a lot, and I really love to bump him up, but Death played that so perfectly, and he enabled this. From the beginning, taking that early tier 1 to transitioning into just this hero that was not going to die. It was really amazing what we saw from Neon, and I'm super impressed by their work. It felt like a game that Neon weren't going to lose once they kind of pulled it back and played a little bit more conservative.
I'm really happy that we get to see a Game 3 here. And, we got to break this one down a little bit more. And to break it down for you is the panel. Throw it back over to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you. And yeah, that was the OB Neon that we got used to seeing over the last few days. We said the draft was in their comfort zone, and if they were to win, it would be in a fantastic ultimate OB Neon style. And that's what happened. We were not really expecting it, perhaps, apart from some, but they did it, Lizard.
Yep, they did it, and I'm really happy, not only because SCA gets another chance, but because we see Game 3.
Yeah.
That's really what I was hoping for with my prediction. Not, but overall, Timbersaw Death played extremely well, but he was given this situation in which we could see it during the draft that if he gets a good lane, this Alchemist, he might find an Aghanims, but it will be too late.
Yeah.
And they did exactly that. They played so well on Neon around this. Here is a perfect example. Remember what we were saying? Alchemist will be farming, but then they will just show up around him like, I don't know, Power Rangers, just TPing in.
They did a really good job of taking the kind of game into their own hands, putting Vici on the back foot. So much of it did start with the draft, and once they gave Timbersaw that good game, like, there was no real answer to the Timber at any point. You just had, Pengo rolling in, causing all kinds of problems in these team fights, and of course, once again, Scam, his Nature's Prophet, his best hero. I don't think we're going to see it in Game 3, unfortunately. I feel like that is just a first stage ban at this point.
They banned it out in the first game as well. So
For both teams, actually, they banned out, on one side the Alchemist, and the other side the Nature's Prophet in the second phase. And then both teams are like, well, can't ban it out if I pick in first phase. It worked out a little bit better for OB Neon than it did for Vici Gaming.
We'll see if Neon gets first pick in the last game, because if they do, you need to pretty much ban out IO plus Nature's Prophet if you're Vici Gaming.
Yep.
That's how you have to go around about it, which leaves perhaps that Prophet for Neon, which is also really, really strong. But more about this game, Jean-Well, my boy, with the Aghanim Scepter on the Spirit Breaker position 5 rolling in. He was like, he's a position 5 that, he can play the standard ones, but with a little bit of flair, like buys that Aghanims, no standard drums or medallion or whatever, just goes all in. And this is exactly what they needed to do. They just needed to be very aggressive, very active. And Gyro, he can't. There's no save. He can't stay alive in a game such as this one.
Nope. There was maybe, if the game was going to go on for another 15 minutes, you would have gotten a rape here, and that would have been a turnaround perhaps. But OB Neon, they knew exactly that they had to keep pressuring, keep pushing, and they did that, won the game. I want to also talk a little bit about the support duos, because on one side we had a Pango Spirit Breaker versus a Nyx Assassin Elder Titan, and I just, if I was going to choose one of the teams to be in, I would be in the Pango Spirit Breaker team every time.
More fun to play.
More fun to play, though.
But, they also just, I think it's more fun because they have more playmaking potential, and that ended up being really the difference in that early to mid game. I think the Nyx with the ET, there's a bit of overlap. They don't give you, the AT gives you a strong lane, but the Nyx was a big liability, it felt like, this game. I don't think that was the right pick.
If you ask me which one of these heroes I want to support, I would ask you if I can draw again, perhaps. give me a different set. Give me a different set of 4 heroes, because I think that the Spirit Breaker and the Pango worked only because of the lineup that they're in. Because they have Nature's Prophet on the safe lane, which enables you to have such a brawler style position 4. And then Pango play hard, just plays it really well. Plus you have Timber that does not need a lot of help in the laning stage.
Now the question is, there's a lot of people here that could get the MVP. I liked Scam's Nature's Prophet. I liked Play Hard's Pango. Also really like the Spirit Breaker from Januel.
But Timbersaw.
Yes, Timbersaw.
Yeah, it's death.
It's death. It's Timbersaw. He's playing here as a standing, coming in with the Timbersaw. I think, okay. We'll give it to death.
He's definitely the one that made this style of playstyle just possible for Neon. He's the one that goes in first, then you have Nature's Prophet teleporting in, Spirit Breaker charging in, but he's the one that sets the stage for the whole playstyle that Neon was going for.
Yeah, he was in most of the kills. He was in some 40-odd kills or something total with his kills and assists. He was everywhere, super active. Often you think of Timbersaw kind of playing by himself in a lane, just being put there to kind of create space, soak up attention. No, he was always where the actual fights were this time.
85% kill participation, so...
Yep.
They're quite high. Usually I don't remember if we probably did, but usually it's like 75 to 80. 85 means like you're there every single time, more or less.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game. Now the question is, can they do it again? Will they get the Nature's Prophet again? And can they maybe do it without the Nature's Prophet if they don't get it? Because that's a big question. But we're going to talk about that when the third game of this elimination series starts. And it will happen after the break. Before we go to break, though, let's take a quick moment to thank one of our amazing sponsors. It's DBS. And right now, if you want to earn some cash back while you game, you can do that with a DBS Live Fresh card. You can earn up to 5% of cash back on any of your online gaming spend. So make sure to check that out below and all of the things. Break though, and when we're back, more Dota 2. See you soon. Lower bracket game 3. This is a place where neither of these teams were hoping to be at this stage. They want to go further, and ideally, obviously, they would have been in the upper bracket as well, but no such luck for Vici Gaming and OB Neon. We're about to see the third game of this best of 3 series played out between these two teams. I'm here with Lizard and Gods, and elimination on the line. One game. I mean, one game is very scary against a team like OB Neon. I think Vici Gaming might be a little bit more nervous about this one than OB Neon is.
I think so too. And I think if you're OB Neon, you're kind of talking to yourself like, we look our best when we're playing just crazy run-of-the Dota. We have these outpicks. They're going to be wanting to do the same style again. They're going to maybe be discussing what to do if they don't get some of those key picks. What can they replace it with? Because I don't want to see them go for anything like a Medusa once more.
No standard stuff, please, Neon. Please scam. Just draft your crazy drafts, your chaos, and take us for a wild ride. Because one thing that I believe will happen is IO Nature's Prophet will get banned. And if you do get those two bans, Death Prophet and Lash perhaps for Neon, that feels like it could be the right approach. They did have a couple of games without the Nature's Prophet carry, and then they put Lash on safe lane or Death Prophet on safe lane, and it looks A-okay.
And is that for you good enough as a replacement for the Nature's Prophet? Because that's one of the key heroes that we saw in the previous game and that we've seen time and time again throughout their run already here at the Major.
Maybe it's not as good, right, Parker? But it's their
different.
It's their style.
Yeah, it fits them. I think having first pick is really important between these two teams. So far, the team with first pick has had an edge because they got to first pick the puck. But I think this game, because I think maybe the best thing Vici Gaming can do is if they have first pick the Death Prophet and ban those two heroes you mentioned. And that way, suddenly Neon doesn't get IO IO Nature's Prophet or Death Prophet. They get the puck, but we've seen puck.
Just not a great matchup. Not a great matchup versus Death Prophet overall in the mid lane. Death Prophet, even if they wanted to, they could put it on 5 and pick something like a DK, and then you have Shadow Shaman Lion. Just so many options.
Just no hard carries.
Just no hard carries. Yeah. That's it.
I don't think VG Gaming will open up with the Alchemist anymore. I think they got away with it versus Liquid because Liquid play a little bit slower than we just saw Obi Neon play. So now that they know what kind of style they can expect from Obi Neon a little bit better, they've experienced it firsthand just now, how will they react to the aggression coming at them? Like, there should be a lineup so you can stop that aggression with, right?
Pick a bit more team fight maybe. I would like to see them take the Pengo. We've yet to see all 11 on Pengo, and Pengo's getting through every draft. So if you're Vici Gaming, you're like, we've had 3 games in a row where Pengo's in the pool. Why aren't we picking it?
You're taking your star player. I would say that Old 11 is the only one overperforming on Vici Gaming throughout the group stage and the wildcards. You're taking him and you're putting him on Alchemist. He's doing absolutely nothing but buying Aghanim's the whole game. If you let him perform, he will, and Pengo is probably
multiple times. We'll see though, as the players are getting ready to start drafting for this third game. Yeah, Obi Neon, I can only imagine that they're probably, I mean, okay, they're still playing on stage, but they are already top 8, the only team left in the Major for their region, but also the only team left in the Major that is playing with the stand-in. And there were quite a few teams playing with the stand-in, and everybody's like, okay, you know what? Underperform a little bit because of that, but not Obi Neon.
The most recent stand-in as well, and the story is so crazy. He was apparently asleep when they were calling for him. It was literally the last minute call.
You want to play Dota right now?
Hey, yo, bro, you awake? You want to join us for the Major?
What a call to get.
Yeah. Also, Death at the moment is looking for a team. I believe that is also in his tag. This is the best highlight reel for him. He is making some good moves here on stage.
What happened, Liz? You're rank 1 EU. Why didn't they call you up?
The keyword was.
Oh, here we go. So first pick went the way of Obi Neon again, but this time they get the puck, and therefore Vici Gaming go for the Pango. But Vici Gaming does not ban out the Nature's Prophet, so they pick up the Nature's Prophet on Obi Neon.
I still like this from Vici. It's not what we expected with the Nature's Prophet ban. They're giving Neon a lot, but they made sure they got some of their best.
Yeah, I think both of these teams should be satisfied with the opener. Vici Gaming, like you said, they didn't give away way too much. They gave away what Obi Neon likes to play, and you can't stop them really because that eye also has to be removed. So that Prophet, understandable. Meanwhile, they get the Pango and the Monkey King, full comfort zone for every team in the CN League. This
little bit of a mini counter from the Nature's Prophet and kill the trees of the Monkey King. Could come into play.
Could come. Yeah.
Is it too cute?
It's a bit too cute, but is possible.
It's possible. Oh, love this though. Respect on the Shadow or on the Spear Breaker. Just if you're looking for tempo setters from the position 5, that's your hero right there. So I'm I'm happy VG Gaming batted out for themselves. It was very fun to watch, though, so not so happy from a viewer perspective.
Earth Spirit Tusk still in the pool, though. I'd expect
Lion
to see
as well.
bans towards those. And then, for Neon, maybe you want to ban out those Hex heroes. Lion being one that comes to mind. VG actually banned Beast, so tempo hero, push heroes. They know what Neon wants to do, and Beastmaster fits it perfectly.
Lashrak is still in the pool for OB Neon. Also, Venomancer is still in the pool versus the Monkey King. And we've seen it do wonders against the hero for most of the matchups. Sometimes it just falls off if Monkey King isn't completely pressured in the lane. But it's an option for Neon. If they wanted to pick, let's say, an offlane Veno, and there goes the Lion.
Tusk is looking really good for Neon. I feel that's one of those heroes that when you're playing fast tempo and you can just boost up, Nature's Prophet Puck, the right clicks with the tag team, gives you Roche taking potential. It's just a hero that, it will replace the Spirit Breaker really nicely.
Anything else besides the Tusk to see? Because Earth Spirit not truly a position 5, and Neon is very flexible when it comes to 5s. Even I just keep on coming back to the same story because I'm gonna tell it to my grandchildren. Position 5 troll.
Yeah, but that one didn't win though.
They did?
No, they did not. It was against Thunder Predator.
They lost it with
they played it here as well.
Yeah.
Oh damn!
Position 5 troll against Thunder Predator did not go the way they wanted it to.
But they won with it in DPC League, was it?
Okay. They won with it in the league. Okay, why did they pick it again? It's not
because they won with it. They had 100%
Why would you ruin 100% win rate?
On support troll.
Yeah,
it's over.
It's over. The dream is gone. Yeah, they ban out Earth Spirits on VG Gaming.
Yep. So leaving that Tusk in for now.
Maybe they want taking it. Oh no, they're taking a defensive support. Yeah. Abaddon always. We've seen this a lot against Puck because you can you
can break the coil, shield a different target that also breaks it, or it's definitely not bad versus Puck. It's a good thing to have a save, some sort of a save with Monkey King. It's also decent if OB Neon goes for Venomancer because he hates playing into purges. So in that way, it's a solid pick. Very popular in DPCCN.
There's the Tusk. I'm surprised they got it. But obviously a lot of heroes that they wanted to ban as well. The Spirit Breaker made sense based on last game, but...
Do you like the Aghanims versus Monkey King?
Oh, on Tusk?
Yeah. Just kick him out.
If it's a 4th position, you get the... that was secret given for him to Yapster so he could use the Yags. I don't think it was against Monkey King that game, but...
He was just kicking people into the fountain.
With the Mars Spear back as well.
The Monkey King was actually on their own team, so he knocked them actually out of his own Wukongs.
He's like, the fountain does more damage than the Monkey King.
That's true. That is true.
Priorities. Fountain over Matumba Man.
And just kicking in general, it's probably very satisfying to do. So it doesn't matter where your opponents are, you'll punch them about.
The problem with Tusk was always you can't really find enough farm on the map to justify the Aghanims, but if you do it feels amazing. Okay, so VG Gaming now, they have the offlaner, position 5.
They probably want their 4th position here, because last game it just got... This was where the Grim and Rubik got banned, and there was just like no comfort picks.
Yeah, something for PYW. The Lion and the Shadow Shaman, possibly his most played position 4s in the league. We'll see what they go for. Oh, the
Ranger first.
Could be position 4.
Yeah, they are one of the teams that has played it where Ori has played it mid before. It was actually in one of their in their very first series.
Were they afraid of the Wind Ranger as well? Maybe because of the Tusk on OB Neon.
Oh, that Wind Ranger Tusk has been a brutal combo.
Yeah, but like we said before, I thought that Clash might come sooner, as it's one of those heroes that really rounds up OB Neon's playstyle.
And you're against all these like melee cores so far, like against Monkey, against Pango, this Slash feels really nice when you can kind of run in there and get all that Edict Pulse Nova damage off.
Not bad overall versus Wind Ranger, as you're not laning against her too, so later on you get a lot of that AoE damage. No, I like it. Their playstyle, 100%.
Yep. And while I like Vichi's opener, I'm not as sold on this 3rd, 4th pick. I don't feel like, it's
the
addressing
Wind Ranger,
what
right?
Neon's doing. Yeah, the Wind Ranger particularly.
Yeah, we've seen it today not do wonders. It was played by Zai, and he first and foremost didn't have a great lane. Plus, you don't have this partner like Tusk to constantly be making plays. Thunder Predator, when they play Wind Ranger, they really make sure that Leo style has some combination with moves.
Yeah. And they usually are playing around him, giving him that really good early start, that big early game boost. So we'll see how this Wind Ranger fits in. I'm still kind of questioning whether it will be a mid laner, because Vici have that final pick of the draft where they can, make sure they get theoretically a hero to win them this game. But
they're expecting a 4 Wind Ranger, it looks like.
Yeah, they're banning out the Void Spirit and the Bat Rider. Templar Assassin is actually the last one removed on the side of Vici.
Even though OB Neon has a puck.
Yeah.
They ban Oracle and TA.
That's some Yopaj respect right there.
Yeah, that's like we don't know exactly what you're doing. We're afraid of your craziness, is what that says to me. Like, these guys will do a support puck and bust out a last pick TA,
They can switch things up whatever way they wanted to. If they want to pick another brawling support, you could put Tusk on 5 with Nature's Prophet and it will feel great. And then something different to protect the Lash on offlane.
I mean, even the Lesh could be a 4 position if they want to.
Even that. Even Lesh could be mid. It's very, very versatile. If I was Witchy Gaming, I would maybe even be thinking about picking that TA, not banning it, seeing you're playing into a puck. It could be a good laner, but overall just doesn't fit them.
Ooh,
another brawler.
Yeah.
They love their melee supports that just run at you, get in your face. And when they kind of have these squishier cores, they're doing these 3 range cores, kind of similar to last game, and the ET, the Tusk really enable them.
I love this. They realized what they needed in their draft, and they finalized it properly. They don't have a lot of catch besides puck. I think that's still enough for the Ember. They also have Puck versus Pango. PYW Wind Ranger.
Support, Old 11 Pango. That's the, they're going to be looking to Old 11 to win them this game, it feels like.
Old 11 Pango.
It is so hard to go up against Old 11 Pango. He's been doing really well with that. But on the other side, OB Neon does have a lineup that fits their playstyle.
Completely.
Yeah.
And they have Puck for the Pango.
Yeah.
But I'm so torn. These 2 drafts are very, very close.
Yeah, they are. It fits for both teams, but Lizard, I'm going to put you on a spot anyway.
Yep. Even though Neon, they've performed really well, it's fully in their playstyle. I can't go against Vici Gaming with Monkey King and Old 11 on Pango. I'm going to jump ships, go back to Vici Gaming.
I think OB Neon has got some magic going.
Yeah.
I think Neon, they found some spark. This is a Cinderella story for the ages. The stand-ins, everything is just clicking, going right for them. Their solid Dota, I don't think Vici's ready for it. So I'm going to go with Neon for game 3.
I want to believe. I have big flashbacks to, again, the Boston Major, where everybody's like at a Finim, this is the series that they'll lose. And then that never actually happened. So, I mean, is this the series that they will actually lose? I want to believe that they don't. So I'm going for OB Neon as well. So the Lizard is all of a sudden in the minority here. But it should be a very close game. Any final thoughts on this game?
Just very close, like you said. The 2 drafts are looking completely in playstyle of both of these teams. Comfort zones. This is it. The only wildcard for me is the Wind Ranger. I haven't seen it from PYW too many times. Let's see what he can do on it.
Well, let's see what he can do with it, indeed, and let's see where this 3rd game of this best of 3 lower bracket series will take us, together with B-Cup and Black.
Thank you very much. Coming into this 3rd and final game, will the magic continue? Does the glass slipper fit for Neon? Will the Cinderella story continue? Those are the questions that we're going to find an answer to. This is seeming like another one of those odd lineups again from Neon that might just succeed. And Vici, they've got some comfort picks going their way. Black, are you ready for this one? It's do or die time.
I mean, I don't know if I'm ready or prepared yet for Neon's craziness that they're going to bring this game. As always, kind of feel like I say it every time I see them play. It's a very risky draft, but it fits their playstyle perfectly, and they always somehow seem to make it work. So I'm hoping, that OG Neon can make it happen, because I love myself some good Cinderella stories.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
It is a
I haven't seen it in a while. I used to have it on VHS. For those at home who don't know what a VHS is, there was tape in there. I think it was film. You had to put it into a VCR. That's a whole different story.
Are you inviting me for a date, or what's going on?
Maybe. I don't know if I can find a VCR anywhere nearby, though.
Well, that's what the internet is there for.
Yeah, but you gotta watch it on VHS. That's the point. So, coming into this game 3, I'm gonna ask you again. I ask you every game. Which lane is your lane to break down? Which one is the one that you're really looking like is gonna be the real back and forth, the burner?
The burner. Well, it will have to be middle. Like, Ember Spirit is a really good laner against Puck, so if you can shut him down, that means OG. I keep saying it. OB Neon's game is going to be slowed down by quite a lot because Puck is going to be the guy you're going to be looking for. Make some space, make some plays around the map, come level 6. And Ori, of course, one of the best Ember Spirits there is, so I'm expecting quite a bit of action in the mid lane, especially at the minute 4 mark for the power rune. It's going to be really important for either of these players to pick it up.
Yeah, that's been something that we've been seeing from both these teams is the rotations from both supports. Sometimes you'll see like one support here, one support there, but these teams, especially Vici, they're really
the briefcase!
And there's the right click, Shanuel, first blood coming through on old 11. They'll take out the Pango. That extra damage is more than enough to finish off this Pango. That is a good feeling when you're an Elder Titan and you hit for over 100 just 2 minutes in.
Imagine getting briefcased in your neck. It's not a good feeling. In fact, I would imagine it hurts quite a bit. And Pangolier just couldn't take it. He dies in 5 hits. Like, he must have had a big stack and a couple of heroes where the Spirit went through. Damn.
PY
getting another kill down there.
Yeah, just
the briefcase
continues from the briefcase. It's filled with documents. It's filled to the brim. It hurts. It's heavy. It hurts, and it's a steel briefcase too.
Look at the 2 numbers on the tusk. Did you see that? It was like a blue number and like an orange number from Monkey King and Abaddon.
It's all about the counting.
Yeah, I love myself some counters because I can't count myself. I need a number over my head to make sure that I keep getting reminded on, you know, how many stacks I actually have on me.
Numbers to count the Jingu, numbers to count the Curse of Avernus, numbers to put on your briefcase if you're Elder Titan and you're hitting away with it. It's all about counting. They've got the silence onto the Tusk once again. DY continuing to try and chase. They actually get a kill with the balance strike coming in from a distance. Fairy Fire. And the Aphotic Shield pops, but the shards are in a decent spot to maybe help play hard stay alive. But there's another Aphotic Shield, and DY not feeling comfortable going under the Tier 1 tower.
Yep, and they're both now, so I'm expecting Tusk to just go back to base, refill his mana, and TP back to lane. Potentially even mid lane, because those runes are coming soon.
Yeah, get those bottle refills if you can.
Healer's out. He's like, you think you're safe? You think you're safe? Ah, yeah, you're safe.
Now they've come over bottom once again. They might be able to get the kill on old 11, but they stop the sweep from happening with a shackle. And old 11!
The inbuilt start shield! One more lightning! Ah!
Oh! Is that enough?
What a good block!
That is!
Wow, what the outplay, man. Putting away the vision. Oh, insane play there by old 11. Haven't seen that one in a while.
Wow, absolutely amazing.
Damn. Outplayed, destroyed. Pangolier, despite his early death, sitting at the top of the net worth. And Pangolier this game can cause a lot of problems. Who's gonna get the rune? Spawning top.
And that's
He's
held
getting
down
burned.
by the Tusk.
Burning.
He's not here. He's not playing.
That's true. He's probably in China watching the game right now, cheering on his VG friends.
That's for sure. They picked up a double damage rune, and now they're going to head up towards top. And this is a rotation that you've got to be expecting if you're VG, knowing that that rune was up there and you didn't get the one over bottom. The question is, how will they react to it? And Obi Neon looking for something. And yeah, PYW already comes over. This is well played by VG. Just trying to put some numbers up here and make this a little bit difficult.
Nice
Ooh,
Shackle.
Shackle hits.
It's gonna be hard to
I don't know
dive
if
this.
that's gonna get
Baron
more,
can
though.
die, but they have to commit hard for this. Are they willing to do it?
Shards tag team. They're not
They seem
looking
undecided.
comfortable.
They want to go in, but they don't. It's like me. Do I want to order food or don't I? Because, you know, it's very expensive. Am I fine with the food that I'm getting here? It's always a tough decision. They do get the tier 1 top tower though. So, still very well done by Neon here, opening up the map quite a bit.
2,800 gold here for the Nature's Prophet, sitting top of the net worth of the moment. Death on the Nature's Prophet this time. Wrath of Nature gets thrown out. And he's TPing over bottom, or thinking about TPing over bottom.
Wrath of the Nature. Yeah, didn't really do much here, but he's TPing straight to middle, putting on the pressure on the mid tier 1 tower now. The pressure is really mounting for VG, and they will need that Pangolier level 6 to really fight back. How much further is he from it? Just one more creep, that's all he needs. The tower is falling dangerously low.
And they need to be careful about how much they're giving up in terms of the map with these towers. They're pushing them away, and finally they alleviate the pressure that Neon's putting on them. They lose mid and top. Like, the map gets cut down very quickly, and this is something that Vici struggled with in the first game. Or the second game, sorry.
Yeah, in which they got absolutely dominated after that. So they gotta make sure they fight for the tier 1 towers, if possible. Pangolier is level 6 now, so they should have quite a strong team fight. But as I say that, their supports don't really add any team fights at all. Good coil.
Gets used.
Easy kill.
They've leashed him up. They'll look for the sleep. They've got Death coming in, and they'll get the kill. Yopaj getting credit for that one on an old 11.
They're smoking it anyway. They can't fight this without the Pango, I think.
They're going to try to. Death standing still, just trying to get a D-ward, and now looking to make his way out. He's not going to be successful with that. He stayed too long.
Yeah, he was auto-attacking the ward on the high ground there. Not really reacting at all to the heroes of VG coming out of the smoke, resulting in his death. But he's still sitting pretty good on the net worth chart, so he should be the one going for Orchid this game. Yep, got it queued up. Ember Spirit going into an Orb of Corrosion. It's a pretty expensive item for not a whole lot of gain for a hero like Ember, I feel like. To see if he can make really good use of that or not.
Now we'll see if the Orb of Corrosion is the item that really helps him out. Poyoyo should be towards that Battle Fury on the Monkey King. We've seen Battle Fury ags a whole bunch on the Monkey King, and this tier 1 mid gets clipped.
It. But it's dangerously low. It's a deny range. Like, one more Prophet TP in and it will be gone. And of course, I get debated again by Ori. He switched up to the Maelstrom, which I like a whole lot better. However, this Orchid is gonna come out on Prophet in a relatively good time. He won't have any counterplay there. So maybe even a Yules first might be necessary here.
Right.
Pangolier? They haven't really
that's what I was wondering about
any,
the Pango.
Yeah, they have like not found any mileage from his level 6 yet. No Rolling Thunder, no real team fight attempt. But again, can you really call it team fight? All you have is one Rolling Thunder, that's it.
And he's not looking for that earlier Blink Dagger. He's going into a Maelstrom. I'm a big fan of that Blink Dagger on this Pangolier, and that's not something we're going to see for a little while. They're going to try and die Januel as they've got the Aphotic Shield, so that'll pop, but they don't get the kill just yet. Remnant isn't even enough.
Didn't get him!
Oh, Walrus Punch used over mid. They get the kill on a BYW with the Dream Coil getting committed. Slight through, and this tower is
gone too.
Gone. It gets denied. Well done there by Ori. However, this is now a lot of the map that opens up for the side of Neon.
Yeah, I'm surprised they showed Mercy there for the Elder Titan. They look pretty free, but they decided, you know, diving the tower is not worth it. Instead, they lose one hero and the mid tower, which, as you said, gets denied, but map control still heavily in favor of Neon here.
Yeah, really heavily in favor of them. I will say what Vici's got going for them at the moment is the farm here for the Monkey King. Swashbuckle away, shards aren't going to be on the money. Looking for the Rolling Thunder, stops it, feints it, and won't commit it just yet. You've got Poyoyo, who is farming at a decent pace. He's got to keep it up, though, and with the map shrinking and shrinking, it may not be that easy. They've got a ward on the high ground. The smoke breaks. They're going to know exactly where they are. They've got the sight as well as the Searing Chains. Power Shot comes in and a play hard Remnant forward. Snowball, though, staying alive a little bit longer than necessary. Nobody coming over to help play hard, and he falls to Ori.
Good pick off there. So Monkey King, if he gets really farmed, like 3-4 items farmed, he's going to be very scary this game. They don't have great heroes against him, so that Wukong's ring could pose to be too big of a problem to overcome the late game. Old 11 here is probably going to get coiled up. Coil expended, Wrath of Nature.
Double damage. They land the sweep. They should have the more than enough here to get the kill on Old 11, who is not really having much of a game, and this is really, I think Old 11 for Vici is one of those guys who really opens it up for the rest of the team. He's doing so, at least for Poyoyo, in a sacrificial way, but this is not what we're used to seeing him play as. You know, the sacrificial
Especially
role.
as a Pango. Like, his Pango is usually at the top of the net worth, getting a lot of kills all around the map. This game, he has been pretty quiet. He's playing into a hard counter matchup. Of the puck, of course, but yeah. Usually a lot more impact than this. Also, there's a pretty big lightning storm going on here, so in case, you know, you don't hear me anymore, you know what happened, man.
Yeah, it's gone from me to you.
Yeah, why did you bring it here, man? I didn't want that.
Control the weather, I do my thing.
Like Yuri from Red Alert?
Sure. I'll say sure, not knowing the reference. I'm going to admit that now.
Okay, good, good. I might have just debated you, or maybe not. You will never know.
Fans of that show will tell me. Or movie.
Show?
Or comic.
Show. Comic.
Fandom.
Uneducated. But it's fine. Shards.
Go after DY for a second. Not doing enough.
Baden. Such a tough kill. Gonna pop the borrowed time. Battle Fury. Almost online yet. Pretty slow. Usually they have it at around minute 13. But still at a decent timing. Decent enough. Prophet. Orchid picked up already.
Coil again. Already going in onto Old 11 once more.
Wrath of Nature.
And we'll get the
It's
kill
just
on
too
Old
easy.
11 easily. They're using a lot, though. Dream Coil, Wrath of Nature both down, and now, well, Aphotic Shield, that's going to purge off the silence that came in from the Orchid that was used by the Nature's Prophet. They're going to go in with a Walrus Punch as well as the tag team, but they end up losing Play Hard. Remnant over now towards the Elder Titan and back over to the side. Can they get anything more from this? No, they can't. Ori's gone, and it's looking like after the borrowed time is up, so is his time of life. DY, he's dead. 3 gone on Vici.
They cannot fight with this Pangolier dead first. Like, Pangolier is just like 90% of the team fight at this point. He dies first. They still choose to take the fight because, admittedly, they used quite a lot of spells on the Radiant side here, but they just don't have the damage to kill Neon without his Pangolier, without the disable he provides. And another big fight for Neon here.
Yeah, Neon now up 1K. We're going to take a look at this replay real quick. And that starts off with the Dream Coil, the Wrath of Nature getting used. That'll bounce around, and now you can see it's Vici just trying to find an opening. They got the silence purged off Ori early, and the Wukong's just, I don't think is in the best spot in that fight.
Old 11 again?
11 once again.
Orchid
He just can't find any space on the map.
Man, he is absolutely shut down. 1-5-1 on his like favorite, best hero at this tournament, at least, Pangolier. Wow, I did not expect, like, you know, Neon to be able to shut him down this much.
Dreamcoil now used on the Monkey King. And look at the damage coming so quick. Poyoyo blown up.
Poyoyo more like, oyoyo. That was a rough death to have. He was the highest step of the half, and he's really the guy they rely on coming into this mid-late game.
Yeah.
That death hurts.
Shards go out. DY spotted. They've got him locked in the trees. They're just not going to dive through it. You know, right when you said Poyoyo Oyoyo, I felt the same thing. Poyoyo Onono.
Yeah,
and I was going to say it, and
think
you, you got it out. Yeah, well,
that's a
I
bracket,
appreciate the
by the way.
compliment.
Great minds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quotation marks.
That's how it usually is said to me. Ben, you're a great mind. Why are you making quotations with your fingers? No reason.
I've been told the same thing, but maybe they were just being nice to me. However, talking about this game, Mr. B-Cop, how does VG get any team fight going here? They have no real Sword of the Sable. They have a Monkey King stun, potentially Shackle. That's it.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of relied on the Pangolier disrupting everything and having an ability to really just have any semblance of farm. And now he's looking for the Blink Dagger, which he's so far away from. Like, that Blink Dagger, I think if it had an earlier timing, not sure it could have an earlier timing. He did go to the Maelstrom. It feels like that would have been maybe something that they could work with. Rolling Thunder, blink in, get the disruption out there with the, you know, the Rolling Thunder bouncing heroes up into the air. And that maybe helps sets up better Wukongs, right? Like, they just don't have those options at the moment. The game's not going well for them.
Yeah, basically a lack of initiation, to put it in simple words, and it's been biting them in the butt this entire game. Like, Neon is getting away with a lot of aggressive moves, simply because VG can't fight back. They can't lock him down. And if you're not locked down, what are you, B-Cop? You're free.
Oh.
Same thing.
Go after the Leshrac and Snowball. That's actually going to land. It's not going to matter with nobody behind him. They're actually going to try and turn this off, play hard. They can't keep up, though. And the sleep hits on a Poyoyo.
Yeah, you know, B-Cop, I used to hate facial hair, but then it grew on me.
You're like a German Mitch Hedberg.
Oh, man. Alright, Nature's Prophet pressuring the top tier 2 here. We'll see if VG tries to fight back or not. They really gotta start utilizing this Pangolier here. They're only 3k gold behind, but it feels so much more. Like, VG just feels very timid, very scared.
And they're scared because of the way these fights have been going, the pickoffs that Neon have secured. And I think they kind of want to play a little bit more timid because they need the time to farm. They can't really fight.
Yeah, you're very right here. And Leshrac, you know.
Yeah, old 11 in a bad spot. They're going to get the kill here on the Pangolier. They'll take him out. Debil getting to the kill on that one, and PYW can only just win run away.
The game is so slow. Like, I feel like Neon doesn't get a whole lot of kills. They're just getting a kill every time Coil is up, but VG is getting nothing in return. So the gold advantage is just slowly and steadily climbing. Now up at 4k. Leshrac almost done with his Bloodstone. Man, they're gonna have such a hard time killing him.
Yeah, they really are. And they're gonna go after
just
Ori, blow him up.
They're both
the
without the coil.
Knockout. Yeah, they don't even need the coil. They got Francis and Ganu playing tough.
Yeah, the uppercut came through right where it hurts. We all know where that is, of course. Ember Spirit choosing to go for Maelstrom to scale better. Doesn't have the dual scepter yet, so Orchid, Puck Silence, a big problem. Now 5k ahead, 6k after the Roshan, getting an Aegis on your Leshrac. And Neon is looking in the prime position to take this game here.
Woo! It's
Who'd have thought?
really so crazy after game 1, just the dismantling Vici had of Neon. And in 2 games so far, they've had no answer since.
This
is
like
really
game 1.
crazy.
Yeah, they went to this traditional hard carry, you know. Maybe in trouble here. He can't purge off the silence.
11. He's caught
Nice
again.
juke though.
Oh, Wrath of Nature. Is that the
Rolling
spot
Thunder?
though? I don't think so. Rolling Thunder might help him out though, and the TP is successful. This time he escapes.
And gone.
Oh, but POIW not so fortunate.
Yeah, not so. I mean, he's also gone, but to a different place.
He's into the shadow
Woke up
realm.
immediately here. Puck still has coil available. It's gonna be very tough here. Whoever gets coiled is gonna be in trouble unless Abaddon can bail them out.
Oh, Dream Coil used, but Dream Coil not gonna land, and now they're gonna go after this Puck. They've got the Wukongs down.
Monkey ulted no one.
And it's just the Wukongs that's not gonna land on anybody anymore because the Puck got out of the circle. They're gonna look over with the BKBB Popeye Poyoyo going after Death, who's moving forward on this Nature's Prophet. They already got the Kona Ori. They'll look over at Januel to try and maybe get a trade on this, but it's not looking like POIW trying to run, but gets swept up and woken by the Abaddon with the Aphotic Shield.
How does that put you to sleep, by the way? Like, this kind of stomp impact, yeah, looks more like it would just kill you outright, no?
It's a
pretty heavy impact.
It's a sleep, fear sleep. It's a, you know, you get so scared of the stomp, you just fall asleep.
I
You
feel
go
like the
possum.
explanation makes no sense. I like mine a lot better, so yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Give me more time. I'll think of a better explanation.
All right, I'll give you as much time as you need, man.
All right, I'll tell you later.
Thank you.
8K lead here for Neon. They are putting Vici in the grave right now.
I'll tell you what they're not doing. They're not slowing down at all. Gas, gas, gas here, the new theme song for this Neon team. Puck though, shackled up. No damage.
Saved via the snowball. They just don't have the damage to kill him off after they've gotten the lockdown. They'll look over at DY, who gets the borrowed time pop. 3-man
Big coil
coming in with the BKBB Popeye Poyoyo going after Playhard. They get the kill on Ori. They're going to look over as they end up losing Playhard. Old 11 falls, so does DY. 3 heroes down to the side of Vici. Right clicks coming in. Bloodstone
This
pop.
spell
It's not
knife's
gonna be
still too
enough.
big.
Poyoyo is dead. Godlike here for Yopaj as they will look for another one. PYW on the run, and he will just elude the side of Neon and just elude a full team white.
Yep, expensive carry scam here, and my idol Jopaj. They're doing it, man. They're doing it. This is gonna be, if they win, this is a top 6 for them.
Yeah.
Man, SEA region represent. Damn. Neo with the stand-in coming through. They're looking really damn crisp,
really
man.
3. Woo! Maybe 4, maybe 5.
Maybe, I don't know what you're talking about, 6.
I'm just naming numbers now. But
Okay.
yes, Neon going through the hardships, trying to take out Vici. This is a big stamp. You know when you first beat Brock, you get that first badge. Well, they're in the fuchsia badge right now. I forget the name of the badge, but they're on their 5th one. They're taking names.
Is that a
they're
big
taking
coil
numbers.
too?
And look at that. Ori just getting blown
of
up
Nature.
so quickly for the Wrath of Nature. They go after PYW. They look for the Windrunner. The snowball's in. The death is there. Death by name, death by action, and
Death
Vici.
delivered.
Yeah, death delivered.
In multiple ways. Man, we're so
For
good
sure.
today with our punts. I love it. We'll have to see like a really big Monkey King ult here. Like, they need to stand in the Monkey King ult for the whole duration, and maybe then they'll die. However, they have no ways of keeping them in the Monkey King ult, so that's gonna be a big task.
I don't know if they're ready for the task.
16k nap overhead now, B-Cop. You know, we always have to be, you know, objective. What can VG do to win this game? Admittedly, I have no idea at this point. Like, they're just so far behind. They have no team fight. They have no damage. Neon just looking to trample them.
Yeah, they really are. It's, like you said, objective and trying to find answers for them. It's come to that point where you're thinking, well, what you have to do is have a perfect team fight. And when you start saying they have to have perfect this, perfect that, you're into the point where the Dota Plus graph probably looks like 2% or less.
Yeah.
Maybe
and we're saying
8%.
perfect, but even perfect might not be enough. That's the problem.
Dreamcore gets
Angry
used. That's going to be through on old 11 for probably the 12th. They're going to get the kill on old 11 regardless, and now they're going to look over now at this side of Vici, and they
Poyoyo gets blown up.
Poyoyo's just gone. They're going to snowball and look for more. Take out DY. 3 heroes dead. They do all have buyback. They're going to buy back immediately on DY, but still, I just don't see them turning this around. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Tusk, the only one got inside of Neon, and they are diving the base. They use that dagger to get the kill on a PYW.
What Dagon is Dagon 4. So much damage with the level 15 talent. Just get absolutely blown out of the house here. They bought back quite a bit of heroes in VG. It just doesn't matter. They don't have the tools to fight back at all. B-Cop.
They haven't been watching enough home improvement. They don't have the tools to fix this game. I mean, they're standing on one leg. At this point, they just can barely stand. They're leaning over onto a railing. They're trying to hold themselves up, and it's just not happening.
23 Bloodstone charges. What a damage on the Never Spirit. It just dies.
Look at Yopaj, man. A 13-0-9.
He blinks in, hits him once with the Growth Bow to get the magic damage amplification. Taking 5, taking off like 900 health. There's no counterplay. Too fat. Too much damage. No health. No life. No chance.
That's what you got. No chance.
They're just GGing out. GG! Just like that.
Wow. They tap. That's it.
They're not even trying. Yeah, but they're not disconnecting. I guess
They've
they're
called
just done.
GG. Neon have taken the series 2-1 in an absolute disgusting trample in games 2 and 3. I've never seen Vici be so demoralized. That was amazing from Neon.
Game 2 and 3, absolutely one-sided. They go away from the hard carry, you know, the typical playstyle of all the other teams. They play their own carry Leshrac, carry Prophet, and the playstyle just seems to be too much for VG to handle. They had no chance, no grasp on the game at all in game 2 and 3.
That was absolutely outstanding from Neon, whether it's all the pressure on them or the lack of pressure where they feel free to just do whatever they want and feel this comfortable sense of them. It's been amazing, and it's really well done by Neon. Breaking it down a little bit more for you guys, though, is the panel. Back over to you guys.
Fantastic performance from Obi Neon. I'm not gonna lie, after that first game of the series, was a little bit worried for them. Vici Gaming looked strong, but in the last 2 games of this one, Vici shaking, and they are eliminated here by Obi Neon, being left behind at 8th, 7th place, while Obi Neon takes a top 6 at the major, which is higher than a lot of people were thinking they were going to get, especially with the stand-in. I'm here with Lizard. I'm here with God. Lizard, this was one of the first games you did not believe in Obi Neon.
I was one of those that went for Vici Gaming finishing, let's say, top 4 at the major. I did not expect this. I did not expect them to drop out to Neon. However, before I said it a little bit for the memes, Yopaj is my idol for real now. Unironically, he is my idol. This puck performance was on point. Old 11 felt old this game. The Pangoliers just didn't do anything.
The tree play was nice. The little tree plays
The
into
tree,
block
yeah.
division.
was
That
good.
was like his highlight of this game. After that, it was downhill.
If that's your highlight, then there's a problem.
And we hyped up his Pango so much, and his Pango has delivered time and time again, but when it matters most, elimination, all the pressure on him and his team, they just crumbled.
Yep.
We kind of mentioned how Beach Game as a team has kind of been uninspiring, kind of predictable, not doing anything special, and it was really highlighted in this game 3.
Yeah, we hear Lacoste say it a lot, that old Levin can be hot or cold. This game, it was indeed mostly cold, but it was not just on him. It was a little bit of overall passive feel from the team, like they did not really know how to deal with OB Neon's aggression. And compare it to game number 2, OB Neon, in terms of aggression, they were a lot less aggressive, and it was a little bit more calculated. Obviously, it was calculated aggression, let's put it that way.
Still definitely worked out. The moment that Nature's Prophet gets the BKB, he is a force that you can't deal with any longer. The Monkey King as well, I didn't feel him in this game.
Yeah.
The Tusk did extremely well overall. Same goes for the Elder Titan. There was a moment in which Elder Titan almost solo kills the Ember Spirit. It's just everything clicked for Neon, and they had a fantastic performance. I'm actually so happy for them.
Oh, absolutely.
They're top 6 at a major. You look at the teams who are also in the top 6 with them, and you go, wow, like they are in a group of elite Dota 2 teams.
And even with their full roster, this was not an expectation that people had, right? This is playing with the standard. I'm gonna say it, Natsumi, either very happy that he probably qualified for TI, getting those the 300 extra points that they get on top of their DPC points earned in the DPC League, as far as I'm aware. But the team is performing very well with the player that does... that does not have a team at the moment.
Yeah, he could be extremely happy or extremely worried as well at the moment. Just a Cinderella story, like God said it earlier. Just a fantastic showing from OB Neon. And I did in the second game go with Witcher Gaming because of all their comfort picks. But I'm happy that SCA still has a representative in the tournament. It feels good that we have multiple regions represented.
Still all
in top
regions
6.
represented.
All regions, yeah.
For now. Well, the next series will definitely make a dent there. But it's time for us to choose our MVP, and I think we have to go with the player that, got woken up. Hey, you want to play it major? Okay. Why not?
The super
top 6, let's go. The super stand-in, Death. Yeah, his Nature's Prophet. We were... I think I was at least initially expecting Scam to be playing the Nature's Prophet, but Death took it upon himself and worked out great.
Yeah, the flexibility and the fact that he can take this Nature's Prophet away from